Alright, cool. Looks like we're good now. Sure. Good morning, gamers. Who's ready for some Overwatch today? It's been a while since we've done a co-stream here on the channel. I'm excited. I mean, the last time was World Cup. Kind of crazy. It's morning for me, Penguin, alright? It's 11:47. Hope everyone is doing well on this fine Saturday, though. Got some EMEA and NA Overwatch today. Pretty hype. Not gonna lie. Pulling up to DreamHack Dallas. I don't have the funds. However, I mean, if I was able to raise some funds to go, yeah, I'd probably do it. But I don't know if that's gonna happen, sadly. Hi, Mizu. I missed this too, Nicole. I missed this a lot. Feels good to be back. It's kind of cool, too, because, since we're not doing OWL anymore, there's not, like, a lot of co-streaming restrictions. Like, I won't go into all the details, but, like, there's, you know, some very specific rules that had to be followed. And now, it's, like, very chill. There's, like, not a lot of limitations. Anyone who applied can stream. It's pretty cool. And I don't have to private the VODs either, so they can stay up after the stream ends, which is sick. Like, we're in business, chat. This is gonna be awesome. If I can stream on Twitch too? No, I am not. At least not yet. Maybe someday I'll multi-stream, but I always seem to have problems streaming on Twitch. I don't know what it is. I'm doing good, though. I'm doing good. Yo, Citrus Nation, apology. Yeah, I was not familiar with their game. I didn't expect them to win, but they were able to defeat a pretty good roster in 5 maps, so shout out to them. Now they need to do that again, though, because it is, you know, kind of like a double elimination kind of deal in the groups. We are the GOATs. They banned all my dive maps, though. Are you on the team? I apologize if I didn't really do that much research into Citrus, so I do apologize for that. I mean, no offense when I say I didn't expect much from you guys. It's just like, you know, compared to what else is in the group, you know, it's kind of just like an assumption that can be easily made. But hey, I mean, good for you guys. They found it funny they put Artemis above us. Yeah, now look what happened. They're just gone. They're not even playing, so there's that. We are a rookie team. But yeah, no, it's cool, though. It's good to have rookie teams like that come onto the scene. I mean, you should feel very proud of you and your team. Like, that's a big accomplishment. That's how you put yourself on the map. What is the meta? It is evolving rapidly, my friend. Last week it was like Doomfist and Dive, and now we're seeing Zarya and Orisa and Korea and all this stuff, and like Ram. It is constantly changing. Lucio is good, you know. We see a lot of like, there's like Bap and Kiri and stuff. Tracer's excellent. Any teams to look out for? If we're talking EMEA, I think there's a couple that kind of stand out. Obviously there's the big names, you know, there's Twisted Minds, there's Spray Check and Rock, like they have great teams. You know, Twisted Minds, Spray Check has Kevster on it. Rock Esports has Checkmate and Izayaki and Rojo. Space Station, I mean, that's just London, but with Psycho and Funny Astro. Ex Oblivione is a team I'd look out for. I think they're really good. Do you watch Korea? I do. I was watching the Runaway Genesis game a little bit earlier. Can't wait to see Dante again. Me too. Do you hear the creator of Dragon Ball died? Yeah, really sad. Dragon Ball has played a big part of my life, so that hurt to see. For NA teams to look out for, I mean, Citrus Nation just had a big upset against a team with, like, OWL talent, which is pretty huge. I'm a big fan of Timeless as well, personally. Maryville, Dante's team is now Luminosity, which is sick. Thoughts on Sheer Cold? They won yesterday against Aya unexpectedly. Yeah, I was actually watching the game. It was a really good match. I'd love to see them have a rematch later in the groups if possible. Or the ATP Dragon Ball profile pick, of course. Oh yeah, the Runaway Genesis game was insane. I think I saw Penguin somewhere talk about the schedule. I'm gonna throw down a link to the Wikipedia page for EMEA and NA, and they have the schedule on there. I'll copy and paste that in the chat. And then on top of it, I'll throw up the schedule for you guys to see real quick. There we go. Here for you guys. So today, oh wait, this is NA, my bad. So for EMEA, there's, I believe, 3 matches going on today. Twisted Minds are gonna play Peps. That's the first game. Twisted Minds v Peps. After that, I believe, should be Spray Check versus Left Right, yeah. And then the other game is Sheer Cold and Rock. And then I think that's it for today, because it says this game's tomorrow. It says this game's a week from now. Yeah. So it's looking like 3 games based off of what Wikipedia is relaying to us. Over in I mean, honestly, most of these games I don't think are going to be that close today, but I'm hopeful for the best. NA, I'm very curious about one game in particular. Toronto's playing. We can watch Toronto play, which is cool. Citrus, the team that had the big upset, they're playing Luminosity, Dante's team. But the big game I'm looking forward to is M80 versus Timeless. These are arguably 2 of the best teams in NA, this group, and they're going up against each other right away. That's a really hype game. M80 has a lot of big names. Spectra, Hydron, Hawk, Ultraviolet. But then Timeless has a lot of the Wisp boys. Plus you got a Sunjun import and stuff. It's an opener as well. It's a pretty good team. I don't think people give them enough credit. And I think that should be all the matches for today. It looks like 6 matches unless I'm mistaken, chat. Got you. We practiced before OWCS. We could be playing today. Oh, mega lol. What else was I gonna say? I saw Matthew said you wanted a rundown of yesterday. I think things kind of went as you'd expect for the most part. Like, the good teams blowing out the not-so-great teams. Like, Spray Check won, Twisted Minds won, Peps won, like, as you'd expect. The one that makes me sad is Quick Esports lost, the Shax team. They lost yesterday, which is unfortunate. Rock won easily, like a 3-0. And then Sheer Cold versus Oh Yeah was, like, the big game. It was a 3-2 for Sheer Cold. It was a good match. In North America, the big upset happened in Group B. Citrus Nation, a team I had never even heard of, really, that, like, were one of the lower seeds. They beat WD-40, who have friggin', who have Seeker, Top Dragon, Mirror, MCD, and Liar on their team. So, like, that was pretty crazy. It was like a 5-map upset. You see Majed played against Festa Crew? Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of where we stand today, though, chat. I'm pretty hyped for the games. Yeah, they, believe it or not, they were just in my chat earlier, Pete. They said I gotta respect Citrus. They were in the chat. You just missed them. How good was the game with M80 versus Nine? When M80 3-0'd, I believe. I don't think it was anything special. I'll tell you the exact score because it's on Wikipedia. It was a 3-0, and none of the maps were particularly close. King's Row was like the only one. They won Lijiang 2-0. They won Coliseo 139 meters to 35, and then King's Row 3-2. I watched these from the replay codes. No, I did not. I was watching on Twitch POVs, and then I like saw scores. Like I was watching the actual player POVs because I think it's fun to do that. Should have co-streamed Custa stream yesterday. Imagine. Opinion on Donghack and his Doomfist. I mean, from what I've seen, it's looked pretty good. Commander X was taking a look at the Citrus game. You should watch the VOD after stream. Oh yeah, for sure. WD-40 didn't get eliminated, but they lost. They lost to Citrus in a pretty stunning upset. Very unexpected, at least for me. I mean, for most people, I'd say, yeah, because like a team with Seeker, like it's kind of surprising to see them lose. Oh, Math, believe it or not, they actually revoked it. Funny Astro was saying that they heard the complaints and they revoked it. So there's still going to be streamer POVs, I believe. Yeah, Cluj retired. At least for now. He could come back. You never know. Yeah, we big chillin' though, chat. We big chillin'. See how the stream's looking real quick. Looks pretty alright. I see PG's tracking on Tracer. I did. Pretty funny meme. Not gonna lie. That was pure aura in that clip. Is Runaway the new Fusion? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, they've had quite a roller coaster ride so far on their group stage, huh? I'm happy to see them beat Genesis, though, because I ranked Runaway above Genesis. Oh my god, Immortals! That was my team! Oh, this is sick! Hey, yo. Let's go. Hey, there they are. They're back.
Champion Series EMEA and NA region. We have a new year, new name, new logo, new graphics. Same old faces on your screen, unfortunately. What's good, friends?
Yeah,
Definitely not unfortunately, Zoe.
Any news? Any enhancements heading into the new year?
Matt's nose is extremely slender. I think he's had some work done.
I can
breathe through my nose. Yeah, Mitch had a hair transplant. That's why you could see the forehead.
No, away from the forehead. Because I'm told that a big forehead is distinguished. So I've actually.
A big forehead is distinguished. What a quote.
Get myself a mullet going.
They really low.
My forehead to establish further dominance.
You might notice that the three box, they're all not equal, right? We had to make Mitch's a little bit extra wide.
Is that better?
Hey, that's in my contract, brother. That's got nothing to do with my forehead, bro. That's just stipulations. Man, read the fine print, brother.
I'm surprised Zoe and I aren't just pips in the corner and you just shouting one-liners.
Oh, yeah. Fine, we're working on it.
I mean, the intro was essentially just a Mitch highlight reel anyway. It's rough times with Doa's voice at the beginning.
Oh, I love it. I mean, unfortunately, he had no voice, right, with that first clip, so it's just like, the mortals have done it.
They did him dirty. Sorry about that, Doa. No, well, some things never change. We're here for 2 minutes and already, dishing out. Our show certainly has changed, though, at least from the content.
Oh, I need to make
So let's talk about what we got in store for you for this.
I should make a
very
command
year.
for the
Let's take a
schedule.
look at what's going on here. We have 4 stages with 2 mages, as you can see.
God, they keep making me move my camera, and I need to move over here.
And the second one is going to be in Sweden, in Stockholm. I'm super excited to bring the party over to Europe. And you may also notice that there is a bit of a gap in OWCS action between June and August, but don't you worry. There will be plenty of other top-tier Overwatch 2 competition to watch during that time. More info on that soon, TM. I love announcement of an announcement, I guess. But back to things that I can share with you. DreamHack Dallas tickets, they're already on sale.
I'll just keep myself here for right
There's a whole
now.
bunch of options. There should be a link flying through right here, right now.
Where was I? I was gonna make a bot command.
It's always
Hold
the
up,
best
chat.
option.
Let's go to
Yeah,
Nightbot.
gotta get value
Nightbot.
yeah, obviously it's a DreamHack, right? So you have the opportunity to join the LAN party portion of it, so you can play yourself, or you can just join as a viewer, as a watcher, and enjoy the show. We will be there, so we hope to see some of you as well. I'm very excited for all of that action. Now, people love LAN environments, LAN parties, LAN events. People also love drops. And of course, we got you covered on that front as well all year
Bro,
long.
stop making me move my camera everywhere.
Please.
Jesus,
we will be
man.
announcing new incentives, of course, as they come along. But for now, you can get the first OWCS drops in history. Right, so you get some bragging rights attached to your sprays and whatnot as well. So all you have to do, of course, as per usual, is linking your Battle.net account to whatever streaming platform you're currently watching us on. And tune in, watch, and get rewarded. Throwing it out there, I know Mitch probably doesn't want to receive the hate, but he has some
Mitch has some hot
spicy takes here on corgis.
Yes, no, I just think corgis are like a little overplayed. Like first it was the Shiba Inu,
Bro,
corgis. I kind of want to know like what the next like dog breed is that is going to be super hyped, right?
I think Dachshund.
Oh, is Nightbot not working?
Short legs, long body.
Wonderful.
You know, corgis, like Mitch is like it's like one of those people who they buy a car and then if other people have that car, he needs to get rid of it to go get another one. Like, it's kind of what he thinks of animals. Like, oh man, everybody's got a corgi.
I would love a dog. I don't have dogs. I inherited.
You have 2 kids. I think you got.
Yeah.
That's where you messed up.
Yeah.
You just need dogs.
Yeah, no.
Cats are kind of out. They're on the out.
Okay, I would
They're
agree.
not on the out.
I would agree. I'm a dog guy, but yeah. Anyway, I think the spray is great. I just want to know, like, I'm hoping the boxers have their time. In
I
the
have to
sun
hit
soon,
this
'cause they're
button.
pretty
Join
awesome.
channel. There
But
we
right
go.
now, yeah, the corgis are the hype dog. It's cool. It's
I've already done this before. Why is it making me do this again? Hold on, chat.
Just watch. Any watches in the chat?
Just watch. There will be watchers in chat for sure. And now, of course, they are watching not just us bantering. They will also be watching
it should be
our
good.
players rising to the top or remaining on the top, since there will be be a lot of returning faces that we know and love from the competitive Overwatch scene. Let's talk about the competitive format and explain to you what is going down. Last weekend, we did have over 600 teams from the EMEA and NA.
Nightbot's still not
region compete in
working.
a Swiss
Excellent.
Format. 16 teams came out on top, and they will be moving into a group stage. I love this graphic.
I mean, yes, it's Swiss.
Minesweeper.
It's like a
Those
piece
are all
of
the
Swiss
people.
cheese, right? Swiss means you play each other, everyone else with the same record as you, is the point.
Yep, exactly. Now, those top 16 teams, they will be moving into a GSL-style group stage. As you can see on your screens right now, we're going to have 4 teams per group, and the top 2 teams in each group, they will be moving on and earning their spot in the main event of Stage 1, which is starting on March 21st. Now, the main event will play out over 4 days, with the top 8 teams competing through a double elimination bracket for circuit points. And more importantly, cold hard cash. You love money, man.
Yeah, I mean, money is super cool. 75K up for
Frick
grabs,
you,
and
Nightbot.
30K for first place. And then also the 50 circuit points. The circuit points are really important, rewarded on an individual player basis, right? This will help, rank teams for further Swiss stages, and then also help qualify into stuff like DreamHack. So really important. You see kind of, 9 through 16, they don't really get anything.
Thank you for waking up,
stay
Nightbot.
losing.
It's about time you did your
that's
job.
for the players at the top, right? You make it to that main event, you're in a good spot.
So obviously,
No handouts. No handouts.
No.
Here.
no, I mean, yeah, I do love that they made sure they included like the $0 like graphic, just so you really know like what's on the line. Not only that, right? Obviously, the circuit points are a pretty important component, and it's something we're going to track over the course of the year. But another new addition we have is that instead of the loser team just sort of picking their map throughout the course of the series, both teams are going to be engaging in a pick and ban map veto at the start.
Oh yeah, the ban
of
system.
The series all the way through, which is going to probably.
I kind of like the
layer of
ban
complexity that
system,
our
not
teams
gonna
are
lie. I
facing
think
these
it's
matches.
cool.
So, I'll run you nerds through an example of it here. We got me and Matt to sort of play out like a mock veto for you. So we'll jump in. A higher seed makes it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not
Wait,
right.
what?
You aren't playing today? Yeah.
Losers stay losing there. Number
Prize is
All right,
pretty
so
low.
Matt,
Yeah,
you
but there
high
are
seeds,
multiple
so you get to ban
stages.
first.
I will remove Ilios.
All right, so Matt gets rid of Ilios, so I get to take a map out of the running as well. I will choose to ban Nepal. My data's goal can stay stored away for a bit. So now, Matt, you get to choose from the remaining maps after these bans.
Our head coach of Mr. X Gaming.
I like the ban
decided,
system
the
too.
Blue
Adds
Reinforced
like a bit
decided that
of
we should
strategy
select
into the
Samoa.
mix.
Oh.
Right. You choose Samoa. Now, ordinarily, I would choose a side depending on the mode, but it doesn't matter, obviously in control. And then we do this all through the series. So we repeat this until we have our 5 maps we play through in order. So I'll pick a side on, hey, what?
Bro, I went on 2-0.
That's nonsense.
I mean, look.
That's
Scuff graphics for
You
sure.
could at least have put a
Something's wrong.
reverse sweep in here, script writers.
Nah, they
Should've been a
should've
part
just
of
gone
OWL,
3-0,
yeah.
just
That's more
like,
coach
oh,
influence, yeah.
A straight murder they should have done.
Are today's matches played simultaneously or in order? It should be in order.
Some maps can yield ties. The tiebreakers are played on the leftover maps per mode, which of course will be played on control and push respectively, as those are map types that will, yield a winner.
If it's not in order,
almost
that'll
every
suck.
time. Although if you've seen push, you know that. Well, anyway, we'll get to that if it comes up. But that's how the series will play out. And that's how
Imagine,
map
Penguin.
and, pick and ban veto before a series starts will be carried out. Something we'll be trying to cover and talk about as well.
Yeah, and as you can see here, there are some updates to the map pool as well.
Okay,
They removed
the camera
Enclave
here is like the
Peninsula
perfect
in favor of
place.
Samoa.
Hi, Jack Nano.
Goodbye, cute penguins. Now we have
What do you
also
mean,
swapped
goodbye,
Busan
penguins?
out
Penguin, you
for
should take
Pod,
offense to
and Apollo
that.
back into the mix. Replaced Route 66 with Rialto. And last but not least, you already mentioned it, Mitch. We did do some
Ugh, why
reordering,
does Escort have
in
to
the
be
series
map
for the fall. So we
5?
finished with Flashpoint.
They need to change this order, man.
And as you also already said,
Escort map
this is
5
gonna
just
add
ain't
a
it.
whole new level of depth to the game, to the strategies, to the approaches, even to like how you like which players you sign up for your team. Like I generally think like there's a lot going into this.
My
now,
forehead is the
to
4th push map.
depth.
Yeah,
Nice.
absolutely. Especially when you want to think about like the comps that your team is best on, right? The maps that lend themselves to those comps, you want to try and lock those in for sure.
Boy, am I glad OWCS got these guys
let's,
back.
Talk shop because
I'd be
we
sad
are
if they
about
weren't
to
back.
head into our first match series here. Swiss stage was wild. First day of our group stage yesterday was Well, a bit of a bloodbath, to be honest.
Yes.
Let's take a look at our top 16
I'm just
teams
keeping
who
my
are
cam
going
here.
at
This
each
is the
other in
right
EMEA
move to
region.
make.
First, these are the groups and the scores as they stand right now. They all played yesterday, and some came out swinging. Uber, who's caught your eye?
Yeah, look, I mean, there are a lot of teams at this stage in the groups. Like, you are going to see those first top teams very quickly put a big result on the board.
I put
for me,
push
it's
fifth,
Space
yeah.
Station. We're not going to see them today.
ASB
but
or
you know this team, you love this
SSG.
team for years and years. It is that sort of London Spitfire core, or with the upgrade, of course, of potentially Funny Astro coming in here. Halo
Oh, yeah,
is
they
one of the
play
best sort of
tomorrow,
in-game leaders
right.
callers, in the region. Psycho as well, also still in
Some
the mix
choppy
here. This team's
gameplay,
nasty.
but
Again,
alright,
we've
we
seen,
take
you know,
it.
Hardy in the past show strong preferences for sort of more static tank play, but his Winston's also
The Backbone Reaper in, like,
continuing to deliver here alongside
30
Spark. Really
FPS.
seems to be an incredibly
Or not even.
reliable backliner with
Like
a lot of
10
individual skill
FPS.
expression, especially on some of these picks like the Kiriko. So this is still a team that you should expect to see run through pretty comfortably.
PS4 gameplay. Real.
I'd be shocked to not find this team in our top 8 for sure.
Yeah, they're gotta be considered one of the favorites to take it all in this region. Now, Matt, who are you looking out for?
Yeah, I'm looking at Twisted Minds. I mean, this
Yeah,
is,
I mean, how could you
the
not?
Team that ended up winning the Overwatch
They're really
World
good.
Cup, right? The Saudi Arabian team, pretty much, with some extra, new players in the mix. Sky Ripa and Kellex, two former players who played in.
Yeah,
Overwatch.
Astro is like,
Kellex,
you
played in
why
Overwatch
is
and
they,
didn't
why does he have
really show, but has
Roadhog?
been
It's
fantastic
funny.
in contenders, really all throughout. But I'm looking at Quartz, right? I mean, he was absolutely, insane.
Look at Quartz as we put up
Like,
UB gameplay,
really,
nice.
made a case for maybe the best hit scan player.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah,
So
Admiral
I'm
wasn't a
excited to
bad
see
player,
how
but
he kind of
Astro
progresses
obviously is like a
throughout
step
this year now
above
that,
with his
the-
level of
kind
talent.
the target on their back, right? Everybody knows how good this team is. They've been very good so far in EMEA. Big test against Peps so early on today.
This is
Yeah, I
some
mean, their
based
performance,
gameplay.
in the World Cup was lights out. I'm very interested to see how.
That guy's named Zarya Enjoyer.
Honestly,
Such a
I'm just
random
very
name.
Excited to see so many familiar faces and new faces battle it out in this new open ecosystem. And I'm also just as excited about the people that are bringing the action via co-streaming. One individual actually very much stood out to us yesterday because
Let me
man,
guess,
he spared no
Custa.
time and effort when it comes to production value. He pulled out all the stops. And now
Oh, I
he will
wonder
be
who they
with
could
us.
possibly be
Quick
talking
chat,
about.
We got no other than Apply.
Oh,
from the Overwatch
never
team.
mind. Not Custa, it's Apply. Also based.
Apply, I have to ask, I mean, what was your personal highlight from your own stream yesterday? You had it all. You had a musical act to open it all up. The graphics were on point. It was just, mwah. So yeah, the desk, it was so good.
Honestly, my favorite part was putting the suit on. I don't know if you guys saw.
Yeah.
I went to the
Oh, we
closet,
saw.
I put out the suit. I had to prepare. It was a big day. It was a big day.
I like how you comboed the suit with the Walmart creeper pajamas. I think
Yeah.
that was a nice
Perfect.
little touch.
Would have been funny if it was. I mean, I probably would have known if it was
Running
me.
production on the side.
They would never
pictures
acknowledge
of
me,
it,
though. You know
this is
that,
like,
chat.
make sure you check the
Me
names,
being
all that
acknowledged
stuff,
on
production
a
department.
professional Overwatch? Nope, never heard of her.
Recognize that desk.
Yeah, that desk.
Uh-huh.
I googled
Look.
Overwatch esports desk and just got it.
That
That was
is-
it.
Oh, that is so funny. Apply. You also were playing, in the Swiss stage here, obviously with Team Overwatch, which was really awesome to actually follow along with. You guys were very, very serious. I mean, Jay had a couple silly moments, but you guys, really put
okay.
the work in there. And I mean, I'm curious to know how it felt. Like, obviously, you've been a competitor in the past at the very top level of Overwatch. How did it feel? Did it feel like the scene has leveled up? You feel like there was a real hunger for people to sort of make it into the top echelon? How was your experience as a team competing?
Well, the Swiss stage was really interesting because we got to gauge where we were as a team. In traditional tournament style, you can have bad luck and play against the 3 best teams in a row. And then you think you suck. It was very interesting in playing through the different levels
Yeah.
of skill and seeing where we really are. And it was really enjoyable. It was really
I
fun.
enjoyed that too. They did the Swiss stage
Who are you
very
excited to
well
watch
in that
compete
aspect.
today? Any
Like,
team
it
or
adjusts to
player
your
you
skill
kinda have your eye
level.
on?
I think you said it, Twisted Minds. I mean, they pretty much just won World Cup. I think they're a very underrated team. People are already looking at them, but I think they're going to prove us even more that they could be the best. I think the game today versus Team Peps is very interesting. They have Hybrid, Naga, Ben Best, FD God, names we all know. I think it'll be a very interesting game.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah, they're
full
gonna be-
OWL team.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
pretty
I
much.
think that makes them more eager to prove themselves. They were also saying stuff along those lines, right, during the Overwatch World Cup in interviews. Like, they feel underrated, they want to show the world where they at. Now,
We peaked
are
at
we
skill
gonna see
ceiling
more
getting
from you in
rolled by
Overwatch,
Cap, very
or is
true.
the team in shambles and everything's disbanded?
Oh yeah. I think we're planning on playing the next qualifiers in April. We're already scrimming.
awesome.
We're locked in already.
You best know the San Diego
Don't
Hunters
sign
will
up
be
until
there
Custa
also.
changes that name. He's got
Right.
Team
We
Custa.
keep telling
You
him.
gotta-
I don't
you
know what
gotta
his
fight
problem
that.
is. I told
he's
him
just
if we
trying to
make it to
steal it for
land,
Brandon,
they're gonna
bro.
announce us as Team Custa.
Yeah, nah, you gotta make sure you change that before the next one.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a low-key curse on you with Custa's name in the mix, so you don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that for yourself. Apply, thank you so much. I assume you will be co-streaming today?
Yep, I'll be there. Yeah.
Well, wonderful.
I will be there no matter
Be there
what.
no matter what. We can't wait to watch more of you and everything you got going on in your stream. Super entertaining. Thank you
you.
so much for joining us.
Have fun. I'm very excited for today.
Right, that was Apply from Overwatch, a professional streamer also, by the way. And if you want to be in on the action with us, just like Apply, sign up to be a co-streamer at bit.ly.
Do it. Anyone can co-stream. Literally, the moment you sign up, you're good, chat.
Share all the shenanigans with your respective communities. Now, we'll be back on the other side of this very break with Twisted Minds and Team Peps.
Oh,
Don't want
I'm
to
putting
miss
up a prediction now, chat. Twisted Minds. Oh, Cowboy Bebop. So, Twisted Minds versus Peps.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, it's a pretty cool collab. I'm not gonna lie, it works really well with some of the characters they have. Like, Cass is like perfect. It works well for Ash too. This is just very well done. Yeah, I'm expecting Twisted Minds to win pretty easily. They've looked very good so far. They've had some hiccups here and there, so maybe we could see them drop a map, but I expect them to win pretty easily. I'm going just straight up with a 3-0 for Twisted Minds. 3-0 Minds.
Man, my love language personally is Overwatch and anime collabs. This one is so good. It stays so true to the original. Every Cowboy Bebop fan, just like Matt, for example, rejoices.
I love Cowboy
right now.
Bebop.
Yeah, tell
Tell us
me
about it,
all
man.
about Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, well, you know, it follows the lives of a traveler.
Source full of no Kiriko skin. How many more skins does she need? All she ever does is get skins. How about we give some skins to some other
Wikipedia
characters?
genres.
She's got nothing but love since coming into the
Science
game.
fiction, Western, Western. I love that stuff.
I mean, Matt's
Should
been
work in
using
PR and
ChatGPT to cast for years now, so
Yeah, I'm
It's
just
way
an
ahead of
AI.
the time. Yeah.
he's basically
Alright.
he was actually the first Neuralink patient, and he's been using it to function this entire time. So
Yeah, hold on. Let me see the Cowboy Bebop is real quick.
Who would she even be? Yeah, I don't even
That's why
know.
we pay you the big bucks, Matt. That's why you're here with us. Let's talk about
skins are
and get
cool.
some more
I don't know
insight
who any of the
from you,
characters are.
Matt. Yeah, no, the skins are cool. Even if you're not a fan of the anime, I'm sure the skins will draw you in regardless. Another thing which will always draw you in is, of course, the teams that are playing in our tournament. What a segue. Let's talk about the first match here in the books. Group A winners match between Twisted Minds and Team Peps. Starting it out, of course, with the Twisted Minds. We talked about it already with Apply. They're sporting a core of players that we're all familiar with from winning the OWCS 2023 with Team Saudi Arabia. Now they're bolstered, of course, with familiar faces from OWL.
When's the last time I got a goated ball skin? Yeah, exactly.
Lots of firepower.
yeah, no, absolutely. This team looks really scary. I will say that, you know, like we expect if you watch Team Saudi Arabia during the Overwatch World Cup, there are some key differences, right? Like this is not a team that is going to look to like again have like an Iliari based composition.
But they don't need that because they're just a good team.
In that sort of regard.
Twisted Minds have been grinding. They boot camped in Korea. They're ready, man.
Since the very beginning of the Overwatch league. So really veteran player. Sky Reaper as well is an incredible flex support. So this team, yeah, expect them to hit hard and hit fast.
Yep, they've got subs. Like it's a solid team. Yubi and Quartz are good DPS.
Somewhat like still, I wouldn't say like underrated.
KSA's nasty. You know, Slay and Calyx maybe aren't god tier, but they're not bad.
You know, from all different regions are excited about, and it seems like Twisted Mind's still kind of going under the radar. But Team Peps on the other side, this is like, I mean, you look through up and down this lineup, right? So many of these players like performed in Overwatch League in the past, right?
Wait, so that's wait a second. So that's a hybrid on tank? No, that can't be right.
Has been part of
there's no way they're playing hybrid on tank. There's no shot.
Everyone on that team.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, like hybrid here. I mean,
they're playing a hybrid on tank.
Be interesting. We know hybrid is a DPS player.
What are they, dude? What are they cooking? I'm like, is he gonna play Zarya? Is that the play? But like, they have Poco. Poco can play Zarya. Like, what are they cooking? I am so curious now.
Like they've had something to prove. They've made a couple of changes, sort of, you know, between last year and now. But expect them to look pretty strong, and we already have our vetoes played out here.
Samoa's gonna be
they took my advice. They picked Samoa.
Yeah, and
Twisted Minds banning Ilios, no surprise.
Listening, absolutely. This, again, Twisted Minds, you know, this is also a team that has access to like very powerful Pharah compositions and such, whereas, you know, Team Peps also like have a really deep, especially tank roster. I'm looking forward to see like what they sort of deliver for us here. Having Poco and Ben Best both on the team. Naga always been an incredible projectile.
Opinions, chat. Should I keep the camera at the bottom like I had it, or should it be left-hand side here? Like, I feel like the bottom. No, the bottom's kind of distracting, isn't it? Like, I mean, unless I have it like off to the side, but like, I don't know. I feel like for games it should be here, and then like during the broadcast it should be like bottom.
I'm curious, like you kind of mentioned, like without like an an Iliari type of look like with Surma.
He's playing Hog. We're getting the Japan comp. Lifeweaver. I mean, FD God played Lifeweaver and Owl. Never forget.
Been in the meta at all. I know, kind of watching through the qualifiers and me playing ranked. You know, Iliari definitely needs some help. I would say, where I think you're going to see a lot of Lucio,
Peps doing King's Row, no surprise.
Some people even think like Moira is pretty good right now, right? With tons of changes recently coming to the game. And it looks like also like even more changes kind of coming, you know, with some further balance patches. I think we're going to be in flux for a little bit. Ramatra seems really strong.
All right, chat is pretty good as overwhelmingly in favor of Twisted Minds, so I'm going to lock in a 3-0 for chat as well.
Stuff currently.
Yeah, and we talk about sort of the return to the Lucio here. Although Calyx obviously was someone who showed Lucio when Mercy played primarily during much of his career, spent some time coaching, come back playing. So, you know, Twisted Minds in that sense are pretty well sorted. I think like Slay is a player that like, you know, people are probably going to start talking about a little bit more. Who spent a lot of time on like teams like Ex-Oblivione as a flex support player throughout contenders. So in and out of that particular roster here, but keep an eye out for him. He's
Hybrid's a good Junker Queen. Like, the fact that we don't know is like what interests me the most. Quartz on Cass seems disgusting. Oh yeah, if Quartz breaks out Cass here, that's gonna be insane. Cass is suddenly just like everyone is playing him. Like, it was clear after the changes he was good, but like now teams are really embracing it. I mean, hey, he might play Soj as well. Oh yeah, there it is, Junker Queen. Looks like we might see it. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? Ben Best and Poco aren't exactly known for Queen.
Days where it feels like Twisted Minds.
Oh wait, dude.
Like, this is where
Doomfist makes sense here. Poco and Ben Best both can't Doomfist. I wasn't even thinking that because people aren't playing Doomfist as much anymore. Hybrid Doomfist, oh baby.
Okay, I mean, remember Custo tweeting out he's back in his hating Doomfist era.
Oh, Quartz is now on the cast. Okay, nice.
Quartz to get on hit scan, something you want to see if you're a Twisted Minds fan. I want to see him start to lean in a little bit more to his prowess in that regard. Mag grenade there just to try and ward Naga away for the time being, but it looks like Peps are respecting his early setup in the low ground from Twisted Minds. But keep an eye on Hybrid. He's starting to work in from the periphery.
Yeah, and I also wonder if this is like a little bit of a read here by Twisted Minds, where, you know, they know that there's going to be the Doomfist on the other side, wants to get aggressive, and you can use these bubbles on the courts to keep Cassidy alive.
Okay, Cronus. He played really good in the Swiss, so nice.
Composition actually fray at the edges a little bit.
Maybe Runaway change it up. Runaway. God, I saw Away and immediately I said Runaway. Twisted Minds, why would I change it up?
Well, yeah, ideally, right? Like, if you're Twisted Minds, you want them to commit in and then use these bubbles to keep players alive.
Oh, never mind.
Just kind of like
Quartz just goes kill.
But that time, they didn't even need to actually dive on in. They just kind of took out Quartz from a distance, but now it looks like Twisted Minds, after that first pick, want to get aggressive, get back to point.
Yeah, Peps definitely playing this way because they're scared of Quartz.
Yeah, NA production, what's going on here?
Down and Slay, of course.
Oh, yeah, I gotta move this. I'm sorry, chat.
But finally, the switch comes in here. So Peps, again, with that one pick onto KSA, yields them about 32% of capture progress.
Yeah, so I mean, you give up a little bit, but actually could have been, you know, way worse for Twisted Minds.
Why does it both say they're away though? What's going on here? It like it's tripping my mind. Like I thought it said runaway for a second.
Not gonna chase.
Again, this composition requires that.
So I thought any more about making a best player in ever hero pre-owl. I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest with you.
Those bubble cooldowns can be quite extensive for the Zarya if KSA wants to keep.
I want to focus on OWCS.
Great pressure on the Hybrid though. Again, the Deadeye just to force him into power block, and there was nothing Hybrid could do. Naga though now might take the chance to go more aggressive.
Quartz
but gets caught out. It's going to be Quartz finding yet another one. And
man, he's so good.
Midway through these fights here, Twisted Minds now 47% and counting.
Yeah, and I mean, you just see how low Hybrid got when he goes in.
And then he can't hit anything there. I can't blame him though. Curie's annoying to hit. That hitbox sucks.
Playing the Doomfist here is that, you know, characters with damage reduction, right? There's like a healing reduction across the board, right? But if you can just, you know, reduce the amount of damage you take.
KSA's mostly just there for bubble purposes, I feel like, more than anything. Like, they're not they're just letting Quartz do his thing. Bubble and the Doom comes in. Quartz does the rest.
Goes in and he just gets blown up straight away.
Sound barrier here up for both sides. Peps need to make the play in the next few moments. KSA getting whittled down a little bit now, but again, receiving pretty consistent healing from that backline. Stelios, well, he's got one mission. It's pretty clear where that's going to be.
Nice job drawing that out.
He's going to be warding the Tracer away, going for a pulse. Not an option for the time being. It's Naga duplicating Zarya, and he's already.
Can he get the grab now? Close.
Later for FD God here, and yet
almost
still holding on to the point. They refused to let her flip back. That was KSA moves.
They needed that.
He's going to be brought down by Quartz. The trade though. It's Kellex out of the picture. Lucio now gone, and Hybrid again with a meteor strike if he needs to pull himself out. And so he does. KSA will be topped up though in the meantime, and Bubbles himself. So Hybrid pops down and has nothing to do. Twisted Minds.
KSA's just standing there menacingly for real, but like that's all he needs to do though. Like he didn't even build a grab. Like
I'm a bit surprised there, Mitch, because Twisted Minds, right?
He doesn't need to do anything there. If that Doomfist is getting no value, I mean, you're just chilling. You think Strike will ever play in OWCS? I would not count on it, no.
But they don't do anything with
I mean, you never know. Maybe Krusty's gonna pick him up on Team Falcons, but I doubt it. Highly doubt it this time around. Absolutely no reason for him, unless he actually wants to like play for some random team, which he's not gonna do.
Overshield and pushing on it.
It was long enough after from FD God where it probably should have made a reasonable difference. I think Stelios there was really hoping.
Man, that is rough. This is rough that Peps are like trapped into playing this, man.
It's staffed by Kellex's sound barrier, whether or not that was
bubbles everywhere. Quartz just pressuring Naga consistently. Quartz, if Quartz is staying up in these fights, they're just screwed, I feel like.
These longer sidelines, he's gonna have another crack at it.
And I think it's just really punishing like how they want to play aggressively, Team Peps, like the composition that Twisted Minds is running, right? Like if you do not get these kills early, like you're gonna be able to outlast this Twisted Minds, and you think that Zarya gets charged up and then starts, you know, you get a speed boost in there, and there's nothing you could really
That's some good pressure. But again, Naga's just friggin' dead.
Burst damage, and that's gonna be hard to heal over with this Lucio Kiriko setup.
They just can't do anything fast enough. There's been such good discipline from Twisted Minds.
They attempt to pressure.
And I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. They got a lot of experience playing against dive, like heavy, like really solid dive teams when they boot camped in Korea. So they kind of have an idea of how to play against this stuff.
Versus like a 76, I think. Here,
Hit Boston Uprising suddenly makes an OWCS team. Hey, yo, Striker, let's go.
Offline for a character like a Doomfist or an Echo is. Yubi putting good pressure here on FD God. He's got him a few times.
Oh, Yubi.
They're just kind of making it a little bit more costly on the way in. Is this going to be like Twisted
Oh
Minds?
god, Hybrid is getting melted.
As Hybrid gets chunked down, you're going to have to keep backing up.
Mag Grenade is all making it hard for Hybrid to get away, so he actually just has to take the damage and whatever else comes. Yubi, okay. He's fine. Quick recall to get him back in fighting fit. 47% and counting though now, and it's going to be a Kitsune rush here for Team Peps to try and they bring down KSA again. The burst damage, too much for Zarya to deal with here. And Twisted Minds,
yeah, I saw Booming Bob. It's sad.
Rush here may struggle to find their own sense of value. It's just Yubi finding.
What game is next? It's gonna be Spray Check versus Left Right
Yeah,
Goodnight.
you would have loved to like hold on to your rush there if you're Twisted
We get to see
Minds.
Kevin Gaming.
Coming in for this next fight.
Kevin Gaming and Vestola, maybe Kai and Masa.
Kind of loose in how you decide to use this.
Yeah, I feel like that's a couple of fights here where you have a distinct old advantage in the support sense for Team Peps. FT God, though, just happy enough, I think, forcing Twisted Minds away. No one's chasing here. Perhaps here to set Naga up for a decent flank angle.
Yeah, I mean, now you should have a beat advantage, though.
Yeah,
Like,
Booming
Twisted
Bob,
Minds
for
have
sure.
a hybrid, takes out
I
Yubi,
watched a
that's
lot.
huge, right?
Big part of my
Be
life.
able to kind of push it off of that, but okay. Quartz just with a double headshot there, taking out Stelios and Cronus.
Two of the hardest targets on Peps to bring down with hit scan damage. That is incredible. Tracer.
Finland plus Kai, Kevin, Crimzo. Crimzo's also on the team.
But he lacks the teammates, and there's none of that high burst healing, none of that Suzu available.
Naga's getting bullied. He's getting bullied by Quartz.
DPS and the Kiriko in this fight.
Dude cannot fly up in the air at all without getting shot down. It's just brutal. He goes Reaper. Yeah, I think a swap is necessary.
Look at this. So now some changes here for Pep. So they're gonna go with the.
What are we getting? Another OW LAN tournament in New York? I wouldn't count on one anytime soon.
I would say maybe not the Winston in terms of the Doom, but the
That's my
Winston,
opinion on Hydron changed since he burned bridges and trash talked many people. Believe it or not, hasn't really changed much. I wasn't exactly surprised when he said those things, because, like, I don't know. Hydron gives off that vibe where he just doesn't care. He'll say what he wants.
Trying to take out the Zarya.
I mean, yeah, but again, you have to flank on this Reaper pick.
I'm contemplating on potentially going to Dallas for that tournament. I need money though. And I don't have it. I need to. ATP needs to find employment.
That's a perfect setup for an absolute old wombo combo. With Yubi dropping the bomb in there and Quartz with the Deadeye. That should seal this one up pretty comfortably here as Team Peps for a second consecutive round are gonna come out second best.
I mean, that is
as expected, they're off to a decent start. Was not expecting Twisted Minds to play Zarya, not something I've seen them play before.
Surviving. If you're Peps, so really strong start here for Twisted Minds. I think if you're Peps, you're gonna have to relook at some of the strategy, right? Like, potentially this dive with the good counter here from Twisted Minds may not be the answer.
Yeah, again, and there's also a question of just how far were you expecting to be able to go with this Echo play against a player who's been heralded as one of the best hit scans, I mean, in this region at the very least there in Quartz. Naga, incredibly experienced player, but really struggled there to actually close the gap. I mean, at some point, you need to dump your cooldowns and get one of those insta picks there as Echo, and it was very, very hard for Naga to play the game.
Yeah, no, it wasn't bad by Peps, but like, by trying that strategy, they were very just like locked into it. And Twisted Minds just had the answer, man.
Tracer Genji, they've been playing some Tracer Echo stuff, right? Not really seeing like Ram, Doom, Ramatra, like not a lot.
Like Twisted Minds, they were very calm, cool, and collected. Again, I think a lot of it is they boot camped in Korea against these very comps. Like,
and then also that's kind of where like that
they have an understanding of how to play against teams that are much better at executing it than
Peps.
Peps.
Really want to. Kings Row, is the next map in the series. this seems to be like the home field of every OWCS team at this point. Like,
I mean, yeah, Kings Row's a staple.
Hybrid, you know, map picks.
They
Right?
banned
Let's just
Hollywood
go
and
to
Blizzard
Kings
World,
Row
the
here for
dive
map
maps.
number
No
2. So,
surprise, they
we'll
don't
see
want to
what
play
Peps,
dive.
If they have anything different they plan on trying to do here.
It'll be
There it is.
Ram
It's on the
probably.
docket. Kings Row coming up for our second map in this first of 3 series between Twisted Minds and Team Peps. Stick around, everybody. Much more to come here from our first broadcast day of the OWCS groups. This is Group A. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more.
Oh yeah, there you go, chat on the... Wait. Here you go, chat. There's the little schedule for you. Lots of familiar faces that are going to play today, which is sick. KSA, you know, Quartz, those guys. You have the Peps guys. We just said what Spray Check before. Spray Check's the team on the left-hand side under Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds should only be up 1-0. I don't know why it says 2-0, but you know. I forgot. Who did Left Right Goodnight have again? Oh yeah, they had Kuffa and Gala and Admiral and Lethal. That's right. Rock, I mean, Checkmate, Izayaki, Rojo. Toronto, we know Toronto. Citrus, taking on Dante's squad. Maryville / Luminosity. Timeless M80 is going to be great. It's Wisp versus Hydron's team that he has with Spectra and Pelican and stuff. Tomorrow we get to see the London team. For those of you who are going to support them, that'll be a good game. Space Station versus Ex Oblivione tomorrow. That'll be a banger, probably. They've been scrimming each other a ton. And I've seen Oblivione hold their own. I mean, it's a lot different on the main stage. I wouldn't put all my stock into that, but it's at least worth noting that they're like a good scrim partner for them, I feel like. If I do a video for the best player on each role in every meta, probably not.
All right, everybody, welcome back here, of course, to our coverage of the OWCS Group A. This is one of our winners' games here with Twisted Minds. Off to an absolute banger of a start there. It really seemed like they pulled out a composition from the history books, Matt. Zarya Cassidy with Lucio, some permutation of that. Very, very hard to beat, very resilient, and obviously with really high damage. It's a comp that really shuts down a lot of those airborne targets, like Naga on that Echo.
Yeah, right now you just start every composition with Kariko, Lucio, and then just fill in everything else after that, as those two heroes in the support role seem to be extremely strong with what they can provide. So Kings Row coming up next. This is selected by Team Peps, so feels like, at least with how map 1 went, like this is a must-win type of scenario.
Chance to pick your brain here, because the Cassidy composition was tough to break down, and we saw a late switch eventually to like a Reaper Winston setup from Team Peps. Is that the antidote to this? because we didn't see much of it. Again, the one Winston dive that worked got grabbed instantly with like a wombo combo throw.
Am I gonna bring back the this week videos? I might.
Going if they're gonna have to deal with this Zarya comp over and over again.
No. So like we've seen teams actually play like a decent amount of D.Va, right? But you're not gonna, like, especially like with teams that play like the 76, but you're not gonna play D.Va into Zarya. Like that would just be crazy, right? It looks like here, it looks like here at the start they're just gonna keep you know, playing this echo-based setup, and maybe you think you can just coordinate these dives a bit better.
Naga's forced to back away straight away. Look at the speed in which, yeah, Twisted Minds able to push through. Just so you know, obviously Twisted Minds are on the right and Peps are on the left here, so Peps defending. Yeah, already.
Yeah, I mean, now that we have OWCS, I might bring the podcast back. I'll consider it.
So basically, off the rip, we are utterly chalked.
Also,
Cronus here looking to group up and realizing that some of the players are a little
Peps
bit low.
sticking with this comp is interesting.
It must be awesome to play with Corpse. Like, hey,
Yeah, production is very scuffed right
in,
now.
and you tell us what you need, and you can just kill everybody as he gets the speed boost.
Peps and Twisted Minds traded teams.
Up around the other side. They take out Naga, who's playing the Echo at that point, and look at this. So they see this change coming in with the Winston Reaper, and they do play the D.Va on the other side.
Hybrid Winston. Oh my god. Chat, it is happening. Doomsday is upon us. We're watching a hybrid Winston. You've heard the Fleta Winston, the Jaehong Winston, the Timey Winston, but you ain't never seen a hybrid Winston. He's dead. Oh no, oh disaster. What are they thinking?
Mostly undetected while Twisted Minds are trying to bring that Winston down. Crucially though, your initiation really now has been diminished, losing that Winston.
Like surely, like Poco and Benbester are having like internet issues, right? Surely. Surely they wouldn't willingly play it this composition.
Claims his opposite number.
They are just in their spawn. This is brutal. Oh, Mr. X took literally. I took the words right out of his mouth.
Close to the second checkpoint. And I mean, what they'll have that.
At least Fleta won a few games and a few maps in a game on Winston. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jaehong has done that too. I don't see your point. It's still cursed.
I think the Reaper really scary inside of the rush, right? So it's a huge fight for Peps, so they need a win.
Yeah, just in a rush from both sides here, and again in the front line is KSA's.
I mean, Naga's trying. He's getting picks consistently. There we go.
Wasn't able to find too much of that action in the previous.
Oh, they're still committing. A 3v4 is this? They're still committing. Oh, they got out 2 ults with that sound barrier. That's a pretty good trade actually for Twisted Minds. They were beating, you know, they were down team members, and Peps has the spawn advantage.
It's like a 3-on-5 at that point. And
Twisted Minds got a good value beat there. Like, they don't have a lot of ults right now themselves, but getting out 2 big ults like that, man,
lose the fight, right? Like,
it's nice.
Now Twisted Minds comes back. You have this Ramatra ult, right? Into Annihilation. You speed him in there with the
Peps are getting bribed to throw. Hybrid Primal. Oh no. Oh, I can't wait to see this. Come on. Slay's on Moira now. Interesting swap. Back to the Moira Lucio roots.
That's also true. Like, if you lose Hybrid there, do you have KSA pop the Annihilation, right? And then, like, maybe you can kind of turn it. Like, so that would probably be the reason why. But not having the beat for this or any type of survivability is going to be tough.
You're in big trouble. I mean, even the Primal Rage.
That Primal is something.
You're going to wish you had that barrier back. 100% KSA.
Why Twisted Minds 2-0? Did they leak the script? I mean, it doesn't take leaking to understand where this one's going.
It's also like how bad it is also kind of like you know, exacerbated by how close they are to the point, right? Because, like, you know,
Naga can play Echo now. Let's go.
Like, because they have to fight on the point.
But then once Quartz either blossoms or swaps, that'll be that.
Even in a worse spot there during that.
Through the vortex, Stelios goes very, very low. But is able to make it out alive. 3 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock, so not a trifling amount here for Twisted Minds. They've been pretty speedy getting across this map. And in this next fight, we will have sound barriers matched here. FD God really hoping to get that timing down, especially to shut down a Death Blossom. Here's the call from Slay.
Flex support ult out.
Take an early fight here for Peps.
Blossom.
Progress, and now put yourself in like a 1-fight territory, but Naga with that first pick's huge.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd bother with the Blossom, to be honest. Oh.
Topped up, there it is. That's what he was looking for. The pulse bomb.
All right, sure. Make him reset a little faster.
Surely going to give you some breathing room.
Yeah, and maybe now, like,
I don't know. I wouldn't even stick on Reaper. I don't even think it's worth it.
Get the minute scenario where
yeah, okay, they're swapping. Yeah. I think that's the play. Don't bother. Yep. Yeah, so just go back to what was working for you.
Without the Zarya, to be quite frank, like I think it needs that extra survivability, right? You're almost kind of like
can't wait for the hybrid ball. Oh god.
Dive on the Quartz and make a play.
Yeah, and because Quartz is
only Mr. Delisi's in OWCS. Yeah. He's too cool for us now, though. Sag.
Comes slamming down on you. Okay, I don't mind that sticky bomb deployment there. It's going to be an earlier sound barrier here from FD God, and Kelix holds his nerve for the time being. Sees Naka duplicate the Zarya, and now it's going to go for a Twisted Mind sound barrier after that.
I do like the idea of duping the Zarya, but everyone's dead. Quartz go kill. Quartz Casco burr.
Midway through the fight. This one is over. The switch to the Zarya composition. Twisted Minds wanted Peps to bring the Doomfist back, playing right into their hands. And now with, yeah, again, more than 2 minutes potentially on the clock to work with, they've got to be feeling good about how these last...
It's unfortunate.
Constantly getting thwarted as he tries to engage with these punches. Deadeye from Quartz tucked in there on that right-hand side. Kelix now trying to force Stelios away. Naga has to be very careful, and Quartz will finish the job there. Some store with a Tracer. Never goes...
Oh, and Hybrid has ult here. Actually, he might not be... It might not even matter. Can he even... He can't get back in time. Okay, yeah.
44, that will do it.
Counter swaps go burr.
Yeah, and the biggest play during that was actually like, so Peps gets some early damage down onto Kelix, and Kelix is the sound barrier, and they kind of like all in on him, but it's a really nice bubble from KSA that kind of keeps him up. And then he sound barriers after that, and Peps is in so deep, and they've committed so much to try and get that kill onto Kelix that at that point there was like no way they were going to get out, and everybody's basically at like half to low HP, and then that's where you see Quartz just take out 2 right away.
No, it's the issue, right? With this comp, with features Doomfist and Echo, is that you have to commit. You are committing to achieve your function.
Yo,
you
Mirror.
must commit, and when it gets turned around with a Zarya bubble or a sound barrier, you have lost agency over that fight.
Especially when you see the Lucio like below 50% HP, right? That's like the kind of the go sign for the Echo, like in with the focusing beam. But it's KSA.
You're just in time, Mir, to watch Hybrid play tank.
The area that Kelix is in is where that Mega Health Pack is, so he gets the Zarya bubble, then gets the Mega, then comes back around the corner and sound barriers, and your team is just... I mean,
it is awfully windy outside today. I pray that I don't lose power. That would be unfortunate.
You commit, like, at that point, right, you probably have no shift on the Echo, you have no focusing beam, right? Doom has used a bunch of his cool.
He's been streaming a lot of tank, is that so? Oh, dang. Yeah, watching him play has been an experience. That's for sure.
With that extra mobility in case she gets selected as the dive candidate.
I mean, I guess like the theory behind it is like they don't really have a Doom player on the team. Maybe out of him, Ben, and Poco, he's just like the most comfortable on Doom. He's a good Doom on ladder. Gotcha.
Right? You get rid of Slay. That's a large source of the healing out of the way. And FT got
1 for 1, but
yeah, but again, it's
on fort.
Right? Like after the dive comes in, there's some degree of commitment from Peps. Stelios able to find something, and even without that Kiriko, you're able to stand on your own 2 feet for a time. We see a very quick switch to Doomfist here. Hybrid really trying to
you're just staggering yourself now.
Time, but look, in a longer fight, it does not benefit Peps. They have a lot of burst damage and a lot
I mean, like
of
he's
shock factor.
no.
So do they.
Yeah, and Quartz back over to the Cassidy, right?
I reckon the Hunters could beat him on Doom. I don't know about Doom, but probably Winston.
As opposed to Sojourn, kind of like playing out that long range. I also think it's way easier to deal as FD got fault. It's way easier, I think, to deal with the Echo as Cassidy as opposed to Sojourn. Like, you need to just build up those rail shots on the Sojourn where you don't have like you had Winston on the other side, right? And could build up like railgun shots and like the bubble. Yeah, farming shields. Like, you could totally do that, but without the Winston in play, I think the Cassidy's just a safer bet.
Yeah, because all you're doing is the Sojourn is powering up the power block of a Doomfist player, right? By trying to charge your railgun. There's just not a lot of sort of synergy there in terms of how you...
Yeah, Quartz just going cast makes sense. That has been giving Naga problems. Fighting in this room is kind of weird.
Kelex is going to get felled by that 100%, but Naga does fall. So still, Twisted Minds are able to trade in a relatively positive fashion. Happy to use a coalescence to stay.
Cass is just ruining everything. Like, they're not even playing the Zarya this time, and Quartz is still just putting in the work. This guy's a maniac.
Because, like, obviously Peps, they want to be like...
You should go back on Wednesday, because at least that was funny. Yeah, do it for the fans.
Using that speed boost and, like, actually bringing the fight to Peps is one of the interesting little wrinkles here on King's Row.
1 minute 52 left. Not a lot of time for Peps to work with no ticks of capture progress either. What are you supposed to do here?
Yeah, like he doesn't even use any of his abilities. He just kind of like flies around the corner. He's just basically dead.
Quartz here inside the hotel knows that Stelios is hunting. Done a decent job over the course of King's Row on that tracer, finding picks. The follow-up though just hasn't been there. Again, Naga taken down to critical HP, and this is going to be dangerous.
Ooh, the ray. Oh, this could be kind of nice. This Pummel's doing a lot. Force out a sound barrier. Could he get ult? He got it.
The sound barrier now from Twisted Minds. But Naga, his time in the stun is done. Comes out a duplicate now.
I mean, Naga did everything he could there, man. There was no one there to help him, though. Like, Naga made so much space for his team. Like, they got percentage, but that's about it. They need to, like, have some kind of follow-up there. Tragic.
Will be detected attempting to cap himself, and KSA will need backup soon, but for now, he can hold his ground.
Yeah, and he still has this ultimate as well, right? If they want to, like, if they try and converge on the point, but dude, the shield there from KSA at range for Quartz on the
Hybrid is cosmetic.
on both sides. And Naga's trying to take him down.
Oh, the dodge.
Cronus here towards the end. A good old-fashioned spawn camp going on right now. With 30 seconds to go here for Team Peps to try and make a play.
Damn.
Just the pulse bomb on the table, going up against. I mean, what they're gonna have 4 ultimates. Quartz gonna get this.
It's funny because originally Peps wasn't even in this group, if I remember correctly. But then because those two teams got disqualified, it like changed the order of things. Oh, Slay. All right, well, there goes that.
Slay will scout for the positioning of that tracer there with a skill orb, and Stelios reveals himself once more, dashing across the point.
You 1v1 on a paintball for an hour with Naga? That is so funny.
Walking straight into an annihilation and a Deadeye. Stick there came out. Quartz looks like he was knocked out briefly by Hybrid, but here is that annihilation. And once again, Matt, like you said, when you have to contest into this ultimate, you are at an extreme disadvantage. Quartz has so much room to breathe here. Stelios has another recall forced out, and Kelex with the perfectly timed sound.
All right.
One that FD God, might I add, does not have available to himself. There it is. Mag Grenade is pretty nasty against Tracer. And
one more map. It's 2-0 right now. It's a first to 3. Yeah, first to 3.
I mean, if anybody was underrating them or kind of like looking past at this point, I think you're kind of crazy, right? As Peps, you look at this roster, like with how Twisted Minds is like making it look, and you're like, oh man, like it just might be a different level above. But like these are players who have been, you know, playing at the highest level of competition for as far back as I can remember, right? You know, with like you know, Naga and FD God Hybrid.
But OWCS for all, how did 2 teams get disqualified?
You know,
there was like certain like regional rules that weren't being followed, I guess. Like there were some like misunderstandings. There was also one team in NA, I think it was NA, that got DQ'd because a player was under the age limit.
As part of the top 8, they are a very good team, and they've had a great start in their group with like a 3-0. But you see how desperately they're trying to set up positive sort of compositional matchups for themselves. And when you're attacking on King's Row, when you're
top 3 best teams in the OWCS, Minor Toronto, Defiant, Twisted Minds, and Falcons. I'm with you with Twisted Minds and Falcons. With the other team, I'm not that sure about.
Into whatever Hybrid came out with. So
age limit is, I think, 17.
But that is why you play Ramantra. It doesn't have any.
In my opinion, there shouldn't be an age limit.
It's very serviceable against every kind.
Because that's what grassroots Overwatch was like before. Like we had like 15, 16-year-old prodigies. You know.
Wasn't answered once he made the switch off the Soldier.
Yeah, and you know,
I don't know, maybe that's just me. Especially when like it's mostly just like this type of environment, like playing games online, like.
And I think it's also like the composition they're running. It's like very difficult.
Is Tree 17? No.
Because
a
lot of teams want to play
is
fast,
a Tree, or is he 17? I don't think so.
Or something along those lines, and they're just like basically playing full counter dive. Like, hey, we're okay.
He's 16.
Guys, like coming in trying to engage, right? Like.
He
if
turned
Naga doesn't
17
get
in
those kills
May.
early on with the focusing beam and like gets in, like
Yeah, he can play
someone
next
has to
stage.
commit
Right now, he's
onto
just
those,
chilling.
right? So if you don't get those kills, now everybody is stuck.
I can't wait for
in the
him to
middle of
be
a team that is,
available.
you know, medium.
He's gonna get
health in
scooped
terms
up
of,
real
like, a full
fast.
HP pool with a fully charged up Zarya, and then you know Quartz, like the hindrance on like.
Remember
whether
Hori
it's
was
the Echo, the
dominating
Doom, or the
Apex
Tracer,
at
basically means,
16.
like,
Yeah, that's what I
guaranteed
mean.
kill.
Against Doom and Tracer, it's
Happened with Flower in World
Yeah,
Cup as
and I mean,
well.
you're in just a brutal spot with Colosseo up next.
Academy was 13 for
time
Thailand.
Here, right,
Yeah.
with Colosseo, like a lot of teams will just kind of like stand there at the beginning, right? Do kind of.
They
like,
really need more
kind of
Flashpoint
the
maps. I'm getting tired of there
right,
only
but they
being
won't really
2.
fight, they'll just kind of like wait. You
We
get
need new
control, you
Flashpoint and
a
push
little bit
maps
further,
so
you can, like, play
badly.
that dive aggressive, like maybe you can make something happen. I also think there's, on the flip side of things, a way higher chance that Twisted Minds can punish this, right? If you want to play aggressive and with these long sight lines on Colosseo, like there's so much room to back up and run away.
absolutely. I mean, the pool for push right now is such that it's just New Queen Street in there, and Peps have just decided that they don't want to play that. So Colosseo.
The tree was 6 years old when Overwatch came out. Well, a literal child.
Have it all tied up here and basically, yeah, guarantee their advancement here from this group. Hey, stick around, everybody. Much more to come here from our OWCS group stages here. This is Group A. Twisted Minds.
Well,
on
Penguin,
the front
I get
foot.
the feeling there's
Look at
not
that.
going to be
Here's
any
one out
subs,
nice
so
and
get
early.
ready to go on your walk for a mental break. I get the feeling they're committing to this. I mean, maybe you could, like, throw in Poco or Ben to, like, play Ram if you want to, but I don't know, man. This is one of those situations where it's like, what do we even do? Oh, they fixed the score. Nice. Well, they fixed the score on the top. They did not fix the score on the bottom. The records, I should say. Leaking the script. SMH. Corrected myself. According to the calculator, by birth and release, he was actually 9. That is insane, though. I was near the end of high school when Overwatch came out, and this man was 9. He was a 9-year-old child when the game came out. Nine-year-old prodigy. Like, being born in 2007, like, kind of blows my mind to think about. I work with someone who is 8 years younger than me, and I don't like it. That is weird. People born in 2006 turn 18 this year. Isn't that insane to think about? Age is such a weird thing. Yo, what's up, Keon? How we doing, bro? Is Infected best NA main tank now? He might be. If we're talking strictly like the main tank pool, he might be. I just realized there's going to be a bit of a gap between EMEA and NA starting, so maybe after the EMEA games, I'll take a small break. I mean, I could keep stream going, though. I don't know. I have to think about it. I can either A, take a small break to, like, chill, rest my voice, or I could, like, mess around and play Overwatch for a few hours. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. This music's a bop, by the way.
And welcome back, everybody, to your EMEA Group A here, the OWCS, and Twisted Minds are on the precipice of a
You guys make me think about age
advancement here.
in a month.
Winning this game would be a big deal for them.
Well, technically less than a month
Solidifying them
now.
as the #1
I'm gonna be
team
25.
of this
And
GSL group.
April 8th, I'm gonna be
GSL
25 years old. I'll officially be
double
halfway to
elimination
50.
playoffs later on
Sag.
here, so plenty of opportunities for teams that stumble. Peps seem to be doing just that in this series. First map had some competitiveness. Kings Row was not competitive in the slightest. Peps could not find the answer to a very straightforward composition that featured Ramatra and Cassidy from Twisted Minds, and they mangled them.
Yeah, like this is the winners match of
Wait,
Group A,
what?
Right? So both of these teams are sitting at 1-0.
Wait a
in the
second.
group. The winner of this goes to the main event, so obviously huge stakes. on the
Wait,
line,
wasn't it
but
supposed to be
no losers
Survasa? Am I
eliminated.
missing
We still have
something?
Another match, a losers decider match of who kind of comes out.
Am I dumb?
From Group A?
Like, did I read the
into
graphic
elimination
wrong?
bracket. So, looking at things across the board for both teams, no substitutions on either side. Don't expect any. I think more now. We know what. Peps
I mean,
wants
this
to do in terms
respectfully,
of
don't look like you're
competition,
25
composition,
or
how
turning
will
25. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Maybe they think they're gonna come out.
People
with
say I
the,
look even younger in person
face
too.
setup
Like
where they
my
come out here,
my
the
girlfriend's
Sojourner at the start.
parents,
So, talking
they're
a little
saying
bit
that
about
like I
though,
look like a
like
I
the
look
Sojourner, I
very
think, is
young.
okay here instead of the Cassidy because of the long sight line, right? Like you're not going to be able to. Cassidy excels in those like medium
Youthful,
and short range.
I guess is the word to describe it as.
Sight line here, which you're going to be fighting over, pretty much. Most of the game, like this is a great sideline for the Sojourner.
I mean, I'll take it though. I mean, I kind of see it as a compliment. It's good to look youthful. Hi, Alpha Hog.
Against a dive tank and is quite serviceable under any.
All right, so back to the hybrid tank experience. Here we go again.
So Court's going to be trying to get around hybrid as much as possible here, or find windows where hybrid's not doing that. To try and pressure
Just knowing that like Cass is like pretty good in hit scan, I'm surprised they don't have hybrid on DPS.
To speak of there is Peps already forced to the right-hand side.
Like this seems like an ideal time to play him. Honestly, if I'm Peps, I'd like, rather than play this, like obviously Twisted Minds are still the better team in the mirror, but I would genuinely consider just like matching them on Rush. Because like that's been like a Pep staple, you know?
Kind of like tracking hybrid of where he is, right? Like UB, whether it's taking fights with Stelios or just putting pressure on hybrid before he even comes in, right? Doing a really nice job just stopping Team Peps getting really anything going throughout the series.
Where's OWCS Day 1 NA? They did not do an official broadcast, so you can check out the scores on Wikipedia. And you can also see if you can find some VODs of people who streamed the games, because there are player POVs allowed. They are allowed to stream their games, so check Twitch as well. Twitch and Wikipedia.
Everyone very low. Crucially though, it's Naga getting brought down by Quartz, and now again that big burst damage is off the table.
Is this just gonna be a brutal beatdown of epic proportions where they just like win every fight? Like, I mean, they still have a bunch of ults. Like, this is crazy.
Keep pushing them back in a way where Twisted Minds, they don't.
Every time I see Kellick's name, I still find it crazy he's been in the scene for 6 to 7 years. Yeah, right? Bro's been around like forever. He's been a part of like every single World Cup team basically, except for like one, I think.
It forces the sound barrier. Somehow Quartz is able to find a kill with that overclock there, but still eventually the coordinated dive from Peps does prevail.
Yeah, the only World Cup he was not a part of was 2016 for Denmark. Pretty insane.
Minds have a chance to mix it up, and so they will. Quartz classically over towards the Cassidy. We have a Baptiste switch here for Slay.
BAP.
Interesting. So you bring in the BAP. So obviously Immortality Field, fantastic to keep the Cassidy alive. Same with the regenerative burst in case they get quite
Boston
low.
Uprising Calyx, classic.
Could just be because you want to keep running this Ramatra because you're close to the annihilation.
One of the two scapegoats that fans would blame when Boston didn't win. Him and mistakes.
Able to duplicate there in mid-air, but this is just taking too long. Echo has to get the job done.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how I feel about the BAP.
That has all these like sort of life-prolonging tools like that Immortality Field. That can be really
I honestly prefer they stick Moira or play Kiri. BAP into this is kind of brutal.
Now it's just two Ramatra staring at each other.
Yes, looks like there it's just FD God. Now you have Hybrid back in the fight here. Is
And going back and rewatching every Overwatch League match so far, I'm early 2019. Nice.
Power block, just gonna stand there, take space.
When you call yourself mistakes, you're bringing it to yourself. Fair. Not all his fault though. He had to play flex DPS as when he was just a tracer player. Yeah, I rewatch OWL matches from time to time. I mean, now that OWCS has started, I've been watching VODs. Like during the morning and stuff when I have my daily routine going on. But before, when we were on the break, I was watching a bunch of old OWL matches.
You're okay with this stall though here if you're Twisted Minds, right? Like there's no like you
I've seen Twisted Minds analyst. I've not.
Meters advantage. Like there's no reason that you have to push on in. Pulse bomb there from Stelios looked like it may have connected with one, but there was an immortality field in the mix, so really kind of connects to nobody if you think about it.
It's funny how Peps, it's felt like they've won like the last 2 fights, but they're still like not making any progress. Talking mechanical skill wise, I reckon Math is on the level of KSA. Biz.
No,
that one we know works.
Is that a Guangzhou charge skin? That's random. He's doing it for Jimmy, boys. He's doing it for Jimmy.
If Peps can't get the job done quickly, which again is hard to do against this defensive setup, it's going to be brutal. Here's the annihilation.
The Go Overwatch manager, gotcha. I mean, considering what Twisted Minds are like, yeah, I can't disagree with you. Pretty crazy team. He has the largest Liquipedia, does he? I'll have to check it out. Oh, bye!
Yeah, that was like they got hybrid low, and I think they kind of rushed everybody in there. But that was a sound barrier that comes through from FD God, and then trying to get that Deadeye off in that close quarter room, that was just not going to happen. So Twisted Minds switch over to the Zarya. They will keep the Baptiste in play, though.
This is the comp that Twisted Minds want to
show all. Oh, yeah, that is a very extensive list of results. That's for sure. Oh, he's from Hong Kong. Interesting.
Want to slow it down, continue to build value on this Zarya, get that charge going. Stelios. I don't know what happened there. Kellex showing him that old heads do prevail in some of those high intensity situations. Power block for hybrid.
Back to the Zarya. I mean, yeah, you might as well. I mean, this just works. This just completely destroys what Peps have been playing.
They picked that up earlier on now, so they will extend that lead even further, and we'll be starting to play for this bridge.
And it's brutal because like you're forcing Peps, like they're gonna have to use some of these ultimates to even just kind of like get out
Naga, nowhere to run.
I mean, not because you keep playing the Echo into the Cassidy, but
that's just tough.
Yeah.
I was watching Maryville or Luminosity now. They were all wearing Guangzhou charge skins, I think, for their group stage game yesterday. Like Luminosity colors. I thought that was pretty cool. Like, OWL skins give you the chance to do that stuff, like with certain branding. Oh, nice punch. And there's Mag wearing Spark skins. I don't know, I think it's kind of fitting. Spark, Runaway, it's kind of similar, like the pink.
Peps even further behind now. You're like, what, 3-4 fights from tying the game, I would say. Which is going to be tough, right? You can match sound barrier for sound barrier here, right? You do have the rush for Peps, but if you invest all of that into this fight just at halfway of the map, I mean, you're absolutely screwed trying to get the checkpoint.
Yeah, shout out to Runaway though, winning that big game against Genesis. That was I didn't watch the full game, but I was watching it earlier while doing my workout for the day. Sick game. Ooh, Quartz. Oh my god, dude.
Absolutely dirty. 3 for the Cassidy now, and Cronus wants none of that smoke.
I mean, that is just...
What do you think about players being able to wear their own skins compared to OWL just coloring over the base skins? I like it this way more, personally. It gives it a bit more personality, you know? Players can enjoy repping the cosmetics they like. Because when you think about it, they don't get to see that in-game. Only we on the broadcast get to see the OWL skins. They all are just wearing their the standard skins. Like, they were stuck playing the standard skins for 6 years.
I mean, basically, is like the game's like kind of over.
Like, this is it's a nice, refreshing change up, you know?
Another 100+
I like it, and I think the players are happy about it too.
Advantage, right? Like, so they don't use it, which is positive. They are still behind by a large amount.
Quartz finds a exit kill, bro. This guy is cracked. He's so good.
You may ask, who the heck will be subject to this grab search? Well, you wait for Hybrid to dive in, and then you yeet it at him immediately.
Yeah, imagine for 6 years having to just like use the normal skins. Like, not that the normal skins are bad, but like it gets kind of boring when you can't wear your own skins. It's like some of the cosmetics in this game are fantastic.
Durability your team's way. FD got holding on the sound barrier. Bad news is Kellex will have one to match.
People using gold weapons as well. Like, I like it.
And this grab search.
I think different every once in a while is nice, especially when it's been a good 6 years.
They have to know the Graviton Surge is on
I love that.
for Twisted Minds, and
They're just hunting down Stelios.
Angle, right? It's like really difficult to do anything.
It's not just quartz, it's also
My guy's just fearlessly going on these angles, killing everything.
He must have used his recall or was short on blinks. And it's like
I like seeing the teams have similar skin designs, which I think is understandable. Like, a uniform experience is good, but for the player's sake, I'm glad they can enjoy what they want.
It is so good at shutting down those flankers. Naga dupes up. Cassidy? Okay.
Sound
So
barrier.
far as well. Also, like, now when you're looking at, like, I mean, maybe you dupe the Cassidy just to kind of get the extra HP.
Oh yeah, no, there was logistical reasoning behind it.
That's gonna be the sound
I feel
barrier
like,
into the Graviton Surge, so you're still holding on here for
but
Peps.
at the same time, it just gets boring.
And why if they got holds onto his
Like, they did it to make it as fair and as, like, you know, simple as possible visually. Also, the score's 107-3. This is brutal.
It doesn't advance their gameplay.
I like the Jade skin. It's okay. I mean, like, I'm not the biggest fan. I don't hate it, but I would much rather do gold personally.
The entire time, if you're Peps, right?
They need to add more skins. They need to add more weapon skins into the game.
This Deadeye really just opens the space up. Oh, okay. Living dangerously is
We need more
FD.
options.
His MO. Great stick though from Stelios there. You have to count on that in a fight like this when that's the only ultimate you have to play with. Unfortunately, the rest of your win conditions,
GG.
B through Z, are not satisfied. And Twisted Minds are going to sweep the series away as Peps
Pretty expected results, although didn't expect to see Hybrid play tank, so that's something. Slay wearing the Vegas Eternal skin. That's the most victorious we've ever seen Vegas in their history. That they laugh.
I still think Team Peps is a
Ruby
pretty good team,
weapon
man,
skins. Yeah, like they have a lot of potential.
there from Twisted Minds. I mean, if there was any
They gotta do like a camo
doubt
system
this
like
team
there's in
is
COD,
or could
you know?
be, right? I mean, that's
And
how
like
you
other
do it. I
FPS
mean, they
games
just
like
look
that.
Tremendous.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from them. Now advancing, of course, to the main event here in stage one, and I think it was pretty clear to all of us that they sort of belong there. We have, you know, pretty insane roster, and let's not forget like Kellex's involvement with like Team Saudi Arabia at the World Cup really carries over here. That synergy looks like they've not really missed a beat. But again, they get to play the better comps though most of the time over the course of this series, and they're constantly jockeying in order to do that, despite the best efforts of Peps to get something that maybe could counter it.
Yeah, it felt like Team Peps they kind of just had like one approach to this, one playbook, and that was it. And they tried to run it against the wall. It was quite unfortunate to see, just not working out for them.
Mixed matching skins and guns should be a thing. I would love that. Pokemon collab, imagine.
Let's talk about a little more in depth on how they got it done. I mean, Naga got 0 done on that Echo. Thanks, of course, to the Cassidy.
Quartz dominated.
This one.
Quartz killed the enemy DPS so many times.
I didn't catch that because I think Zoe's muted in Discord.
I was muted in Discord. Well, I wasn't muted in stream, I don't think.
You answer that one real quick.
You were reacting, Matt. I've got to give it to you. You were reacting as if
We were both reacting. I would not have. I would have not.
I just kept nodding like I could, and then I was like, oh, let me answer this one.
NA production.
So well, I was like, am I the only one that can't hear Zoe? He's like, yeah.
I mean, I still don't think Naga's a bad player. I just think what Peps was running, it was just it was a death sentence against Twisted Minds.
And they couldn't make their comp work. They didn't make the right.
They decided to stick with this one comp and they got rolled the hell over.
The slow comp that we saw from the other
Only
side.
good news is it looks like Pep still have a good chance to get out of their group.
And Naga got 0 done on the Echo. Portis Cassidy was like,
because the group they're in with Twisted Minds isn't that good outside of them.
Very eloquent.
I agree.
So
You were saying it the first time.
Yeah, no, you really did.
I mean, they already 3-0'd one of the teams in the group, New Age.
Like there are like ample opportunities to craft a composition that suits you
So,
a bit more if your team Peps, right?
I think Pep should still be okay. If you're a Pep supporter, don't be too worried. They should probably still make it out of groups.
That's why KSA is playing Ramatra, because he knows his opponents are going to change the composition a lot. He wants something that's really very strong in general, that maybe doesn't have, you know, overwhelming matchups against anything else, but it's just good, you know, against sort of any other main tank. But they had chances like to put some pressure on this Cassidy. I think the dive makes sense, right? You have to find a way to get on him, but they weren't able to do so. And again, it's going to be a Twisted Minds advancement to the main
Next
event.
poll,
They
next
are
match is spray
by far
check versus
I think
left,
it'd be
right,
really
good
interesting
night.
to see Twisted
Spray
Minds go up
check
against a team that can
versus
kind of,
left,
like,
right,
force them
good
off
night.
of this, right? That can like run the dive effectively enough, because I think like dive generally always is like really strong, like in terms of like being able to burst players down. Like a team that can figure it out, like maybe it's like, hey, instead of just
We get to see
following up
Kevin
towards, like, you
Gaming
kind of,
play.
like,
Let's
get rid of
go.
the Lucio, or get rid of like the Baptiste or something like along those lines, right? Or at least forced out bubbles like onto those heroes and then go for the Cassidy, right? Like figuring out a way to like punish that and then seeing what Twisted Minds would do, because we never really got to see that in this series at all.
And I mean, so far they have not really been pushed, neither in the Swiss nor in the groups thus far, and they are now, of course, moving on to the main event. Peps are not out just yet. They will still be having a chance to also qualify for the main
Kind
event.
of sick of Overwatch during like late
So
break.
everything's still up for grabs for
Yeah, I
them.
think
And
everyone
we're
kinda
gonna
goes
take
through
a very
that.
quick break for now, and afterwards we will be back with Buo Spray Check and Left Right Good Night.
Bubo spray check. They were owl spray check, but then they were told they can't do owl spray check. They're not allowed to have owl in their names, which is tragic. As for me, chat, I mean, I was impressed with Left Right Goodnight playing as well as they did yesterday, but this is a step above playing quick esports. It's a step above playing Shax's team. So I'm gonna go with a nice 3-0 for spray check. Spray check. Alright, maybe I should. Hold on. Apps? No, it looks kind of bad. Looks very scuffed. Yeah, I align it. Where's the alignment on OBS? Align center, maybe? Doesn't really help. Align center, align right. Literally pro-am meta for DPS. Kind Kev gonna dominate. Yeah, they should do very well. You've betrayed Overwatch for Valorant. I mean, many people have done that, so you're not the only one. I still enjoy playing Overwatch. I'll admit it. I still do from time to time. I mean, especially after playing in Swiss stage last week, playing in OWCS Swiss last week, it's really fun when you play on an actual team. Like, it's something I'd never done before in my whole life, and this was like a casual team. Like, we didn't even practice that much. We didn't have coaching or scrims. I still really enjoyed it. Stacking and playing on a team is just a whole different experience. You know what I should do instead? I should just do the abbreviation. So BSC. Bubo Spray Check.
welcome back, friends. Our second match today, we'll see our Group B winners, Boobo Spray Check and Left Right Good Night duke it out. And just like our first two teams, neither of them have been dropping a map thus far in their opening matches here in the groups. But let's discuss the two teams a little more.
Luckily, made some great friends in this game. Same.
Boobo Spray Check. Their roster, we got some nice firepower in this one. I'm actually really excited. Kai and Kevster.
Oh, baby.
Also, of course, a well-known backline. Not to mention Coach Gumba. They got a lot going for them, guys.
Yeah, I mean, what, the number 2 overall seed in EMEA, Kebster and Kai, you look at that, like, damage dealer combo, you would have, like...
Heaven Gaming. Oh, Crimso's starting today.
For OWL, right? So even now...
Interesting.
Kind of, like, and then I never had a bad time watching Crimso play. He's always been a fantastic support player, so excited to see him continue his journey.
Yeah.
Is OWL still a thing? It is.
Like an SRP check team that we sort of got.
I don't know the teams, so I just chose the cooler name.
I mean, these are
well, to put into perspective, Spray Check, as you can see, has an unbelievable team, and Left Right Good Night's like a decent team, but are nowhere near this level.
Well, so it should be illegal actually, but the team very, very powerful. Having Masa sort of leading as well, a truly decorated veteran of the game. You know, featured in some of the greatest teams of that previous era of Overwatch. Got a really good head about him, and also a filthy environmental kill generator. So someone to look out for.
Crimso on ping, that means.
It's hard to find a weakness here.
Yeah, it's explosive. On the other side, of course, we got Left Right Good Night. According to Admiral, actually, they will be dealing with some ping issues, and some of those players will be playing from the NA region.
I mean,
so is that a good excuse heading into this?
Yeah, like half these guys are like from the Illinois State University team.
Exactly.
Like Kaffa,
like,
Ariel. I mean, yeah.
No limit tournament, real.
One of the players I'm very excited about. I don't know if we get to see Gala because maybe there's so many of this team is playing from Europe. Mamone obviously looked really, really good in our Flash Shots tournament.
Yeah, I want to see Gala play.
Admiral, rather. You know.
Crimso's on EWCS. Well, he's also like partially a coach on this team, I believe. He's like kind of helping on that front as well.
He's an incredible player and really well set up to make an impact.
But then maybe they decide to add him in as a player too.
Do some damage. Who's I think over in
a total mayhem tournament would go crazy.
Playing for that Redbirds team.
Welcome back, Penguin.
Fun roster here, and again some very powerful players. But I think it. Yeah, they're.
Oh gee, I wonder who won. Clearly, Hybrid and Peps brought it all the way back. Clearly.
Yeah, it could be a one-sided affair, but let's see. Let's see. I have faith in every team until they prove me otherwise. So let's get this one on the road. I have faith
in everybody until they lose, and then I lose faith.
It's simple math, Matt. It's simple math.
Yes, it's quite simple, really.
Let's actually take a look at where we headed map-wise.
Until they lose horribly, then I lose. I'll believe.
Where do you want to see them take it? What maps would you like to see?
Samoa, my home turf.
My home turf, he says.
Sorry.
Home field. No.
That is not your home turf, my brother.
No, I think look, I think everybody's pretty much like gonna try and play King's Row. Like if there's one Call of Duty, it's like GAs, right? Like I could totally see like King's Row being in a majority of our series. I would probably say the other map would be like Blizzard World that teams would go to for hybrid. I think Control is really just like personal preference. Like I don't think any of the maps on Control like change like vastly the compositions you're gonna see like run, right? I probably think you'll see a lot of like Lijiang Tower come out of like teams. So those would be like the two maps I would look at and say like you're gonna see potentially a majority of series have those two maps in it.
Actually,
Actually.
No, you go ahead, Mitch. Actually.
I was just thinking. I think like if we think that these Tracer hit scan compositions are really powerful right now, like Kai and Kevster in that role,
the meta changes by the week. I don't even know anymore, man. The meta is already so vastly different compared to last week.
I don't have as much faith, I think, in Left Right Good Night here. I've got to say it. I think Bubba Spray Check are filthy.
Yeah, maybe they have to pull something, a bit more creative out of their sleeves for this one. Let's actually talk a little bit about the meta, since we didn't get an opportunity to really discuss what we're going to see in competitive Overwatch right now with all the recent changes and whatnot. has been established thus far in your guys' opinion? What's going to be?
That is a social construct. That's all it
I
is.
think in supports, I think that is always going to be a really strong support combo. You know, Baptiste and Moira, I think, are kind of like there. Don't expect to see like Ana, Lifeweaver, Mercy.
Please, someone
not
play all these
there
heroes
anytime
now.
Soon, maybe. I know with the next update, there's a scenario that happens. And then I think after that, it's a little bit more open than I think in the past, where I think you'll see Doom, Junker Queen, Ramatra, I think, you know, is like kind of the more staple tanks. I think like Zarya, Diva, Winston, like a little bit more situational. And then Tracer's always like, no matter what they do to the game,
Rack will play Lifeweaver. I mean, if his team had like a guaranteed win in the bag, he might, but I don't think he's going to.
Tracer Sojourn, Tracer Echo, Tracer.
I think Rack's team plays tomorrow. Funny you bring that up.
Any kind of combination of those.
They won their game
Tracer,
yesterday.
Sombra, maybe, right? Like any kind of combination of those seems to be acceptable.
The students of the game.
Yeah, and I think that she's so reliant by teams.
They're gonna play
because
Dreamland.
The amount of room that you have for skill expression on Tracer is absolutely immense.
They're
right?
going up against
So when you have
Dreamland
teams that, you're
tomorrow.
confident you have strong DPS players.
Should be
strong
fun.
DPS players on the Tracer. It's also not a full commit.
Dreamland's
hero.
got
We've
Eniyun
Genji who
and
can have difficulty with
X10.
some of those engagements. It gives you the
Gonna be
most
fun.
flexibility with, again, like the most room for that individual skill to shine through.
Rack winning is like
Trying to bank on. They're
just
trying to push
justice.
the
That is
Tracer
justice,
one
chat.
that can really make or break the game in that sense.
If your comp right now has Lucio, Kariko, Tracer, there's just like, you know, slot whatever else in that kind of like historically makes sense, and you're in a pretty decent spot. Like we even saw a lot of teams in the qualifiers play like Ash.
And he has a 100%
Teams
win
would
rate in
mostly play,
OWL.
like, rush on rush, right?
Technically
And then
not
the
wrong,
Dynamite,
yeah.
like ticks that
Cool she
passive
actually
more
gets to play
constantly.
now, though,
So, like,
instead of being on the bench all the
I really
time.
think just, have
So
those 3 heroes in and then figure out whatever
happy
else is
for
around
her
it.
in that regard.
Probably no Reinhardt. Just stay away from Reinhardt, I would say, at the moment, and then otherwise you're at a pretty decent spot.
Right on. I mean, as you can tell, we do be waffling a little bit. We're waiting for the two teams to get ready. Matt is like, what?
I mean, Matt's
We are. I thought we all were just having great, friendly conversation. I thought that's.
No, I mean, I didn't listen to half what you said personally. Like, I was like, he's yapping. So.
It was he's yapping. He's once
all
again
that empty
quoting
space in that big ass
ChatGPT.
head.
What are you talking about, bro? This is jam packed, my guy. I'm concerned about potential ruptures. You know what I mean?
Jam-packed
Like, I have to
with
get in a
what?
pressurized tank to stop receiving out my ears every now and then. You know what I mean?
Just the monkeys with the tambourines. It's just jam packed.
I mean, it's a very swole monkey, to be fair. It's not your average. It's not your average Joe monkey.
They're all in flowery shirts and they're all doing the tambourine.
Yeah, but
I'm kind of hoping. I mean, this game I have low expectations for, but I'm thinking the last EMEA game of the day, Rock versus Sheer Cold, could be a good one.
This. I'm just here for the ride. That's what you know, I signed up for, really. We're actually heading into a very quick break to give the gents here a little breather. Yeah, and we will be right back, hopefully, with our next match.
Be right back in a minute 26. We have time for an OWL. See if I can get it quick here. It's the OWL player game. Alright. Music goes hard, by the way. I had no, I should think of a Korean player, maybe. Korean player is always like the way to go. Start with proper. Alright, so we already got Korean and DPS in West. So that's not ideal. Because that could mean, like, basically anyone. Is it the K? No. Is it Lip? Oh, it's Stalker. Not bad. Okay. Figured that one out pretty quick. That was a nice lightning round. What's this?
Our victory is at hand.
Oh, I know what this is. They've shown this already before. The opportunity presents itself. You gotta play that 256 rankings game again. They added a lot of meme players / one season players, and it's hilarious. Yeah, for sure.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining
1 sec, chat. Just gotta check on my phone.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins.
Okay, we good.
Prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of.
Everyone wants to play
here,
Samoa.
in our EMEA qualifiers, of course, for stage 1 of the OWCS.
You're officially the San Diego
Massive
Hunters
comeback.
Life Weaver
Congratulations,
one
John,
trick.
back
Oh, we're in
in
trouble,
row.
aren't we?
And we are about to jump into.
I don't like playing Samoa, but it feels like all the pros always want to play there.
The Lijiang Tower and Samoa bands came out, and yet we have a Samoa selected. So
Yeah, I was, you know, that's a little bit of a curveball. We didn't cover all of the rules in the map veto process, but that seems a little bit. We're gonna ban Samoa, and you just say, well, no, we're just gonna select it. That doesn't seem like you could do that. We'll get an idea of what that map is. But Kings Row, like I mentioned, you know, that seems to be a little bit of a staple there that I think we'll kind of see come through, and then Coliseo for that push map.
yeah, probably no surprises there. So we're waiting, of course, on the confirmation of what that first map is likely going to be. So plenty of time to chat here, Matt. We sort of
Locking it in for chat. Looks like you guys agree with me. Should be a pretty easy one for spray check. They've got the goated team.
Coming up again, not hugely shocking, but it's important to remind everybody that the winner of this match
Zero.
will advance to the main event. We've already had
Go.
1 day of play, of course, covered by a fantastic community of co-streamers.
All right, that-
where we got our teams sort of.
That looks a
through
lot
their first
better
games
having
here.
that up
So
like
it's Chris and
this.
Mine's already representing as part of that main event. Remember, we're cutting these teams down in size to have that top 8 to play in a double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each of our 4 groups will advance to that event.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a huge match, right? Like, you never want to end up playing in that loser type scenario. Hopefully this is closer than our first match that we saw
Stick in the corner.
today.
Yeah.
I definitely expect like Peps to probably still come out of Group A, even with their kind of like poor performance. The first map will be Nepal, actually, so you can't pick a map that's banned. So they banned Samoa. They can't just turn around and select it. So obviously, no, we're gonna go to Nepal.
I like
That'll
that.
be the selection.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up there, man.
Yeah, yeah,
No
yeah.
problem,
That's
anytime.
good.
Really, Yeah, really clarifying that for the folks at home here. And again, I sort of talked about it in the pre-show. Maybe uncharitable a little bit towards this left-right good night team with a number of players that are based over in North America. Calling for a pause already. How many more pauses you guys want? Was more pauses?
Really, another pause?
Another one.
Sag.
Yeah, so get a little bit of a pause here. Look like Vestolo was playing potentially.
Why do they change the name We Spit Fire? It's because they got signed by an org.
On the Lucio, so
Originally, they weren't signed under an org, but then Space Station Gaming picked them up, who are like an official organization, so obviously they're going to represent
There are a
them.
number of individuals on this left-right good night team, though, that despite perhaps...
And it's same with Maryville.
I still sort of
They got changed to Luminosity because Luminosity picked them up.
For the Great Britain team for...
Oh, it's Penguin who gifted it to you, in all likelihood, UT. He's in the chat. The other day, in last week when we were playing OWCS, he gifted 50 memberships to the chat, so that's in all likelihood where you got it from.
Still is now. Again, these are a number of players that, yeah, probably have like, what, north of 100 ping sort of playing here. I think Gala is potentially still based in Europe here. Quite a mix between these guys. Yeah, so obviously, remember Gala from SRP Check, right? Someone we got really excited about during Flash Shop's Holiday Showdown.
Yeah, it's been ages since we've had Luminosity. It's cool to see them back.
Play for Team Spain, I believe, as well.
That's right.
So players on this team, like from like all over the place, right? Like contenders, World Cup, like, you know, Overwatch League appearances, or really from like all different parts of the globe as well, right? Just kind of coming together here in EMEA to try and
The records are scuffed again.
Against, you know, the Bubo Spray Check.
They're both 1-0, not 1-0 or 1-1.
Like your go-to sort of backline here. This team definitely terrifying. They're just terrifying. Cloudy, I think, was actually coaching previously. He might still be coaching this roster. I think SRP Check here. He was.
Yeah, Cloudy's on here. He's
This
part
is
of. He's
also
one of the
a Group
coaches.
B, winners matchup, right? So both of these teams right now sit at 1-0.
Yeah, they both 3-0'd to get here too.
Yeah, they both won their game yesterday, so both of them sit at 1-0. We'll get off to a start here, finally here on Nepal. So it'll be Kevster on Tracer, and then Kai on the Sojourn. And Lethal will play that Ashe. I was talking about like playing Ashe against some of these like, you know, more rush, like kind of like everybody wants to stay together comps. Get good value out of that Dynamite.
No, it's great against the Ramatra compositions, right? It puts constant heal pressure down on like a Moira team where it's not always convenient for Crimso to have to constantly top people up. He wants fast fights where he can just let a Biotic Orb go. He doesn't want to be slowly sort of, you know, death by 1,000 cuts, levels of damage pressure coming towards him. So I like the pick here.
No, Byron, I'm done with Immortals. They'll never be forgiven.
Farm shields. Crimso returning back towards him in Mimone. Yeah, walks straight into that one. Railgun connection, and Kevs is able to finish the job, and now the pressure starts to mount. Admiral Low has to back away. Another shield going to be deployed here by Ariel. And
that's too easy.
Through. Cool. Headshot Railgun, that'll get the job done, and Bubba Spray Check are off to a flying start.
So like left, right, good night, right? They want to play these fights in a just kind of like how you mentioned, like death by 1,000 cuts, right?
Like frick, I forgot. This kind of blocks Masa.
You have the Moira on the other side, though, right? Like Moira can kind of keep everybody topped up. Effectively. Coalescence already available there for Crimso.
It's annoying for her though, because she is using healing resource to do that, or the orb cooldown. So it's worse for her than other supports, I feel.
Yeah, this is Coalescence here. So, man, Ariel getting really low.
Yep. This is just kill the ram. The Coalescence gave them everything they needed, Matt, to start on the front foot.
Yeah, and you can play a little bit more aggressive here for Bubo Spray Check, because you want to play around that like burst damage, right? Like let Kai farm up the shield, let him farm out the Ramatra with the power block, right? And then just, you know, just land a rail shot on anybody and then collapse on that target.
Sound barrier here for Amaral. It will be matched by Masa. Bubba Spray Check have not had to make use of that yet. Just the Cola win a fight. That's about as good as it gets here in terms of value and old economy.
Oh,
pressured into a corner, but he's going to be able to snap back here.
Oh, he got him, Admiral.
But there's no sound barrier. I guess to keep
nice.
Standing. Bubba Spray Check more than happy to get 80%, and be done with it here. But Left Right Good Night don't expend their own Lucio ultimate here, so it's not as if Masa has created a huge advantage just letting that one go through.
No, is yeah, you potentially, should have seen them kind of invest that sound barrier into that. As Defiant goes out, that'll just tick down Kevs for a little bit, but same with Vestola, but they'll keep those.
Did you watch Crimzo wasn't, or was did you watch Qualifiers? Wasn't Crimzo an assistant coach originally? Yeah, but he's also a player on this team. I think he's both technically. I don't know all of the details, but I know a swap kind of happened, or like he originally was also going to be a player to begin with. I think something like that. Ariel's getting bullied.
Forced away into a position now where he can't make use of that AoE damage. On the point, Kev's has seen better days, but Kai's able to intercede briefly to force away his opposite number in my mode here. And Bubba Spray Check need a moment just to get their DPS top back up. But the pressure's good. They flip the point back in their favor now, and Bubba Spray Check have to make a play without an ultimate.
Yes, looks like maybe Ramon on the point, just kind of contesting as this will be the Kitsune rush here.
Oh, Kev's on the hunt.
Left, right, good night. So trying to just
got
push
him
back a little bit. They'll get 2 kills off the back of this, but the Boo Spray Check getting to 99. And somebody get there to touch. Okay, finally, it's going to be Admiral getting on the point.
There's a trade of kills there. It's Crimzo for Lethal. Bubba Spray Check lose their Moira in a fight that starts to
All right, left, right's hanging in there. I mean,
that's a death sentence.
honestly, they have some good, solid players on their team.
It's not as if you're lacking damage necessarily. Bubba Spray Check really hoping to get
It's interesting they have Lethal,
longer and later,
because he's like on ping technically. Wait, no, he's not. No, I'm thinking of a different player. Lethal's EU. Never mind. I'm thinking of someone different. We'll disregard that chat.
Now, but he gets kind of split off because the Bob's behind him.
Yeah, Bob contesting here,
Oh.
pressuring.
Lucio's having a field day on these Ramatros.
With my moan there in terms of the Tracer Pulse Bomb. Ariel though getting knocked over the edge of the map. That's an environmental kill potential.
Also, a bit of a different change of pace compared to our first game, chat.
Doesn't get away with that one scot-free though. Still another flip back on the point here. Lethal getting brought down by a pulse bomb as Kirsty gets booped on the point. Does he have a recall here? Admiral hides away.
Good beat. Wait a second. Is Crimson? Oh, he died. He's gonna have Cole.
But my moon chased him down and made it impossible to use that ultimate when he needed it.
Oh, they can't touch though. Damn.
Enough space and somehow Bubba Spray Check closed the round out there despite for much of that fight, man, being outnumbered.
Yeah, it's the
close though, close.
Just on one side and just.
That's what I like to see.
He throws the
We like a good underdog.
So exactly through that, pretty low in terms of health. So that just kind of bullies them off of the point to give Bubba Spray Check the first point here on Nepal. See if there's any different comp changes coming up here for either of these teams. As left right Gano is hovering that Doomfist for a little bit.
Moira Lucio setups here. They benefit from the close proximity of the village point. Okay, Lethal and Kai will match themselves out here. Lethal probably thinks it's a little harder to get dynamite value, especially if you're attacking the point, if you're not in control of it. Mirror comps here, Matt, out of the gates.
Yeah, as now we get to see Lethal on the Sojourn as opposed to the Ash. Gonna rely on him to just like nail some big railgun shots and then capitalize.
Some nice
on it.
pressure.
Great damage of a Stola there. I mean, there's nothing Crimzo could do. I think he was actually out of healing resource there as his Ramatra eventually fell. This is what we mean about these.
Yeah, it feels like not everyone's been on the same page so far. Like they still won that first round, but something feels off.
Picked up at relatively long range here, and left right good night have the luxury, the honor of starting this round in control of the point. But in the meantime,
how do they lose their Moira on their flanker there? What the heck?
No Moira, no Tracy here. Yeah, you've got to leave the point. You've just got to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, you give up the point for a
They
quick
won that cleanly lost and then they lost members on the after capping the point, the exit there.
20 or so here for Bubba Spray Check. So pretty good trade.
Yes, it's Crimson. They're my favorite EMEA team. I mean, fair.
Looking to wrap around. Stola now really wants to be aware of how much damage he's taking and how quickly it comes in.
Good blocking, good blocking.
You'll be in good shape here. Kev's still losing a Tracer duel.
Oh yeah, chat, I forgot to say, I'm getting back into the world of having favorite teams again.
Coming back from spawn now and double
I'm doing it.
Will be deployed. Admiral does have a sound barrier a little bit.
I've decided I'm gonna support teams again. I'm gonna do one for each region because that's fun.
Just quickly fade in case the damage was coming in. That's a nasty biotic orb though, again taking them low. Admiral has to use a sound barrier now before the fight is truly begun.
Yeah, oh, and Kai actually just peeks a little bit out and gets taken out there by Lethal there.
Oh, nice stag.
Not even with an
I thought he used Fade. I guess he didn't.
The railgun is the Budo spray check still gonna get, you know, above 50% on the point here, but
okay, so for my favorites chat,
spot, right?
for EMEA,
early,
I'm going with Quick Esports because they have Shax.
From Lethal that opens things up.
They have my boy Shax, and they have Don and Grafin, who I like.
Entirely took him very, very low, and plenty of annihilation running in.
And then in NA, I'm going with Timeless because I've been a big fan of the Wisp players for a while. And then in Korea, I'm going with WAC because I want to have at least one solid team that I like. So I'm going with WAC in Korea.
Along those lines, right, to get good value out of this annihilation.
I like Lip and Shoot. I'm supporting the O2 boys.
Maybe you can force them down. This will be Lethal's overclock. Oh, that's a sick shot, yeah.
Traded out though. Vistola eventually gets what he wants. Yeah, left, right, Knight forced to play down towards the point, but Vistola used much of that annihilation duration on the high ground and couldn't get any connections to prolong it any further.
I'll never support Toronto. That ain't no way I'm gonna start supporting them now, Penguin. Ain't no way.
Very healthy now, an aggressive biotic orb deployed by Crimzo now to increase that heal pressure. The Mimo has another pulse bomb.
I hope their players do good, but like they're so cursed.
The disruptor shot blocks his path. Kai keeping his backline nice and healthy. But Vistola gets brought down, and Crimzo is too low to stand. Left, right, good night in this longer fight.
Okay, Lethal. All right, this is clean.
To just kind of keep, you know, staggering onto the point here.
Left, right, good night's put up a solid fight on Nepal. How the game's been so far. First game was a blowout. This one has been interesting so far.
So gonna have to give up the point back to Left, right, good night if they looked. No, even point one was pretty back and forth. I know, all things considered, as they put up a really good fight here on point number 2.
Although I have to say,
so far for obvious reasons, but
if Quick Esports get eliminated, which in all likelihood's gonna happen, and they like stop competing, I may swap over to Rock because I'm a fan of Izzyaki and Checkmate.
Again, usually at low health.
I like Falcons, but I feel like that's too bandwagony because like they're the obvious favorites.
Here it comes. Sound barrier deployed. 5 people catching this annihilation might be short-lived here.
I'm not that. I don't want to be that kind of guy. Like I know WIC is really good also, but I think most people would prefer Falcons.
May not be enough though. Is Left, right, good night agree? They'll capitulate midway through the fight and back up.
Ariel's got to go over to the Doomfist just to get back to be able to get in the fight with the team. But look at this. Spraycheck has just about almost every ultimate available, and this next fight kicks
Went for Yeti for obvious reasons. Yeah, Yeti's a fun team.
Some key ultimates and Lethal got caught out there. Ariel can only look on as they've lost their Sojourn. Here's that coalescence now, but Mimone's able to find another crucial pulse bomb kill. Ariel, though, gets a steaming hole punched through his face by that coal. The Stoller, of course, with that annihilation. The ultimate timing favors Babo Spraycheck. And now Mimone can only
that was a damn close map, though. Gotta say.
Down. Coalescence looks good, but not when it's not on the point, not when it's not affecting your team. And Bubba Spraycheck take the ball away.
Yeah, pretty close map, all things considered. You know, really, the Sojourn battle was awesome back and forth. Looks like we're in for a way closer series, I would say, than kind of what we just had, in our first game of the day. Well, you know,
that was funny when Christopher and Gunbar trash talking Defiant in the Commander X interview.
Final moments in Nepal, right, with all those ultimates, they kind of
played
that game really effectively.
Who do you think are the EMEA favorites?
Yeah, I think
Twisted Minds or Bubo Spraycheck probably.
With some ping issues, but they have subverted that entirely. They look really good.
FTG is also really fun. I like FTG's team. They're cool. I've been enjoying the Bernard gameplay, I have to say.
Unfortunately, it takes a little bit.
Bernard's looked really impressive.
Despite the great pressure from Mimone constantly on the
like last week it was Doom. Like didn't know the man had a Doom, and then he was good on Zarya.
You kind of pointed it out going into the last fight there, Matt.
Good evening, William.
Was about to verge on.
I'm an FTG fan. I like those guys. And like Flora and Alpha are thriving as well.
Like 4 ultimates there.
It's a fun team.
And they're like
very fun
went
team.
Into that fight with sound barrier versus no sound barrier on the other side, right? Like even though Ariel had the annihilation, you were able to just burst burst them down pretty fast, and then just move on to the point and hold on everything else after that.
Blizzard World, a bit of a change of
really
pace.
competitive. Map number one,
Maybe
excited for the
we
rest of
see
the series.
Diva?
Pointed it out, Blizzard World will be a popular one, and so it has been selected.
Maybe
in
you'll
this
see
series as well.
Dive.
Stick around here for our Group B winners match, map number 2, as Bubbo Spraycheck go to an early lead.
Well, Sig maybe, or like Zarya. There's a lot of things that could happen on Blizz World. I'm interested. Chose Falcons because of Fielder, Chio, and Hanbin. Fair. I like all the Shock/O2 players look significantly better on other teams. Like, literally, like, all of them. That's not, it's not even a joke either. It's just sometimes it's the wrong fit, wrong time, wrong place, not the best system. It happens. And, like, it goes beyond the O2 players that are on Shock as well. We've definitely seen like Junbin and Max and Hisang all play well and stuff. But also we're seeing like Prophet, like with the PH, he's looking really good on Runaway. O2 Boss, the GOAT. I'm shocked Toronto didn't rebrand. Well, technically the same ownership for making this team, so they want to stick with the branding. I mean, it's a good opportunity for them to finally not be mediocre and do something worthwhile as a franchise. At least something survived, Owl, right? Never take anything about our cows seriously, ever. That's something I've learned. As someone who has been trash-talked and ridiculed over there, I just have learned to not care. I don't read what they do ever. It's just, it's not worth anyone's time. Here's how Rock would do. They're gonna be good.
Folks at home, yes, already we've seen Group
They'll be
A
one of the
send
better
just in
teams, I
line
can
to the
guarantee
main
it.
event, and now over in Group B, Bubbo Spraycheck after a little bit of back
Rock
and forth
Esports is
in the
underrated,
after a great
underappreciated.
start, that first map locked in. And of course, here's
Rojo
your
is gonna go
lineup. Some
crazy. I can't
substitutions
wait for
being
him to
made as
pop
Ghost
off,
is coming
potentially.
in here, which
Ghost,
may
double
retain
flex.
A double flex support approach for Blizzard World.
Some
Our second
Bap
map of the
Zen.
series.
Blizzard
Maybe something
World,
with Carry.
some high ground. Interesting that you kind of like drop the Lucio potentially, but maybe
Most people on Reddit hate content creators, not just our account. Oh yeah, it's true. But you know, I've read some things over there that have upset me in the past, like that since then I've learned to just not go on our account unless it's for like something that has absolutely nothing to do with me, and I know for a fact I won't see anything on me on there. Because like sometimes accidentally I'll stumble upon stuff where people talk about me, and I like don't even mean to. Like it has nothing to do with me whatsoever. That like I'm researching, and then I come up and it's like, well, everyone hates me. There it is. But it's just not worth it. r/competitive Overwatch, the Reddit page.
For our second map was in the past a map where we saw teams really favor abusing the high ground that they had as defenders quite often with their double flex support style. We've seen all sorts of looks to them here
I don't know about.
Hey,
this
Penguin, look,
one.
Life Weaver.
Sub in for the Mercy Life Weaver.
I don't know if you're here, Penguin, but look.
That's what you really.
Hey,
have to
Danny, what's up,
make
man?
those subs for,
That's what I'm here
right?
for. Yeah, we won't get that. I think maybe like you're gonna based on your composition. I mean, this is slow. This is like hit scan based.
The classic.
This is just to get like a snipe shot off the start, and then we're gonna see what they're really gonna do.
Yeah, damage boost and obviously life of a platform. All right, so Zen Baptiste here. So can we get the?
No way. They're gonna play Torb. Actually, I saw they were playing Torb before. It wouldn't be too out of the ordinary for them. I believe it was in their game against the Spitfire team, against Space Station. I saw Torb at some point.
Like Bestola is a player who's played like Diva, Sigma, like your traditional kind of.
Kai going back to his roots,
tanks,
contender
right? So,
skin.
It's a pretty good hero to have him on here, and then having Crimzo on the Zen, right? Just should be a large sum of damage coming from him this game.
Yeah, Baptiste's regenerative burst already got drawn out. There are a lot of damage taken by Bubba Spray Check on the advance, but they're into.
Hey, Cookie Man, thank you for the 17 months, bro.
Nestle just in the corner. Kaya finding
the Cookie Man has become a member. I heard someone talking shit about my Toronto Defiant.
That happens a lot. You have to be a bit more specific.
Move in and take residence on point A.
And if you can't have your Tracer like punish the Zen, like you imagine this is going to be pretty long. Zariel actually moves over to Diva, so Diva can control the high ground a little bit better than like a Ramatra.
Okay, Penguin, you literally just became a Toronto fan because Vancouver is gone. I don't want to hear anything from you. That's the only reason you like them is because Vancouver is gone.
Winston or Diva dive, really trying to take control of it.
No, I mean they can move up there as a unit, right? Leave the Zenyatta potentially on that car for the time being. Left, right, good night.
Yeah, Crimzo is a solid Zen player.
Already. So on his flanking angle, they're committed to it somewhat because the Lucio is part.
I am a fan of the Crimzo Zen. Consistent, pretty good positioning. Numbers are usually high.
Crimzo keeping Kai nice and topped up here in lethal. Yeah, can't really hang on that high ground. He gets just plucked away by Kevster, who does.
I kind of like the idea of letting Crimzo cook on Zen, while Kevster is just like terrorizing the backline.
Just trying to get behind.
Put an orb on Kev, discord something, just go to work.
His immortality field there used to keep Crimzo alive for a brief period of time after the pulse bomb, but eventually he gets taken out, and Ghost has done a real nice job on the Baptiste being able to keep Crimzo alive.
You're a fan of Defiant since they first became a team, and now Shanghai's gone, that's all I have. Understandable.
No Tracer just kind of constantly harassing.
Baptiste, ultimate from the low ground here. Bubba Spray Check also with a Transcendence now in play.
Got baited, expect a revival to come back, and I have no team. Unfortunate. Crimson's always been overshadowed by his hat. Technically not wrong. Technically not wrong.
Across the map and you're likely to lose players pretty quickly. Quickly Kevster
ooh, nice shot.
Another one charged up and he's found the Tracer as well in these longer fights.
Kind of on fourth they had to use Kyrie ult there, but it's all good.
Be packaged up and sent home.
They did get the Kitsune rush though out there, so.
Oh yeah, I have to call you out in particular, Penguin.
There towards the end. You're probably gonna save onto this sound barrier for when you see like the gravitic flux come down. Being able to save people from Vistola's ult as sound barrier is probably the best way to do that. At this point in the game, so this is going to be so difficult to contest though, right? Like that high ground is so nasty to have to push into. You need the Sigma, like all the Sigma's utility, right?
Terms remember a hat when he played for Dallas, probably. That was a long time ago. I can't believe that was like 4 years ago now. Jeez, man. Still remember when OWL 2020 was getting started, when it was ramping up and how exciting it was going to be? Oh my god. And now look where we are. What is Valiant announcing their roster? You have Poker Face. They got Becky. Isn't that good enough?
Overclock available here, and BSC have been seizing on.
There's also that other team, Bang Bang Pow Galaxy. They have Nas and Paintbrush and Crowley.
I think maybe that left, right, good night. We're not going to send players to this choke, and you're going to be able to get onto the cart and just like move it from the opposite side.
Yep, Shanghai were hard to watch in season 6, but to be fair, that was the first time it was hard to watch them since the first year.
Move it towards the goal.
It's also defensive though. I mean, everybody from BSC getting bundled up inside that small room. The Diva's the problem. She's so durable, even with that orb of Discord on her. Ariel able just to head upstairs very quickly, get out of line of sight immediately.
They wanted to force
they have Curie ult here. You're gonna use it? Still winnable.
The Sojourn dominating the high ground.
Just pressure them out. Okay, it buys you some space. Let you get your Sojourn back in the fight. Oh my god, D.Va went flying from that friggin' road.
Disrupt the shot here to cut off any retreat, but it's
oh, nice.
Getting caught up by that pulse bomb aerial, able to finish the job as the immortality field had to be.
There you go. Clean.
Crimzo, my moan starts to get a little hungry, and despite Ariel being low, he's done his job. Self-destruct here to buy a bit of space and more time as we're down to 1 minute and 20.
Why do I always pick the worst teams? Well, it's your own bias of wanting to support certain players, to be fair, Danny. Like, you could start over, but you choose not to.
D.Va, right, can peel a little bit better, but like with a Sigma in the mix, there's no way you're going to be able to keep Crimzo up without the Baptiste there kind of hold his hand. So left, right, Gami doing a great job holding this high ground, on the defense. The good.
I mean, Poker Face could be worse. I mean, they're like 2-2 right now in the groups, right? It could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like
they're not going to beat the good teams, but they'll beat the bad ones.
More mobility. They keep getting caught, trapped up inside disruptor shots. Susceptible to getting split when they try and go aggressive if everyone's not on the same page, as Mimone is absolutely tearing them to pieces on these flank angles. Kevs with a recall now. Hardly putting a scratch on Ariel there. He doesn't seem to be too bothered about the Tracer contesting.
What can you even do with the pulse here, man? There's so many things that stop a pulse bomb.
You see that's how they look like they're trying to set up.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty good attempt, and where's the help for lethal? It is non-existent. Ooh, clean stick. How's 3 Overwatch been so far today? I mean, this game's been pretty good. The first game was a blowout, but I've enjoyed this game so far. Left, right, Ignite is putting up a good fight. Nepal was really close. High percentages across the board. Overtime push there for spray check.
Being able to play the D.Va, for Crimzo, and then also getting that.
Danny, that sounds like something you'd do.
You see the Discord orb there for when Kevster goes in, on the lethal. Just it makes it very difficult for him to survive. And you give any extra advantage over to Kevster, it's going to be difficult.
Still an undefeated against Seoul in Season 6, then proceeded to lose to the retirement home Guangzhou Charge in the play-ins to make up for it.
That in itself is a vulnerability.
The last game didn't happen, Peps didn't show up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, hybrid playing tank can never happen.
It's a great angle to play from here, and great timing for left, right, good night to go up a gear.
Yeah, it was, from Crimzo's POV, it looked like he was actually going to back out and go through the main choke, but then decided to just try to wrap around the corner and go with the rest.
All right, 30 seconds to go.
He's just like a sitting duck, just kind of like waddling on through. There was no chance he was going to make it with the overclock in the way. And now you're already at 30 seconds. Vistola forced to switch over to the Sigma here, so maybe just try and put a little bit more damage down as opposed to just kind of like peeling for Crimzo. Trying to take more space.
Back to the Sigma here, yeah. Better, I guess, in this position because the high ground isn't quite as accessible. You isolate yourself to some degree by trying to make use of it.
Like, Hybrid apparently has been practicing tank. It just didn't work out to him, and they're playing Twisted Minds. Not exactly a great team to play that against.
But Admiral gets brought down, so that speed aspect now definitely out of the game.
The DMAC is huge, but it's also like they end up.
Chargers decided not to play meta. That's all the more reason you should have beaten them. No offense.
They end up using the
window.
Just getting the baby D.Va, not actually getting him in mech, which is brutal stuff.
Pretty aggro window there. Nice.
That's out matrix in play.
Overtime though, doable.
BSC actually
remember Christopher was only known for being Chips' brother. Yeah, how the turns have tabled.
They struggle to make use of this Sigma composition.
Now my guy is a famous coach.
I like the switch to D.Va.
Though.
Yeah, no time remaining. That is fair. But I mean, that is... It's a long map, man. Especially when teams are so invested right.
Congrats on the wins during the Swiss stage. We can now confidently say San Diego Hunters have done more in the last 2 years than Eternal have. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
What Spraycheck wants to do, and maybe play like the Sigma is even better on defense because you have the
probably Keon. I mean, like, it takes a lot. It goes beyond the coaching. It's a lot of practice.
Where the Sigma with the
yeah, I mean, San Diego Hunters won 4 games when we largely expected to win 0.
So I think
one was a DQ, but still, 4 wins is 4 wins.
Again, there's always the question that if the Sigma
Ghost 91 and Aerial Tour like industry plans, there's no way they're real players.
Something that D.Va was very good at doing, and peeling
True.
That, individual hit scan play that was left up there is a bit harder. So once you give up the high ground, it has been given up for the duration of the fight, and that normally means Everyone else has to try and pile in around or ideally behind the Sigma to make sure he just doesn't get taken away for free. So
I like the idea of going all in dive here if you're
so I want to see
left, right, good night.
Tease any of these elements from BSC down to the low ground, force that with Admiral.
I think.
Oh yeah, Danny's not a
good
real
here.
player.
Like,
we
you kinda
know.
want to play something that's a little bit
But I
more
assume Bumper's team didn't
so to
make it.
speak,
No.
right? And you know, Echo, I think just like the sight lines are so long here, and especially with a
They lost pretty early on, which is to be expected for a bunch of retired players who are mostly doing it for fun.
Again, Ariel
They got to the second chance qualifier, then
Some
lost.
cooldowns as he feints an attempt at taking the high ground.
Or the last chance, whatever it's called. The last chance qualifier.
Starts any of these engagements. Kai had to use the power slide already, but able to get away. Vistola, though, almost unable to get back towards the rest of his team, just playing around the corner. Oh, this little Pagol.
Yeah, Bumper was on a team with Hoxel and Jayhan. This is a pretty fun team.
Be a headshot to clean up Lethal. The Genji now is gone. Tip of the spear broken, but
And Slime.
sure if the healing gets taken away, and that entire backline has been compromised.
Bleed fight from LRG.
Yeah, both supports are just so low, trying to play around that immortality field and that regenerative burst to stay alive, but not able to do so. So even though you lost a few players to left, right, good night on the initial push, eventually they just come out on top. And look at this, Kai gonna go over and play the
Slime brings back nightmares. Yeah, 2021 saw. Oh, there it is. Kai on this the Torb. Let's go.
Quite effective, just like taking
Anti-dive. Let's go.
So tanky now, right? The 300 HP with the armor, and then also the armor. With
Yeah, Torb on 300 HP plus the extra armor was hilarious.
A very difficult target, and that's why they switch off of the Genji.
Yes, the San Diego Hunters have won more games than Vegas in the last 2 years because we're just goats like that.
Still, my mind will have a lot to contend with, trying to flank on
Beat 3 random teams and then got a DQ win.
Sometimes can just spot you in weird spots, kind of give away.
And we might have even won the other game we played, but if we didn't have to surrender, if we didn't have to quit,
in moments like this.
Because our guy Mir wasn't available.
Is that turret down? Lethal's able to clear that just a little bit earlier now. And
Yo, Keon, thank you for the 10, dude.
A brief window to wrap around here.
Hopefully I don't know we'll read in a second.
If possible.
I hope.
This will be an Ant Matrix here.
Nice.
Pulse bomb.
No
immortality.
Yeah. It's taken down. Kev's to the eye, but he finds the pulse on the Kiriko. That's what we're looking for. And that's the challenge of going up against the Baptiste comp, right? They always have that immortality available. They're very unlikely to get that drawn out unless the fight is already well and truly broken down.
Yeah, you're also like trying to push into the high ground, right? Which has, you know, like we talk about Zen with the Discord and the amount of damage that he's putting out, but like.
Well, is this question of the day for everyone? Who is your favorite / favorites OWL Rookies of the Year winners? Minor Alarm and Pelican. I mean, both based picks. I'm probably between one of those two. I loved Pelican's rookie year on Atlanta. He was so good. But at the same time, like Alarm, like fulfilling the prophecy, rest in peace. Like coming into OWL and then being as advertised one of the best players in the world. Those were two unbelievable rookie years. And then of course there's Propers as well. I mean, he was just ridiculous. But it's probably either the Pelican or the Alarm Rookie of the Year campaign as well.
That's a bonus here for left, right, good night. If they can find anything else in this fight,
I think I'll go with Alarm.
Yeah, Crimzo drops low here, maybe thinking they're just going to kind of clean up the fight, but the Kitsune Rush, I think, caught them off guard a little bit, right? Trying to back up. I know, get out of harm's way. Is Lethal will find Kevster.
Now, this is much better here for LRG. Lethal able to fire in that in skill we mentioned earlier on here, and that was a fight where Transcendence was drawn out of BSC, and they still get crushed. Even more importantly, you've maintained a sound.
Poor Dong Hack. Yeah, I feel bad. The guy was like not even happy he won Rookie of the Year. I feel bad for him. I can't blame him. Everyone was so pissed. He probably got so much hate. Oh, there's the dono.
Question of the day for everyone. Who is everyone's favorite OWL Rookie of the Year winners? Mine are Alarm and Pelican.
In order to capture the point, I like that. Very little thing there for Kai. Throws the ultimate down.
Appreciate the dono.
He's going to get engaged upon. And once
Yeah, I'd go with Alarm though, personally. For me. Dude, this overclock, that was nasty. He's put in work. Lethal's been popping off, man. Another guy who has benefited from leaving his former team. Everyone memed on him when he was on, well, was it London? And like since then, he's played a lot better.
And Lethal is definitely provided that. He has been phenomenal here on the Sojourn on offense. Is Kai's now going to switch off of the Torbjorn to try and answer that, which I think they absolutely do. You know, just get a little bit of damage there.
I love how Florida back then went from Chris to Slime, and it somehow ended up being worse when like Chris was like such a weak point of the team. Slime at that point was kind of just washed though. I mean, he's a Lucio player.
Seems a little bit less.
Slime on anything but Lucio is kind of cursed.
Able to provide, especially defensively speaking.
Did he boop him into the hole?
Yeah.
I gotta say though, watching Slime play Lucio and Goats was very entertaining.
His rocket boost cooldown, I think he was midway through that, right? So
I think he just got caught in an angle.
Really not. I'm sorry? A Tracer? Okay, Admiral's found yet another environmental.
That wasn't an environmental, I don't think. Just a random.
I was getting too excited there. We were talking up Masa. For someone who's been able to deliver moments like that with staggering consistency.
If they finish with time here, oh, here it is. You make the big push. Kevstar needs to find a kill here. This pulse bomb needs to go crazy. Do I see Terra Lucio? Yeah, it's pretty cursed. Janu and Goats was insane. Janu and Slime and Goats were nuts. Janu's Diva and Goats was inspirational, man. Still one of my favorite Diva players of all time for what he did back then. Dude put up some unreal performances. Oh, he whiffed the pulse, needed that. Oh, and he can't touch. Uh-oh, we might have a series.
And again, LRG looking very
this is doable.
Bubba spray check make a big change, right?
They just need to get one tick, and they'll take this second map of the series. We could have a day that's not 3 Overwatch.
Obviously, is a great inclusion against like the Ramatra comps, the slower moving compositions. You can really get value out of that Discord orb against the Diva. Feels like Ariel's able to break line of sight much more easy. He can be in and out. He doesn't have to take.
I gotta say, LRG's looked very solid in this series. I underestimated them hard.
A much shorter.
Although in my defense,
you have to obviously be in.
I made my group predictions before the disqualifications came out.
Zen, right? Just trying to put down damage. Like that's kind of like what he.
So technically the groups look a little different now. Had I known, I probably would have done something.
Easy, but a really clean target for them.
Oh, actually, no. Group B was the same, I think. I take that back. I'm just an idiot, I think.
We're gonna target the Zen. We're gonna try and get, whether.
Never mind. I'm thinking of a different group.
Genji dash.
Group B is actually the same, I believe. I don't think they changed. It's just that they're good. And I'm dumb.
Land a shot onto the Zen, whether it's like.
Because I picked quick and spray check, I think.
It's you can't keep the Zen up. The whole comp kind of crumbles after that.
Opportunity here for Left Right Good Night to close the map up here. Heading into extra innings, they are the only team with the time bank to spare. And again, we have that Sigma-based composition here, which looked like it started fairly well for BSC, but eventually they got sectioned off from each other and pulled apart. Solely much more inclined to maintain.
I think they actually took a map off of Rock Esports too. Like left right is no joke.
Genji again for lethal.
Go with the dive again, and like it's just do the same thing you did on your other attack. Spray checks playing this slow double flex comp. You just dive their supports. They're rotating. I like the rotations.
All the way around, so it's probably off a cooldown at this point. So,
but you gotta be able to play point here.
Weird
eventually,
where, LRG is kind of like fighting on offense from the defensive side of things. And look at the
this is troublesome. They gotta demech Ariel or do something here.
Just that small window of invulnerability for Ariel means that Sile had the time to keep him topped up. Lethal here. Needs to decide which way he heads in.
Okay, they got the demech. That was big.
Peps doing everything he can to try and garner his attention.
Good adjustments compared to the first attack. Those rotations were nice.
And dude, like this fight just took so long as well for like nothing to happen. And when the fight goes so long, pulse bomb, Ant Matrix, the fight kind of lasts a similar portion here. You're gonna get like a.
Oh yeah, Kev has pulse here now as well. This is drawable. Here it is. Early window. They're making them run through. They've got to use cooldowns to get in. Yep.
That is a scary prospect. Here's the rush though. Crimzo getting.
Oh, Crimzo needs to stay up. Oh no, Kev goes down.
has to brought down, and a moment like that could give you the key opening here to win the match.
Oh, the stick!
In play, but it doesn't care about burst damage, and Ghost is in.
Kai finds two!
Finally, Mamone's able to finish the kill here, but Kai's been going to work.
Oh, he got railed! He's got overclocked the blade!
Barely staying alive, but Kai has great spacing. He can stay back behind for.
Can they touch? Kev's back! Oh no! No! Oh no! Kai's like, I don't think so. Sorry.
I mean,
so close, man. They played that well too. It's just Kai killed everything at the end there.
Really happy with
that's tough.
We finished barely with no time remaining.
That's a draw. The first draw of OWCS. Let's go. This series has been insanely close.
Things actually kick off with Mamone getting a kill, I believe, onto Kevster at the start. And like you're like, oh man, this is gonna be brutal. Big, I think, shout out to I think it was Kai, right? He like connects with a Sojourn shot there at the end, and knows like he doesn't feel pressure to like just slide in and contest. Knows he has teammates coming. They take like a step to like breathe and then end up pushing onto the point. And I mean, that is one that LRG, it feels like if you wanted to win this series or really kind of like, be in it, like that is a huge hole and opportunity to be able to win that not able to secure.
You have 90 seconds to play with, right?
Yeah, we don't see that many draws anymore. There's just like, it's less likely now because there's no 2CP. That was like the main source of draws and they got rid of it. So hybrid is like the only hope you have of seeing it. And that's just rare. It's just so rare to happen.
Towards the end. And again, that first Mamone kill could have been a big difference maker, but eventually BSC able to stabilize. I think they
the last fight kicked off like 16 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you just kind of like wandered. I mean, the issue is like you just kind of keep poking and doing damage against the comp that Spray Check has. Like they just gave them the AM matrix pretty much, like going into that next fight, right?
I'm sure someday they'll experiment with 2CP again. I doubt they'll just leave it there as it is.
Still 1-0 favoring Spray Check. So stick around, everybody. This is our Group B winners match. Coming at you with more right after the break.
Yo, this is a bop. What is this? OWCS has some absolute bops for their breaks. This is a Pepe jam. I feel like I'm playing Mario Kart real. I'm vibing, I like it. This is a bop. Oh man. Maybe I should stand up for a sec. Ooh. I'm stretching, chat. Can't sit around for too long. Who do you guys think didn't deserve our All-Star? Mine are Hottie and Fix. I'm right there with you, genuinely. I didn't like the system they had in 2023 in general, though, to be fair. Like, forcing us to pick APAC role stars, like when they just didn't deserve it. It's kind of crazy to me. Like only a few of the APAC players like genuinely deserve it. Well, I dare to hate on Chatty. He did not deserve that role star one bit. I mean, no offense to the guy, but like he just shouldn't have been there.
Well, a draw in our second map of the series means that these two are still locked at 1-0,
One
favoring
more
Bubba's
question.
straight check.
Who do you guys think didn't deserve OWL role stars? Mine are Haddy and Fixer. No offense.
I appreciate the 10 again, though, bro. I appreciate you, Keon.
The comp mat overall on Blizzard World wasn't really what the doctor ordered, and he would know.
Yeah, I mean,
now we're seeing Crimzo Masa. They are rotating this backline.
For me personally,
the Crimzo Masa backline.
Just, like way too good with so many different things, right? And especially you have a great Lucio on the team like Masa. It makes sense at least.
Silver 3 isn't even European, Maddie. What are you talking about?
Alongside Crimzo again, who showed us some great Kiriko play over the course of the series. We expect great things as usual. Tepster and Kai have met their match, though. I think in terms of DPS, it's one of the more compelling storylines coming out of this.
I think Gladson and Shock have like 2 draws in 2023. I think so.
Like Kai switching over towards the Torbjorn at times there.
Why do they need Sauna? I think Sauna's actually a great player to have on the team.
But generally, Kai's not able to do.
If the meta changes, he will play. I can promise you that. Sauna is like the perfect final piece to have. If the meta shifts away from Kai's comfort, he's like the perfect plug-and-play player. He looks so good in World Cup too and everything. I think he's a great player to have off the bench at bare minimum.
It feels like, I mean, we kind of mentioned it during the last map, but these two
Sauna goes crazy.
More evenly matched than I believe like our first match of the day was. I think
New Queen Street coming up.
First match of the day would be a little bit closer, but New Queen Street will be the push map here. And seeing New Queen Street, I mean, any type of push map, I feel like Lucio is, kind of like how Flashpoint, where Lucio is like required. It feels like push the same type of way.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of, especially when you need to either, get back to the bot quickly or come off your spawns as fast as possible, so as not to give up too much progress to the opposing team. Not shocked to see like a potential Soldier 76.
Is it gonna be cloudy this whole weekend where I am, man?
To take those flank angles.
I want to get some sunshine in here. No, there's just gonna be clouds again tomorrow. Wonderful.
Because if you're not able to take some, if you're not willing rather to take some risks, then all you'll do is some incidental poke damage that often gets healed over and forgotten about. Lethal's going to need to be able to commit to some degree here. I like the pick, very popular of course, especially in 2023 on this map.
Yeah, and Soldier's awesome just for consistent
Blair
damage,
Lucio
right, range,
Ram. This is what I thought we'd see a lot more of than what we have.
Also, like just personal survivability, right? Can spray.
Difference is though, Lethal wants to play Soldier. Honestly, Lethal hasn't done that bad on the Soj. I'm a little surprised to see him on 76. I mean, it is push. Like, you can go on some pretty good angles, in all fairness to him.
Keep an eye on the Moiras here, because little things like Soldier and the effect that it has on your healing resources is really important here, especially if it's mostly Moira doing the healing and Lucio going elsewhere. I like the thinking there from Masa, looking for another environmental kill, but the damage has already been done.
Yo, look at Masa. This is what I miss, man. Masa's Lucio gameplay. It's so fun to watch.
Your opponents in a pretty compromising position as BSC look to try.
Oh, got Kai. He got his. He got his one.
This lots of screaming going on over there. Everybody just making their way off the side is.
Yeah, Lethal has come a long way. Bad fit. Right, shouldn't have really been there to begin with, maybe. But he's playing better now.
It's scary. But it only kind of is like really scary if you're just kind of like.
Dies on the coal. That's unfortunate.
Right as he popped the coalescence.
Not good at all. This has gone from bad to worse awfully early now. Coalescence coming out later here from Crimzo. He gets it for free because Sile lost his. That is for Stoller finding 2 incredibly important picks in the front line, in that Nemesis form. First, it's Lethal, right? Somehow, even with those sprightly legs that defy the age of Soldier, he gets caught out. And then the Moira. You can fade during Cole if you want to, maybe. Not available there for Sile, but Yeah, that is a mistake that is going to haunt you. 32 meters and
Oh my god. Ariel's getting melted.
That's the worst part.
Oh, this is brutal. They're not even pushing bot. They're just going in, man.
3 fights consecutively.
Yeah, now you're gonna give out the checkpoint, right? I mean, that is really brutal here at the sort of New Queen Street.
Syel, however you say their name, former DPS turned support, was on Sweden, I believe, the Swedish World Cup team.
Feels like, no, how I mentioned before, you can just kind of push into.
Haven't been all that impressed with what I've seen from him, to be honest, but
we're just speed boosting right into it. And
we'll see.
The first target in front of them.
Annihilations here for both Ramatras. Ariel might be inclined to reach for that particular resource now while the pressure.
I don't think Kaluja's Winston was necessarily bad. I think mechanically he was fine. He's just not god tier. Like, I thought he was okay. Especially for a guy known for like off-tank play previously. How does Kai manage to find the pick?
The finish of the annihilation, they're able to.
And Masa got one as well. What the heck, man?
Soul got one, Masa and Kempster pick up some other kills, but now we're gonna have the bot going the other direction. It's just giving up that checkpoint so early. It just puts you in such. I mean, push is so unforgiving in terms of like, hey, we had a 2 bad fights at the start. Like, we can come back. Like, to come back, that means like you need to win like 4 fights in a way, right?
This makes me wish that Prophet stayed one more season. Me and you both.
Pulse bomb during Cole, if I'm not mistaken, so must have already used.
I feel like his confidence tanked. Also, it was brought up on the Uncoachable podcast where like he's not like a leadership figure necessarily, like. And that's kind of important when you're on Winston, I feel like.
They're not even pushing the bot right now. Nicely done by Momon. Eventually,
like Toronto were missing that leadership figure. He probably would have played with more confidence if they had that last year.
No to limited investment, right? Win a fight with a pulse bomb, right? Win it with an overclock, right? Like, you need to win probably like 2 of those fights, like using just about nothing or close to nothing, and then have some ultimates to like basically you got to fight to tie the game. Like, that's kind of how you work.
They're forcing out this Nemesis form from Ariel 2 so quick.
Use their ultimates at will.
So much pressure on Ariel right now.
He's gone.
He's gonna have to, oh yeah, he was hoping to maybe build up an annihilation there to have that durability. But Lethal's in a great position and it's mostly uncontested.
Ooh, Lethal, okay. Oh my god. Okay.
And all of a sudden, just when things looked like they were getting pretty ugly for LRG, Lethal comes up with 4.
I mean, dude, they're
exactly, Mir.
Talking about, in a sense that like Mamon got the pulse bomb the last fight right onto Crimzo. They end up kind of getting some bot movement there, and then this time it's the overclock. They get the overclock and Lethal just goes.
Toronto
crazy.
needed that leadership figure, and they just never had him.
What you decide to do because you're going to tie the game.
Things were a bit better once they got Opener and Spectra, but at that point it's just too late.
Still very low. Annihilation comes out once more. Vasola still wants to commit.
Where is this on London Lethal? Omega Lol.
Backbreaking, especially after you commit that Ramatra ultimate. You're banking on your Moira to be there to keep you standing.
It's not even that. It's like so.
Oh, this next fight's gonna be messy.
Now you're starting at square one.
Spray Check's gonna have
for another like 2
what's it called? Annihilation. It's gonna be tough to fight into, man.
If he would have used the sound barrier, you have the Annihilation rolling. You would have been able to probably get that checkpoint, and now you got to start all the way back at square one.
Here's the goal to start the fight. Already a lot of pressure on Admiral, who goes for the sound barrier.
Will he commit it?
Friendly coalescence in play, forced to a biotic orb. Vasola, though, unperturbed. He wants to pressure.
There it is.
Trying to go in the direction of Admiral here. Lethal is low. Kevstor's able to finish the job now. Vasola reaches further into the back line. Sees Ariel, though, completely besieged and caught out of position. That'll be enough for BSC to be going on with.
And just
good thing Lethal isn't on Tracer. Well, yeah, he doesn't have to play him. Doesn't have to play her.
Far away that there was nothing that they could do to help Ariel.
I like Sparker's Tracer. I just think London sucked at dive more than anything else last year. They were just a bad dive team.
That just puts them in a bad
I remember Sparker's Tracer is what actually got me to start watching him and like get excited about him back when he was going to be a rookie in 2021. I watched a lot of Sparker Tracer, and he impressed me back then.
No result for him. So now relying on the Sojourn to deliver. Aerial's low and lower by the second. Lethal in a good little, off.
It's a good, it's a really nice angle.
Up so much of that ultimate here and still able to stay alive.
Bestol is just blocking for days.
So many targets to heal, maybe too many, but Kai's able to use that brief window, the opening to find Admiral. It's a headshot with that railgun.
Healing simulator. Masa got another beat. He lacked Admiral. My god.
Even though they get early fight advantages, they quickly slip away.
And you notice, like, after Crimson used the coalescence,
London's 1 in 15 seasons what got you into OWL because it made you want to see them do well the next year. That's cool. I like that.
LRG forward, and then what happens? Masa with a sound barrier, they come right around the corner, finish off that fight. As
Maddie, I don't know what you're on about right now.
Sile also used Cole at some point there earlier on, so that's on the way.
Heal simulator, go burr.
Admiral's beat, Lethal, no value found because of the sound barrier, I'd suggest, in that previous fight. And this is starting to get away from LRG. Good stick on Kyler. That's a big one. Sound barrier now for LRG.
Kai ulted. That's big.
Once again, a must-win situation here where there's no excuse. And they'll give it
got a long way to go, but this is a start.
Chance to get this Bob back to parity, but they still lack that very first checkpoint on the map.
Yeah, and I mean now you're.
It's nice to see some of these other players in the league with the old format back. Oh, I agree 100%.
To high ground, right?
You'll stop trolling.
Actually get that checkpoint, so. Just making it even
only Goda takes him down. Are you sure Danny isn't in control of your account?
The tube is where Lethal was able to make that 4K play earlier on. Peps now is patrolling it avidly.
I also like this. Like, you win a fight mid-map here if you're BSC. Like, what chance do you have? As I mean, they've done such a great job
reset, get out.
Every time I see Ariel's health bar up at the top, it's like basically spawning in at 50% HP. I mean, just like in terms of like priority.
How they swap team colors always confuses me when they do that. Yeah, it's weird.
You can see the position of Ariel relative to the rest of LRG there. He was completely on an island. They must have called a cancel on that fight while he was still.
Oh dear, he's had an influence on me. Oh no, Danny.
When you're blocking, right? So he either runs or dies, or both.
You're not wrong, Penguin.
That annihilation. Lethal needs a safer position to play from. Ariel going to pop his own here just to prevent BSC from taking all this space for free, and they don't have enough time, BSC, to build those support ultimates up. Lethal chimes in now after getting a safe position to play from with that overclock.
It's a bit of a costly fight for LRG, though.
If you end up building up these support ults, because I mean,
Lethal's having one hell of a series, though. I have to say, this is a huge step up out of him. So play up to the level of Kevster and Kai like this, man. LRG's DPS have put in the work. I am thoroughly impressed.
You're all just happy enough holding off at this first checkpoint. I mean, again, the only reason I suspect maybe further investment was because we did see.
Surely he's not lying, Maddie. Surely not.
But you're more than happy to draw those out of BSC. Sound barrier here for Master Stick.
Good.
Again, another great opener, my own. Able to find that rule.
Spray check say, I don't care. We're going in anyway. We commit.
Even with BSC having 4 players up. A bit of a slip here. Not insurmountable though if they can win this fight in the later stages, but Kevster's pulse bomb goes wildly astray. But Admiral being down is massive, and Crimso's close to a call. This one,
all right,
it should be about over.
2-0.
Yes, Vistola does a nice job. Just
again though, pretty fun map.
Masa, like they do a
genuinely an enjoyable series through and through.
Right in the face. That time it was a Lethal trying to take an off angle. They get Vistola right in his face, takes him out, and that ends up securing the map. As BSC looking pretty good there on push. I mean, you get that big of an early start. It's like
I don't know why LRG switched reasons. I could not tell you. I was curious about that myself, but I don't know.
BSC, weren't exactly
dominating. I'm gonna turn my light.
Some fantastic pulse bombs and Lethal with a huge 4K. A lot of this seemed to center on the pressure that Ariel was receiving and how they were dealing with the challenge of keeping their Ramatra alive, at least into the fight starting.
It's probably like one of the bigger, I don't know if like surprise is the best word, but like one of the things.
The reason Mr. X has cotton in his mouth.
Obviously going up against
probably
Mamone and then Lethal, you're like, oh man, this could be like a huge like DPS scout. We're like, I don't see that in this series thus far.
Yeah, no, there hasn't been a specific gap in terms of individual talent.
I think it's just
outside of like maybe like flex support. I think it's just this is just a team diff, like
split off supports, then take out areas,
teamwork diff, rotations, all that stuff, knowing where to go at the right time.
Back half, like that's really kind of been the difference.
Yeah, so after suffering a small setback in the form of a draw, Bubba Spraycheck feeling pretty good now about being 2-0 up in this first to 3 series here. So unlikely we need to go to too many tiebreakers, I think, in this one. Stick around, though, as BSC look to try and close things out. Left, right, good night, trying to throw a Hail Mary haymaker to stay in the series.
I know Mr. X got like some kind of like nasal surgery. This is a bop too, what? They're killing it with this music, this waiting music? My god. Yeah, that's true, Matt. He probably does not have the skill to hack you. That's real. Real and true. God, if only you could see Danny playing Overwatch with us. It is a spectacle. It has made Thor rage quit on multiple occasions. Thoughts on constant patches killing elite players, muscle memory, and mechanics? I mean, you just gotta adapt with the game. Don't know what else to tell you. When Danny's like genuinely trying on like Sojourn, things are fine, but the moment something else is happening, it is a disaster. Dude, I'm loving this music. TLDR never let Danny play support. Real.
All right, everybody, welcome back here. Excuse me, as BSC are 2-0 in this matchup against Left, Right, Good Night. If you are just joining us here, we did have a draw actually on Blizzard World, a very closely contested map. But New Queen Street went the way of Bubbo Spraycheck, and they're looking to close it out here as we head to New Junk City, Matthew.
Yeah, this will be our first flashpoint we'll see of the day thus far, right? With the 3-0 earlier, and then now with a draw getting us here where I expect no subs. I also think this probably isn't ideal for LRG in the sense that, like, playing with the Lucio in that fast pace seems to definitely suit BSC better.
Yeah, I think so, and it's got a lot to do with how they play around their tank. I think that Ariel struggled at times here just to deal with some of the incidental poke damage coming his way. And quite often, by the time that Left, Right, Good Night were in a position to start a fight, Deramuch was already blocking, slowed down as a result of that, and at half HP. Not really where you want to be, and it makes you that much more
Alright, we're going with the similar composition setup again.
Ultimates coming up for Crimson Master was pretty big here, but
makes sense for this map. I can see it. Understandable.
Like, we're right into it as we are just battling here right at the start. Aerial already taking so much damage. You just kind of see like the health bars. Like
yeah, Aerial has been getting pressured
like
a ton.
He's like teetering around 75 to like 100, where
like all of that's happening. You're just greatly depending on the likes of Lethal and
Lethal, but it may not be enough because you've already lost your tank.
Your Tracer as well to just get a pig. It worked that time around. Good adjustments.
It's so high maintenance.
You can see the small difference in Moira ult charge.
And break through that front line. Already, of course, with how fast things tick up here at Flashpoint, we're approaching 30%. Again, our support ultimates are pretty much in step, though. Master with a slight lead, but shouldn't be a big deal.
With a Lucio in the mix, you get like, I would say like 3 fights a point, maybe. But with how like these kind of Ramachas just duel in the middle,
oh,
like,
good
you may
kill.
actually only be at 2, and that is huge. I mean,
1 fight territory already for this round.
Basically, I know GG on this push, probably even GG on the point with where things sit at now.
Right, put you. Yeah, fortunately, you know, Admiral probably isn't going to use sound
what?
until the
how did that happen?
So Master won't suffer. You know, any sort of like staggering.
This is a quick re-engage.
Very quickly have come back into this. A Cole coming out from Crimzo here. Sile reciprocates. Master's been able to build his beat, so no harm, no foul there. As Kevster's forced into a recall, Mimone comes knocking. They're playing on the periphery here, but the Tracers very much are locked in a duel. And here come the beats. Both teams throw them down. It's BSC with the latest sound barrier though, and left, right, good night.
Anything you like about this format compared to OWL last year? The map ban and choose system is great. I think it was a very good addition.
Now the high ground control to some degree seeded.
It's also a lot less strict with rules on like all levels, and it's more inclusive, which is cool too.
You're not far behind if you're a Matra.
Aerial ends up popping the Annihilation there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Because I think he already lost like 1 or 2 players. Maybe it was just 1, but was quite low, using just kind of like the power block to stay up. And then pops the Annihilation and gets taken out, so you don't have that. I mean, that Ramatra ult would have been huge here.
BSC just trying to break out here, making it impossible for left, right, good night to contest.
They do a sick job at like BSC uses the, you know, they come around that corner, right? They put a ton of support, pressure on the supports on the left, and then just look at Aerial and just burn him down. Like the supports, like the Moira and the Lucio at range, obviously can't really do anything to help that Ramatra.
And Lethal stuck around the corner on the left, like you said. Not a good angle to.
Oh, see that circuit incident again with no penalty. I doubt anyone's gonna do that.
For the most part. Punish Aerial for being on that causeway at all.
It'd be funny if it did happen, but I don't think it will.
What a speed boost from Master with the Cole lessons from Crimson.
So that was a good start for LRG, and then this happened. You got a Cole though. Nope.
But it's too late. Mimone already gets taken down now.
That is unfort. Very, very unfort.
These railguns from Kai and BSC in a come from behind victory on this.
That Kevster pulse before set everything up.
New Junk City.
Yeah, it seems like whenever BSC is the one setting
spray check goes quick, man. They wasted no time.
To just kind of like get
they hit the freaking go button.
Where when, you know, LRG, like when they're the ones that are like dictating the pace and the initiation and how things are going to happen, that's when these fights end up going longer and more of a toss-up. Like, I think it's just Pistola does a great job of going in there, sectioning off some players, and then the target swapping on who to go towards next.
Love the calling from Master again. The speed boost to start that fight. That is pretty sick.
Aerial really low already. That's gonna force Soundbarrier.
Master's happy to use one of his own though. I guess they just really want to commit. They don't want to back away. They don't want to give up the point for any reason. So they say, okay, well, we're gonna win this fight probably anyway, but we're gonna throw a sound barrier in to ensure it. We'll have another one built up by the time.
Starting to impose their will a little bit here. They can smell the blood in the water. Ain't looking good for LRG now. BSC is quickly starting to figure this out. Like, that's like, what, like 4 fight wins in a row now?
Mimone here gets a decent idea of the setup for BSC. We'll just contest this. Likely we'll draw Kevster and Master out of formation. That's exploitable. Dukes are thrown up here for Stella.
Oh, they lost their Moira and they're just gonna go for it? Oh no, that's tough.
You're gonna see Annihilation now for both sides, right?
You traded it out with Vestola, I suppose, but
yeah, that's nasty.
That's rough.
Very pleased with how
yeah, Kai's playing very well.
Crimzo, the only player with a support ultimate online here. Kai having an overclock.
This literally is the tank experience for Aerial. It's either he's making a mistake with his ult, also nice invisible Cole. He's either making mistakes with his ult or just getting pressured to hell and back. Like, he's had absolutely no space to do anything.
Strafing from Sile, it's not going to be enough though. Lethal, it's one overclock charge shot, but able to fire one back of his own. That's now left, right, good night though. That's too late. They get forced.
They're losing their Moira like at the start of every fight.
Yeah, the fight happens so far away that
still got a Cole ready to go.
So you do end up losing that second point, 1 point away for BSC to be able to take this. It's left, right, good night. They do have the ultimates to win this first fight though.
I'm on the wrap again. Once again, we'll draw. Masa and Kevster out of position for a time.
Nice stick.
We've seen me on a pulse bomb, and the stick is good. Kai's going to be brought down. Power slide or no, he's done.
Oh, Kev responds.
And now both Traces have done their dirty work, getting rid of the Sojourns here. Only 2 DPS players left on the field right now, and Silent and Coalescence. Pretty safe spot for it, but he
Unreal.
can't see Admiral behind just the features of the map, and that's enough of a window for Crimzo to complete that elimination.
NA's in a couple of hours from now.
Maintaining some of that healing resource if he can, but it's forced to fade away, and he's given up.
It's like 5 Eastern time, I think it starts.
I feel like that was the fight you needed to win, right?
Because what's gonna happen is when this game ends, there'll be one more EMEA game, and then they'll take a short break, like maybe like an hour or two, I think, and then NA will start. At least according to the Liquipedia schedule.
You gotta be able to keep your Ramatra alive here if you're LRG.
Annihilation should be online for both Ramatras here again, though it's Crimzo slightly out of phase with everybody else's ultimates, means he gets that Cole first, and it's enough. Lethal, absolutely crunched here. Crimzo desperately trying to keep Kai in his
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Kai's able to escape there, especially the Annihilation used by Aerial. It's good ultimates being thrown after ban here for LRG. And they
Admiral has no beat, though, for this Annihilation. Oh, they're just dead. Goodbye. You're dead.
What a time to have Annihilation, Matt.
That's GG.
And there's no way you're coming back from that.
Really close series until this final map.
Then the Annihilation right after. I mean, that is
Gotta give LRG credit though. That was a 3-0, but it didn't feel like a 3-0 for me at least. Every map except this last one was pretty entertaining. We'll probably see them make it out of groups.
It's about as convincing as it gets there, Matt. We were definitely unsure as to whether
unless Quick Esports can get some revenge on them, but Quick got 3-0'd.
They look good on Blizzard World. It makes sense, you know, that we end.
That's assuming they even get through their own game and their elimination match next week, or not next week, tomorrow. Excuse me.
More than any other.
But still, I mean, if you're looking at the very beginning of this series, it did seem a lot closer than initially.
Yeah, at some point, Obligated, I'll probably do something like that.
The Sojourn battle was really excited. It was a nice back and forth we got to see there. And then, of course, Blizzard World.
I'll probably make some kind of free agency video, if not multiple.
The defensive setup we saw from Left, Right, Good Night on that second point, really covering that high ground. So
what do you do against Kevster? I don't know. I mean, they did their best, especially in the early portions of the series. There were some good responses from the Left, Right, Good Night DPS.
Very impressive showing from both teams.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to
like that was a very nice showing from
kind of
LRG
in terms of like, okay, we're gonna play fast.
I can't even be mad about how they played. They weren't expected to win, but they made these maps interesting. Aside from New Junk City,
play a little bit slower with like the Zen and the Baptiste. And the entire map is like kind of dictated on the pace that, you know, LRG wanted to do. Like that's when they're able to.
I think Flashpoint's been a positive addition to the Pro League, or the opposite. I'm kind of in both boats. On one end, I think Flashpoint is a very fun game mode to watch. There's a lot of fast-paced action going on, but at the same time, now that there's another map type in the game, we're stuck with Escort as the 5th map in a map 5, and I don't like that.
So much hinges on your front line being able to stay alive as long as possible.
In my opinion, it'd be better to like.
Heading into this match, obviously we talked so
it'd
much
be
about
better
Kai
to
and
put
Kevster,
Flashpoint or push as the map
which
5.
showed up and got those crucial picks.
Yeah, they played awesome.
He's trying to survive. When Kevster's in the zone, I think he's the top 3 DPS in the game. I mean, yeah, him and Kai looked really good in this series too. When Kai's hit his comfort zone, people forget he's a solid player.
It's basically like, you know, you're
Cass,
like an
Soj, this is
team of,
his
like,
wheelhouse.
players, right, who are drilled to play at
This is when he
speed
can
and
be an
this pace,
effective
right,
player.
against, you know, players coming from all different walks of Overwatch, right, and you know, contenders and whatnot. Like it's obvious, like it's just a different game playing at that speed and that pace. Where when you saw it slow down, right, Mamone and Lethal were like fantastic. Like they were going.
Kai Ash is also good. Correct. Kai Ash is very good.
It's just as an overall team, it's difficult to play at that pace.
Yeah, I love that you point that out because you saw when it was easier for LRG is when they were playing.
Guess I'll throw up the next poll. It's going to be Rock Esports versus Sheer Cold. To give you an idea, chat, if you didn't watch my preview video,
that's when they sort of crumbled later in the fights.
Yeah, but
Sheer Cold beat Oh Yeah yesterday in a close match. They've got a pretty decent team, full of a wide variety of EU talent, but they're going to be playing Rock Esports. And Rock Esports have Checkmate, Izayaki, and the DPS prodigy out of Saudi Arabia, Rojo, on their team. In case you weren't familiar with the teams. So I'm going to ask the question now to you, chat. Rock versus Sheer Cold, who wins? I think Sheer Cold's like somewhat underrated, but Rock is like the clear favorite in that group. Oh, they kept the bangers during the breaks. They're good. Yeah, the thing is, Shax was like okay on hit scan. There were some occasions in 2019 before Kai was on the team where he did play. It was on slight occasion, and it was like decent. I remember playing some Widow and some Cassidy and stuff. I'm just gonna stick with the trend, chat. I'm expecting 3 Overwatch. I like Sheer Cold. I think maybe a map is possible. Like, I could actually see them, like, taking control, maybe. I'm tempted to say a 3-1, but I just have this feeling we're in for a 3 Overwatch today. Yeah, Toronto plays today. So excited to watch a good Defiant team for once in my life. Yeah, well, this is your chance. They've got a pretty solid roster. Oh yeah, just to move that out of the way for you. As you can see, 2 p.m. Pacific time is the first NA game. 5 p.m. Eastern. The game I'm looking forward to, though, is that last one. Timeless versus M80. That could be a banger. I'm excited for that one. 2 of the better teams in North America in the same group. Really hype. I mean, it could end up not being close, but I think it'll be a fun matchup. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 or anything. I'm genuinely tempted to pick Timeless. We'll have to see. LG is Maryville, correct. Luminosity is Maryville Saints. Dante's team. They got Dante, they've got King, Vision's on that team, False, Juby, Luke Mino, Squid. It's a pretty solid squad. I just feel bad for them because, like, Doomfist was so good last week and now he's not that good anymore. And, like, Dante Doom goes hard. They could at least play the Ram, which is nice. Dante can play Ram and Zarya, which are things in his wheelhouse. Oh, we gotta sit through this again.
I think it's time to blow this thing. Get everybody.
Oh, man.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Oh no, well, not love. I think Cowboy Bebop is pretty solid, but we've already watched this once today, and now we're gonna have to watch it like a million times. It's kind of repetitive. I do think it's a little overrated, but I watched the whole thing and I thought it was, you know, it was decent. I think people hype it up a bit too much, but it's not bad. It's not like it's unenjoyable.
Man, that collab is just chef's kiss. And so are the matches today. Last match for our EMEA region is going to be Rock.
I learned that the Cassidy is
Dude, the car collab, yeah.
I thought
Bald Mauga is interesting to say the least.
Well,
yeah.
The show's called Cowboy Bebop, so I figured that's the cowboy and his name's gotta be Bebop.
I think it's fitting though.
I give you that. I like that you're doing your research. Every time you play the trailer,
I'm getting better.
You seem to like
It's
learning
deeper than the name
more.
of the show being named after the main character. Sometimes, you know.
Yep, that's, you know.
I think it's I think the characters they selected are pretty accurate.
One episode.
Okay.
Report back on your findings.
I will report back.
Like
I will watch
of it at least.
I will watch
Please
an
do.
episode and I will report back.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll quiz you right after that. Well,
Like, obviously Spike is perfect for Cass. I think Ash is a pretty good Fae. And then I like the Jet Mauga. I think it'll
Their
work.
opponents, they struggled a little bit more in their first game against Oh Yeah. They did win
Aw,
it out
yeah.
3-2 though. So let's talk about Rock Esports. They're being coached by Kariv. It's a really interesting mix of
Oh yeah, coached by Kariv. I forgot to mention that, chat. Rock is coached by Kariv. Rojo, Checkmate, Izayaki. Keep your eye on Rojo if you've never watched him before. He's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot of players like I know that played obviously.
Matt is a
outside of
devious
Japan,
liar.
so
He ain't
even
watching. I mean,
playing
yeah,
in,
no, there's no
Contenders,
shot.
Saudi League, right? You mentioned coached by Kariv as well. So bringing a lot of firepower into this roster.
I think
Sheer Colts, though. That's a lot of well-known names within the contender scenes we're seeing here.
Yeah, we are talking about players who've been playing contenders since like 2021.
Forever, yeah.
Even sort of before that, like a few of these players like Raspberry Racers. Sheer Cold has been a fixture in contenders for a long time, like a genuinely very long time. So, you know, many of these players.
Chadmate might go.
The game first release, like make.
Checkmate Tracer.
We actually have like previous.
Let's
like, console,
go.
Like high-level console players as well on this roster
Yep.
coming in. So don't underestimate this team. If you're a contenders watching,
TVNT was indeed that tank on Geek.
They have been around for quite some time. Expect them to have some impact here. They are going to face their toughest test so far, though, I think, up against this Rock Esports team, which, like we mentioned, features more than one Overwatch League champion.
Yeah.
AOI, their main
Schedule
support
did
was
play
also
for,
on Geek.
Belgium in Overwatch World Cup. So
It's the
outside
Geek
of
team,
just
but
kinda
then
contenders experience,
Izayaki.
you know,
Essentially.
some experience at the World Cup level. I believe this team's actually made up of like players really from like.
Shirko
all
wins this
over Europe.
3-1
It's not
trust.
like, Peps
I mean, you never know. Shirko's not a bad
This
team by
team
any
plays
stretch of the
forever.
imagination,
I
but
definitely think it's on Rock
I'm a
Esports,
fan of
though,
Rock.
To, you know, step it up here. I think they're the ones.
yeah, instead of Landon, it's Izayaki, which, I mean, not exactly a bad consolation
They
prize.
have to prove that, you know, they're an out for good reasons, whereas contenders, they don't have as much pressure, as much weight on their shoulders.
You know, I mean, what Rock Esports is like the number 3 overall seed in EMEA, right? So coming through like Swiss, like that's even placing higher than like a space station, right? So to give you an idea of kind of like where this team sits in like the hierarchy right now, you know, at least you know, early on in EMEA. Although maybe some players that people aren't as familiar with, right? Like it looks like there's just a lot of really talented players coming out of Saudi Arabia. Now you add Checkmate and Izayaki to the mix, right? And hey, we got a top 3 team. We got a
Checkmate Izayaki sounds like a cold
Kariv
duo.
obviously a
Yeah,
really
no
good
doubt.
Coach, as well, with so much experience as a former player himself, then turned coach. He's been around for actually ever. I just thought like when that team was announced, it was just a very strange mix-up. I did not see 2 Korean players getting matched up with some of the Saudi players.
Yeah, I mean, We know why, but you know, I think it's very. I think what's so interesting about it is the completely different sort of worlds in terms of the competitive structures that these players have been sort of competing in, right? You know, coming together like this, there's always a question of to what degree does this team just lean on the raw firepower of these, you know, like OWL champions? How do you integrate to players like Checkmate and Izayaki in a way that, you know, it's less about the individuals popping off and more about creating a team that's like more than the sum of their parts? Like that's what Kariv's job has to have been coming into this, and that's not easy. It's really very difficult to sort of create a mesh together of players that, you know, from such diverse backgrounds.
You also just can't go very far, like if you're like, okay, we're gonna get like, you know, 2 all-star players and just kind of like ride them through, right? Like Overwatch is so team oriented.
My pun was amazing. No comment.
To a point, and it probably doesn't get you to the point that you finish like 3rd overall in Swiss, right? Like I would say, like, you know, if they had the number like 8 overall seed, I'd probably be like a little bit more like skeptical of like, okay, like, you know, that's like you're just kind of, you know, pairing obviously GM level players with players, you know, 2 like really strong players in terms of like Overwatch League that we saw in the past. But the ability to kind of like play beyond that tells you that like some of the other players on the team are also extremely talented.
Absolutely. Mitch Shearcold, you pointed out there's some console players in there.
Yeah, well, no, I mean,
there were some
let me just check the
console
document that I was given to check that for you. Again, yeah, so like, you know, Will, for example, I think was a console player, and looking further down the document that I was given,
not allowed to play on console now.
I think there was another one in there, but I can't see.
They were console players.
I set this up as if like I'm starting a witch hunt here, as if it's a bad thing. Out of curiosity.
Don't hate on people on the sticks.
No, there are tons of cases of this happening actually. People like,
Gator played on
Play
Xbox.
console, releasing a console, they develop like this mad game sense from like competing on console, and then they translate over to playing PC relatively seamlessly because they have like such a good understanding of positioning, especially when it comes to the game, and the aim follows. Like people really rate aim very highly, but we're talking like a high time to kill game like Overwatch, where positioning and coordination are actually more important in almost every role. So this isn't like that rare a thing actually. So expect to see like, you know,
Gator, the GOAT Xbox
I do
gamer,
find it
real.
impressive though. I mean, for me personally, my Switch Torp main account does not translate well into my PC experience.
You play Torb on the Switch.
Yes, because I'm playing on the Switch.
It shoots for you, right? I kind of see that.
Yeah, all I need to know is good turret placement, and I'm golden. And also,
I feel like Torb on Switch could be kind of broken.
With a PlayStation and Xbox people. So unless you want to have like forever queues, so you know, pick your battles. It is what it is.
I still don't understand why. Yeah, I've always been.
Yeah, he's a COD
player. Player on the sticks. Yeah, I was a. You know, when Mitch was talking
the Call
about
of Duty
those
pro
amazing
back in
console
the
players,
day.
That then switched over to PC. I'm surprised you didn't mention me.
No, because I was talking about game sense. For Christ's
yeah,
sake.
There's definitely no game sense there. If anyone's seen the Plat chat, the rewind, the Plat chat streams back in the day of them queuing together, it was something.
It's like just
like Sideshow, Bren, and Mr. X and Uber. Oh man, I miss those days.
Yeah.
Watching them queue Overwatch ranked endeavors together was a classic.
He's fast-tracked, make no mistake about it. I do like that we have an opportunity to talk more about Shearcold, because I'm pretty sure there's like 7 or 8 different nations represented on this particular team, including I think Conley being South African here. So this team's gonna be a lot of fun to watch. I think like some of their best results, you know, they had through contenders. They were able to make it like 3rd and 4th for a lot of contenders seasons. So a mainstay, very experienced. I expect this team not to look like a slouch in this matchup.
Ooh, no Samoa this time. Legion.
Okay. Like a slouch. I do think though Rock Esports is probably going to, you know, come out and make
Casters to
like,
Masters.
How good Twisted Minds looked earlier.
I mean, even before that was a thing. I'm talking like 2019. Like 2019 off season, like during the season as well.
I think that's kind of like what
before they even made Casters to Masters.
Some of these players in the team, like that's what you want to see happen. Like them, you know, we've seen the 2 teams up ahead of them, right? Kind of keep pace with like 3-0s. you want to see them also kind of.
I love Lijiang. This was the home of the San Diego Hunters. This was our map.
Resume is quite impressive, right? Even before Rock, he was Florida's coach.
2019 literally is ages ago at this
point.
point.
Twisted Minds coaching them back in contenders. So like this guy, we might remember his play, right? Because it was sort of right in front of us and able to. Are you enjoying it, Zoe? What do you think about the gameplay? So
there we go.
Little tri-cast here.
See, lucky that's not me because I would have been.
Ooh, good
stuck in my
start for
face
Sheer
with some form of
Cold.
food. I would have been absolutely caught red-handed. Love to see that. Love to see that. Sheer Cold, though, great start here. TVNT obviously being the first player to fall there is pretty big. They punished that front line.
Yeah, you put a ton. I mean, just like the last series, right? You put a ton of pressure on the Ramatra. Everything else kind of falls apart after that. That's what happens in that first fight here. It's Rock Esports. They're now making their way over the bridge. TNT trying to stay alive here, and Izzyaki looks like he's kind of
Izzyaki down.
Ends up getting taken out by Will.
Yeah, that's it. Your previous console champion Will turning up and putting the pressure on Izzyaki.
Damn, good start for Sheer Cold.
Checkmate Izzyaki, obviously, his individual is very storied, right? But
okay.
Already we kind of see Rock not being able to play around TVNT as well. Izzyaki getting picked off there by the Tracer.
Yes, you know, Sheer Cold to really kind of control the game here on our first two fights. Will with a pulse bomb. Look for him to put some pressure on Izzyaki yet again. He did a really nice
Will
job.
played pretty good in their series yesterday.
47% and counting.
Against Aw Yeah.
Despite our expectations, Checkmate and Will happy to duel for the time being now as TVNT just inches his way on towards the point, but it's going to be forced in a Nemesis Swarm soon enough here. Wayward pulse bomb from Will, but Checkmate is right
Checkmate's
on
target.
Zoniel brought down. Checkmate able to find yet another one here, and that's an individual skill expression starting.
Izzy probably didn't need to use that though.
Yes, I mean, Checkmate, we know to be one of the you know, best tracers in the world, like just kind of in terms of like a flexible DPS player, right? Can definitely play with the best. Izzyaki, you know, finishing some kills off, and then Rojo here, you know, on the Sojourn, able to pick up some kills too.
I don't know why Rojo is using LOLJK haha as his account name, but sure. And Saudi E-League, it was Teenage, now it's LOLJK haha.
Going into the overclock, a little bit hard to see the wood for the trees here as sound barriers get thrown down. And he's called right inside that annihilation. No result there for the Sojourn. Pretty telegraphed as he does go for the ultimate and is easily shut down by a sound barrier. Rock here starting to get more comfortable.
They're in.
Now that they win two fights in a row, right? You're going to get near potentially a tie game. As Checkmate with a pulse bomb, we'll see what he's able to do with it. As Sheer Cold, if you can like kind of like dodge this pulse bomb and then get a fight on the point with that annihilation advantage, no support off the other side for Rock Esports, that's probably your path.
It's been an easy one for Checkmate.
That's unfortunate. I thought everything was gonna be chill there because you know you stuck the Moira, I think that was, and if she just TPs away, like you should be okay. But
that's what you did not want to happen.
Exodial is in the crossfire.
I was like, yeah, they dodged the pulse bomb and moved their way to the point. They have the annihilation, but they obviously did not.
See how the texture of this game changes so much now that Rock actually control the point. Checkmate is not playing this sort of very tentative, you know, nipping at your heels flanking game. He is front and center here, making sure these pulse bombs aren't speculative. He ensures
Kind of need that frontline pressure because TVNT's been getting bullied.
Push up now as well. Sees TVNT on the side. Coalescence enough, at least, to put some respect on him. Decently safe position now, and of course a healing body orb deployed now. NKZ goes for that annihilation. I think they've cycled ultimates really well here. Sheer Cold. They're able to set like a pretty forward line of scrimmage now as TVNT would.
Oh, you gotta get out now. If you don't find a kill, yeah, you just gotta die. You gotta die, that's it. This is a bad stagger. They committed way too long to that. They should have died immediately. This is gonna be a rough re-engage now.
I think you end up kind of like just losing that fight earlier, and you give yourself a better chance here in this final one.
They'll have the touch, but this is not ideal.
Here for Rojo. Checkmate's always a threat, lurking now with another pulse bomb in tow. Yeah, safe spot for Rojo to be.
Oh, Rojo. There you go.
To connect with the pulse bomb. That has to be enough here. Izzyaki might have been taken down, but it might be a quick fight at this rate. There is nowhere for NKZ to go except back inside the dojo. And Rojo slides onto the point here to assist Checkmate. A little more flip will be here for Rock. No fade left for Roham.
Close one.
Tracer recall instantly for Will, just gets a touch, but it won't be enough. First round, Rock Sports.
And it feels like once they got control of the point and kind of like eased into the flow of the game, that's when they really started to kick off, right? I think maybe a little bit surprised at the start with like Sheer Cold coming in and just getting like, you know, the 2 fights back to back straight away. But you know, after that, Rock able to get control and really, you know, solidify map point number 1.
You know, the lion's share of that capture progress comes off a couple of fights that are just kind of won there and then by a huge pulse bomb. Or Rojo finding a couple of key headshots with the rails. I think we want to keep watching sort of how they make use of TVNT, obviously getting caught early on at the start of the round. Will looked excellent on the Tracer here. Will likely return to that after the Symmetra propels both teams forward now into control center.
Different look here, this time BAP for Sheer Cold.
Playing the Baptiste with the Lucio here, so this also, I think, kind of tells you like maybe they feel like they're having a difficult time keeping, you know, NKZ alive, right? And you need that immortality fuel to do so. But still, it feels like a pretty big concession, right?
In mobility, yes, and also you know, you don't have that Suzu the cleanse to play with. Immortality field is something you do.
Bugged RAM is always funny.
Yeah, the Baptiste so easy.
When are they gonna fix that?
It's easy to jump on him and remove him with that lack of horizontal mobility.
It also feels like, okay, we got the immortality field.
Is Izzyaki a better support all time than Twilight? I would say no, personally, but I can understand if you would.
A little bit more flexibility there in what you can do.
It's pretty
The
close.
frequency with which you build coalescences is something you have to account for. That was close.
Big shot there. Yeah.
AOI forced right on back here. Will's looking for a way in once more. Pressure immediately though in the direction of NKZ. Followed up by a Vortex here. So you see
I'm kind of sad Twilight retired, speaking of Twilight.
Set the battle line right at the doorway.
Real sad to see him go.
Ticking up bit by bit. Here's a coalescence already online for Izzyaki. Not as fast as it could have been, but getting it early is big. And Matrix to deal with now though. Scary thing to stick around for, but the immortality field has already been picked off. So now your glass cannons, if you're Sheer Cold, and they get shattered.
Yeah, and look at them just leave NKZ.
And the stagger, nice.
They don't want to finish him straight away. Just to get a few extra seconds on the point. Now, look at this, just like that first point, right? Checkmate lurking here with a pulse bomb. He went up.
Oh, imagine if he hit that.
Is, almost gets the kill. Now has to back out.
No stick there, but again, immortality field's already been picked off at the start of the fight here. I think Checkmate must be calling the Sheer Cold punching in towards this right side room. There's Disruptor shot available here, Vortex. There's a lot to punish moving through a choke.
Ooh, aggro ult there. Very nice.
Annihilation, also one of those that I didn't need to mention, I feel. Zodul can't get away. Tries to slide out of this Annihilation, but gets caught. And that'll be another fight for Rock Esports. And from here,
It's like once they cap point, they've remembered how to play the game the way they like to.
Pushing Matt, this is probably done.
Yeah, they just look so in sync, right? Checkmate calls are kind of wrapping around. TNT there right away with the Annihilation. No, AOI just gets the speed boost right.
Wow, nice stick.
Though. That is kind of nasty.
What a flex.
Might not mean anything, but we'll see.
I mean, you kidding me? It doesn't matter.
They look like they're going to win this fight, yeah.
What a statement you just made. Most recent Overwatch League champion gets stuck. I mean, Checkmate asked for that. He really asked for it. He burned his recall and he knew Will still had his. I don't know what he was going for.
I mean, he probably thought the game was over, that they were just kind of like, not essentially give up, right? But, you know, just kind of concede, like, all right, like, yeah, maybe we'll go get a touch, but...
Checkmate washed on Mega Wall.
Back in the game, we'll see. Maybe Sheer Cold could make something out of it.
And you're gonna have some degree of respect. Checkmate testing.
Will is on the hunt.
Turns out,
that is the playstyle they're going for to try and save this map. Goodbye. Oh no! He slid into him. No! Oh, that's tragic. Well, there goes that.
Just like the combination of stuff that happened there, right? It's the Ravenous Vortex there from the Ramatra to just lock the player in place, and then Checkmate from the high ground just drops the pulse bomb. As he's trying to slide out of the Vortex, he slides into his Moira, and that allows the double kill there.
I mean, you called it. I think at the start of this game, I was a little bit surprised by what we saw from Sheer Cold at the start there of Lijiang Tower. Looking, they were in a decent position. They were playing to a lot of their win conditions, right? Insofar as pressuring the Ramatra down and getting the Tracer in a position to take down Moira, or at least force the fades before the fights can really begin. So good sides there from the Shield Cold roster, who fought very hard to get here in a hard-fought 5-map series. But again, Overwatch does have a strong individual component to it. And Checkmate, despite a little bit of a slip up there towards the end of the map, was really, really hard to deal with most of the time.
I mean, he's been difficult for everybody across the globe at every level of play. Well, maybe not when he was playing Reinhardt, right? But like, he's been. I mean,
okay, dude.
That was extremely Chad Reinhardt play.
Yeah, it was
uncalled for.
Play but when he's on DPS, I mean, look out. I mean, he has just been unbelievable, right? Tracer, Genji, really just kind of like anything. And I think you see they're doing a fantastic job of like playing, you know, with his Tracer, enabling him, and even it looks like now at least kind of what you see, right? Like calling to the rest of the team and like where they're coming from, and then being able to set up big plays.
Yeah, and it was big. That last, obviously, the double pulse bomb kill. Yes, perhaps it's, you know, fortuitous that he gets the double kill, but the way he dropped down and secured that stick was massive, and he found the Sojourn play to do it as well. Checkmate thinks at a rate that a lot of people probably can't even imagine. Guy very, very sharp there. Great start here for Rocket Esports. First map under their wing, so to speak. And there might be a few more joining them right after that with the way things.
What did he say? He brought up Checkmate's Ryan in 2021. How about a little guess the rank while we wait, chat? Little guess the rank. What is this, a Widow clip? Oh, what is this, quality? Alright, a miss, another miss. What is this clip? Okay, no. This surely is a low elo. Surely this is like gold. It was plat. Okay, close enough. Flip 2. Sojourn, play of the game.
I need healing. This ends. Target down.
That's pretty clean.
Like this never get old.
Oh, diamond. That was gold? That guy had some pretty good aim for a gold player. Damn, okay. And we get an Ash clip. It's a short one. They're not even looking at him. They're just, no, they're still, no. Papega, yeah, this is silver. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guessed gold to give him just the benefit of the doubt, but the awareness there was non-existent. All right. My God. Oh my God, another ad break. Not this again. Kill me now, man. Oh.
Our victory is at hand.
Wonder how many people are co-streaming on Twitch. Probably a lot. The Overwatch esports on Twitch has 19K. I'd assume it has. Oh no, less. It has only 6K are watching. Really? That's it?
Maintaining connection.
6K on YouTube. Around 20 on Twitch.
Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Like Day co-streaming, Apply is co-streaming. Ultraviolet. Dogman. RuPaul.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Cloudy is co-streaming his POV. Vestolo is streaming his game. Don's watching. Costa, of course. Moxie is also streaming. Not Moxie, not a ranked player, but the commentator. Avril.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you?
Mong as well. Cool.
Keep moving forward.
Got a lot of names co-streaming. That's pretty cool.
Welcome back, everybody, to our winners match here in Group C of our OWCS Stage 1 qualifier. Rock Esports, slightly rocky start to Lijiang Tower, if I'm honest with you. Didn't really look like they'd be the dominant team, but very quickly they started to wrestle the game back under their control. And not in no small part due to the heroics of Checkmate there on Lijiang Tower. They comfortably take away
Sailor could be our final map if
Kings Row
Rock can close out Kings Row.
Kings Row and Blizzard World left to be chosen from, and then I think at that point it's just personal preference. Interesting, we've seen a decent amount of Caliseo thus far.
Midtown got
today.
banned.
Typically we see teams
I know why
lose towards,
Shirkle
like,
did
either
that
Express or
because
Queen Street, but
TVNT's
that will be the third mount in
pretty
the
good
set. Kings
sig.
Row, pretty standard. I think Rock Esports got
Everyone just
going
going Kings Row. Just no surprise, right?
After that, even going into the second point, it was all going their way. So it'll be interesting to see.
Oh, chat, what do you think of the merch, by the way? I remember finding this on sale because Chengdu died. I've got this Chengdu shirt. It's pretty cool.
Favoring Rock Esports.
It's nice.
The numbering there. Kings Row will be coming up next, and obviously this is a map we've seen play out a number of different times here, which really lends itself to the Ramatra comps that both of these teams have been happy to showcase. Sort of switch up, right? Less of the Moira, a little bit more of that Baptiste there on Control Center from sheer cold, but it was exploitable. Lack of mobility ended up getting him punished over and over again. Sheer cold this time, though, favoring the Lucio Kiriko, as you'd expect on a map like this.
Yeah, so I think the Lucio Curie gives like the best just overall kind of a gain to a comp, right? Like there's just so many different ways you can play it. I also think the Kiriko puts out great damage, has awesome survivability, and then the rush with either Sojourn, Ramatra, right? It's just awesome in general. Rock, we'll see what they decide.
Yo, Lux, things are going good. We're just chilling. Checkmate taking a shot on Widow, based.
And Checkmate
still on Widow.
Swaps off of this. Maybe you're just trying to like.
Oh, don't do it!
An angle is looks like.
Oh, jeez.
Nope, not gonna be able to find a pick. Tracer probably the pick here, yeah.
That's why he's not a hit skin, folks. Just kidding. I'm not toxic. I love how I said that they banned Midtown so they won't play Sig, but they still played Sig anyway. Did not even matter. Look at this aggressive push.
Ready for that burst of speed forward as AOY sends his team on a collision course with the defenders. Key pick. NKZ getting taken down. That is disastrous for Sheer Cold.
Yes, we saw Cassidy played earlier in the day by Twisted Minds, right? And now you have Rojo.
Rojo is also a pretty crazy hit skin player.
Esports. Twisted Minds ended up playing it with a different type of tank selection, but they ended up playing with the Zarya to kind of like bait out the dive.
Izzy just got one
clip.
clip.
With the Ramatra, right?
Damn.
Sigma, if they're going to play the Ramatra.
Yeah, I think some parts of the map it gets harder, for sure. But again, allows you to play a little bit slower. Really allows you to emphasize the impact of that Cassidy pick. Again, it's still tough for like Will to, you know, exploit that lack of mobility at times. He really has to respect Mag Grenade primarily.
Yeah, the pick on Aziaki was huge, right? Everybody was basically about half HP. They just kind of got stalled out at the choke. But now that he's back, obviously more healing going to keep going in as we got a little Tracer Lucy.
I watch much OWCS. I have no idea what's happening, but I definitely want to watch more. You come to the right place then, I'm telling you. It's fun.
Was basically in 1 versus 2 for a time there. Will eventually has to opt out of the fight though, as the cart is still on the move. And we do see Sheer Cold invest a Kitsune rush to try and stem the bleed here. That allows him to find that kill on checkmate.
Oh,
now coming
rip.
Rojo and somehow finds Zodzio. I don't know how he gets that one. Annihilation here. Awkward for Rojo.
Big
so
beat.
Throws as much damage as he can at the problem, but sound barrier makes that impossible.
Are they going to go with it? Oh, the flux inside a
They're so low, though.
I mean, they feel like they can still fight this in a way. As Suzu may have protected it from the accretion.
I mean, they still have to back off. They don't have their tank. Yeah, it ends up being a good flux.
Get some progress.
Sheer Cold forced back, regardless of the numbers that fell out of that previous fight.
Yeah, AOI was able to live all throughout that with TNT.
Just drop the shot here. I really feel like this Sheer Cold hoping to get back in position, but they don't want to switch off this Ramatra here. So obviously Sigma will excel at the poke. He will exceed Ramatra's capacity at poke.
Really low. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, tough to win that fight out. Checkmate's been
Again, you've come to the right place,
so
Lux.
I don't like it. NKZ.
Sheer Cold's rocking like a wide variety of EU talent from the scene. And then Rock, along with Izzyaki and Checkmate, they have some Saudi E-League players, including their Cassidy. He's playing on an alt account. His name is Rojo. Really great hit scan player.
The kinetic grasp, like he's just gonna be able to poke way longer than the Ramatra, right? The Ramatra like can't, like if you go Nemesis form and just stand there, like what are you really, you know, doing? And the shield obviously does not last long enough.
I seen Twisted Minds versus Peps. Yeah, I watched. We were watching. It was a brutal game.
They're just kind of stand there. You're just waiting to die. Looks like Will was trying to get up on the high.
Yeah, Quartz was rolling everybody. Naga could not do anything. Kind of felt bad for him, being forced to play Echo into that.
This is bad news, and it's getting worse, everybody. Izzyaki able to make use of that air matrix to keep his backline hale and hearty, despite Will's best efforts. He'll eventually be brought down. And we're talking more than
yeah, but Lux, I mean, that's part of the fun, though. I'm like not knowing all the guys that are playing. I think that's kind of what made me enjoy getting into Overwatch esports to begin with, like learning about new players consistently. Oh, goodbye. Rojo.
Yeah, that's bad. That's not ideal either, Matt.
Give him 3.
And that'll do it. 3 minutes 42 to play here for Rock Esports. And that's a drubbing of Sheer Cold.
That was brutal. This series has gotten completely flipped on its head.
Sheer Cold maybe bounce back on offense.
Yeah, for sure, Lux.
I think at this point you're just like, okay, we just need to finish the map, right? Not even worry about like time or anything.
The start of Lijiang, it's like, oh, maybe this could be an interesting series. And literally, since they capped point on Lijiang for the first time, it's been completely and utterly one-sided.
Rock Esports are playing that Sigma comp, which is one that normally is a bit more.
Yeah, Rock's playing Sig, but that's what they're comfortable on, to be honest with you. That's what helped them when they were in DK Esports get to the Saudi E-League final. They're really good at the Sigma comp with Sojourn.
It also speaks, I think, just to how much trouble NKZ has.
This is kind of just their comfort
against the Sigma. Ramatra is generally very good. He's always
And like
been
they don't have
a jack of
Landon to
all
play
trades
BAP, but
in terms of
Izyaki's
the
not
paradigms,
a
tank
bad
power,
replacement,
side
that's
rush.
for sure.
But against a Sigma who is all poke all the time, we're not going to win out. You need to find other ways to eke out advantages when you're going up against a more specialized tank in a Sigma, and you're on a generalist like Ramatra.
Yeah, and I mean, is the answer
Sounds
to
good,
just,
Keon.
like, mirror the Sigma, but then
Thanks
when
for
you,
hanging
like,
out
play
as
around
always.
it, right? It feels like mirroring the Sigma and playing BAP.
Is that
Lucio
Atlanta?
is, like, you're playing into exactly what
Atlanta Widow
Esports
skin.
wants. We just see the lineup like a comp.
They're a meta comp? Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent there is.
Yeah, everyone backed away already. Dottie will be switching to
It depends on map type as well. Like, Ramatra Rush
So the Sojourn
has been pretty typical, especially in like NA and EU. We've seen a lot of that.
That would be
It's like Ramatra with Tracer, and then like your choice of hit scan. Like a lot of Cass and Sojourn.
Depends where Ro's playing from. I think.
Lucio has been being played a lot right now.
Gonna want to try and tease some people down to the point.
And like it depends on your preference. Some people will play the BAP, some people will play Moira instead.
Staving off this high ground push, you see Checkmate is already less than half HP. Just the Hypersphere bounce damage is putting heal.
Dive can be good at times. I mean, in Korea in particular, they play a lot of Doom. They play a lot of Doom dive there. Although we're starting to see a swap. Like, in the second week, they're playing a lot less of it, and instead they're playing like Orisa and all these other things, and Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, getting up on the high ground here about top, that's going to be the hinder. It's going to do a little bit of damage, but just VCO, I'm able to get some healing. That's a huge pick.
I mean, if you let him stay here, that will happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems like NA and EU are pretty happy playing either Ram or Sig, though. Or if you're Peps, playing Doomfist.
I mean, they completely outmaneuver them, but this is something that happens all the time on King's Row. If you are playing a Sigma comp that wants to reposition and keep you at arm's length,
I got
then you're not
Izyaki's
going to be very good at like
bloodthirsty.
trying to shut down this outmaneuver play. You have to just go to your prescribed.
Oh, look at this
location,
bobbing and weaving.
which we get eventually.
Yes, looks like we're not.
Oh, they
gonna
got the
go-
recon-test.
Maybe, it looks like AOY and TNT gonna come on in.
Oh, that's huge. That's so big.
Here, you have sound barrier as well, if need be, but it looks like you actually. I mean, that
Yeah,
is one where
there's
it
being
looks
some
like
monkey incorporated as well. Like, Korea is a very weird place right now.
the other side answered by
The
a sound
meta
barrier.
is fluctuating like
Now coming back
crazy.
in here for Rojo. Might be an opportunity to get good value out of this one. TVNT also building that gravitic flux now.
Like, I'm telling you, literally everyone was just playing Doom Dive in the first week, and now they've decided it's just not good anymore.
Good, but it's not enough. Not even close. Eventually.
Now they're playing Cass and stuff over there. Like, Cassidy's getting a lot of play time. And to be fair, Cass is really good right now.
Ends up getting a boost of boot of players like from around.
Korea's getting a feel for what they like. They've realized that they don't just have to play dive because Cass is right there to just destroy it.
But Sheer Cult able to get the payload moving. You have this overclock here for exodeal use here in the second point. The hard part here is going to be TNT with the flux and no sound barrier on the other side.
Not much to combo with it though. Not often required.
Korea's just in a wide variety of ranges right now. We saw a combo of, like, so far this week of like Doom, Orisa, Sig, Winston, Mag played Ryan, nice flux.
Enough damage done so that Strebber and Exodeal.
It's everywhere right now.
And now you can play this forward choke, right? If you're Rock Esports, you just want to.
Well, in Korea, usually it's just like, screw it, we ball, we're playing dive, but they've chosen to adapt. We're seeing Cass and more slow-paced stuff. It's just weird that Orisa's being played over there. Like, I'm not seeing that anywhere else. They're just fans of Orisa on specific maps.
Well, yeah,
We see it a lot when they go into the Zarya. Like, the Zarya and the Cass, like, it's just a good counter to the Doom comp that was being read in the first week, like the Doom Echo Tracer. So now we're seeing adjustments. It's like you play Zarya, and if you can't play Zarya, then you're probably gonna play Orisa.
Yeah, especially because Izzyaki had the M Matrix, right?
Is the LOL guy Rojo? Correct.
See, Imagine Rock Esports so good.
Why isn't Soldier being played more? I think Cass and Sojourn are just stronger. Cass is really good for shutting down the dives, and he just seems like he does a crap ton of damage right now, and Soj is just consistently good. TVNT's SIG goes crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
As opposed to playing through these sort of long streets and getting caught by hyperspheres. Oh my goodness, checkmate! Absolutely smashed.
Oh, don't put him in the air! No!
Deadeye on the airborne Cassidy will claim the trade. Immortality Field now down for Izzyaki, and Matrix though is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And Rojo breaks another Sigma shield.
He gets lifted up by the Flux, and
that's so sad.
Line of sight of ExoDeal, and
Sojourn can farm on shield, also true.
Takes him out. That is a
it's good against Sig and Ram,
especially
yeah.
after ExoDeal gets checkmate right at the start. You figure that is a big.
Cass and Soldier are just like the preferred hit scan, and then you like almost always see a Tracer. Everybody's playing Tracer. Tracer's just really good. I feel like Tracer can be used in so many ways right now with how good she is too. Coordinated dives, of course. She's crazy. I mean, speaking of checkmate, as he died, like earlier in the series, we saw him like going on the front lines, applying pressure.
Just kind of like.
Tracer just does a lot.
He's been caught out a few times, but Rock has been able to battle back even with that player down.
Pretty good Flux. Forced out the ammo.
Yeah, the Sojourner
and there's beat.
Stuck in that. You're gonna sound barrier out of it.
Oh, it's late.
Here for AOI though.
Little too late, I think.
And it didn't even. I don't even think that hit Rojo either. Damn.
Strebor. Maybe not even the target. The checkmate will be prioritizing at this point. Yeah, you wasted that beat. That's unfortunate, but plenty of time board here. Sheer Cole, we've got to finish the map now.
It makes me wonder what's going to happen next week, though. Is the Korea meta going to evolve again? Hi, Amaterasu.
Talking about like they just needed a map completion. They're obviously getting close. Will trying to just.
Ooh, the rare Ash. Haven't seen much Ash. Oh, never mind. Psych. Jebaited Sojourn. Boring.
That's enough to win it on the other side.
And checkmate is just in a bad spot here. He needs to die, man.
Will's gotta be careful though.
Trading pretty evenly at length here. Will has natural sort of health.
He needs to die or like kind of a crazy flank here, but Will's on it.
Turn his attention to the matter at hand. That is the cart inching closer to the golden box of victory. High ground denied. AOI
oh, messed up the jump.
Knocking Sheercold back off that platform. But the defenders still aren't in very powerful positions. Very long range, again, with a lot of that sort of reduction in damage was an issue for the Cassidy, so Rojo's has to switch to the Sojourn here.
Checkmate finally is dead.
He still has a pulse bomb from 3 minutes ago.
Oh, he died while using Flux. That's rough.
Kills though, NKZ going down is the more impactful frag, the more important one, and the defenders can stabilize behind it.
Yeah, I saw right there. TNT in a row are really going to bail them out. Like, checkmate, I think 3 fights in a row now. The first player to fall, and the team's still able to hold pretty strong.
Cass and Sojourn just get more value right now as the hit scans.
On the other side. So maybe you can force out that immortality field first and then go with the Flux.
They just bring more to the table. So just good for the shields. Cass is a good dive counter.
We'll see that, yeah, Will was able to sit up there. Wants to pressure Izzyaki away. Pulse Bomb does not connect, and Izzyaki has a time to take a breather. Next checkmate will have his Pulse Bomb that he's been hatching like a bloody century egg.
A whiff. That's big. That's a whiff.
Catches no one, though. That's a bit hasty from TVNT.
Rojo's gonna have an overclock. Let's see.
And it's a sound barrier here.
The stick, that's the early ammo, overclock.
Can build his up, and it's very small now. May not matter in the end. NKZ, the priority target, again gets served up, dished out, and ripped to shreds.
Yeah, and AOI just consistently those sound barriers able to be dropped right after the ones from sheer cold. And that gives that extra survivability.
Mid-season patch might be interesting though. Yeah, for sure.
To get over the line as that is a really strong performance. I mean, what was that time?
That Ana grenade change is interesting.
Do Rock Esports on their offense and then
Ana Bionade.
They've looked really good.
Yeah, and again, and you know, at the start of this map, you're in a Sigma mirror. When you get out positioned by the attackers, you have no choice. Sometimes, if you don't find a pick while the attackers are rotating, you have to drop down to the low ground. You have to take a disadvantaged fight. You have to try and find a way to manufacture an advantage. I've got to give it to Sheer Cold.
Please buff Ryan. Yeah, for the love of God, buff Ryan. Please. He's so bad. I saw Mag playing him though, funny enough, earlier today.
However, the difference in attacking speed is a big difference maker, and your Rock Esports seem to be really well drilled in that regard. A little flashy even, and they definitely take away a very well-earned W in that second map.
I mean, look, you were able to get a few picks on the checkpoint early, right? You're able to take advantage of some of those, but if you're going to get there, you know, star player.
Can we see Hadi play Rhyme without
You're gonna
throwing?
be able
Yeah,
to
if
win those fights
only.
consistently, you know, regardless of what else happens. Where I know
Like with how the meta's shaping up, I'm intrigued to see how Hadi plays.
A few times as the Sojourn.
Yeah, Will.
I'm curious to see if his RAM is coming
Tracer,
along.
and credit to him for maintaining such a degree of confidence here, going toe-to-toe with Checkmate and prevailing on multiple.
I sure as hell know he's
occasions here.
probably
Let's
not
forget the
playing
first
Sigma,
one. He
right?
stuck the guy on the first map. I think he made himself pretty clear about how he felt about that matchup in that moment. Nice to see him really put this pressure down. And again, Sheer Cold can hang. I don't think they quite have the
Hadi ball. No one's playing ball now.
That we are seeing from Rock Esports.
Hadi Orisa. But like they could, but no one outside of Korea is running Orisa right now. Korea's in their own dimension with meta selection right now. Hadi Diva. We could see the return of the Hadi Diva. This is true.
Potentially,
that is a possibility.
This could be a little bit of a closer one.
We'll see what happens when they play
As well
tomorrow.
on the day, teams opting away from the Cassidy. I think that the damage fall off at longer ranges is actually quite.
Are they still not going to the
you
break?
have
What's
to play
going on?
Surgeon. In days past, we saw teams playing a lot of even Hanzo on this particular map, just because you really need to be able to, again, manufacture with some degree of consistency a free kill to start to move that.
Oh, are we just going?
But Rock Esports looking like they're primed to take that, I guess.
We're just going straight into it. All right. Fair enough.
Can hang to some degree, but eventually it looks like their nerve breaks. And Rock Esports have those years of experience behind them, not only on the field, but also in the coaching staff. Even if Kareev leaves the map halfway through, he can trust his team.
He's like, oh, we're fine.
I'm also very content with no break.
It's just going to be difficult, I think, for Sheer Cold to kind of like win in this type of scenario, right? With how good, you know, Rock has been at range. They can play the Sigma again here. Like the Sigma's a little bit interesting in terms on like trying to play that on this map. Like, you know, it's not
again, Rock's just gonna play Sig. This is just their comp, and Sheer Cold's gonna match them.
But it beats Ramatra in many senses, right?
I honestly, I wouldn't mind them like sending a Ram here and play more aggressive, but they're gonna play right into Rock's hands.
Mirror matchup here, as you know, right now it's gonna be about. Well, so see, they don't want to put the shield out right away because that allows their Sojourn on the other side to just get free charge, right? So you want to like poke.
They 1 to 2.0 will find some ungodly comp that they mess meta with. I mean, maybe.
Like poke without your shield.
I've been seeing them like in scrims practice a lot of the standard though.
The shields only go up when the Sojourn is.
I feel like they're gonna do it the normal way this time, unless something drastic happens.
When she has full charge.
Hadi Orisa incoming. It's possible. I wouldn't count on it this week, but like starting next week. Well, actually, no. They may not even play next week. If they win tomorrow, they're qualified. I hate this map in the beginning. Such a stalemate. Yeah, it's rough.
Exodial a few times it feels like has been able to open things up with a first blood, even though King's Row didn't really play out well for Sheer Cold.
Oh, is that how you say his name? Exodial? Gotcha.
Building some pretty comfortable momentum here.
Nice shot, okay.
There's another one. This time it's AOY getting taken down. If it's not one support, it's the other. That's big. We talk about this, right? Teams wait to generate these picks and then lean into their opponents in short-handed situations. When you can deliver those picks with such consistency, even mind you, playing from the freaking low ground here, that's a big deal. Sheer Cold, excuse me, have really earned this early.
Sheer Cold's gonna take it slow.
Checkpoint to boot.
I mean, that would be massive. We just saw, I mean, in the last
he did not know checkmate was there. No one called him out. They didn't know. They didn't know about that checkmate flank, though. That sucks.
So as the rest of Rock Esports kind of push on in, stop that from getting close to happening. I mean, that would be just really bad for Rock if you give all that first checkpoint straight away.
Classic, Byron. Classic.
Advance it past the halfway point of the map, and I think this next fight, Mitch, will be like the first, like, you know, quote unquote, like real serious fight we're gonna see. Right?
Emerald Sojourn looks okay. Yeah, it's not bad.
Have ultimates. Like this fight could kind of like dictate in terms of like the investment, how we see the rest of the map play out.
Potentially, Amp Matrix overclock combinations here.
Checkmate on that wide flank again. Here we go.
Checkmate finds an easy pick here. He will equalize the map for his team.
They still don't know.
Getting that kind of pressure on the high ground. I mean, those are the things you can't count on, but it would be massive here. Good pressure on his
Early window, or I mean, MO rather.
And the finish is there. Yoham also
Really sneaky by Checkmate. Not getting caught out there.
Win for Rock Esports. This should get them within striking distance of Sheer Cold's total.
Just the tracking from Checkmate is just crazy there. I mean, it'll just feel like insta-kill 2 players. The one thing though is that Rock Esports end up they use both support ults there, so no double support ult on the side for Sheer Cold.
They got a touch
in terms of them even preventing Rock from taking the lead.
Good recontest.
Awful close now. Overclock still in the hands of
and Rock's just getting out too. You got space. Oh, will die. That's a weird window. Oh, that window's so weird because the bot's just in the way. Oh
Kitchen
no.
sink, haymaker, whatever. AOI getting brought down, but it's going to be a question of whether that's enough. Checkmate gets caught though. 2-for-2 trade in this fight. Crucially, it's Rock with about T.
If you play aggro here, you can still get your spawns back in maybe. Oh no. Well, never mind. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
That is a real difficult one because you end up using so many of your ultimates there for Sheer Cold. Like you're kind of like all in on that one, and then it just does not pan out in your favor whatsoever. And now you've given up a lead, right? Rock Esports.
Our graphic intern is back for real.
Matrix here a little bit earlier, probably going to get towards that sound barrier, and then next thing you know, you're kind of like approaching the end of the map.
Sheer Cold's got nothing here.
Colosseo does have a tendency to get out of control in that regard. Pulse bomb for Checkmate. Obviously, the only really interesting thing is ults up right now. Maybe that Ant Matrix here, but it's a tough angle to get used to that. Oh, Immortality Field's down. They might be able to go here. Yoham being forced to use that a little bit earlier. And that's the Pulse finish. Checkmate was waiting for that.
Well, I mean, you got both ults out, at least.
Beautiful accretion there. Strebble getting taken to geology class.
I mean, and now you're just like really just bullying.
But now the key is to not overinvest too much to try and get the bot back in your favor, though. And I don't know. With how some of these ults have been from Sheer Cold, they might just use everything again.
Really, I know, far stretch to go here. Man, with every Rock is playing, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, Materasu's a real one.
Yeah, what's the play here?
Been around for a while. As many of you have that are watching, though, I'm sure.
Your head blown off by Roho.
Oh, I thought for sure that Rock hit. That was so close. That's ideal. Winning with just that is exactly what you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, maybe if people were a little bit healthier, you could have sound barriered there and like use your own flux and taken them out of it if you were Rock. But
if they want to make a comeback, that's the start you need.
Just on his Yaki, nice job there from NKZ to like dodge the accretion up in the sky.
One with just one ult, 4 ults to counter theirs now.
Decided to just give up after that.
Almost 100 meters total here for Rock. Let's not forget the way this game started. Some massive picks manufactured by Sheer Cold. Put them, on that low ground, approaching the bridge. Just had to win one more fight to get there, and all of a sudden the momentum solidly has swung against them. They spent so many ultimates on a losing fight prior. That's what ultimately caused them to give up the checkpoint. We're back to that point again. Big ultimates for both teams. Zodial really hoping to find an opening with this overclock, but not in the best position to make use of it. And oh my goodness, he's about to get fluxed.
Yeah,
has to be used
but meta has changed very fast compared to last week.
For a rainy day, that accretion not connecting, the pressure is
Doom was good, and now they've decided he's not.
Oh, and Yoham actually ends up using that Ant Matrix up on the high ground. I think they thought that they could actually help NKZ live through that, from the back.
It's good they got the bot back in their own territory, though. Those good push by
to kind of go all in on that.
Strebble.
So they AOI on the backside, but man, now you had that. It's the Ant Matrix up on the high ground, right? And you're kind of like trying to maybe see if you can keep NKZ up, but you would love to have that for this next fight, right? Where you have the high ground and they're pushing into you to just get an easy fight win to move them on back.
When was your last best chance for the next 80 or so seconds for Sheer Cold, which will take us almost to the end of this game. Rock Esports Don't want to have to spend too heavily.
Oh, it's funny to see how different the regions take the meta, but that's the thing, like, everyone was looking at what Korea is doing, like, yeah, we should probably start doing that. And then, like, within this last week, the mindset has completely changed. I watched the scrims. Everyone was doing the same thing as them. They were all playing the Echo Tracer and the dive with the Lucio and the Kiri. And now we've decided it is no longer good.
There's no incentive.
The rapid changing meta.
They can just kind of sit here and just play this trading game if they want.
I feel like some of the Korean teams may regret going with 2 flex DPS in the future. A lot of them are probably regretting it now. Well, some of them. It depends.
No, we're at least waiting for Exodial to be in position. You have to do something to try and force some of these ultimates out. Rojo in a great spot. Well, and Mortality Field gets the job done. NKZ commits there with an accretion, but the healing from the regenerative burst is
But no one should buy into the scrim box. Yeah, I suppose so. Kind of figured things were settled though. They were playing this stuff in game in Korea. I was watching everybody practice it, and then they just changed.
They push in with that Sojourn on the opposite side. The issue is Izayaki throws an Immortality Field across. So
you know, Hanbin stunks are actually through the roof though.
Is he drops an amp.
Dude can play Zarya and Sig.
Pushing in to try and finish off some of these kills that they got with the Flux, but they have Ant Matrix damage coming on the backside, so they just kind of get caught, especially when it was Rojo using that overclock there.
Focus on Yoham here. It's about the Baptiste, and it's about forcing that Immortality Field out of him. Gravitic Flux now, they get it. Okay, Yoham able to touch down as well before he is removed, so able to shrug off the Gravitic Flux for all intents and purposes. NKZ though, well, I wish he would have had that drone around still. Big stick from Will.
Wow, Rojo.
That answers it again. Not enough time.
Probably didn't need that though.
They'd already done exactly that to Yoham. And again, win conditions being met left, right, and center here for Rock Esports.
First time you remember watching me is end of season 2. Dang.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're
long time fan.
Like they are getting.
Sheer Cold only has sound barrier. This has to be a really good sound barrier. Can't be too early.
Sheer Cold would have to be like legendary for it to happen.
And Matrix here.
Now?
Try and finish the job. 10 seconds remaining in regulation.
Oh, that was an almost Ajax.
Disruptor shot has to go for a beat. Not the timing you would have liked, but it's all about trying to stay alive and keep your head above the surging tides right now. And Sheer Cold are struggling. Rojo able to easily get away from that flux. It was TVNT caught out though. There's a chance for Sheer Cold to at least take possession of the bot in overtime.
Yeah, I was like maybe they were gonna be able to like back out of that there.
All right, long way to go.
So I thought once they like got the sound barrier out early from Sheer Cold that Rock was.
First video I watched was What Is Wrong with the Dallas Field 2019. That's a classic.
Shiki kill here mid map. Gonna have to back up. You're gonna need what 3 or 4 fights here for Sheer Cold, right? You would think.
Yes, I'd say more on the higher side. Depends how much free push they get. They can't afford to go after checkmate, I don't think. They probably need Will here to look for a backliner instead. Again, the dynamic of forcing the Baptiste drone out permeates every aspect of this game.
Oh, Window's not gonna do much, is it?
There's the Air Matrix at least drawn out. Where you go, Ham?
TBNT is like kind of cut off from the team though. They're not doing anything about it. Yeah, no, they're too slow. They needed to just turn on him, but they didn't. They're so preoccupied with like forcing space with the window. They should have just went for him. All right, well, GG.
NKZ is done. Everyone is fluxed off of the bot.
That is another 3-0. 3 Overwatch. Yay!
They're the number 3 overall seed in EMEA. They definitely looked like it here today, right? They come in, some moments there from Sheer Cold, but really considering how far the push was there on Colosseo, and then how dominant they were on King's Row, pretty strong statement from Rock Esports.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, as you said, there were signs of life from Sheer Cold, Lee Jung especially. It was just once Rock Esports started to stabilize, it was all downhill from there. And at the very last map here on Coliseum, I feel like there were some.
So to give you an idea, chat, of what that
means, some abilities I wish they would have.
Twisted Minds, Bubo Spray Check, and Rock Esports are all moving on to the main event in EMEA for the chance at cash prizes and circuit points. They have all punched their tickets.
it's gotta be so hard to
Good
go
night,
up
Math.
against players like that.
I mean, this play right here. I mean, that was kind of like, you know, one of the ones that really turned
Runaway
the tide in
Yeti
map
game?
number 1. You know, being able to get that stick, then get the finish off on a Yoham.
Did they play it?
And then push on through with the rest of the team. This was a wild scenario. Will just coming up with a huge pulse bomb. I thought Will had a pretty good game. I thought exoDial was really good for sheer Colt. He was constantly on the Sojourn, able to pick up some kills.
Yeah, I think that like this metagame as well puts it can make DPS players look very good. I think at times.
I thought it was Genesis. They played Genesis, not Yeti, right?
Put a lot of pressure on tanks. Which is, you know, been the story, I guess, of many different metagames here. But it's always such a question of how do I pick a tank that can both put pressure on, but also, you know, stay alive and take some space here. And that's just a problem that NKZ had. He was struggling to take enough space. And
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they played Genesis. Yeah, I saw the game though. Crazy game.
Comp is moving slowly, and they have a Cassidy as well, who's like
Prophet, the redemption arc, Prophet, PH.
This play was really big. Getting that immortality.
Insane mechanics on the hit scan.
Really deep so much on this map because he can trust the rest of his team.
I mean, I'm pretty pumped that they won because a lot of people were rating Genesis above Runaway, and I wasn't that sure on Genesis. I had Runaway above them in my power rankings, so like it feels good to be right on that, you know? The rare ATP W. Very rare.
Okay, if she has rail,
rare to see Decay get diffed so hard, yeah.
Don't give her all this free charge. Force her to actually do damage. Force her to get hits to charge that up. And actually
Prophet was just in the zone though.
Yeah, well, they came out on top. I'm very interested to see how they will be looking like against a team which may be able to push them a little further out of their comfort zone and not allow them to, you know, keep that tempo up and really directed tempo. Let's take a look at the standings because we are
gonna have to move my camera.
Part of the day, and we of course want to make you aware of where we currently at with some teams now officially qualifying already for the main event. Any big surprises here today? I don't really feel like it. I feel like this is kind of what we expected. Some teams looking better than we would have thought on paper, though.
Yeah.
Like I just said, the Twisted Minds, Spray Check, and Rock are all in. They won their qualifying game.
We'll get to see them tomorrow.
They won their winners match, so they are going on to the main event.
Left Right Good Night showed us some pretty good moments here. I think Team Peps,
which will be in a couple weeks.
I was hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah, so the top team.
Wish you could have seen the matches yesterday. Yeah, it's unfortunate there was no official broadcast. I don't know what's up with that, but
BSC and
it's okay.
Those games today, those teams have qualified. You know, Peps, LRG, and Sheer Cold, they'll be in the losers finals of those groups. Some of those other games have not like played or finished yet, so we don't know who they'll be going up against. But those teams that were 0-2 are currently at 0-1. So just to kind of clarify on some of that.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now that we're all in the clear, it is time to re-watch some of our highlights. There were some really explosive plays being played today, and we got a fancy little segment called EMEA plays.
EMEA. That's pretty good.
Yep,
it's not bad.
Ghost Rider is just getting the stride of things. You know, it's early season. It's day one.
It's not bad, but it's not good. I'm on the fence.
I'm sharing them between OWCS and my own material, so you can't expect like that quality output. It's a lot of work to write both of our material here. Letho was great. We were really happy. I think with Letho, this is like a big 4K on that Sojourn performance. He and Mamone were easily at the same level, I think, as their opponents. And this Pulse Mat,
this play was awesome.
Hard to go past this.
Boop. And then not only this, but also just finishing off Yoham and then doing the recall, then just, you know, dunking on the rest of the team pretty much.
Well, Mitch, Matt, what are your big takeaways from the winners matches we got to see Group A, B, and C today? Anyone in particular really stood out?
Having 9 teams in the round robin's kind of cool. I agree.
Super impressed.
I like that too.
Like in a weird way, like you know, we're still talking about, you know, some of the.
But you kind of have to make it more limited in Korea because there's just.
I am excited.
Such crazy competition over there.
Versus like Space Station, even to see how you know Rock Esports fares.
EMEA and NA, I think it's like a bit more open.
BSC, so that's kind of what I'm excited to see.
One thing I think to keep in mind, I think every time we advance through this competition, the level of competition gets much higher. So
true, Uber, true.
Onwards, now that we're in like going to the main event out of many of these teams, like You know, we're going to see a different level, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad they don't have more Korea teams that are going to go to DreamHack. I think that's robbery.
Definitely more than the cut above the rest. We'll see them tested more later. I want to draw everyone's attention to tomorrow's first EMEA game. Ex-Oblivione versus Space Station game.
It's going to be a potential banger.
Much more competitive than what we've seen today.
Yeah, they've been scrim partners. They play really hard against each other.
I mean, as good as Space Station are, I expect Ex-Oblivione, who are a household name in Overwatch, especially in the contenders region prior to this, they will give them a run for their money. They will put them to the test.
Indeed. Well, I definitely am excited for more EMEA action tomorrow.
I think it's just 8 teams that go to DreamHack.
Day, which also means that I am done with the lot of you. So see you both again tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining.
Bye.
But the broadcast, of course, ain't over yet. We got some great matches in the NA region just around the corner. The corner being a break. So I'll see you on the other side.
Well, this is going to be a long break because the game won't start for an hour. We're kind of chilling for now, chat. Yeah, that Toronto game won't be for an hour unless, like, they push things ahead of schedule, which I doubt they'd do. What will they do for an hour? I don't know. Correct, okay. That game should be at 8 EST. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see if they push things along. I doubt they will, because like you got to give the teams time to prepare, right? Like they were given a time, so they expect you to abide by it. Yeah. In the meantime, I think I'm quickly just gonna refuel for the second half of our stream, chat. I'm gonna fill up my water. Maybe I'll even like make myself a cup of tea or something. I don't know. I'm gonna fill up my water, go to the bathroom, and then I'll get right back into it. So I'll see you guys in like a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Eagles will take Contender Season 0.
They will fly high. San Francisco Shock against champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco Shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel takes their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your dreams for all time.
Welcome back, y'all. This is day 2 of the group stage here in the Overwatch Champions Series. And for our NA portion of today's broadcast, I am joined by my favorites. Don't tell Mitch and Matt. It is Joss. It is Rose. I am so happy to see you guys back together. It's been a while.
Yeah, been a whole year, but it's all good. We've been reunited. Make sure you tweet that out, by the way, that we're the favorites and Mitch and Matt aren't. Thank you. That would be great. And put it on the Reddit.
Cool.
On Overwatch, our Overwatch as well. Not even just comp Overwatch.
Everywhere. Put it in your CVs, you know. It's let the people know. How are you guys doing? How you doing?
It's been good. It's been good. It's been a little too long, I feel like, since we've gotten a chance to dive into some competitive Overwatch. So I'm very excited to be back here alongside my original partner, Jaws. It's great. It's great to be back.
Yeah.
Charles, I'm a little disappointed at your background.
Oh, okay. I knew this was coming out. I knew this is coming out. Oh my god. We had this discussion, this whole thing in rehearsals the other day where we were just comparing each other's backgrounds, okay? Yes, mine was
all right, we back, chat. Ready to go for round 2.
Without a made bed, no, I made my bed today.
We're locked in.
You made your bed today.
I made the bed today.
That's a step in the right direction. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Well, you know, it's only up from here, right? Right.
Exactly.
Now, let's dive into some nitty-gritty details of our competition, though, because we've already explained it, of course, earlier today for the EMEA matches. But in case someone did not watch all of that broadcast thus far, let's go over it very quickly once more for the NA viewers who have just joined. Here is what's going down this year. We have 4 stages with 2 majors, 1 major at DreamHack Dallas, Texas, and the finals at DreamHack in Sweden, Stockholm. And you may or may not be noticing a little gap here in July and August, but that does not mean that there is no Overwatch action. We will be talking about that some more soon, TM, probably. And if you want to join us for the first major, head on over to dreamhack.com.
So I wonder if they're actually going to start the game early. I'm very curious.
Right there. Joss, what kind of tickets would you get for DreamHack? Are you more of a watcher or are you a participant?
Please let me work the event. That is, I want to do both. I would not be a participant. No way. Especially with the rank changes, by the way. My MMR, my SR has plummeted. I am in the depths, and I'm playing on EU right now. And my word, it's rough out there. So yeah, probably not a participant. Just a viewer.
What about you, Nikram?
I think I would do my best at participating, but only because I think that playing in an event like that would be like a super fun experience. Something I don't feel like a lot of people have ever had a chance, or many people can say that they had a chance to do. So I don't know. I'd test the waters. I wouldn't do very well, but I'd give it a good try.
It's all about participating, man.
I just want to be there.
Exactly. I just want to be part of the whole thing. And honestly, DreamHacks are quite a spectacle, so make sure to join us there. And in case you're just watching from the comforts of your own home, well, you know, you're not going to leave the watching experience empty-handed.
March 18th, by the way.
We got drops. That's right. All you have to do is once again connecting your Battle.net accounts to whichever streaming
am I connected, by the way?
You're using to watch our show, and this is what you can get. I mean, come on.
I don't know if I am.
This is what I'm here for.
I should reset my.
This is what I'm here for.
I'm kind of a name card collector.
Now I'm connected. Before I wasn't connected. I've been watching all this time, not getting my progress.
I mean, I will just based on me working the show. I guess I'm also.
Yeah, technically we'll get that.
Yeah. Just tune in for one day. Tune in for one day. That's 6 or 8 hours right there, and then you get to have all the cosmetics.
That's right. That's all it takes. Let's also quickly rehash the format here for everyone who's new to the show, because we do have some changes, of course. Last weekend was the Swiss stage where, you know, teams from different regions were participating.
San Diego Hunters, baby. We we were in the Swiss stage. Never forget.
16 teams managed to come out on top, and they're now finding themselves in our group stages. Those are in a GSL format, and yeah, out of those teams, we will see 8 advance into the main event.
I'm not a boomer. It's just I set up my stream before the thing went live, so it wasn't working.
To see who's gonna walk away with what, and as Matt gracefully pointed out, if you're in the bottom here, you get nothing.
Yeah,
0.
you get
nothing.
Points.
Well, you get some
5
points,
and
though.
10
But
points,
honestly,
and that is it. But no cash.
That's right. Points can be very they can come in very clutch at the very end of the season. You'll never know. But yeah, knockouts will be played over the course of 4 days with top 8 teams. I'm very excited for that, but we're not there yet, right? First, we have to get through the group stages and all of that good stuff. Of course, we also have some other cool changes, which we explained earlier today. For example, we now have map vetoes. So there's a whole nother level of 3D chess being played heading into those games. I am very, very excited for all of those changes. And
True penguin.
Which I would 100%
match vetoes.
100%. Catch me veto that every day.
Rude, but why not?
He's not here to talk back. I'm free
Uber
to
would
say
say
what I
the
want.
same thing, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
He would if he could.
He just my
Put it
back.
that way. Well, guys, even though Matt was casting, the matches were pretty solid in the EMEA region, and now it is time to dive straight into the NA side of things. Jaws, Necra, let's take a look at our current standings. Which are the teams that you got your eyes on? Starting with you here, Jaws.
Oh, I got a bit of a dark horse that I was picking up on Blackchat the other day. Students of the Game.
Students of the Game is hype. Rack Attack's team, baby.
PGE, Infected. Like, Infected's been around for a long time too. So
I think they messed up. There's no way PGE's playing tank over Infected. That's not
they've been
right.
on the ladder, they've been grinding, they've been sat there in the tier 2 sphere, and I think this is really their chance.
Ah yes, back to the choppy gameplay. Let's go.
I'm super excited for this whole squad. I think Cal too, who's also been in the Overwatch League.
It's Rack. There he is, the goat.
Prospect, and no one.
They beat down Magic Mateball and Pirates in Pajamas yesterday. I was able to catch the end of that one.
Rack Attack has plot armor at this point. Like, I'm already convinced that he has garnered enough good fortune in the universe that
I mean, the big thing is the fact that Citrus won.
But I
They beat a very
personally have my
relevant
eyes
team.
on M80, whether it was because they were in the news
Beat a
little
team with
recently, or
friggin'
because they just
Seeker, Top Dragon,
this
Mirror, MCD, and
incredible
Liar on it, which is
star-studded
kind of
roster. I
nuts.
think that M80 is going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to who can take this North American
Shiki,
scene.
I don't really know this
really
team.
Looking at like the fact that we've got like Hydron, Renko, Leb, Pelican,
80, which is a
it's
pretty solid
just
team.
wild, Jaws, when you take a look at this lineup, like you can look in any which direction and you're gonna be hit left or right by awesomeness.
This team is winning trophies, is all I'm saying. This team is going the distance, and I would be very surprised if we don't see these teams in like Dallas, Stockholm, or wherever in the finals. Like, this team has so much raw firepower. Hawk, the best tank player in North America right now, and their DPS line is just giga stacked. Pelican, Spectra, and it's important to have a Tracer in this meta, but they have a couple, and Hydron too. Like, a ridiculous amount of talent on the lineup, and that doesn't even we don't even touch on the supports there. Ultraviolet.
And I pronounce citrus. Citrus. What am I saying it wrong? It's a citrus fruit.
And it's going to be a tough time actually beating, and that's going to be the big problem for a lot of teams.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it already in the EMEA matches, right? Sojourn and Tracer, both such impactful heroes, and having a Hydron and a Pelican, of course. I mean, yeah, get wrecked, I guess, if you're on the other side from that very squad. But we will be seeing them a little later today.
I don't understand, Big. What's going on? Did I say something wrong?
So also two very, very exciting spots. I mean, generally, I think it's just, I love the beginning of a new season of anything because everyone is still feeling it out. Most of those teams have not played each other just yet, so they still don't quite know what to expect. And now we have the added layer here, of course, also with the map vetoes coming into this. So a lot to consider.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot. I love seeing the map vetoes, Rose. I think it's one of the coolest aspects of coming into this, because we've had map selection before, but like seeing the teams every single time they pop on the broadcast actually get to pick the maps in front of us, it's a nice little addition this year.
think it also gives us a little bit more insight onto where the teams might want to go in terms of their compositions or where their comfort is, right? Because a lot of these map pools can show you a variety of different things. If you're more of a rush-oriented team, we might be able to see more of that come through with the bans for some of those maps where you might want to see a little bit more dive.
What kind of compositions do you expect we see the most of in the NA region? Do you guys feel like it's going to differ a lot from EMEA? Because historically, there were quite some differences in the compositional approaches. I kind of feel like from the matches I've seen so far, that does not seem to be the case.
Right. I don't think so. I think the meta in general has been changing from week to week anyway. Like what we see here.
How do the map picks and bans work?
What we see at the end of the
basically,
month, or even next week.
You go through the order of every single map, right? One team will pick a map they don't want to play. Other team picks a map they don't want to play. And then on non-control maps, they'll take turns deciding who's going to start. Or non-control and push maps, I should say. Non-control push and flashpoint maps. You choose who's gonna start, like who's gonna attack, who's gonna defend. It's like a turn-by-turn basis. So it's like one team bans, other bans, then the team that banned first picks map.
The flexibility is going to be key, and that's going to be some of the big.
Then team that banned map second will do the second map, and they'll pick after the bans, and so on and so forth.
A lot of variety that we can still get a chance to see. Like the meta isn't solved.
Literal's different from Mal since there's bans, and I like it. I think it's a good change.
But they could also try
I like that there's like strategy involved with it, and like you can like kind of screw your the enemy team out of like a comfort map and comp, but at the same time they could do the same for you. It's interesting.
How could you not?
I think experimenting is fun. It is a good idea to spice things up. They even did that in the Swiss stage, fun fact.
Yeah, I mean, we saw
At the before each match started in the Swiss, there's 9 of them, mind you. They do a map ban system. Like when I was playing last week, I got to do that. It was sick.
Like the cracks in that armor were discovered very quickly. So yeah.
Like there are certain maps that my team didn't want to play on, and we always banned them, no matter what. Like we weren't comfortable on Samoa, so we always banned Samoa if the other team did not.
We should be back with our first match in the NA region.
Also, they are starting the games early. Okay, I'm not complaining. Oh, never mind. That's a 15-minute break. Okay. That's a 15-minute break. Okay, dude. I'll just put in a 3-0 for Defiant, because, you know, obviously I'm picking them to beat, this random team. What the hell am I gonna do for 15 minutes? You failed me, I didn't get garlic bread. Well, whose fault is that? You can't blame me for that. And it's not too late to change that. It's never too late for garlic bread. That's how I see it. I'm thinking of messing around on Overwatch or something for like 10 minutes. Largely considering it. I don't know what to do right now. I'm kind of lost. I mean, we could swap over to the Korea VOD. I didn't finish watching Runaway versus Genesis, so that's something I could do. Maybe I'll do that while we wait. Go to the OWCS page. Is Defiant as insane as the roster sounds on paper? In my opinion, no, but they're still gonna run NA. Like, there's no chance they're losing in NA. At least not right now. There's no shot.
Rather from choice they wanted to try to.
Chat, bear with me. And then we'll watch this game.
Stop the bot in its place, but the bot is going to stop itself. This checkpoint has been obtained.
This is where I left off when I was watching.
Yeah, they're going to get forward spawns now. This is the critical fight right now. If
they're still committing into this one, Legion going to be taken down, but Prophet able to find a K. Getting the kill. Mortality built now. Lobbed in as the barrier once again coming up. Does get the accretion stun there. Out on, but it's not fully found here on the back end. But as the dive forward comes through from Terror, they will be able to confirm it there on a Prophet, I should say. Zesty able to come away with one, but widely runaway. Just going to be living up to the name, backing off a little bit here. As the bot now held in this arch, but now the regression coming through, looking for Terror, and he will be hounded down. Zesty able to find that elimination as Vigilante trying to get settled on the high ground once more. Does get picked off by Kalios. So bloody back and forth, but runaway widely still going to be in a comfortable position given the distance that they've already set up.
Yeah, just not enough sustain there with Vigilante down. Losing supports is always absolutely brutal. They're going to try to, like, keep at least high ground positioning here. Prophet has been a menace on this bridge, but they're going to find that and then just, yeah, got to get out of there.
Trying to stay tucked away, but eventually the K coming up with the kill.
Beat.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Penguin.
Yeah, all in here from Lee Gone, and he just gets pooped back so very far. Gonna get
sometimes I forget how nasty Decay's cast is.
Lucio's here in the fight, but with Zest and Mag now,
like in 2020, I remember him carrying Dallas.
Here. Vigilante will just make it a little bit worse for them, not allow them to have the full 5 players together. Maka does get dropped, but that's also some added stagger here onto the bounties from Runaway.
Mag switches. Guess what he switched?
Mag went to Ryan,
okay.
Yo.
Reinhardt says, I didn't really like that ult that I used, so I'm gonna go for a Shatter instead.
I mean, I don't mind the idea if you can close the distance.
Are you rushing or dragging?
I've not watched any OWCS. Has it been good so far? Yeah, there's been some good games. A lot of it right now is separating the good from the bad. Well, the great from the good, I guess I should say, or like the good from the mid. But we're gonna get there. There's been some good games. Like this game went to a map 5.
Gives even more space here over to Genesis.
I don't know. It's on his team map a ring. Didn't think so. You're not wrong. Technically not wrong.
Just try to break through this doorway and get in on top of this Sigma. Taking him down low, HP bar still going to be hovering around half, but he widely will be okay as Immortality Field forced out from Vigilante. Okay, still, yeah, going to be the approach here from the back as the pulse bomb going to be used. Deadeye in. Shield.
I mean, yeah, for all I know, Defiant could collapse. I just don't think it'll happen in NA. I think if they flop, it'll be against the EMEA and Korea teams, personally.
Going to tie us up.
Yeah, indeed. Be a heck of a thing to see a draw on push. I don't think it's going to happen here, but never say never. Yeah, Genesis had to burn through a lot there, but totally worth it. They will take the lead, and even a minuscule lead on push can win you the map. They're just going to get rained on, and Prophet is always going to be in position where he's trying to check the top of the bridge, because otherwise, you just got Decay free fire.
Yeah, getting back out of the spot is going to be really rough tidings for the side of Runaway, and Zest again going to get picked off right off the rip as Tracy wants to find that kill. Yeah, Matrix trying to escort them forward. Mag.
Hey, yo, they're pressing the W key. They're leaving their cast behind.
Keep them protected. HP bar still very low, and Kalios spamming in this M1 spray is able to find Prophet. Now Mag out on an island will end up falling. Choice they want able to finish him there with a melee hit. Genesis can open up a monstrous lead.
Not gonna lie, I like Vega. How he does in that scenario, I don't know, but I do like Vega as a player, as a prospect, if you will.
Should find value. Now the Shatter is going to have to get Terror, or someone's going to have to pick off Terror first, because the beat is being saved just for this Shatter, which they know is incoming.
Yeah, you can be sure that Terror is going to be playing back. try to avoid that exact
Shatter?
outcome. Swing on the corner,
Oh,
Shatter goes in,
rip.
doesn't find anybody.
And they used window that does nothing, so that's just 2 ults
in.
burnt into the
Open
ground.
things up a bit, but it's
Burnt
getting
like
through this point
toast.
right here where Genesis can pull back, operate on the high ground. It's proven to be so very difficult for the side of Runaway.
I'm sad that there's no Kellen. I want to see Kellen play, man.
Just dropping down, looking to go a little bit more
I get it. This is like
Vigilante now,
Kalios'
trying to be
wheelhouse.
jumped
There's
up, full spawn,
Zarya,
Elf,
there's
Mortality
Sig,
Field.
but it's depressing.
Choice A1 can just wait this out, says okay, now I know that you don't have your cooldown, I'm gonna go back in, try to hold on to that pulse. Sends it, okay, does use it in the end. So Jagon somewhere is dangerously low, and Mag now opting to swap over onto the Sigma to try to match, but again, Genesis pushing forward, getting ready to hit triple digits.
Yeah, Teru so critically has been able to hold on to this beat as well. They've done such a really good job. Also, give a ton of credit to Choice A1 pressuring out Maka without, pressuring out Vigilante. Without that Baptiste, it's not the kill, but getting Baptiste out of the sightlines means that your tank is pretty much dead. You're not able to get the kills.
Now Mag's gonna match on the Sig. The Mag Sigma rare.
So now it's going to be the Flux coming into play. The pick up there on the Mag, but no other real damage going to be found. The beat's going to be dropped in as well from Lee Jae-gon to try to keep him alive. But answering beat here from Teru, Amp Matrix still.
Also, I love that they have the client in the Korean version. It reminds me of the Apex days.
As you can see, it's working a treat. So, as long
Like
as they
the
have
Korean
Bond in
voices
this
and
position,
stuff.
Genesis not going to be breaking a sweat at all. They know how much of a lead they have. They know how much of an advantage they have right now with that high ground held. Once they lose it, they're going to be sitting pretty. Zest chasing in, looking for the choice they want. Bang grenade will connect onto him there, but not going to be finding that elimination. As Kalios in a bad spot now. They can't afford to try to pile in. You can see just how scared they are to try to walk their way up towards that enemy city. So he's actually able to slink away, and it's going to be a lot of heals, a lot of extra ult charge.
I can turn it off if it's annoying. I can mute it. We still got 5 minutes. Oh, we're almost done actually. So I can watch like the rest of this map, and then that'll be it.
Now, Appreciate not getting much of anything there. His forward spawns will finally be taken away from them. The bot works back here into the starting position, but Genesis can intercept on the opposite side. And Matrix now thrown in from Vigilante, looking for some targets. Zest pushing forward. They'll find Decay. Kalios getting dropped as well. Means that Runaway will finally win their first fight in what feels like 5 minutes.
It may very well have been more than 5 minutes. Just very well played, though, by Runaway to push the bot, catch the rotation.
This series is kind of
rotate
wild.
around after they lose the high. Well, after the high ground becomes kind of worthless based on the bot positioning where everyone is, and then Runaway catches that rotation with a window, like just beautiful window drop by Vigilante. They get so much damage in, put everyone down. If Runaway wins another fight, it's very possible to take.
Key difference here is Genesis has a lot of poke because they're playing Terra and Zen.
Decay, pulse bomb out from Zest, looking for the kill. Not gonna be able to catch anybody though. Flux in, that's the pickup there on the Teru with the drop down. Immortality Field is waiting for him, keeps him sustained as the Deadeye buys some space here for Genesis. Another Amp Matrix ready to go. Maka here, gonna get maybe a little bit further forward than he might have anticipated, but either way, Decay's able to make use of it, finding the elimination there onto Zest, and once again slowing things up for Runaway and forcing them back. Profit now the cleanup sought after here. Any extra kills that Genesis gets, just that much more time bought.
Runaway has to win the next 3 fights.
Think we'll get any skins for these teams in the future?
At least 2.
Probably not. If I was gonna give you a wild guess.
Only a minute left.
I would
so
like them to, but I don't think they will.
Fight for Runaway. If they lose this fight, I can't
Time
see
check.
why
Hold on. How are we doing? 4 minutes to go, so we can finish this map.
Another Flux about to be online here for Kalios. The accretion stun into the back, leeching on down on the floor. Kalios getting stunned, but the barrier's just helping to keep him protected. In the meantime, still stagnant. Profit with an opener though. Decay gonna get picked off. As they try to get this bot moving forward once again, and we'll be able to do so. Flank coming in now. Good tags there on the Teru. Immortality Field gonna be forced out. He gets pushed back. Zest ready to collect. Finds the elimination. Looks for the
nice tracking.
Will be able to tag in, getting the headshot there on Amakas, and now it's gonna be supportless here for the side of Genesis. We know that they're gonna have to just go ahead and reset. So Kalios gets taken out. Cleanup comes in. Take them down, but 15 seconds remaining.
Wow,
Runaway
this series really was
in
intense.
overtime.
Last fight territory on
It's gonna be final fight, and Runaway's
Esperanza.
got a pretty nice ult advantage here. So Maka not near a window. Genesis doesn't really have any great
this is a bold strat to go for in overtime. Everything on the line. Oh, they got found out.
Transcendence will be forced out. Kalios in the meantime going to be stunned as the sound barriers in. Vigilante on the opposite side.
Oh man, they blew their cover too quick. Tragic.
Try to take him down.
Oof, nice shots, Decay.
The instant Deadeye pop now as he turns the face back over towards the bot. He's going to be dwindling. Choice A1, faster respawn, closer respawn here for him. Curious to see if Prophet's going to change anything up, and Sass going in
light
for
pulse bomb.
Just throws it right there on the lamppost. Value not going to be found. Another barrier coming in. Kinetic Grass going to be popped here from Mag. The Flux about to be online. The Accretion is used. That means he gets pretty free access here. The pickup, but no one's playing the bot.
They didn't touch.
And here we go. The opposite side, but run away. They move away from it for just a moment. The smiles come through from Genesis's players, and they reach match point.
Damn.
Go ahead and load into Flashpoint and see.
Back to this now. We're about 2 minutes away. God, they have nothing but bops for these waiting screens. Like this music goes hard, man. This music cooks just to see Toronto curb stop their opponent. Yeah, it's gonna happen. That is unfortunately the reality we're in for. This first game will go by very fast. See one of these underdogs take a map. I mean, look out for Citrus. Those guys had an upset yesterday.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
We'll lock in a 3-0 for Toronto. Of course, that's what chat would go for. Why wouldn't we? That's a no-brainer. Done and done. My favorite intro. I mean, like, it's a good intro. It's just, I've already heard it like 4 times today. I missed the London intro? I don't. Oh my god. How many times was that played over the course of the year? Like 50 times?
What's up, you lovely people? We are back again. Zoe here, joined by Jaws and Necra, and we're getting ready for our first match in the EMEA region. It's going to be the Group A winners match between Toronto Defiant and Shiki Gami. So let's dive straight in and talk about those teams. Toronto Defiant is one we're starting with. Of course, this is a franchise we've known
Let's
and
go.
loved from the Overwatch League. It's so great to see them continue their support for competitive Overwatch through this new chapter. And also, I mean, they're rocking up with star power.
It was interesting because, like, watching Toronto scrim, like, they were beating everyone, but it was, like, fun to watch Merit improve on Tracer and show more skill on that hero, and now that's just done. He's gonna be back on hit skin now, which I'm not complaining about. It's just funny to me. Now Merit just gets to play Cass and Sojourn, and it's just a dream come true.
World Championship. So now they're back trying to compete in this brand new Overwatch.
It'll be Lenny on
ecosystem, and they
Tracer
rounded out with some
instead.
Really top tier talent.
Oh yeah, I mean this roster is just unbelievably stacked. Like I think this analogy is used way too much in like esports, and you can say sports as well, like David versus Goliath. But literal champions versus players that a lot of them do play in collegiate and have had some fairly decent success there. But how do you look up at them and go, ah yes, this is gonna be a fair one?
Ah yes, but of course, this will be such a close game.
They've got their work cut out for them. We've had a lot of 3-0 Overwatch, and I did tweet out like maybe this, I pondered the orb. There's no more 3-0s.
Surely this will be the best game of the day. Surely.
Toronto Defiant being giga stacked.
Yeah, this is gonna be an uphill battle for Shiki Gami. Also, I noticed that in the Toronto Defiant squad, Danny was listed as a player, not as a coach. So maybe that's the hope for Shiki Gami. Maybe if Danny gets up, then that could be your winning condition. But let's talk map vetoes here and then take us into the game, guys.
Yeah, I'm honestly not too surprised here. Like, in terms of map vetoes and stuff, Rose, you were definitely talking about how you could favor...
I wonder how quick this one will go. I'm genuinely curious.
You're going to play Lucio, so most of the maps...
What kind of speed run are we going to get here?
I'm happy we're seeing Esperanza, by the way, not Colosseo, thank goodness. But Hollywood's a bit of a shock, I'd say. That's the one that stands out to me. Most
a Hollywood strat, a secret Hollywood strat, Posh Champ. No one ever plays Hollywood.
A lot more dive potential too on Hollywood.
I gotta say, I like the graphics that they have going on.
Favors the Toronto Defiant because they have such an incredible amount of flexibility. When
transitions are clean too.
Tank choices that someone can play. Someone has
OWCS production is always good.
And to be able to bring that to any map, whether it's Hollywood, whether it's
there's no way they're letting him use that name. Sexy Man 69. Okay, I take it back. Chat, Shikigami needs to win. Sexy Man 69 needs to win.
The ability to flex, which is something we were talking about before we went to that break, it is super important. You just got.
I'm doing it 180, and I want Toronto to lose hard now.
Seeing Doomfist from Toronto, and a little bit of Queen. The Junk Queen to the Doomfist. It's pretty nice. I mentioned before that Korea was playing a lot of the Doom and they switched to Zarya, but the big playmaker...
Interesting, so Toronto's gonna play the Doom comp anyway with Merit on the Tracer. They're just gonna continue to practice this, okay.
Abilities can be used, you have to burst them down, and...
I mean, to be fair, this is what they've been scrimming with a lot, so I can understand.
Yeah, and Cassidy
are they gonna say the name? Dude, I hope. We need Sexy Man 69 to have like a 5-man Rampage. 5-man Queen ult. Hey yo! Okay, first blood for Shiki, let's go.
That is gonna home onto you like a magnet. Getting together with another magnet? There's an analogy there somewhere, Rose. I don't know where it is. Toronto Defiant do end up still capping. But Shikigami, they're not going to have too much longer before Sugar Free comes back. But doesn't matter, because Vintage picks up another kill. Someone dead. They do trade for Graveyard here.
Oh, Junker Queen's logo. That, yeah.
But there is the flip. Nice little reflect kill from Sugar Free as Merit's got a pulse bomb. And not too long.
They got percentage, boys.
That'll be Toronto getting the reflip again.
Yeah, I mean, Sugar Free's Genji. I want to highlight this because Sugar Free.
See, this is what I wish that Peps did in their series against Twisted Minds. Instead of sticking with the Echo when it's clear that you're going to get pressured to death by the Cass, just swap. Sugar Free goes Genji immediately. Like, that's just what you do, man.
Yeah, super big explosive potential from Merit too with that pulse bomb. Keep an eye on Iridian server right now, does go pretty low. Has hit the recall, however there come the rushes. Noctis is actually the first one to fall here as Merit just continuing to dominate this server room. And now the main focus fight should be on Vintage. There's the stick, no roll available, no damage mitigation, no Suzu. No
same Lux. I'm also rooting for Shikigami because of Sexy Man 69. That is my hero right there. What a legend.
For Shikigami to come back in.
It's so tough because Shiki
Sexy
can really
Man
only look at something like
69.
the sound barrier in order to get in, and someone is just gonna be the
Bro's
ace in
rocking
the hole,
out
I
with
suppose,
that
if you will,
ult
for the
account
enemy
and an
side.
official OWCS broadcast. So good.
Super low. Sexy Man 69.
Oh, he said it! He said it! Let's go!
Hello, someone. Oh, short punch there.
John said it!
From the corner. It's just being a menace, just being a pain on this corner. It does leave Shikigami in an odd spot. They leave their backline unattended. You're going to get insta-deleted, and exactly what just happened there. 2 sound barriers coming out, but with Vintage already dead, and that blade pulled super late from Sugar Free. It looks like a clean sweep for Toronto.
Yeah, no. Shikigami's the real winners, though. Don't let the score deceive you, chat.
Toronto take round
We got a Sexy Man 69 on broadcast.
You heard the sound go off, that he was ready to let it rip, and then there was someone
Let it rip,
ready to punch you in the
Beyblade?
face.
Look, it's the worst ult in the game. Like, it's very bad. It's good for zoning. It's good if you have speed boost and whatnot. But
Sexy Man gonna play the Zarya, a man of many talents.
Or just
Baze.
Dash through you, like yeah, there's so many answers.
Oh, do they all have the matching Toronto skins? Except Merit, that is not a Toronto
Get the
skin.
double reload if you hit the roll too. So yeah, it's pretty rough using that ultimate at the best of times. But it's like Shikigami, okay, changing up to we're just.
Well, for the person saying they wanted a uniform experience with them playing on with actual skins, like all the same, there you go. Toronto's gonna play with the Defiant skins, funny enough. Yo, Cabal, what's up, dude?
Way easier and charging up to that graviton surge faster, and that could be really impactful here too to help save a teammate with a bubble.
Just in time to watch Toronto Defiant play.
The way and the pacing of Zarya is really nice because the Doomfist can't just be in your face.
Toronto top 4 team finally. Yeah, finally you're right.
In terms of bubbles, the Doomfist comes in, you can have a bubble ready. Doomfist has to get out. The rest of the team has to get out.
It only took North America completely exploding, and then Defiant getting like the best roster on paper for sure, but it happened.
Entrance into the fight. Toronto, they end up taking the point.
Sexy Man got a kill. Let's go. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. My GOAT.
Toronto not able to hold on for too long. 100 energy on the Zarya 2 is going to be a pretty mean weapon in the face of Toronto.
It took Overwatch League dying for Toronto Defiant to be good. True.
Oh, look at that. Gami wants to try to chase down some of these picks, but
They wasted Pulse.
coming through.
Winnable.
It's at least going to try to keep the pressure on to Shikigami as they've got it right back up to the point.
He's turning into
Sexy Man is high charged and ready to go. Oh, it's so good.
Target acquisition. The Cassidy's just so much currently in this current meta, just so much damage output.
Let's go, Sexy Man! Been out of loop for a while, just lost my interest in Overwatch for a bit. Still got to catch up on your vids. Well, you've come at the right time.
Vintage as soon as they come out of spawn. Nice little Suzu there, stops that pulse bomb from doing much damage from Dan Twist. And Shikigami do end up capping the point again. Can't go down if you're the Tracer right now, and rather brave is
Sexy Man with the high charge. He can't be stopped. Keep him alive. He's got grab. It's a big one. Oh, good beat though. Oh, you still kill RuPaul. Good focus fire.
To back them up if they need it. High Noon's going to get launched in, and surprise, surprise, Vintage ends up going down, and Toronto to
Oh, they killed Sexy Man. Unlucky.
Sugar Free not even required to use the blade in this fight, and that should just.
The Lucio didn't die there. Wait, he gets out.
It's so smart for Toronto to be able to have both the
He lived for so long there.
To lay right on top of that graviton surge, and ideally, what you're looking for with those.
If you best players OWCS this season, we better get a Sexy Man 69 reference. Oh, you best believe you're getting a Sexy Man 69 reference. This guy is a hero. He's single-handedly saving this broadcast.
Now, Toronto's got a lot of other tools up their sleeve to work with for this next fight.
Yeah, like Shiki's like some contenders and like collegiate players. No knock on them. They're just playing Toronto Defiant.
Someone please help my man. That twist does take down RuPaul, but I mean, the fight is done, it's dusted, it's over. Vintage again, the target for Toronto. And you're happy with that? I mean, because the comp executes so quickly, Toronto's comp, and you can just dive on one target and just burst.
I find it silly that Sugar Free's been on both Canadian OWL organizations.
Lose another fight. Didn't build up too much ults in that last fight either. However, a bit thankful that the pulse bomb and the
not the only person to have done it, but it's just funny.
Yeah, you've got everything off the table now if you're Shikigami, so you can go in, try to get a pick here with this pulse bomb, but Dantwist is already forced out with the recall.
There's the rush. Dantwist getting insta-bursted by RuPaul. Little kunai to the face, and then
Lenny just wants you to stay around, Penguin. He wants you to continue to support Canadian franchises. He's doing it for you. Feel strong, man. RuPaul's hitting mad headshots, by the way.
With a quad. Yeah, he's a champ for a reason. You must have
Man's been grinding, Carrie.
He is him, and this is going to be the mechanical skill that we've all come to love and expect out of a player like RuPaul, and it's going to really lead to a nice round win here, I think, because Shiki, Gami, they still have yet to get back into this one. Dangerous can't even use this pulse bomb.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough there, already had to hit the recall there, so has
Keep Sexy Man up, come on! Keep him alive, he's almost at grab. He will turn this fight if you pocket him. Guaranteed. Oh, he's dead. Well, that's why you lost.
Overtime is here.
You did not pocket your carry enough.
Mind you, quite a little bit
I mean, all things considered, them getting 78 on that point is crazy. Jaws?
Just like that.
Okay. Awkward.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the pajama? Hey, no one could see the bullet. I was just.
I don't know why.
Why was it that's such an awkward silence? Poor Jaw.
I need to stand up.
Like Necro's just speechless.
Listen,
like
it's all comfort. It's all comfort right now. Comfort
Awkward.
for us, comfort for Toronto Defiant. They're feeling good. They're feeling revived, refreshed. That was a very good first map win for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit closer than I anticipated, honestly.
Necro just did him so dirty. That was insane. Just stared blankly like, what are you doing? You're making me look bad. Omega Wolf.
Even switching to the Zarya, which is pretty decent against the Doom, in all honesty. But when we're in terms of like tempo timing, in terms of like when Toronto want to go in and out and get in and out, but there just weren't enough bubbles in the world to help Vintage like survive. Even the spawn dives too. Like it's Toronto know exactly where to punish Shikigami, and yeah, it's definitely in the DPS lineup. I mean, Hollywood next map, a decent map for dive, and Toronto Defiant. Rose, I'm gonna be honest, they're probably gonna.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with wearing some pajama pants and being comfortable while you cast.
I would love to see if maybe the Zarya can come back out again. I think one of the difficulties of running Zarya in a map like that
Gotta
is
be
that you have
comfy.
somebody
Professionalism
which Toronto Defiant
100.
can also
Yeah.
approach you from, but in theory, it also feels like a really good choice to have into something like the Genji that we saw from Sugar Free. Yeah. You can't deflect the Zarya beam, no matter.
I'm Mr. X, like even on like official broadcasts, always wore hoodies.
But yeah, we've all been there.
You just can't track a guy that is just that quick with the Lucio speed. It's just impossible. Look, I know the projectile size has got increased, but Sugar Free's movements a bit too sublime, I think, for Shikigami right now. It's rough. I mean, I think Twitch chat agrees too. Toronto Defiant a 96% vote versus Shikigami's 4%. Honestly, a 1-23 on that one. You know what? That's a value bet right there on Shikigami. I respect it, but I think Toronto Defiant, maybe it's a 3-0, maybe Hollywood, they can kind of turn it around, but you're going up against champions here. It's a real rough one.
Man,
But hey,
you gotta give him some kind of hype,
right?
Jaws.
So maybe Shikigami
Ooh, we
can
just getting
take
right
a
into it.
ton
No
of
break.
lessons
I like
from this
this.
match to be able to bring into the subsequent stages.
Let's
that we have,
go.
but
No
also,
break.
the job's
No
not
break
done
after
yet.
every
Even though
map.
that
Let's
first map looked very,
go.
very good for Toronto Defiant. There's still some bright spots here from Shikigami that could bode well for them on something like Hollywood. I think the Zarya could work even better here if you want to try to force those fights to be in a little bit more close quarters.
No
It really
obligated.
has
It's
openings
not gonna
in some of the
happen
rooms
unless
that
they
you
just
have that you
they
could
need
play
like an
a team
emergency
Overwatch in.
sub. What they have on the Asia and then the NA and EMEA broadcast is locked in, I'm pretty sure. Avril confirmed he doesn't have a job.
Slower maps like Circuit. Classic, obviously, Sigma on Circuit, but...
Yeah, exactly. Defiant's going up against Sexy Man 69. Like, they stand zero chance. Also, this is an interesting setup from Toronto. The dive DPS with the Sigma.
I mean, just stick RuPaul.
So it's gonna be like a divide and conquer kind of strat. Sig's probably gonna play with the supports, and then Tracer, Echo kind of do their own thing here.
You gotta hit every single matrix on those sticky bombs from Sugar Free though, or your mech is gonna be annihilated.
We did see Toronto Defiant actually play this composition yesterday in their match versus Final Gambit, which was a full hold on Hollywood, by the way.
I ain't never seen a Vega Zen before. Should be interesting.
Remains to be seen, but I also, in theory, like the Diva choice to be able to help dive on some of those squishier targets, like Vega's Zenyatta, but also Vega is another support you have to look at in
True
terms
obligated,
of his
true.
mechanical skill, sitting next to a
Tracer Sig equals space-time continuum comp. Is that what we're gonna call it from now on? Space-time continuum.
I mean, that's a real rough start for Shikigami.
They're gonna go Ash. I agree with the idea of pressuring the Echo.
They can stand on the high ground, or they have like a decent angle on the back line of Toronto Defiant, but Toronto aren't going to give them that. I mean, you can see Vintage now trying to wrap around onto height, but you're going to still have to deal with Sugar Free and Merit, and even the orbs coming through from Vega. There's a really nice like line of sight there. You can see as Vintage is trying to shoot back at Vega. Right
Got some
now.
space here to work
You
with.
have to have the Diva standing on top of you in order for you not to get bursted out, and then someone could just rotate to high ground. It's going to be a tough point to cap, but Vega does end up taking a headshot there, and with Vintage making a little home for themselves on the high ground, they're going to be feeling a bit better.
Vega has gotten like all the kills so far.
Yeah, that's not the start you
I apologize to Vega. I was not familiar with his game.
It is. I mean, Shikigami cannot break through this bunker.
Yo, Sugar Free, the Lucio dupe.
I see those Lucio skills. Oh, well, rest in peace.
Hey, it was a good try. It's a good effort.
Yeah, the Bob figured it out. All good. One tick though for Shikigami on first.
The based dupe by Sugar Free. Yeah, they got a recontest here though.
Vintage feels like Vintage needs to be on high ground, but
I mean, can they kite this? I mean, this kite's okay. It's not bad.
Pulse bomb could land Shikigami in a bit of an awkward situation. Looks like
Dan Twist has a pulse.
with the mech dead and
Trance?
also going
Ah, it doesn't matter. They won.
from this. The space
Didn't need to. Good call to not use it.
Gonna have the worst time imaginable, and there you go. There is the cleanup. 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Don't get the least Seraphim comp.
Still winnable for Shikigami here.
I swear I saw a clip earlier. There was some team. They were doing the dance like with all the characters on like King's Row while they were waiting in spawn. Swear it happened.
That they need as just the extra buffer to make their way through, but Sexy Man's got to be careful. He's taking a ton of damage with the Orb of Discord and the focus fire from this Toronto front line.
Yeah, I mean, LOS in the Discord a little bit easier now. Of course, it has a little cooldown where you can reapply it to the same person, but there's so many ults for Toronto here. I mean, it's ridiculous. You're going to have to use the sound barrier for the flags.
Smart player like Custa.
Dangerous one, like if it catches
Too smart for the rest of his team.
One, if I had to go for it, but it is someone. He's kind of the GOAT like that. Self-destruct on top of Cafe. They do end up destroying the Transcendence. Now going to see them through the rest of the fight, you'd imagine.
Sexy Man versus Cool Matt, who would win it 1v1. Cool Matt is hilarious. I love Cool Matt, but something about Sexy Man 69, it gives off such aura.
25 seconds.
You know? Like, I don't think Cool Matt stands a chance against that. That is pure aura.
There's no way you're getting out of here alive, and that really is all she wrote.
It should be. Look at how Toronto Defiant are going to push up to the
They're just going to window
well.
aggressively in their face.
The amplification matrix to put that final nail in the coffin, but that's going to be another
there goes that
full
Hollywood
here
pick.
For Toronto Defiant on Hollywood. This is 2 in a row now for them, back-to-back from yesterday.
I like the Chad Widowmaker pick at the very end from Vintage, I gotta say it.
Yeah, they're cowards. They had to stagger Sexy Man because they're scared of his powers.
I respect the confidence.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. And that's the big thing as well, right, Rose? Like, you have to have confidence going into a match like this. Open bracket, it's pretty easy when it comes to the first couple of games, but as you get on and on and on, and now you're reaching the stage where you're facing champions, yeah, confidence is the best thing you can have, but it's just pound for pound, Toronto Defiant really have Shikigami beat.
True, he is playing for the fuller hold. Real and true. It'll happen. Just watch. He's gonna break out a super secret strategy here. This is why they picked Hollywood for this exact moment.
It's gonna be a tough ask, but it's gonna be giving a little bit of taster
Dude,
on this.
I
think,
would love if
Shikigami
Toronto
winning
played
spot.
Ryan. That would be so funny.
Sigma, Bap, Zen.
Someone?
I'm not gonna think about it yet. We're not.
I think
Jaws.
do it.
They might actually do it for the lulz.
Sugar Free's on May.
Like you could just TP right behind them.
Oh, I don't know.
Style points.
Don't do it to us.
You could just run over them. You can run over this poke comp, especially when it's not a super relevant team. Is Ryan bad? Yeah, Ryan sucks.
Definitely in a worse state, especially as Ram exists.
No,
Ah,
man just gets
they're doing
CC'd.
it. Let's go. They're doing it. Let's go.
That's my MVP.
T-pose on him.
Look, TP straight to cafe or TP.
Ooh.
Of course, okay. Go a little wrap around.
Wait for the cooldown to come back.
Yeah. Or you can just walk at him.
Oh, they're going high ground. Here we go.
Clear off high ground. Just take away every single inch from Shikigami and destroy Graveyard in the process. Uh-oh. Big trouble. Sugar Free is dead, but a parting shot onto Vintage. Or
GG? Yeah. Well, GR I should say, because still one more map.
If you're someone, you can play absolutely anything. Touch the spawn challenge, maybe a little bit successful. We'll see if Shikigami or Vintage can try it. No, Vintage.
No.
Vintage has also had enough.
No.
Kind of game Among Us. That's be sneaky. Ain't happening.
Nice.
And there it is. Trying to Defiant, having a little bit of fun towards the end there. And yeah,
We can get through this fast.
2-0. We've still got one more map to go, of course, it being a first to 3. But who'd have thought, huh?
Touch the spawn doors. Yeah, successful.
Yeah, true. Give Defiant a 2-map handicap.
It is group stages. Anything is possible. The fuller hold could have happened, but also someone decided to just go kill the team.
He went the Rhine. He's got the stats. 100% win rate on Rhine. Never need to touch it again. So we're all good. We're chilling now. Now we can just play normally, and yeah, you can live happy knowing that you got 100% win rate. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Obviously, Shikigami, pound for pound, like I mentioned, doesn't really match up to Toronto Defiant, but it's also kind of valuable experience as well, going up against some of the best, even though you are kind of getting beaten into the dirt outside of a car park at Wendy's, you know, like it's tough. It is a tough one. And Toronto, it might be an everyday stroll in the park right now, but there are some incredibly tough competitors.
Oh, man. I just want to get to the other games, please. In all seriousness, I just want to get to the final game of the day. I want Timeless versus M80. Give me Timeless versus
They still have a couple of
M80.
other stages that they can play. They also have another match in the group, so they're not totally down for the count. And we'll see what else
It's true, they aren't totally down for the
us as
count.
we look forward to
And
the
their
next
group
map
is
that we're gonna
doable.
have, but it's gonna be
Technically,
on the other side of the
technically
screen, so don't
Shikigami
go
still
anywhere, guys.
could
We're
win,
still
chat.
watching
We
Overwatch
could still see Sexy Man 69 live to see another day. We could see him get out of the groups into the main event. It is possible. It'll just have to be either Daybreak or Final Gambit, and I think it's doable. Final Gambit, like, is a decent team. Like, they put up a good fight against a bunch of teams, but they only got in because a team got disqualified. And Daybreak finished 9th, Shikigami 10th. It's doable. We could still see the GOAT get onto the main event, chat. Don't give up hope, even if they're about to lose this one. Who got disqualified to allow them in. I forgot their names, I'm sorry. It was Artemis. Sorry. Team Artemis got disqualified because one of their players was below the age limit. So they got DQ'd, and Final Gambit got in over them because of it. All right, reverse sweep starts right now.
All right, welcome back. Toronto Defiant and Shikigami facing up against each other. It's been a bit of a quick one, at least for the time being.
No.
But it could change.
They subbed him out? No.
Coming in on DPS.
I don't want to watch now.
So it's exciting to
They
see
subbed
that
the goat out?
Twist and as well as Noctis are actually all going to be on the same team together right now because they are all playing for the same university, University of St. Thomas. So when we said that
Okay,
this team
I've
has a
lost
bunch of
interest, chat.
experience at the collegiate
The
level,
goat
these two
is no
players
longer
have been playing
in.
together for quite a while now. So maybe that's the synergy that they need in order
They
to try
gave
to
up.
take
They
down a
got
team
rid of
that
their
has
most
been
powerful
since the very
ally.
beginning of formation.
They're just saving their strength for the next game, though, chat.
Extra oomph, that extra bit of spice on top. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, Toronto aren't making any roster substitutions. Like, who's really surprised about that? Absolutely nobody. We'll see what happens. Map number 3 could go their way, but just stacking up, it's going to look pretty rough. And especially in this kind of meta 2 rows where it is so quick, Lucio is a must pick. And I like what you mentioned before in the pre-show too, like it's very easy to get good damage on Lucio right now. And a lot of Lucios, I was speaking to Astra about it, he's saying like, and just looking by his stats too, and a lot of Lucio's stats right now, they're doing so much damage. Because the projectiles are very easy to hit now with the increased projectile hitbox.
Scripted, they don't want the reverse sweep, true.
Dissing out that extra portion of damage that makes the game a
Oh,
little
he
bit
is on the
quicker.
team,
If
it's
you're a
just
team that
that
isn't as
he's using an alt
experienced
account.
or isn't as championship level winning
That's not
like
his actual
Toronto
name,
Defiant
he's
is,
just using
that
an alt
kind of
account
speed,
for
that
this
kind
game.
of tempo can just really just topple you. And that's currently what we're seeing here. But Esperanza, Shikigami, maybe they end up switching up the tempo here. Toronto looking like they want to play a dive. Vega with the Ari. Surely.
Okay, Toronto's just memeing. They're playing a Lari, Ana. What is this?
Say anything
Tracer
about it
Sombra.
because Toronto Defiant has been absolutely crushing. So like, go play whatever you want at this point.
They're
Great, show
memeing.
us why the
Literally
Lari can still be
memeing.
a viable hero in some capacity. That would be great.
And then sugar-free dice. There you go.
Insta-killed. I saw Vega like also lining up, like, where am I going to put this, huh? Well, Sugar-Free's also dead, so not the worst start at all, though. Down to it's a little bit of an overextension there on the Tracer. Toronto don't have as much damage, of course, as Shikigami with the Sombra, and even less damage as Sombra is dead. But taking control of height is going to be the name of the game for Shikigami. They have to just rush on the supports. You have to kill Vega and RuPaul, but that is going to be so difficult for them to actually execute on that. Because as soon as the Queen ends up jumping in, a manual hack's going to come through, extra damage, and you're going to get absolutely farmed by the DPS.
Yeah, I mean, someone is just creating so much space as well, and he also has the ability to just go back and peel.
I'm
the
so
support.
sad.
So how do you actually find that opening if you're Shikigami to find those picks?
Toronto's
Someone
extending
gets
the
there,
game.
so
They
Vega
probably
is
could
now
have
down
already
for the
won the
count,
map
but
by now. Oh my
it's
god,
gonna
what
be
a
so
sleep.
scrappy for all of these fights.
Good sleep. Okay. Okay, Toronto, there we go.
They've
We're
stopped
switching.
trolling now.
We're
It's
switching.
that Toronto 2023 comp, yeah.
Might as well. I'd expect them to switch over to
La Sombra, real.
Ana's so hard to run right now too.
Just jump in there, hit a nade, force Suzu, send someone in with Nano, and then win the fight, right?
I think that's the general thought process of running the Ana right now. The Nano can still be very powerful, but I'm just thinking that it's just very
It's a
difficult
pretty
hero to keep
massive
up and running if
Nano.
You have something like Dan Twist on the other side playing the Tracer.
Well, Nano Primal Rage, and yeah, I'll trust someone with that one any day of the week. Can I still double? Duplication into the Winston too. Well, how's your tank mechanics? I don't think you're going to get a chance to even show them off. Abstract picked off in that copy, and they're going to have to back up real fast. And Shikigami, they use 2 ults in that
Will
fight.
Toronto
I mean,
boom
Toronto
if they
can
get
invest
reverse
more
swept?
there,
Oh,
but now this
definitely.
big winning fight in the
Surely.
CMP, that's coming up next on the menu, and Shikigami.
I mean, Shiki's got ults though. Toronto's got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Noctis is going to have to stay out of the way. There's a really big opening pick here by Dan Twist with that pulse bomb onto RuPaul. So Huge Source Feeling is now eliminated from Toronto. But does RuPaul stick on this choice? to be able to get back into things as we see Sugar Free getting ready with the
They're just getting EMP. They're just going.
There it is. There, the EMP. Noxus does manage to get away, but no, not quite. That EMP, the hack ran out just in time, but they were so low, they definitely would have Ajaxed after that. And Vega comes in with a cleanup kill, beautifully timed.
I bet my
Solo does end up using that rampage, and it does force Toronto away. They lost 2.
Yeah, what the hell did that rampage do? What?
The sound barrier. So it was just really a neutral fight with an EMP.
All right, Toronto, let's stop messing around here for a second and focus up. Let's not make this map much longer than it needs to be. Please, for the love of God. Let's just get moving here.
This is another hero that Sugar Free is very, very good at. And you don't have a specific hit scan on Shikigami that can necessarily naturally hit the Echo, so can Sugar Free utilize that as an advantage? Kitsune rush first, though.
There's the rush. Vega's got the sound barrier in a couple of percent. If they feel like Shikigami are overextending, they can just jump straight back in. Doesn't look like they want to really mess with them in a small corridor, although that's normally where Queen wants to be, but you are still pretty scared of RuPaul, Sleep, Nade, etc.
Bro, nothing is happening.
Early, like the Queen's pretty much dead. Speaking of which, there's the Suzu after the anti.
Oh my God, that's almost an Ajax.
Got C9'd. A nice boop there from Noctis, but it doesn't end up working out for them. The latest sound barrier.
Unbreak, how are the games? This one's been a blowout so far.
Don't need him. Someone cleans up the backline.
However, we have been introduced to a new meme.
Almost an Ajax.
Shiki's tank. I mean, he's got subbed out for this map, but for the first 2 maps, they had a tank in the game named Sexy Man 69. It's an alt account, but we're calling him that.
Almost get bodied, but now Toronto finally get some progress down onto this bot. And they have a lot of different things to work with now too. The Nano back online, someone could go for Nano Primal again. A lot that they can work with.
As soon as you see that Queen step up, as soon as you see that Suzu coming out, yeah, you just rip that Nano. But it looks like someone's going to start this off getting a little bit angry as Noctis gets booped straight back into Merit's line of fire. And checkpoint, that's Toronto's now. Only 1 ult expended.
Oh, Toronto still have to wear Defiant skins.
To work with in terms of spawn positioning. At least they're going to group together as 5 quicker.
Sometimes, yeah.
I mean, Toronto's pressure, not even just their ultimates, just their neutral play is just so good. And pushing it past.
Oh yeah, and Jaws said his name one time, by the way. He called him Sexy Man 69. He did it.
Onto the high ground, RuPaul in a little bit of trouble. Sends out the Nano boost onto Sugar Free to try and trade. RuPaul does end up going down. They trade support for support. And with Sugar Free still holding onto this duplication, we might not even need a support in this fight. Vegas is enough falling down, so no heals coming in for Toronto right now, so they do end up deciding to back off.
And they can give it up here too, because Shikigami still needs to try to find the checkpoint, and with the bot still being in Toronto Defiant's territory, their respawns are very quick here.
Nice pulse bomb onto Abstract. I mean, this is the problem with Esperanza too. You can just get hard stun, like
dupe. Any dupers?
At this choke point,
there we
especially
go.
As Toronto has checkpoint 2. I mean, if they take that bot and take it away from Shikigami, it's going to take them 2 or 3 fights to actually get to a checkpoint of their own. Duplication onto the Tracer.
It's got pulse.
How many pulse bombs are we looking at? Here's one being thrown out. Nice little blink, gonna dash forward. Doesn't manage to get the connection, and only 1 free pulse bomb for the Echo. But it might not matter. I think the damage has really already been done, and the bot is back to where that little robotic wall. I'm not sure what material they're using on that, but they're pushing it so far forward. Shikigami just are constantly on the back pedal.
Shikigami have a really difficult terrain to work with here with the Junker Queen comp as well. There isn't too much natural terrain for them to hide behind, and Sugar Free is using all of that to his advantage.
Just the YOLO ult. I respect it.
Vega use the sound barrier though. Sound barrier on 5. Shikigami are also going to unleash their own, but now it's about the focusing of targets. But someone's going to make that an absolute nightmare for them, as that Primal Rage just batting Solo away, unable to really engage in the team fight whatsoever.
God, Ana's so hard to play right now. RuPaul's been dying a lot.
Taking the bot. I'm not sure, but Rose, this
everything just destroys Ana.
Counting now with 2.5 to go.
Well, Toronto Defiant did that yesterday versus Phylon Gambit. It was a full cap on Coliseum, so add Esperanza to the list, and that might actually be what happens here. Merit is looking for a quick little pick there with the Pulse Bomb, gets found out, but look how close they are to that final destination.
Good movement.
Almost a pick here. Susu.
Nano onto the goat, Lenny. Lenny time.
Sugar Free did have Gracie lodged in him, but survived at least for the time being. Bot still moving, and Merit is still killing. Yep, Toronto are going to make their way towards the final checkpoint. They said, we troll now with Alari, but nope, when they play the, not meta comp, I guess, the Arna's not really that meta.
Yeah, Lenny's goated.
Still, a comp they're very comfortable with. They make the game look easy.
Someone doesn't have Primal here. He can actually die realistically.
But they are going to
These are
instead, and instantly, soon as Toronto Defiant hear the voice line.
Well, unfortunate. They couldn't kill him.
As they should, because at that point you would just be falling to the wayside and giving over a lot of free progress to Shikigami, but not before Vegas able to find another pick onto Dantwist, and that's the go button here for Toronto to try to finish the job.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, Abstract.
Let's go, Abstract.
A little copy into the Arna, misses the sleeve. Oh, Vegas got the fancy feet. Wombo combo, can't get him.
The fancy feet. I love that.
This might be at least a bit of space for Abstract and the rest of the team. They do end up taking the bot, stealing that one back, but yeah, couldn't quite land the kill on RuPaul, which really would have been the nail in the coffin for this next push.
But it's got to be a flawless push here. Shikigami want to win this out. It's a big pick there onto Merit, but this is
the series is done. Toronto's just doing like one fight and it's done. Basically.
Perfectly put, Rose. Soundbarrier comes out from Noctis as someone gets nanoed into the back line. Noctis isn't getting slept, and now Solo just trying to help his supports. Noctis dead. A long-range sleep from RuPaul was a quick end to the Lucio's life, and Solo once again cannot play the game. He solo rampages someone.
He got him.
Can he find the kill?
He got him.
In the end,
he got
the
his.
Damage does it, but it is all Merit in that kill feed. It is all blue. Toronto to fight, pushing that bot towards the checkpoint again. They got forward spawn still, of course, and with 20 seconds to go, someone he do be trolling. A little Malga pick at the very end here.
100% Malga win rate.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Someone's on Mauga? What?
Infinity Gauntlets of 100% win rates? Maybe so. One more fight here.
Let's go.
And their ult disadvantage is ginormous.
Yeah, there's no. It's gonna be so tough to get any of these ultimates online. Even if you get the pulse or the Kitsune rush, Toronto could just very well get a
Solo
pick before you do that.
Someone is playing Balloons tower defense with Malga.
That's hilarious.
He's in a different game.
He is very much playing a different game right now. All good though. Sugar Free's got Dupe, Merit with a pulse, Vega, did have beat, still got it, but it's in spawn. So that's one pick. Duplication coming in. What's scarier than one Tracer in this meta? Two of them.
Huge Tracer.
Going down. Actually, this is going in the way of Shikigami right now. Merit forced to hit the recall, even with a pulse bomb in hand. We'll see if someone can farm their ultimate. Quick, sharp. Doesn't look like it. Still holding height, but still just a mammoth, a mountain to climb, Rose. 131 meters versus 42, but we've seen crazier things in Overwatch.
We have. You can't step off of this bot at all, though.
Okay.
You can't. Necro says you can't even step off the bot, and then they step. That timing is insane. There's no way.
There was a little bit of pressure from Toronto there, but stepping
That's
off the,
insane. She's in the middle of saying, "Hey, you can't step off the bot," and then that had to have been on purpose. Yeah. No way, dude.
Yeah, I was just trying to.
That's
figure out
insane.
tabs open. So yeah, that just happened. I mean,
Necra's C9 curse
I'm not mad about
continues.
what we just saw. This is the dominance you want to see from a team like that. And you know what? I like that they weren't sweaty about it either. They had some fun with it. We saw some out there picks just to throw all the stats out of the windows, you know.
That had to have been scripted, like,
win rate now,
surely
so can rest on that
Necro was in on this, right? Surely.
to see more from Toronto
Because I just don't understand how the timing can be that impeccable. She was mid-sentence and it happened. She couldn't even finish her sentence. What kind of curse is that?
I'm thinking of teams especially like M80. Shikigami, of course, not stepping up to them. They're getting 3-0'd. It's rough, but collegiate players, I think, have they've not had it hard, but I think this is a good chance for them to play against some of the best. A lot of them didn't end up making it to
True, Keon,
but
true.
I think collegiate has been just such a good proving grounds for a lot of very, very highly skilled and highly
Proof
ranked
of
players.
match fixing.
It's exciting to see
Script writing for season's getting lazy.
come up big, and even if they do go down
The
3-0,
camera cutting
still
back
some
to her
bright
face
spots. I
palming
think
is a
you could still say
moment.
lot
Yeah.
about the tanks coming in. It's hard to step up against an MVP like that. But
That was incredible.
kind of small highlight
Can't even
reel is
finish
gonna be
her
a good
own
thing, especially when
sentence
you're playing against someone
about
else.
how they
So
can't
it's,
C9 and they
it's those two,
C9.
I think it was still a decent showing from Shikigami considering the circumstances.
Awkward silence again? Eyes?
Oh, I think Rose is muted. Rip. All good.
Well, I heard her, so
So
I
did
feel like
I.
a winner.
And
But,
yeah, I mean,
folks in
this EMP specifically, this is what I'm talking about. The tempo, the speed. Vega and RuPaul were only just coming back into that fight, and it was like, okay, we have a really, really good opportunity just to delete the Lucio here. We know they have sound barrier, so we're just going to go in, just trust in the instinct. And oh, that is.
This next game, I'm kind of curious on. Luminosity, aka Maryville, they're playing Citrus, who upset the Seekers team.
Ended, but you know there were some bright spots here and there for them. I'm interested to
Very
see
curious to see if they can again be competitive or if they're going to get rolled today.
The winners match rather of the group stages. That means that the losing team here is not out just yet. They still have an opportunity to actually make it through to the main event and take those losses, take what you learned in that loss in order to, you know, move on and maybe do that in your next match. I'm excited for what's to come. This was just the first match of our NA region. We're now heading into a very quick break and we're back with more action.
No, not the break. Don't do it. Okay, so Citrus. Citrus versus Luminosity. A reminder, Citrus, random team, kind of trying to make a name for themselves, pulled off an upset yesterday, and they're playing Luminosity, which is Maryville, the Saints. Hey, yo, Obligated, thank you for the 2, bro. Sexy Man 69 will be remembered. Thank you, sir. 07. True. I will see him more soon, though. At bare minimum, we get one more Sexy Man 69 game this stage. I mean, I give it up to Citrus, though. They pulled off a pretty stunning upset yesterday. So I'm kind of interested now. They're starting to gain my investment. Beating a team with Seeker and Top Dragon and Mirror and a couple of other people is like pretty noteworthy for a team that like no one had ever heard of before, like a bunch of rookies. And like Liar and MCD as well.
Sexyman69 will be remembered. Thank you, sir.
Real.
07.
We'll see him again soon, though. I mean, this just feels like a 3 Overwatch day to me, chat, so I'm probably gonna say 3-0 for Luminosity. I don't know, man. I feel like I gotta say 3-0. Like, I don't know, maybe they could take a map. Maybe they could. But 3 Overwatch is just the name of the game today, so I'm going 3-0. I am a believer in Dante and his team. Dante, King, Vision, Juby, False, Lugmino, and Squid. It's a pretty solid squad for NA standards. I think King and Vision are mad underrated. We get to see our boy Dante again, though, chat. Let's go. He's back. And now they're going to play an ad. Oh, psych!
Welcome back, one and all. We are going to have some more NA action happening.
Just went 32-0 on Tracer last game.
We
Nice.
will bring in one of the winning players. We have RuPaul ready for
An interview. What?
To chat a little bit about
Rare
what just
interview?
went down on the server.
Hey,
RuPaul,
there's the
thank you so much
man.
for joining. Congratulations.
RuPaul, what up, bro?
It's great to see you again. Also, that first match we got to see on broadcast here.
Don't know Citrus or Luminosity. Well, Luminosity's Maryville with Dante.
Walk me through. What
Citrus
you
is a
think the
bunch of
level competition
rookies.
Is currently in the NA region. Where do you see your own team stacking up?
I actually think it's pretty competitive. Aside from us, like we're by far like the best team, in my opinion. A little bit biased, obviously. But,
It's just a little bit
yeah, I think we're
biased.
the best
Just
team,
a little.
but, you know, the second through like fifth, even sixth, it's all pretty competitive. There's a lot of talented players in North America, and I'm interested to see like
Correct,
who
Mir.
comes out.
This is
like,
true.
the second, third spot, especially.
In terms of like superstars in the region, of course, there's so many. Like, dude, you're a champ. Like, there's so many champions. There's just so many people that have so many accolades already. Is there anybody that you think that is a little bit more unknown that
Vega.
should be paid more attention to?
You're just setting him up to say Vega.
I think a lot of the timeless players are pretty underrated.
Ah, not his own teammates. Yeah,
Rocket, for example,
true.
he's one of the, like, he's one
RuPaul
of the best
based.
tracers in NA. Maybe like only behind Sugar Free. I think CJ is also really good. He's like a really talented flexible.
RuPaul at the based opinion. Timeless is underrated.
As well, like they have some really solid players. I don't think they get enough appreciation.
Okay, that's good.
Awkward. Oh, Necro's muted again.
Yeah, I think we lost Necra again, unfortunately. One last question for you here, RuPaul.
That face she made. Like it just got skipped over.
How are you and the team approaching the map vetoes? Since that's something very new, difficult to approach maybe for some teams. Do you guys have strong opinions? Is it a top-down coach decides and then everyone has to roll with it? What's the spiel for your team?
It's kind of interesting. It makes the game so different, I think, because I think in like normal Overwatch tournaments in the past, a lot of times you kind of just pick the map that you're feeling at the time. You know, you go with the flow. But now it's like, all right, you pick all the maps at the very start, which I don't really like because, for example, Flash Ops last year, the tournament, a lot of the maps we picked were just like very last second decision.
That is a good point when it comes to this banning system.
I think it works better for other games where there isn't so many comps.
Maybe they should ban. They should do map bans like after every round.
Just like picking.
Because by doing it this way, he is right. There is a set order, and like there's like a strategy behind it sometimes.
That's fair. I mean, honestly,
With picking certain maps at a certain time.
If you're playing in a format where
And like depending on the situation, you can adjust and adapt different composition choices. Like gives you a better feel of the game in that aspect. So that's an interesting perspective.
Being more difficult. Well, you guys have been navigating.
But again, though, it is just experimentation. That is something that can change with time. That's the bright side, right? That's the bright side of a brand new esports league like this. You can experiment and try all sorts of new things.
I know, yeah.
They should do map bans with the viewers choose.
and stuff. Yeah, it's great. I think that's a really interesting.
Just screw over a team that's good at like one specific comp. Pick like all dive maps when they're a rush team. God, that'd be toxic.
If you're not really feeling that map after, say map 1 and 2, you're not really feeling the third. Like, I feel like, you know, this style of comp or like these kind of picks right now are way better. We want to pick a map for that. But because you have to pick it at the start, it can lead you to box yourself in a little bit more. I think that's a really interesting conversation to have. Definitely something that, well, maybe we'll bring up in the future. But yeah, I think Zoe, you know, Toronto, they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard in NA for a long while, I think. I think MAT might just beat them.
But the Alex Golf has not left OWCS, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Necro's
that's
like
not
restarting
being
your PC or
overconfident,
something.
That's just the numbers speaking for themselves. It's an absolute stacked roster. Let's see if they can continue the dominant performance.
But
in this very
first,
stage
go to a
of
quick
the
break. That's what they're
OWCS. For now, we just congratulate the Toronto Defiant on the W, and we've got Citrus Nation going up against Luminosity after this break.
There it
Don't go
is.
anywhere.
I knew it. Oh yeah, they did that, Lux. They had what's the cat's name? They had Zoe's cat Nori do bands. I remember. This meme is so funny. Wait, chat, I have to show you this meme. That's so good. I love that OWCS is just like embracing the meme. Al champion, regular season MVP, roll star, sexy man 69. Incredible things happening in OWCS broadcast. It's so good. Love it. Who's LG have on their roster? They got Dante, they've got King. I don't know what other names you'd be familiar with, Cabal. Probably like Lucamino. They got Juby. It's a solid team. It would be nice if we had at least one series, not be a 3-0. If I were to bet money on it, probably the final series of the night. I don't think that's going to be a 3-0. I think Timeless and M80 will be a banger. In my opinion, they're like the number 2 and number 3 teams in NA. I think it's going to be a solid match. It's unreal they got in the same group. Yeah, more games tomorrow. Correct. It literally is Maryville, but they're Luminosity. They got signed by the org. I mean, they were literally Maryville just till like the other day. Hey, yo, Booming Bob with the quick Nightbot command. Nice. Yeah, M80's the team that had to replace their roster last second, and now it's even better than it was before. It's literally just a better team. A DPS line of Hydron, Pelican, and Spectra is just crazy. You got Ultraviolet, you got Hawk, Renko, and Lep. Like, it's just a good team. LG Loyal and LG Evil. Yeah, I remember the LG Evil team. They had Jake and Super. I remember Jake giving me nightmares as he was so good at Soldier back then on LG Evil. Man, how time flies. We went from him being like one of the best players in the US to now being a caster and a coach and all these different things. What happened to the timer? The timer's gone? Oh no, Necro's having bad technical difficulties. Yikes. Remember everyone from LG Loyal? I'm not as familiar with LG Loyal, no. Oh boy. Necra. Spree was on LG Loyal? Interesting. Wait, Spree, let's see. Ah, there it is. Luminosity Gaming. Loyal. They had Mineral on this team too? Damn. You know, we were making really great time on like being ahead of schedule on this broadcast. I'm genuinely so upset that this timer is nowhere to be seen and we're having technical difficulties. It was looking like we're on a good pace to end nice and early. Pepe hands. There goes that dream. I'll give it like a minute or two. If we don't get a timer, I'll probably go back and watch more of the OWCS Korea while we wait. Non-OW related, but who do you want the Giants to take with pick 6, and who do you think they'll actually take? I've thought about this a lot, Dixie. My approach, I have a couple of them, right? Unrealistic scenario. Well, and maybe not. Well, no, it's pretty unrealistic, I feel like. But I would like the Giants at 6 if he somehow fell to us in an unrealistic scenario to get Jaden Daniels. He's like the quarterback I'm confident in that I'd like for the Giants to get. He seems like a good Brian Daboll kind of quarterback. In a realistic scenario, because he's probably not going to be there, I'd prefer if we get either Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze. I like Neighbors a little more, but I wouldn't complain about Odunze either. Either or. In a realistic scenario, I think you gotta pick one of those two if either of them are available. What I don't want the Giants to do is reach on JJ McCarthy. I'm not confident in him. I don't like that his stock is rising so much. He didn't do anything in college, I feel like. Sports channel's really popping off. Yeah, it's slowly climbing a little at a time. I need to make more videos on it soon. I just haven't had time. There's a lot going on right now. I've just been really busy between main channel stuff, but then also leaning more towards like trying to find a job right now. It's been rough. I've been doing a lot of job searching recently because your boy ATP is unemployed and he needs work. You want to write out the DJ contract or reach for a quarterback? It depends. It depends on what quarterback it is that they're getting. If it's McCarthy, I think I'd rather write out the DJ contract. But if, like, one of the other, like, big guys fall to us, I wouldn't mind. I honestly wouldn't even mind, like, maybe trying to get, like, Michael Penix in the second round if he's there. I don't know if he would be, but I wouldn't mind that. It depends on which quarterback they're reaching for. Interested in any other sports like basketball? Yeah, I'm actually very big into basketball, and I'm considering, especially once NFL free agency and the draft kind of get out of the way, moving towards NBA videos, including them on the channel, because I want to make NBA content too. Any NFL teams you're excited for next season? Well, aside from figuring out what happens with my Giants, I'm pretty hyped about the Lions. I'm excited to see what they can do to improve. The Texans are another team to look out for sure. They're very interesting. They could make a lot of moves this offseason to improve. I'm also low-key kind of interested in what happens, like, with some of these needy quarterbacks, like, or these teams needing a quarterback. Like Atlanta Falcons and, like, the Steelers and the Broncos, they're all, like, in the market trying to find QBs. The Vikings want to try and trade up potentially in this draft. Could be pretty eventful. Is ATP a fan of a good basketball team or is another Giants situation? I'm a Knicks fan. Usually miserable, but not miserable this year. Aside from the injuries. Yeah, I don't know, Dixies. It's tough. Like, that's a problem the Giants run into a lot, is they overthink things when they just need to draft the good player that's available. Like, they reached on Dan Jones. They've also passed up on some very good players. Like, they passed up on Micah Parsons. They could have drafted Micah Parsons, but they're scared because of some character issues. Why are they glazing B-bomb and G? Ideally, I think if they got Neighbors or Odunze, that'd be good, because the Giants need a #1 wide receiver. Do you think Patrick Mahomes is the next football GOAT? I think he could be. He just needs to keep up this pace. I'm banking on him becoming the GOAT, because if he doesn't do it, I don't think anyone will ever surpass Brady. He's the only hope. Who do you think ends up with a worse record this season, Wizards or Pistons? For the sake of memes, Wizards. Because Kyle Kuzma made that comment saying, like, don't be that team that loses to the Pistons, and now the Pistons have a better record than them, so I definitely want Pistons to finish ahead.
Welcome back, fellow Overwatch enthusiasts.
Here we go.
We're at the OWCS.
Honestly, seeing this Cowboy Bebop video the same day as a curatorial passing just hurts. Yeah.
With Citrus Nation versus Luminosity, but before that, we have to once more quickly just run it down. Because if you guys are on social media, I now encourage all of you to head on over to Solo's Twitter. Because, you know, my guy brought receipts. He actually just tweeted out some screenshots about how
nice. Wasn't me.
And I'm living for it. I'm living for it. He, you know.
Honestly, W from Solo.
Yeah,
crazy.
Good luck with job hunting. I've seen some of my classmates take up to 6 months after getting a bachelor's degree. I've gone through some tough moments. I've been seriously looking for like around 4-ish months now.
If you have the receipts, then throw them out there. So yeah,
I took a break for a long time because I focused on content full time from like the end of 2022 and then all the way through 2023. I focused on just YouTube. I had a job a little bit beforehand, before getting let go of against my will. That was fun.
It's great. Yeah, no, it's sick. I think Citrus Nation, what was crazy about Citrus Nation was the fact that they went to a game number 5, and we've had a lot of 3 Overwatch, I know, both in like the APAC region and also here, but they went to a game 5 yesterday.
Yeah, it can be depressing. I've been trying to avoid that mindset. Like, sometimes it just gets me down, you know, it's hard.
Back and forth, like they took a map, LFO took a map, they took a
I
map.
want to go out to Canada and work on the railway with you.
Match. Like,
honestly, if I'm desperate, maybe I will someday. But I've just been applying to a lot of different stuff. I'm trying my best, chat.
Station, I got a lot of hope for.
I'd be a lot happier if I had that.
You are going up against some of the best North America does have to offer.
Like, life would be I'd be a bit happier. My life would be better if I hadn't full-time employment and stream of income aside from YouTube, which truthfully doesn't give that much.
Yesterday as well, because this was another team that was able to get like a very dominant 3-0 over their opponent, bang bang pow, and like I'm talking like the levels that we just saw from our first.
Still got a future to think about, you know, chat.
Do we get a chance to
I gotta pay off student debt, which is insane.
Do we get a chance to see
student debt sucks.
Hold? This is the type of
and then on top of it, you know, eventually I'd like to have my long distance partner come and live here. You know, she lives in the Philippines. That's a whole process. Gotta save up for that future as well. So there's like a lot to save for, which is why I'm kind of trying to move things forward with job searching.
It speaks for itself too when they have Dante in the roster. Of course, an exceptional DPS player when he played DPS in the Overwatch League and then switched to the tank role. And the tank very much fits his playstyle right now. And I'm excited to see how Luminosity do. Coming later in the competition. I think King has been an exceptional player in the past. He played on the Vancouver Titans. Dante's a historied name, and a lot of players that have had this top-level experience, they're not going to be too phased, especially this early on in the competition, but maybe Citrus Nation can throw them a little bit of a curveball. I mean, you're going to be so high on your team right now if you've just come off of a win against LFO. A bloodthirsty win, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said about being an underdog heading into a game like that, but they are going up against what you already said, very experienced players. They know how to.
3 Overwatch is the name of the game.
From a map loss, they do not scramble that easily, and not only do they of course have those players, they also do have like an Hunter on the coaching bench. Like, this is going to be a real difficult uphill battle for the Citrus Nation.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. Yeah, and map vetoes is something obviously we're just going to get into now, but something that RuPaul was speaking to earlier, so I'm curious if we're going to see any crazy changes.
I consider going to a LAN event, yeah, especially now that OWL's over, I'd like to. But again, it's kind of a money thing. I'd have to make sure I have enough money to go to Dallas. I don't know if I can reasonably justify going down there
halfway around the world
in my current state.
I mean,
the future we'll see, but right now, I definitely cannot justify going to Dallas.
But we are going to Samoa as the first map. Samoa's been fairly interesting too in terms of what kind of comps you can play, but they're just going to be playing fast here. Luminosity, especially with Dante in the roster. I would imagine a little bit of Doomfist here, but Dante can play.
I really do want to meet fans at a LAN. Like, it's something I've wanted to do for a while, and I got robbed of it back in the day. Thank you, COVID.
After Midtown, that'll be LG's choice. So, will we go to a map number 4? I think, honestly, possibly we can. I think this might be the first map 4, at least on NA today.
If I knew OWL wasn't going to die, I probably would have went to Toronto for Grand Finals, but just knowing what we knew, I knew I had to do a stream.
Not only with the name recognition that they have on the roster, but also with a huge history of working together already for a couple of semesters in university.
I mean, yeah, Chad, if I could figure it out, if I could figure it out and find the funds,
that win over LFO yesterday,
then I will certainly go to Dallas, because I'd love to meet some people. I've always wanted to.
Yeah, I think that's
literally, it's been something I've been dreaming of since 2019, so that would be nice. We'll see though. We'll see.
A mullet like Hunter's, like that's some extra power.
That is powerful.
An extra 10%. Exactly. Although last time I spoke to him, I don't think he had that much of a mullet. I'll have to get a mullet check from Hunter.
Mullet check. Pause.
As our first map. Yeah, Citrus Nation. They got a tall order ahead of them, but you know there are maybe some hidden gems, some hidden superstars on the team that maybe a lot of the wider Overwatch audience aren't as familiar with.
I think you have to look at the DPS lineup for that reason.
That ending left me emotional. Yeah, me and you both. I was literally a crying mess because I didn't know what was gonna happen. I still don't know what's gonna happen with my future, but we're working through it.
Some really dominant performances. Was able to get some first.
Dante's gonna roll out with Zarya here.
Opened up those team fights.
I'm wondering if they'll
damage download
potentially look to swap to Ram. This is an interesting setup. The Ashe as well.
Backline by Taps Tracer. Will they be able to bring out the Tracer here? It does look like so.
All right, Citrus, show us what you got.
And then more of the same from what we saw from their match yesterday versus LFO.
Yeah, I really like this goal with the Caps.
Look at that!
Oh my.
Okay, that's a start.
What did I say?
Okay. Juby, sit down. Manually taken over already.
That's
I like
as good of a. That's the exact start you need if you're Citrus. That's how you build up a little confidence here at the start.
Fight from Citrus Nation. Easy point cap.
Yeah, like the Ramasher from Zeb too is another big standout for this team. Not only is Zeb really good at leading a charge, but look at how easily manually opened up that fight, and Zeb's like, yeah, okay, let's go. Like, I've got the shield, I've got the fancy footwork, we're going in. And so now we're gonna see Luminosity come back into this one, but with a couple of changes as well.
It's like, hold your horses, don't go too big.
Wow.
Okay. Tap got tapped. Nice little body shot straight into a head.
Tap got tapped. Very funny.
I would much prefer the Casty here, but if you put in this much work with the Dynamite too, definitely thought Ashe was going to be a better DPS pick, especially with the new DPS passive, since the Dynamite can hit so many people at once and apply that healing reduction.
Oh yeah, I was talking about it earlier, chat. Luminosity, they're doing like the Guangzhou charge skins because Luminosity colors, except Dante. Dante, who has his gladiators, Zarya.
Just kind of vibe in the background and just send shot after shot.
A support player for Moist Esports, as if Charlie would ever invest in Overwatch. He memes on this game all the time. Charlie would never invest in Overwatch.
Yeah, you get the recall too if you want, and just the pulse pistol to be able to lay down some fire. But take a look at the high noon. Is it noon?
That was cheeky.
Is it
very cheeky from Ping, trying to get the highest of high pulse bombs there, dropping on the manually.
Bro already loses money doing esports as it is. I'm sure as hell no he doesn't want to lose money for an Overwatch team. That's for sure. Oh, not the Bob. No.
You don't need to. When you're Ram, just folding your arms, sitting there, waiting for the rest of your team to kill people. You just need that annihilation just continuously ticking. That's an easy fight from Citrus Nation. They regain control of that point, and Vision going down pretty late into that fight. It's going to cost Luminosity just a little bit here. I'm wondering if Vision's going to switch off this Ashe. Doesn't look like they're going to. Staying on it, not a bad choice. I think Dynamite into the grab. It's pretty a deadly combo.
Yeah, and sadly you did use the Bob there, but Bob did get a little bit.
All
of a
right,
buff,
sounds good, Keon. Good luck with work, bro.
A little bit more impactful when it comes down to the ultimate, but with that Graviton Surge ready to go, Dante's just looking for an opening to lay that down, especially when you would want to maybe catch Zeb off guard or that backline.
Well, they're definitely going to wait for the Ram form to disappear before they try anything. Dante trying to get a little bit of energy
Dante!
Grab and yeah, that's rough. Didn't hit absolutely anybody. Citrus Nation, 90%, and they don't have to worry about a grab now, so they just beat straight in. Jacob
no way, dude.
And now it's up to King.
Oh, nice Suzu!
Suzu was insane. Z-Man comes up massive, saving the tank and the Lucio from the detonation from the pulse bomb, and now King is in trouble. No blinks left, retreats back to the rest of their team, and manually rips the head off of Vision. A early rush here from Z-Man, and Squid just trying to catch up with a rush of their own.
God damn, okay, Citrus.
Just falling apart around them. And a high noon, a little bit of zone in there, but an extra kill for Manually.
Manually's clean with it, man. These shots.
4 kills to finish off the round as Citrus Nation coming out with a big win.
Thank you, Manually, for giving us a great showcase for what I was saying before we got into this match. Thank you so much.
It was nice when they pay it off for you.
Yeah, he's so.
Yeah, I mean they got a big upset win yesterday. These rookies are coming up. They're here, man. Is Luminosity really not going to make any changes? Oh boy, I don't know how I feel about that.
King trying to get a little bit closer.
I'd prefer they just run a ram, honestly.
It's a really tough call because Manually is very good at circulating through those cooldowns, whether it's going to be the mag grenade to help create some space or just using it to land a huge stick. It's very, very cool to watch this player perform on this level.
Yeah, it looks like Luminosity are going to be sticking with the same thing, just Dante on the Zarya. Of course, when we're seeing Toronto Defiant a little bit earlier on, executing on the Cassidy can be quite difficult, but if you will just go for this kind of dive comp, you can do that pretty easily. You just can't let manually just get away with murder, and that's currently what they're letting him get away with. We'll see if Luminosity Gaming can make use of this space now. Vision's got a lot more kind of room to work with the long-range Ash, but Cassidy is still going to put a decent amount of fire down range.
Yeah, Dante can play a pretty good Ram.
Suffer from too much fall off, especially to be fair.
I just don't think the Zarya is good into this comp that they're playing.
Once again, Citrus Nation coming out on top in this first fight.
I mean, look at that. That's just such a big opening pick. Jacob does get taken down, so there's a little.
Yeah, I disagree with this decision making by
just gonna be able
LG.
to clean up the rest of the fight. Doesn't really matter, does it? A huge control now being taken over.
Is Citrus about to pull off 2 major upsets in the same weekend? Are they about to punch their tickets to the main event as one of the lowest seeds?
Yeah, it's tough to really
At least I think they were low. What seed were they?
You kind of separate yourself from the rest of the team, and yeah, you might be in cover, but
They were the 16 seed.
cascade upon you and dish out
Or
some
they are the 16 seed. Or they were. Now technically they're 15. But they're one of the lowest seeds in this tournament.
Vision putting some shots down range, but you are still shooting into armor with a Ram crossing their arms. Tap gets the better of King.
Yeah, I just don't think it's. I don't know why they're playing Ash Zarya.
Yeah, Dante had to run for the hills.
I don't really get the idea.
Triple blink onto the Zarya, insta kill, and another fight win for Citrus Nation, and the only rip.
Like, why not play Solj? Why not play
So
Ram?
much else to work with. That sound barrier is going to be really impactful as well, because Jacob's going to have that online before Juby if they can continue to keep up with this damage output. But look at where Tap is sitting, waiting in the wings right now, trying to land this pulse bomb on the back line.
Nice little emerald weapons as well. Don't mind that whatsoever.
Definitely been grinding.
Wow. This is a murder. This isn't even close.
Does it again. Nice little
Oh
chase
my
in.
god, they're gonna win this map. That's it. It's done. This map's done.
A team full of veterans right
Wow.
now, getting toppled by Citrus Nation.
Luminosity just got pounded,
You
bro.
go down here, you're not going to be participating. Dante's
They might have a
close to
touch,
his
but this
first
is
fight.
rough.
It is 90%.
Does he even get it online though before somebody gets taken down on Luminosity? You got to get back to this point as well.
Positioning
Oof,
is super
barely
nice as well
touch.
from manually. He can activate this high noon down on this low ground. Okay, decides to join the rest of his team. I was thinking, do something rather cheeky, but there's the high noon.
Dante!
Bubble that one, but
That's
double bubble
Suzu.
and Suzu just
Double
as
bubble and a Suzu's kind of. Just grab, just do it.
Right now for Luminosity to get themselves up. Sound barrier onto the high ground. Manually stays alive. Bob ends up getting taken down
Christ,
by the
man.
And now Luminosity Gaming tumbling onto the point. There you go. There is the flip. They finally
Costly
make it
fight
work
on both
using
sides.
every single ultimate they had. Juby now with a sound barrier to survive through this next fight, but they made that one rather close.
I mean, what a nice opening for Dante to find though with the grav, just to be able to toss it down at Zeb's feet. You took a huge piece out of the equation for Citrus Nation with just all of that bulk. And now with the sound barrier, it's a great answer when you know that Z-Man's going to be working up to that Kitsune rush rather quickly.
Yeah, this rush.
All right, that's a big advantage. You got the road. Just place it down and go.
There
Right?
it is, completely online. Reset the cooldowns, run it down. They know Squid hasn't got his, so.
Oh, they're forcing them all the way out. They got all the space in the world now.
Someone's in a little bit of trouble. There's Vision. There's the Suzu ready to go out.
Forced out sound barrier.
Thought he was going to go down to the blink melee there, but a late sound barrier from Juby.
They're all so low. Oh my god.
Knowing that they'd advance pretty rapidly.
They survive.
Using that Kitsune rush. But it's LG just standing tall right now. Dante 100 charge on that Zarya beam. And they're going to continue to hold the point. 60%.
They're playing with fire here, man. They have to play like their lives depend on it. Dropping the first map like this would be a bad look.
Already worked up to other tools, so that sound barrier perfectly timed by Juby there to keep the team alive. And now you've got this Kitsune rush as well as the Bob. An extra member in this fight can be pivotal just to be able to force Citrus Nation into fighting on your own terms.
That was some nice damage on Vision there. Almost went down to the little vortex going out from Zeb. There's the rush. Okay. Shouldn't need too many.
Oh no, it's falling apart.
Down. You want to make this last fight for Luminosity.
Grab, that should be the round.
There's the grab, hits 3. And there is
Up 99-0. They blow it.
You're going to get through. You're going to have to get
wow.
through. the world's most...
The vets clutching up. The vets. They ain't done yet. Wow.
And there you go. Sheer tenacity from Luminosity Gaming. A complete turnaround. A 99 to 100.
99 to 0 swing.
And they tie Samoa up. One apiece.
That was a really close
And what if
round.
Echo
I
could
thought
copy
Citrus
enemy
Nation was gonna be
Echo?
able to
Sometimes
run
I
away
think
with
about that, how
So
funny
we
that
saw
would
a
be.
huge turnaround by Luminosity.
I could see it working.
Just great timing of those ultimates. Finally got some value out of.
How do they come back from that? I don't know.
In the kitchen sink at that one. It's still
I think part of the problem was on that final fight.
Other neat pieces of that kit.
Citrus committed pretty heavily with their ult economy, and then it never felt like it recovered. The ult usage was kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for much more than that after we saw a clean sweep on game number 1 from Toronto Defiant. Yeah, it was a really nice comeback there from Luminosity. I think Citrus Nation ended up just getting caught off guard and off kilter too in terms of their ultimates and their pacing. It was a really nice turnaround. The fight that they needed to win was the fight where they used their Kitsune rush, and then Jubi answered with his sound barrier much later. Managed to hit 5 when they were all super low, and but
Coding that would be hell. Yeah, probably.
The beat had already landed. Over health galore, and then you can just run over a team that had basically used all of their abilities. They used all their they used their vortex, they used their ram shift, they used pretty much everything in their kit to try and execute on the backline, and Jubi just completely countered them. Just very nice pace.
Yo, Chad, I'm just thinking about it with that previous game with Sexy Man 69. That would never be allowed in OWL. Like, it's so cool that we're less lenient on rules and stuff, and we're just chill
build
now.
up a little bit here too, and it's an exciting time I think in the Overwatch esports space where we have players that might not be as well known. And I think manually just kind of making a name for themselves already. Okay, on the Cassidy, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I think that's something that Luminosity has
Yeah.
absolutely identified.
Citrus
as a
maybe
pain
tried to
point
commit too
for
hard,
the
got a
game
little
plan is
overexcited up
manually
when
in
they're
that
up
back line.
99-0
Ways
there.
that Luminosity can get the leg up.
It's
on
okay though, still got
Luminosity
another
manually
round.
just by collapsing on him, which is really difficult to do.
You can copy
got
Echo, but when you
Zachary, so
ult, it
much
uses a
space.
random
You've got
ult.
Jacob and Z-Man that are able to help to support that back line.
We
and
got Kumat
heal
69.
when
Not
needs
true.
that
They made him
attention.
change his name in
And then
OWL.
Tap has just been super
They made him get rid of the
self-sustainable. So
69.
it's been amazing to sort of watch this team flourish, and this is what we love about
We
that
still have the
open
jersey
environment
number,
that we
but
have here,
the
or
number was
new
not in his
Overwatch
tag.
esports ecosystem. We get to see breakout performances like this.
Exactly that. Yeah, it's good. Seeing a stacked roster in terms of Luminosity Gaming, and like you mentioned, a team that's been
Man, I miss Dante
well drilled
DPS.
already for Maryville.
We did get Fried Winner in Season 4, yes. Fried Winner is
still
true.
a DPS player at heart, of course.
I would. I think like you'll always have that, right? But I think one of the things that made that really cool about the way that Dante utilized that knowledge in Overwatch League and just in the collegiate scene now as well is the fact that it gives you so much respect and so much just extra attention to detail when it comes down to how you can utilize your tank to help support those roles. Like as a DPS player, what
Man,
would
what's
you
all
want
these
to see
pauses,
out of
man?
the tank that you're playing with, or how can you
Getting
help to sort of
hungry,
facilitate that,
Sag.
you know?
We were on a good pace, and now I'm gonna eat dinner late. Pepe hands.
For Dante, for sure. And it's been interesting to see the different meta developments over the different regions. If anybody's watching OWCS Korea right now, a lot of Cassidy. And
Here we go.
Will Vision stick on the Cass? Not entirely sure. We're just going to get back into the
Oh,
game.
was there a
Looks
DQ?
Like Citrus Nation, yeah. So it looks like Jacob potentially...
Not a DQ, a
little
DC.
but
Sorry.
all this, they are back in it. They're back in it to win it as we go to our third stage on Samoa.
Okay, so this is where I would expect to see some more heavy brawl action. With how close quarters this point can be and how much space there is on that point, you can run head first as a Zarya or Ramatra into the enemy team and probably get some really good results out of that. But can they figure out how to actually lock down this Cassidy in the back line? Luminosity figured that out on that second round, but can they repeat the success
Yeah, this could be
here?
tough for LG. I don't know how this will go.
Yeah, a bit more of an interesting point in terms of like architecture here. Either way, Citrus of playing just up on high ground, but just reminds me of City Center on Oasis. It's going to take a little while before the point gets
Bubbles down.
Unless,
Oh, he's got one back
unless
now.
Citrus Nation have anything to do with it, it seems, as Zeb just dashing on forward. Using that Ramantra form to push Dante back. Forcing the bubbles is super important against the Zarya comp. You know, sometimes you just got to burst the bubbles to get rid of them as quick as you can to leave Zarya vulnerable. That's kind of what they've been doing here. Zarya might be high charge at that point, but it's a sitting duck, especially with that health bar.
Stalemate. Not much happening here.
In mind, but yeah, here we go.
It's a good Vortex. Really good Vortex. Zeb.
Yeah,
that was clean.
Sort of marking that Lucio
Doesn't matter
though.
though.
Even though Vision's going to be able to
that was
get
sick
a little
play.
bit of a respite there, he's still going to mark these Lucios.
Uh-oh, Zeb in a little bit of trouble to Z. They end up taking down Squid.
Poor Vision. Playing Ashe needs to reload constantly.
Being alive, just applying the bubbles to King.
That's the worst feeling in the world. You got a low target, but Ashe just needs to reload.
Spend an extra couple of seconds, and that's sometimes all that you need, especially with how powerful Tracer is right now.
No, but you can see that damage passive also coming in clutch there as Vision just continued to get a shot every couple of seconds into Zeb, meant that that healing was going to be mitigated just ever so slightly so that Zeb would be able to get taken down. But now, Citrus Nation have ults to work with. They're coming back in with a Kitsune rush.
Nice Suzu. I like the Suzu there, then into the rush, so you refresh that cooldown rather quickly. Dante in a little bit.
Bob just got annihilated.
Where did Bob go? Just evaporated.
Space.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate, but more importantly, Luminosity still have control of the point. Dante waiting for everybody to funnel in to launch that grab out. High noon, though, from Manually, getting sped up by Jacob. Now a little bit of a different angle as Dante, yes, spots Manually.
Seen the POV in Season 5 on hop on, they self-bubble till .3. Can't say I have.
Finishes tap up with a couple of extra
but that sounds like a Hoppo thing to do, I'm not gonna lie.
65% in building now as they try and play up.
Jaws, I don't know about you, but I've missed the days of seeing a good old grab pulse.
The bigger bang.
It's a great combo with just so many throwbacks for me, but Luminosity, they got firm control of this.
Now we're on the other side of it though, where now
Citrus
has a pretty clear ult economy advantage here.
Feels like Luminosity
they're gonna go in quick probably, yeah.
Yeah, good speed boost into the back line. You want to try and end this fight quick, sharp, and that's exactly what they're going to do here.
Alright, Tap.
Just a few, just one speed, that's all you need. Really?
Good.
With the annihilation.
Good fight.
Tough,
good fight from Citrus.
Manuelle's going to clean house.
Manuelle's hitting. Oh my god. This guy's crazy.
Okay, Manuelle. Showing off a little bit now. Love to see it. But
kind of goes nuts with these mechanics.
And you get that annihilation, that massive ult from Citrus Nation out there.
Yeah, Luminosity's not stressed about this one. You still have the sound barrier that you can use here now as an aggressive tool to try to re-engage the point, and you just have to worry about Tap. Tap is going to be harassing that back line, so as long as you've got Dante to be able to peel back, or even just Doobie to try to get Squid away, this is going to be fine here for Luminosity.
King trying to set his team up for success. Same goes for Tap, I'd imagine, with that pulse. They got
very slow.
them currently. It's going to be up to
Luminosity is not going to have a lot of fights here. They're just really feeling this out. Trying to force some kind of ult or cooldown.
Squid's going to push the first ult of the game. Same with Z. They're also going to lay out their own road. Nice damage. Onto Zeb, and there comes the high noon, but
well played from Citrus. Oh,
somehow, some way, threaded the needle through the middle of the point. Okay, we take those.
Okay, though, here's the thing, though. Dante's got a grab. This is what it comes down to. Is Dante gonna have a Nene grab, or is this gonna be the one that seals the potential round?
Wombo combo, no sound barrier here, so as you said, it's all down to the Kiriko to be able to cleanse away all of that.
Z-Man is the only hope of stopping this grab. This has to be a clean Suzu.
Dante wants to hit this ult and
he's going.
I mean, look at that. Just manually, that's all you
there it is. Bang.
There's the stick. There's the damage. King comes
premature Suzu.
With an extra one there as well.
Zeb's gonna have ult here though. Can he maybe keep this going? It's not over. It's not over.
Stay alive before the supports come back. Z and Jacob making their way just in time. No, Sebens are falling over. The supports have made it, but there was little to no.
They can do a re-engage. They can do a quick re-engage. They don't. They're just stalling this. That's clean. You got the Bob out. Citrus has another fight here. They can contest. This isn't over.
Gonna be waiting to try to get a touch
and LG's got nothing. Realistically, Citrus can still win this. They're gonna have the road here.
Sojourn, so just a little bit more mobility to try to power slide in to the point, but that's overtime here. Luminosity want to clutch this one out. Tune rush.
Got rush. He lets it go. His OT.
Oh, Dante, can he get out?
All right. Quick switch on to the Sojourn. I like it. You just need one headshot. You need one pick to get the ball rolling in your favor.
Oh, Squid got his own. Oh no, Dante, man.
There was too much damage flung in his way. He was trying to body block for the rest of his team, but there were no bubbles to help him survive the oncoming onslaught. And Citrus Nation, now they're one person up. Luminosity need to find a big stick.
Pulse gets nothing from King.
Dante dropping over to the Doomfist, but there's no pulse bomb kill in sight, and now it's up to Tap to try and turn.
Oh, the Lucio's won.
Holding on to this one, and there's Tap with
it's winnable.
Vision, and Squid end up falling over, and Luminosity Gaming only have 3 people on the points. And it's Citrus Nation.
King's down. It's going back and forth. I think they. Oh, a beat from Juby. What a beat from Juby.
Where's the backup? Where's the damage? Where's the
oh, the punch.
They managed to keep themselves up in time, but no.
Juby stalling like a boss.
To finally finish them off.
Juby with the stall.
Is he gonna be able to stay alive?
This is crazy.
But a nice Susu from
oh, Zeb almost has ult though. Oh no, they have ult barrier. That should be it. Let's see. Vision's gonna have a Bob stall here.
Okay, Dante has made his way back to the fight for the 4th time. Romantra, ultimate.
Oh, they're so low.
They don't live through this one, surely.
Oh, Dante! Oh, no way! Oh my God! What a battle that was! Wow!
What was that?
Oh my God!
That was amazing.
Sheesh.
That was just absolutely amazing.
That was insane. What a fight that was.
In those final moments.
Holy crap, what a map.
So much credit to how much work he's put into that.
Jeez, dude.
That was a hero that he was able to show.
That was one of the best maps of Overwatch I've seen in a while.
The highest levels of competitive Overwatch, and
Dante and Juby were so clutch there, man.
Amazing.
How did Juby had the beat and then he stalled the point. Juby's a legend for that. That was some sick Lucio gameplay. Juby did carry the stall so hard.
Bob helped out immensely. Okay, someone replay that fight. How long was that? That was at least 2 minutes.
That was an absurd fight.
Ridiculous. I mean, Citrus Nation proving that they're a real competitor as well. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, they are nothing to scoff at. They are unbelievable.
We could have a ridiculous series ahead of us here, chat.
Proving that, you know what,
Juby Redemption from Season 3. But I mean, this is his specialty. Lucio is what he can play. This is when he's actually like a solid contributor. It's like the ideal situation for him. We got to see some Dante heroics on the Doom as well.
Everybody has to keep their eyes on. And especially with that backline, you can't let them go uncontested.
Yeah, making it scrappy like this, I'm here for it.
It's been a while since I've been here.
Number 5 against LFO the other day, and that was a back and forth. Literally,
that stall was crazy, yeah. Insane stuff.
And maybe that happens here.
Looked like it could go either way for so long there.
Could have gone anybody's
What a trade. What a battle. Citrus Gaming is no joke. This is a team, or nation, I'm sorry, not gaming. Citrus Nation. This team is legit.
You're not going to want to miss it.
This team of rookies, they had a crazy game yesterday that they won against relevant people, and now they just damn near took the first map against Luminosity. What a squad. What a young squad they're building here. See, this is what makes OWCS so exciting. We get to see these new faces. We get to see new faces come onto the scene and make a name for themselves, and that's what Citrus is doing here with these kinds of results. This is what gets people talking. Haven't been in this chat since Owl. Well, welcome back. It's good to have you. Did Toronto win? Yeah, 3-0. Not even close. Oops. True, Booming Bob, true. The premature Suzu here really screwed them. I mean, they're probably dead either way, to be fair. What a wild sequence. When Dante died there, I thought it was over for sure. When he got mowed down by that headshot, I'm like, no, it's done for sure, right? How have the games been? Up until now, pretty uneventful, but this one, Andrew, has been a banger so far. It was only the first map, too, but that was one of the greatest rounds of Control I've seen in ages. So back and forth. Gotta give credit to the vets for hanging in there and showing composure. There were so many moments where it looked like it was a done deal. Balls is coming in for Dante. So Sig and or Diva incoming. Luminosity and it's Sig then. They're going with the Sig Bab Zen from the looks of it.
Juby and Dante taking a little backseat for this next one. We are going to Midtown, so it's going to be a hybrid. And yeah, Rose, that was the most insane thing I've ever seen. This is good. Honestly, great. I love a good dogfight. I love a good scrap fest. I love just people just swinging, throwing haymakers, just going at it. At the very end, I mean, gonna need to watch that a couple more times to really truly understand what exactly went down, to be very honest with you. But if we keep having that in the next couple of maps, I am here for it. Midtown selected by Citrus Nation and of course Colosseo after that. But yeah, hybrid up next, Rose.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of the 5-head content we're gonna get from people breaking down the final fight, because I think we all
final
need
fight
a little
was
bit
absurd.
of a slow-mo replay of those final moments. But as we look forward to our next map in the series, Midtown, looking specifically at the substitutions that Luminosity Gaming has made, we actually saw them make these swaps yesterday.
It looks like Citrus, they have their style. They're a rush team.
So it was False coming in to play the Sigma, and then we also ended
Send
up
it down
having
mid, on
Lukemino in to play
Midtown.
the Baptiste, and it looks like we're getting more of the same of that as we take a look at their defensive comp. The same stuff as we saw.
Right. Yeah, I really like the Sigma on this map. I think it's fantastic. I think with Zen too, I think Zen's really interesting. I think Lucio's still better than Zen currently, but if you can slow the game down enough, Zen just becomes an absolute powerhouse in terms of damage, especially with the changes.
Yeah, I mean, if you can poke down Zeb here, and it'd be a problem. Yep, rock.
This time around. Don't mind that whatsoever. If your aim is as crisp and clean with the CAS, I mean,
Feels good to have
the
Pro
Soldier's gonna
Overwatch
be
back,
more
yeah.
Deadly, I'd imagine. Have to wait and see. They're going to want to play this one fast, though, Rose.
They really will. I mean,
Yo,
look at how quickly they're
Wookie.
swarming that point.
I don't know a good team to follow as an Outlaws fan. Is there, by chance, a Houston team? There's not a Houston-themed team, but there are, like, former Houston players littered all over the place. Luminosity has Dante. He's not in this map, but Dante and Juby, technically. Luminosity has 2 former Houston players.
Rotation into that big archway, and as soon as Citrus Nation flood onto the point, they just get picked apart there.
Yeah, gonna go up.
It's just sitting down for an afternoon and tuning in. Yeah, same.
But I think that Zenyatta pick really pays off in dividends here. You're trying to slow down the pace of this game, because what Citrus Nation want to do is they just want to rush into you. That's like why you've got the Lucio for this.
Like, there's also WAC. They have Shu.
To soak up a ton of that damage, and if you have the Zenyatta, it makes you think twice.
Merit
if you're a Citrus Nation about whether
is
or not
on
you can actually
Toronto.
move in. Who's that Discord Orb on? Do you have the cooldowns to be able to actually help reflect a lot of that damage?
Oh, there's the push. Zeb, Jacob And the rest of the squad just trying to run down Squid, but still, Squid taking names and numbers right now. They've swapped sides, almost.
Oh yeah, and FTG as Violet for the gamer.
They've still got the Lucio. They've got Squid in their sights. Eventually.
And Bernard, technically. Bernard's on Houston. Pelicans on M80. Yeah, so you have your options. If there's any particular players that suit your fancy that you enjoy supporting. That was a rough flux. I don't know what that was.
There is some pressure on the point currently as False remains on at that high ground. And will that be a free tick? Tab is going to get, yeah, I mean, why not?
Press SG's your favorite Rocket League team, fair enough.
They've used the hands, they've used the rock, the shields are gone, and there it is. Okay, Citrus Nation, they're going to cap point A.
Window, we're going to recontest. This is a... Oh, the Bob to stall, okay. Is he on point? No, he's off point, I think.
Nice little Bob. Yeah, they tried. I mean, valiant effort putting that window down and have Lucamino and Squid sit behind the window and kind of dominate. Put the Bob on the point. Real nice stuff, but Citrus Nation kind of had their number there.
Watching him play feels so weird. They're trading picks all the time. Real.
Behind it because they've got no speed.
This is a scrappy match.
3 and a bit minutes to go. They open the doors. The payload gets a rolling.
Yeah, it's a good isolation of.
Yeah, it's a lot to process, Wookie, because it's like 3 separate regions now, you know.
Target and then target focus. So you see Fall sitting by himself. That seems like a
going for Yeti and less TL come in.
With this Sigma, this is a hero that is relatively mobile. You have the opportunity.
It's a lot to keep up with. That's why I post those helpful videos. Shameless plug.
And take them out. There's really few ways to actually get out of there.
Lucamino went pretty low there. That pulse one getting thrown out by King.
D-Manana's really good, in your opinion, off topic. I mean, not necessarily. You never know, right? You never know. Maybe Nana will be played. Probably not, but it's possible. I think it suits the conversation, considering he's playing.
There comes the... Okay, well, Zeb just walks in.
Guys, I've been mad impressed with Manually, though. His cast on that first round on Samoa was pretty ridiculous.
Take a couple steps back now.
Gonna play Ash.
Citrus Nation, you can
it's interesting that Luminosity's decided they're the Ash team. They're like the only team I've seen run this a lot so far. At least today.
Only because it felt like you were still able to get some
out of both regions, EMEA and NA, and technically Korea too.
Knowing that Vision is also running an Ash of his own, so now you've got 2 Bobs to contend against each other.
Speaking of the devil, he shall appear. Big shot.
I don't think it matters what Manually's playing at all.
Yep, still clean with the shots. Annihilation available in this 2.
Another big shot.
My God, okay.
And the Bob's in a horrible spot too.
Double DPS down. I mean, the Bob's outright, so technically a 5v5 maybe. I think the Bob's doing all too much though, to be very honest with you. Even manually with the
I just forced out 2 ults.
Still dishing out a lot of work.
But then again, oh no, Citrus used beat as well. It's not as good as an investment as I thought.
Up into the skies, but manually is just a monster.
He is a monster.
God, if he got that flick on the head there, I think I would have lost my mind.
This guy's got the talent. This guy's got the mechanics.
But Vision finally able to get a little bit of revenge. This cart is so close to that second checkpoint though, and Citrus Nation are just a couple.
This is where things get a little tough.
Being able to break through that defense.
Dealing with that poke, trying to contest the high ground like that, it's rough.
The pulse bomb as well. Tap has been able to land.
Don't have much to contest them up there if you choose to go under. It's kind of rough.
Just open up the fight, but Zeb, they're just look at the pace.
That's that window's nasty. The dynamite Discord window. Brutal combo.
Yeah, the Archangels took him away there. That's rough.
It's all right. They've got time. See, this is the benefit that comes with trying to take these fights super fast. Tap, I don't know why you were there. I think just...
Yeah, I think Tab was just trying to hide out for the moment, wait for his team to come back, but I think Luminosity Gaming kind of had the right idea, just force that recall and just force Tap's business.
This map is pain. Yeah, it's a tough map.
Well, we're in the last fight.
Playing attack on this map is not fun.
I love it.
Midtown is a brutal map.
Well, Manually could open up a pick here. This has been a dime a dozen for Manually just to get another headshot.
Not the biggest fan of it personally.
Very quickly, but they know.
Although the San Diego Hunters were pretty goated at it.
They can't let Manually get away with it.
There we go, triple blinks.
Went 2-0 on it.
Hit the balls. Oh, there's the stick. There's the lamb from Lucamino, and Squid has already killed Jacob. They're going to try and push up into this high ground, but manually desperately needs this Bob. And King's killed Tap. It's 3 people right now.
LG's locking in. Wait, they didn't touch. They just completely forgot about the point.
Not on the point, and in fact,
well,
no one from
unfortunate.
is actually near the point as Luminosity Gaming halt the payload in the car wash.
They just completely forgot. That's a rough
credit
one.
To Luminosity there for holding the high ground and holding that defense.
Yeah, that's hey,
that is not a great place to be held at either. That's tough.
Sputtery, and then it catches on fire. Maybe that's what was happening there. They were trying to play the game really quickly, and that's what you should do.
Like you have no choice but to play far up there. Like they can just go under you and try and keep pushing that payload. That's a tough spot to finish.
Look, he's got his kick now.
To be fair, this wasn't exactly looking like their map. No, definitely not. Not a map they're comfortable with, clearly.
A little bit.
Showing up massive in the back line, just being able to stay alive.
Not the first C9, yeah, that's for sure. There was one earlier today that just happened, the last match with Toronto and Shiki Gami.
They had to tune him down just a little, but still super impactful. Orb of Discord gives you so much explosive potential. You can just burst down an opponent, especially with these HP changes. That feels
I don't know why they nerfed
more
him.
Influential. What do you mean? Well, you don't know why they nerfed him?
That's crazy. They should give him 2 kicks because he has 2 legs.
Oh, and he also like doesn't walk, so technically you could kick at the same time.
You could kick at the same.
Okay, we're cooking a little too hard here.
We're geniuses.
Yes.
What is this Zen buff that we're cooking here?
Sneaking a headshot through. Yeah, no one has peeked that angle since the beta.
But could you imagine?
Yeah, then I would have eaten my words and a hat. Exactly. There's always a chance that someone does peek that cheeky angle. Bit of a change, I will say, bit of a change up from Luminosity here. Just playing Squid on the Curie, so a lot of healing output coming through from Luminosity. They forced that lamp super early too, which is really nice. So he's gonna have to play a little bit more careful.
Oh, Z-Man's so low. Oh, he's okay.
There's Citrus Nation to end up backing straight up to the point. So much free space allotted to
yeah, this with how like they've been so low from the poke, like they can't rush in how you'd want to disrupt this Sigma comp. They're just getting blown up. The spam from Vision and Falls and the supports, it's a lot. And then King's just like being disruptive in the back line slowly.
Opening up the payload and adding a ton.
You've got to go. I feel like Citrus has to go faster than that if they want to make this work.
Little box of victory that they've got there. That's like that's 5 minutes.
That was a quick cap. That was an extremely quick cap.
Not gonna lie, the Emerald gun with the Guangzhou skin is like it made me think for a second it's just Vancouver Titan skin.
And then just leaves Lucamino to kind of heal up.
Oh, Sam!
1 HP? Okay.
He's dead.
Yeah. That was almost telegraphed there. Yeah, Lucamino's like,
Not their map.
If you want to come out and punch me, sure.
That is
like
for sure.
5 other people, 16 other people looking at you, bro, so.
Oh, there's so much snowball potential here, though, right? Like,
and they get high ground with the SIG, and they have window.
Yeah, the high. Oh my god.
Yeah, they've got the high ground control too. They have a window. This is gross.
This is gonna be a tough one for
oh
Citrus
boy,
Nation. Like,
this could get ugly.
Bomb, but how are you gonna weave that in when you've got False's head that's been on a swivel with those secretions and just so
Suzu.
Yeah, Suzu.
And Immortality Field.
Window for Vision? Why not?
Oh, Dynamite through the window. Love to see that. Someone else has payload though. Is probably on tap to do that. King has been pushing this entire time, and there you go. A little Tracer duel. Not so much an even Tracer duel as Zeba ends up.
What is this flank? Wait. Holy.
Nice coach gun kill. No health pack for you.
Wow.
And no
that
map
was
for you either. Luminosity Gaming.
Not
the map.
A close map. That was
2 and 0 currently.
That was the exact opposite of our first map.
Trying to play a little bit more scrappy.
But maybe a more rush-friendly map coming up next.
Quick cap on point A. Easy as you like, pushing it forward. What, 5 minutes and 15 seconds? You got all the time in the world to get it there.
Yeah, even if it wasn't going to be that one push, then you still have enough time to get through like 2 full rotations of ultimates.
Right.
So it's like, you know, what are the odds when you stack all that probability up against each other? Math I didn't want to do in broadcast, but it's all coming up in good fortune here for Luminosity. Citrus Nation, though, I think this is a map type that they struggled with yesterday. Like, I think just with these longer range sight lines, I don't know how well this Ramatra Rush comp can always fare when you've got such open sights to work with. It's tough.
Yeah, it was really tough. Yeah, I really like the Sigma on these kind of maps because you can just kind of play back, and when you've got such a an iron,
That's just it's a tough map to play Ram.
Lucamino and Squid on just.
Izmir, all matches in NA, EMEA, and Korea always 3-0. It's to be expected this early on. There's going to be a lot of 3-0s as we kind of whittle down the competition down to like the top level guys, especially with NA and EMEA in the groups. Like, this is fresh out of the Swiss stage, so like some teams that clearly aren't that good are there right now, and they're gonna slowly get eliminated. There's a good Korea match this morning though. Runaway and Genesis, 5 maps.
Like Dante on the side, Luminosity Gaming.
And yesterday, Citrus took Seeker's team to a map 5 and beat them.
It was Luminosity's map.
Seeker's team's already in an elimination game because of this team that is playing against Luminosity.
Luminosity, especially on Midtown, is able to show off why their roster is as versatile as it is. Being able to make those player swaps so flawlessly and be able to execute the game plan that they are confident and comfortable with on a map like Midtown. And I actually wouldn't be too surprised to see swaps happen again.
Coliseum is kind of tough. This is another map where you can just play Sig. Like, it's a bit harder to execute, but you can play Sig, especially like those first few fights in that corridor, man.
Citrus pick, as you can see by the little graphic there. And oh yeah, so they did bang New Queen Street as well. And yeah, Coliseum is definitely.
I mean, technically, even if they lose this game, their run isn't over. They can always beat Seeker's team again, potentially.
We're going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, no break. I lied. Baited. That was my fault. That wasn't prods. That was just me. Yeah, so it does look like we are having a few substitutions here from Luminosity.
Dante coming back in, I'd assume. Dante, Juby back in.
And yeah, it's Dante and Juby back in. So not going to see the Sigma, I'd imagine. It's going to be
Still Sig then.
Juby pretty famous.
Back to the Zarya in all likelihood.
This is what we saw from Luminosity in their match yesterday. I know we didn't get a chance to broadcast it, but shout out to all the amazing co-streamers that we have had in order to broadcast all of that action.
That's me.
And so
Hi.
When taking a look at that match, I did see Dante Juby actually get subbed back in for push, and it's just to be able to have like the Lucio, like, so important when you take a look at a map type like that.
Yeah, most definitely. I will say I'm a little bit disappointed I haven't seen Dante's Doomfist because that is a nasty. But
I want to see the Doomtae, but they've been playing a lot of Zarya.
Citrus Nation, of course, stacking up against them. You could.
Someone Coliseum can be aware, but we just saw it work earlier.
In terms of like just the raw damage output and the ability to support your DPS a little bit more too with the bubbles. You see how Dante is super conservative with his. Doesn't really want to
Also, for those of you who maybe weren't here at the beginning of the stream, now that OWL is over and we're in OWCS, they're a lot more lenient with rules, as in there's like basically no rules at all for co-streaming. It's not strict. So all of my VODs for OWCS are going to be available. They won't be private. They'll just be available for anybody to watch at any time, which is sick. I don't have to private my VODs immediately after stream. It's hype.
Meta it was like I saw Costa watching like Ewong stream, vice versa, or like
I have never seen so many streams layered on top of each other in my life.
Streamception.
Streams layered on top of each other, and the gameplay was just getting smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where I'm like, who am I watching? What's going on?
Yeah, it's a huge W.
It was ridiculous.
People can go back and watch whatever the heck they want.
It was honestly
that was something that people always were so sad about, and I always had to tell them I had no choice. Like, what happened to the VOD? I wanted to go back and watch. And I'm like, I have to private it. I'm sorry, but now I don't have to.
Streaming, which is also super awesome. So if you want to check out any of the single player POVs, they also have the opportunity to stream their gameplay too. So might give you some really nice insight onto the comms that are happening.
Yeah, OWCS, it's so chill. Like with OWL, there was always like email confirmations that had to go out too. It was like very professional and business-like, like whether you were in or not. And like they have to show you the rules and do all these things and make you follow certain guidelines. Now it's nothing. They didn't even send out emails. They're just like, oh, you signed up? Okay, you can stream. Like, that's a W.
But as we go into Colosseo, yeah, I want to see Dante on Doom. Is it going to happen? Probably not, but it is nice to also cast Dante again, that is for sure. Does look like we're going to a quick break though. I'm just getting word. We're just waiting for that one player to connect to the lobby, and then we'll be...
We are going to a break now? What is going on, man? 1 minute break. Gotcha. Maybe I could fast forward this a little, because... Probably behind a little on the VOD. Yeah. Look at that, chat. We're speeding right now. We are speeding. We are speed running this. Wow, my VOD was very far behind. Damn. Look at that, chat. Break's already over. We're back into it.
Welcome back. Last player connected to the lobby. We're all good. We're ready to rock and roll.
The Dante Hog is gonna go crazy with this map.
Luminosity Gaming's pick.
Imagine.
Citrus Nation. It's been a bit of a scrap fest so far, but I love to see it. Colosseo, of course, not much of a sick map. It can be. It's not going to be, at least on the
They'll
side.
just play Zarya.
Luminosity Gaming as Dante and Juby are back in.
Yeah, so I expect to see
It'd be Zarya or
here
Doom.
coming out from
Probably
Dante,
Zarya though.
as
That's been
well
what they've
as
practiced a
something
lot.
like the Kiriko Lucio combo from Squid and Juby. For Citrus Nation though, I'm interested to see whether or not they'll continue to try to run with the Ramatra. It's looked really good. Zeb has shown a little bit of a propensity to play something like the Zarya, but for this entire series, it's been the Ramatra flavor, and it feels like it's just been so scrappy, as you said. And it's really fun to watch to see which pick is going to come through first.
I'd love to see him play Doom, but it won't happen.
I do like the Ram. I do like seeing a lot of Ramatra, honestly.
Oh, maybe? Wait.
Well, I mean,
hey, yo.
I cannot.
Oh my god, do we get to see the Doomfist? I'm so sorry.
Please.
I'm
I want to
so
see Dante
excited.
play Doomfist.
Because Dante's Doomfist came in clutch at the end of some
Dante.
King maybe goes
especially when it comes to
Tracer instead of
tank lane, definitely
Genji.
known for the Doomfist. King for his Genji too.
Stuttering pause for a
Honestly, I won't be
second.
surprised, but
Oh, I baited.
I didn't think.
Damn it!
Kind of knew it was going to be the Zarya.
I know.
Yeah, we're all good. Same kind of comps here for Citrus Nation. Manually on the Ashe. Pretty good in the neutral and getting that high.
Oh,
ground.
well.
Cassidy is just so strong. Curious if they do end up switching a little bit later on, but pretty standard comps across the board here. Vision also sticking on that Ashe.
Well, you're also playing Poke at this phase of the game at Colosseo.
It's a bit harder for the Zarya to do well in this situation.
It's going to come down to who can get the first pick. Is it going to be Vision?
Without that shield, like just having these bubbles,
so-
I don't know, man. I said this section of the map in particular, it's maybe not as bad after like the first fight, but you gotta win it first and foremost.
Himself a little bit of energy. It's nice that he's bubbling Vision there every single time that Citrus Nations are just poking their heads out. And yeah, classic Colosseo moment
Juby.
when you don't have a kill in 2 minutes.
All right, now we're halfway there. So
I gotta say, I was not expecting the sudden like influx in Zarya. Korea, they're playing a lot of her suddenly.
I mean, honestly,
I'm shocked.
if you don't get a random pick with the Ashe,
Dante's glad skin is buggy with everyone else's charge skins. Yeah, same.
manually there on to Vision.
Wait, Tapple says Pulse Bomb.
Me and Matt had the record for the longest no kills in an Overwatch League game, at least, and it was on Colosseo.
Wasn't it like
We'll
4
see if we can
minutes?
match that. It was like almost
Is that
3.
this what we're in for right now? Just epic stall fest. No one wants to make a move. There it is. Vision gets a
There
kill.
it is, first kill. Round of applause, everybody. It took 1 minute and 30 seconds. There you go. Quick maths. Manually does end up going down. That Dynamite doing a lot of
Aha,
work.
they took the lead. 0.14. There we
In
go.
terms of the hit scan there. Having a
Interesting commitment there by Citrus. I mean, oh wait, okay, I didn't see the vision. No pun intended.
Citrus Nation. Post bomb gets thrown out. A little dodge out of the way from Vision there. The dynamites keep on ringing in the ears of Zeb, who's just getting burnt to a crisp. Finally cooked and served.
Okay, ends up not going in their favor at all. They commit 2 ults there. Rough.
I think Luminosity's finally found their groove. This was something that they struggled with in that very first round of Samoa, when manually just getting pick after pick. But Luminosity now, they've got 4 ults to work with. They're making maximum value out of everything that they've used as well. So is it going to be the wombo combo of the Grav Pulse again? That is certainly on the menu.
Ooh, ambitious grab. Oh, so you got the beat out, I guess.
Patient is king right now, waiting for a target, but you're very happy with that trade. Jacob using the sound barrier plus manually using Bob. LG, this is the perfect time to strike.
Yeah,
they can play aggressive.
It's a pretty good trade.
Nemesis form comes out from Zeb and straight into an ultimate. But
suddenly, it's not looking too good for our Citrus underdogs, chat.
And Luminosity take back control.
They are losing the fight. They are getting figured out. Luminosity has adjusted.
Point capture on Colosseo as they just continue.
Zeb is gonna go Zarya. Zarya match, alright.
Luminosity.
Zarya mirror.
If they keep this pace up, this is going to be a full capture. Look at us actually see Zeb switch off of the Ramatra. Gonna go over to the Zarya as well. I called out this pick a little bit earlier.
Remember though, chat,
in the series
this is the winners match in the group
toe
stage.
when it comes
So
to this hero, and that might be the firepower that they need right now. Just
if Citrus ends up losing here, their fight is not over. They still have a chance.
A little bit of trouble. However, that Kazuna Rush is going to aid in that cooldown at least, and there you go.
All right, Zeb's full charge. He's popping off.
However, Luminosity Gaming
looking good for my your new favorite team. Nice.
If they manage to make it out, I think Juby at least is going to get out. They're using the skates. Doesn't like Squid's going to be able to.
I mean, yeah, Luminosity / Maryville, if you want to call them that. It's a pretty likable team.
So we're back to resetting in mid, basically.
Yeah, but this time around with that Zarya is a key difference here.
Aside from the fact that they have 2 former Outlaws players, in general they have some underrated talent on this team. I've always been a big advocate for King. I like King.
Another great way to be able to just keep that Zarya charge big and healthy. I think this is a good choice for Zeb here, just to also show a little bit more versatility in that tank pool.
Tower the pulse bomb. Almost waiting and baiting. King there. King does have Juby with him. So
New temporary favorite team.
Mid fight. I love mid.
Might not be ready to move on from being an outlaw. Well, technically there is no outlaws, so.
Alright, King's near in the post bomb as well.
This player probably will never get the chance to see Decay Zarya. Never say never.
Get some more damage in. Well, too much. 0 energy. So
it's funny because he played really good on Vancouver. I was surprised no one picked him up for OWL, or that Vancouver didn't even keep him. It made sense once they got Sugar Free, but at the time it's like, damn, probably could have brought King back, you know? Like, that was the mindset. Massive grab.
There's the grab, and waiting for the Suzu. There's the beat, the pulse on top as well. A lot of damage.
Zeb just had no chance.
Disappearing from Zeb's HP pool as he ends up going down to the Bob of all things. Dante playing a little bit passive.
Yeah, Runaway's always a likable group.
On the field, but a good 3-person grab will result in a team fight win for Luminosity as they get that bot moving again.
There's a lot of resource investment there by Citrus Nation to have to try to withstand that grab.
Oh, there is still an Outlaws. It's just not really Outlaws anymore, you know? It's just the cringe group that they have. I don't really think of it as Outlaws.
Try to weave in a pulse bomb pick. You've got the bubble, you've got the Suzu, just so many tools here.
Ooh.
Gab_Cat has become a member.
Hey Gab, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Welcome to the squad. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Much appreciated.
I don't think anticipated. This is much more of a trade fight more than a
yeah, genuinely, the Outlaws killed themselves.
With a grab, post ball, everything basically thrown in. You'd expect it to be a lot quicker and cleaner. Juvi goes down to the stray right click, but once again, they're just resetting to mid.
Yeah, but Wookie, how could you even think about it after what happened to the Outlaws brand? If I was an Outlaws fan, I'd be just ready to move on after how that brand got destroyed. Personally, I know everyone's different, but like just thinking about what they are now and how dirty they did the players by like not even making like a goodbye video for them.
I mean, look at that though. Manual
It's pretty cringe.
Headshots, though, that's another Bob online. That's another person that can enter into the fray here, and that is going to be just another nice bit of damage there. That damage buff to Bob has been palpable, I think.
It's been paying dividends. All right, okay.
Bubble the Bob.
Surely got better
Overwatch is back, so here I am. Well, welcome.
Nice bit of space created once again, but this is deja vu. This is exactly what happened before. Pulse
He got the
on
tracer with that? Nasty.
gets the better of him. An ego pulse is sometimes
Which is worse, Outlaws or Immortals? Immortals for sure. Outlaws more so just like made the mistake of turning over their org to someone they shouldn't have.
From a defensive position, while Citrus Nation is struggling.
Valiant and Immortals in that situation was a disaster.
It goes back to the conversation you had started before about the battle over the mid. If you can't get past the mid or the neutral, then you're gonna be in a little bit of a world of hurt here. Citrus Nation at least can come back with something like the Kitsune Rush, the Grav.
True, Byron, true. Immortals is in a tier of their own. Like, them and Eternal are in their own separate tier of garbage.
Get out on top of it this time, being able to lay that Kitsune Rush down through this middle point.
That phrase too is a it's like a different connotation of the battle of the mid.
The battle of the mid?
Not quite.
The battle of the mid. There's no old Toronto Defiant here, though.
Quite well timed there. Does manage to catch vision, but
that's a late beat.
Defensively used by Dante, catching Zeb, stopping the approach.
Just done. Well, we had one good map in this series.
Taking names,
it's better than none.
Away from Citrus Nation right now. Another clean sweep, and are they going to push it that far? Probably not. They're just going to teeter on the edge of pushing the bot in, just waiting for Citrus Nation to use ults.
Which OWCS team would you think you'd actually do a decent job of coaching if you had to? None. I have no qualifications whatsoever of being a coach. I genuinely cannot answer that question seriously, because I am not a coach. I know nothing about this game. I would be a horrible coach.
Because Citrus Nation has to do that to them. So you can use all of your cooldowns reactively here. Just go away from this Kitsune Rush. Perfect.
Yep,
don't get picked off.
I could coach like a low-level team that's like nowhere near the best, but I can't coach a team that actually knows what they're doing. They have like actual good players. True, Byron, true. I could just sign on for the memes.
Nice kill onto Vision too, who ends up letting loose of the Bob. A Graviton Surge is in the sights of Dante if he can charge it up in time, but I don't think he's going to need to.
This has been a very chaotic series.
Really going to need any more ults to end this game. A Bob, a beat should be enough for at least Luminosity to stay alive, although Dante's kind of getting rolled here, but a nice little teleport, a swift step from Squid keeps him up.
It's not over yet.
To help Dante stay alive in this fight. A quick switch onto Doom for Zeb to get back to the bots, but it is an upwards hill battle.
Like, I think I could maybe outcoach like a low-level collegiate team, or like, you know, like a non-professional team maybe, but not anything that has to do with high-level skill players. I don't stand a chance.
Citrus Nation, though, has a chance here. They've got this pulse bomb. They just have to try to keep the Zarya from getting too high charge.
And when I say low-level collegiate, I mean like a plat-level collegiate team.
And Luminosity have got the win. A 3-0, a clinical execution on Colosseo there at the very end, and that will end the series. It started off as a scrap, as a brawl fest, but
all right, I mean, Luminosity 3-0. Right 3 Overwatch continues. Woo!
3-0 as our second game of NA OWCS ends just like that.
I wonder if they'll interview Dante like they did RuPaul.
Luminosity.
I mean, Citrus at the beginning of the series put up one hell of a fight. Honestly, if they win that first map, the series could have been different. You never know.
It was really cool to just see them find their groove. And
they needed to win that map. It was crushing to lose it.
Yeah,
you know, that's the difference between a group of rookies and veterans like that. The vets are going to stay composed.
Scrappy ones. And also,
I don't think the next game will be 3 Overwatch, though. I think it's genuinely going to be a good match.
Did take an L. I feel like some individuals on that team really stood out, manually especially. I think with the performance we got to see on each and every single map here, this player put themselves on everyone's radar, and I think very quickly Luminosity Gaming identified him as a threat, and we're really starting to, you know, trying to zone him out, not allow him to get into those back lines, which really made those games so close early on.
Yeah, his cast on map 1 was insane. He was hitting even just the first shot out of the gate, just dun, onto Juby. See you later. Straight back to the It was a really nice showing, I think, from Citrus Nation, who had a very close game against some legendary players in LFO yesterday.
They beat them.
Yeah, they did end up going down 0-3.
Can we mention that they beat LFO? Or are we just gonna say it was a close game? They beat them in a close game.
There's a team full of veterans. They've been playing together for a fairly long time, and with Unter in the backlines as well, you know he's putting in the work, that is for sure. Although he will say the opposite, but I know he's really doing a lot of work.
I feel like Hunter's coaching style is always one that baffles me, right? I'm like, are you actually
Hunter baffles me. That is.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I think
just like a stop there. Hunter person specifically. No, but I think like what's really exciting about the way that Hunter coaches is I've always gotten this feeling that Hunter trusts so much in what the players are doing and is there to just help foster like the good ideas. And so I think it's really nice to know that like Luminosity has a
Hunter is a pretty based coach on the real. As much of a meme as he is in the community for being like a funny coach,
I love the
he is really good at his job. Looking forward to the Cowboy Bebop collab. I think collab words. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I personally will not be buying the skins because I am poor, but I do like it. I think it is a very cool promo that they're doing.
So a lot of different dynamics, obviously, for those different teams. Always interesting to hear from them themselves.
All right, chat. The game I've been looking forward to the whole day. Hopefully, it doesn't let me down. M80 versus Timeless.
Even though the beginning was a bit scrappy, I think once they started to find their groove and their footing in this series.
Timeless, the team I have decided to make my favorite in NA versus M80.
A team to watch out for heading into the main event, which they now officially qualified for.
Yeah, Luminosity is now in the main event for NA, Stage 1.
Knowing the pacing of push is really important, and they just have it down to a T. They know they don't need to overextend. You've got 90 meters, you've got the checkpoint, and you know Zeb has to like...
Surely this won't be a 3-0. I believe. It'll at least be a 3-1, I believe.
Clear them off, because if they don't, then Luminosity get more push. Like, they know how to play that map super well, and extremely well disciplined, and just in line with how you're supposed to play the Zarya comps too. Like, Dante's just such a phenomenal player, and has been for such a long time. I'm excited for Luminosity. I really am. I mean, the next game though.
It showed good composure, yeah.
Oh my god, a Timeless versus MA.
Yes.
I know. I'm
more champions.
So excited.
Some of the best players on their individual roles too.
Yep. Yeah, there's just stacked across the board. I love the storylines heading into that one as well. Just one last few words here about Citrus Nation from you guys. Do you feel like if they may or may not have... That's a weird way to approach this question. Let's start again.
You're good.
Do you feel that if they wouldn't have tried to shoehorn
nice Byron
on, let's say, Midtown, that they might have had a better chance to come out on top? Or do you think it's just that's their comfort pick, even though it didn't work on that map?
I think the meta is just kind of not solved right now, and I don't think there's like, okay, this comp is just...
It's really not. The meta is greatly changing by the week.
And I think just at the end of the day, it was just hard for them to really deal with the Zen, with the Batiste, and the caliber of players too. In Citrus Nation, I think they're pretty damn good at the Ram comp, especially with someone like a Manually on Cassidy, but they just pound for pound didn't stack up to them today, but they've got a lot of fight in them, which is the most exciting thing, I think.
They really do. Let's actually head into an interview. We have
Dante.
Dante.
I knew it. I knew they were going to do an interview with Dante. Knew it. Hey, they're there at the Maryville facility.
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
They're doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. Look at Dante being polite.
Okay.
The politest guest, yeah, I know.
Dante, let's talk about
my
the
boy,
series
Dante.
Early on, it was a bit of a dogfight, a bit scrappy here and there. We love that, though. It was explosive to watch. I mean, Samoa at the end of it itself was just, everyone was holding their breath. Did you maybe not expect that much resistance from Citrus Nation? Are you surprised at it at all?
I wasn't too surprised because we watched them beat Beaner's team yesterday, and that's a pretty good roster. So we knew it would be a harder match. I was not expecting that overtime fight. That was actually an incredible fight. It was like probably one of the craziest overtime fights I've had in my career. I'm gonna blame it on not having a warm-up scrim. I'll be honest, we didn't have a warm-up scrim. Blaming it on the no warm-up scrim based.
I will say it very much felt like that, where you just like warmed up to it, because as soon as you got to map number 3, it was like, okay, this is
Yeah,
it.
it's
Like,
true.
this team,
After they got it going, they never
you
looked
just played
back.
it so clinically. Dude, the scrappiness, I love it though. If you can make some more of that happen on control and stuff, that, yeah, greatly appreciated. I love that.
Yeah. Will do. Gotcha.
Awesome.
It's definitely a tough competition as well when you look at the caliber of teams. Is there any team you're specifically looking at that, apart from yourself obviously, that is going to be head and shoulders above maybe the rest of the pack? Like M80 just screams to me as some of the strongest in the region, especially on their roles.
I actually feel like Toronto will be stronger just because of the flexibility from Toronto. Like someone can play every single tank, and there's so many different tanks being played this meta. You never know which one will end up being the dominant tank or if it'll be a swap game. So I think that gives Toronto the biggest edge.
Yeah, it's true. It's kind of OP to have someone in this kind of
I'd
situation.
like to ask you a little bit more about that, Dante, because we saw a couple of subs on your team heading into the second map, and so I'm just curious about your take on where the meta actually even is right now because of all the different compositions that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. Zarya feels good on the rush maps for us. We've been liking playing those Zarya the last few weeks. We play Sigma on false maps because if I play Sigma, Hunter will probably kick me again. Wouldn't be good. And yeah, we're just splitting between those two maps right now, or those two comps.
Love that.
Right on. One last question. We kind of started discussing it a little bit, just coaching strategies or approaches with different teams. What's yours? How involved is Hunter? Is it a top-down kind of thing, or is it more player-led?
I'd say it's somewhere in the middle. I think the best value Hunter gives is he's just a really funny guy, and he gets everyone on the same page. Because our team is very opinionated. We have a lot of different opinions, but he just like helps our team with the cohesion a lot. Like he just glues everyone together. So I think that's his strength for our team.
Yeah, it's that and the mullet, for sure.
Yeah.
We're always happy to hear from you, Dante. Best of luck in your next match, and once again, congratulations.
All right, thanks for having me. See you guys.
Bye-bye. Luminosity Gaming take the dub. Bit scrappy at the beginning, but very entertaining for sure. That OT fight, if you missed it, go back and watch it. So congrats to Luminosity. We now are getting ready for our last match of the day, which is coming up.
Yes,
right
let's go. Okay, chat, before I post the poll, just to give you an idea of who's playing here. M80 and Timeless. This is the number 2, M80 number 2 seed, Timeless number 3 seed from the Swiss stage. These are two of the top 3 teams from the Swiss, and in my opinion, the top 2 and 3 teams in general in North America. I mean, could be wrong, maybe one of these teams will flop, but on paper, they feel like two of the strongest potential teams in North America. M80 is gonna be the team that everyone favors, unsurprisingly, because they have Hydron, Pelican, and Spectra as their DPS. They have Hawk as their tank. Then they have Ultraviolet, Lep, Renko as their support. That is the known team. They are really strong. They have insane upside. Why are they in the same group? I don't know why they're in the same group, but they are. They placed them in the same group for whatever the heck the reason. Oh, no, excuse me. M80's wasn't the top 3 in the Swiss. I'm sorry. I meant they were both top 6 in the Swiss. That's my mistake. You'll have to accept my apology, chat. But even though they were 6th, they're genuinely seen as like the number 2 team on paper. I should have worded that better. But it's basically, think of it as just like the number 2 versus the number 3 team. That's what it feels like. But yeah. Hydron, Pelican, Spectra, DPS line's insane. And they'll be playing Timeless, who I think are underrated, underappreciated, and can be very, very good. They've got a lot of the Wisp players, for those of you who are familiar with Wisp. They've got Rocket and Chopper, classic DPS players. They got Riker, Icy's there. And then they have some imports as well. They've got Sunjun and Opener. Sunjun is their 3rd DPS, Opener is their main support, and they also have CJ at flex support. Timeless is low-key pretty good. Timeless are the underdogs, but I think you should expect them to put up a good fight, chat. In my opinion, at least. The smart move is to go for M80 because they just have a more talented team, but I, for one, really want Timeless to make this a good game. I've decided I want to be a Timeless fan, chat, because I like their player group they have. So I'm going to be rooting for them hard to win this game. I don't know if they will. I get the feeling they're probably going to lose, but they do have really good synergy. They've got some really great players that deserve more love, so I think this could be a fun match. For those of you who missed it, I've decided I want Timeless to be my favorite NA team, at least for the time being. I think this roster's on the rise. I respect their players a lot. I want to start anew with a new team, and I think Timeless is the one to do it. It's not necessarily bandwagoning because they're no Toronto, but they could be one of the better teams most likely, and they have a lot of potential to prove themselves. Have you seen any of the Korea games, any bangers? Yeah, most of them have been 3-0s, but today Runaway and Genesis had a map 5. Really good game. Runaway took it home. I want Timeless to win, but my brain says M80. I'm gonna say 3-2 for M80. Although I really want Timeless to win, and I think they can. I desperately want to pick Timeless, but I won't, because I just feel like M80's the more talented team. But M80 is relatively new. A lot of these players are still like learning to play together and stuff, so Timeless could have a bit of a synergy advantage. I don't want to hype it up to be more than it actually is, chat, but I think this game has potential to be good. Would I be surprised if it's like a 3-0 or a low score? No. But I have hope this could be the best game of the day. Because we've seen a lot of these players on Timeless play against some good players and do well. Like in the Flash Ops tournament, the Seekers team who ended up winning, they took them to a map 5. They took Seekers team to a map 5. Almost beat them to get to the finals. And Seekers team was stacked. They had Vega, Sugar Free, Hawk. Like, I'm talking a really good team. Can't go against Pelican, yeah. Pelican and Spectra is a very OP flex DPS combo. Alright, chat, while they get things going here, I'm quickly just gonna have a quick bathroom break so I can be as comfortable as possible for this Giga Banger. I'll be back in just a second.
Seeing the Timeless Contenders team we all know and love going up against M80, who have been making headlines. Not great ones, but you know, headlines are headlines. But they came back with a vengeance. The team they signed up in the end is mwah, and I can't wait to see them in action. Let's talk about the rosters we have, starting with Timeless, of course. You know, RuPaul, in his post-game interview a little earlier today, already gave them a shout-out, talking about, you know, Rocket's phenomenal Tracer, which we got to witness as well, I think, in the Flash Ops tournament late last year. And then we have CJ and Riker, also considered underrated by a lot of people. We have a lot of pre-existing synergy here as well, right? With a good chunk of them having played in Wisp together.
Exactly. That roster was also one that we saw in the Pro-Am as well. I remember, Jaws, we were both very blown away by the performance that we saw from Chopper and Rocket specifically.
Yeah, Jake was talking about Chopper and Rocket for a long time, actually, and he's saying they are the next like DPS in North America that are going to come up and make it big, and I think this is their very good chance for them to do that. And Riker, CJ, Opener and CJ have Overwatch League experience in the past, but they are going up against literal Goliaths of the game. Pelican, Hydron, Hawk, UV, and Lep in the backline, and don't worry, their bench is also stacked. Spectra, Renko, Nero's there too. Like, M80 is an unbelievable roster, and I wanted to ask Dante what he thought of M80, and he said, you know, I think Toronto is a little bit more
I'm
flexible.
back.
Right
Another
now,
break. How did Dante do? He did great.
But M80 is definitely nothing to scoff at, and I'll keep riding this until I pass, I think, because Hawk, in my opinion, has been the best North
Pelican, Hydra, and DPS line. Interesting.
Maybe since Super retired.
It's kind of crazy you just have a pocket Spectra pick.
It's just
like, just in the back pocket.
Right, and then you also have the Renko smile buff. How could you not be excited to watch this team? We need player cams. That's the last thing we're missing.
I mean,
the smiliest man in Overwatch. I love it.
Sure is. M80 should be considered the favorite heading into this, but I do think there is a good chance.
This might be a fun game, despite M80 being the better roster on paper.
Take it all the way. I don't know. I read it in the tea leaves. Something's going go
This
down.
is not going to be a 3-0.
I do not think. I do not think it could be a 3-0.
It's not.
Or a 3-0 with a draw, like earlier?
What do you actually think it is going to be, like, pred-wise? Because in my head right now, I'm thinking it's probably a 3-1 to M80, but a close one, or maybe just a 3-2, like, straight up. It's going to be a close. It's going to be a nail-biter. That is what I have in my head. Anything less than that, anything less than that will be a 3-0, which I don't want to see, especially in this kind of game. It would be a little bit disappointing, but I just don't see that happen.
I think there's a high chance of a 3-2, honestly. Because of, you know, the Rostermania M80 had, like, maybe they got a little less chance to actually practice together. Maybe they didn't get enough screen time. Whereas on the other side, not only are those young, promising players very explosive players, they also have a lot of pre-existing synergy. They know each other. They've been playing with each other in tournament situations. That could, you know, that could really work in their favor.
I agree. I think this would be where I would split the difference, and I would say this is a 3-1 for M80, and see if there are more surprises that we can see out of this Timeless roster. I still think that the experience that we've seen these players have, whether it's been on LAN, online, has triumphed over the rest of the field. So M80 has my vote right now as the team that would win, but 3-1.
But I know
I think that's pretty fair.
It is. I mean, all of us could be right or wrong. You know, see how it is. See how it is.
I think you'll find everybody on broadcast is always right.
Surely.
Yeah, about that. You know who is always right?
Who?
Chat.
So true. Wait, so true.
Valid.
Did they get their preds right today? Although some people were pretty.
Yeah, I think they did.
That chat, they're
did
saying you're
poll
always
at
right.
least, so make sure to make your voice matter. You know, we want to see where you stand in this one. Are you looking for the up-and-coming players, or are you going with
Up-and-coming players, come on, Timeless. We want a game.
Sometimes there's just a lot of support for the new blood. I do like that.
I like it. It's the true underdog story, right? I mean, they... Especially Rocket.
Nice penguin.
They played on Wisp in the Pro-Am. Like, and the Pro-Am was like, okay, are some of these teams going to be able to show up? We had a crazy upset with Trick Room against San Francisco Shock, and we saw a lot of them pulling their weight against some of the best in the world. And I do believe we've got the map veto as well coming up in just a moment. And we spoke about it before, Rose, and Zoe too. Like, the maps and the meta is not really solved right now. Even Dante was saying
Samoa yet again, all right, on the pull.
The maps for us. So
Chat is favoring M80 about like a 2 to 3 ratio.
I'm finally seeing King Pro. Yes, let's go.
I'd say that probably warrants like a 3-1. Chat, I think that's fair. A 3-1 for M80.
I love watching Kings.
I'm high on Timeless. I'm probably going to be wrong, but I love Timeless, so we're going all in.
As Ilios was banned by M80 and Li Jiangtao was banned by Timeless.
It feels so bad though that King's Row isn't dominated by Reinhardt right now though. Like we're so close.
Reinhardt would have to actually be good for that to happen.
Overwatch, but not on King's Row. I'm so sad.
Reinhardt mains, unfortunately,
they're not
cannot
eating
stay
great
winning.
this patch.
How do the map bans work? It's pretty simple.
Very sad about it on the timeline.
You kind of go like map by map by map, like all 5. One team picks a map to ban, then the other, and then the team that banned first picks which map they're gonna play.
Great so far, but yeah, anyway, back to...
And then so on and so forth.
M80 versus Timeless. Samoa is going to be the first map, then we're seeing a little bit of Colosseo for map number 3, and we're definitely going a little bit further, and I think that's Junkertown City, and then Shambali.
And they do that for like Control and Hybrid and Escort.
We could.
I don't think they do that for...
Yeah, we absolutely could. That's not out of the
I don't know how that
question.
works for Push or
really like to see
Flashpoint,
how these
though.
two teams are going toe-to-toe with each other on...
Might just be one team picks the map and then that's that, because there's not exactly a lot of maps to choose and ban.
To the very first match, or just our previous match, and now we get a chance to see whether or not we can run it back, and this is going to be a great test of strength for both of these teams.
Yeah, it really will, and it will be interesting to see, especially as both teams are very high up there in terms of standings and in terms of expectations too for both M80 and Timeless. So their takes on the meta against two very good teams. Of course, earlier obviously Toronto Defiant doing a little bit of funny Alari gameplay and a little bit of Malga here and there as well. But when you're expecting a ton from M80 and Timeless here, it's going to be a bloodbath, I imagine. We're going to jump to a quick break though. We're just getting the lobby set up, getting the players in, getting them ready to go. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good game after this.
Come on, please, let me watch. This could be the end of the 3 Overwatch curse, hopefully. I'll even take a 3-1. A new uncoachable episode, McGravy, Pog. I was saying, Commander X has been killing it with the content between the streams, like every day, uncoachable, plus other interviews. He's been killing it.
The open qualifiers, just some little view time there. You can get a little icon, a little spray, a couple of icons, a couple of little sprays.
Your uncoachable intro was funny. Astro's first sentence was he. We got coach gapped in the World Cup. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
As well. So you get 2 different color variations and an additional spray and an additional icon. And yes, by the way, yes, I called it Junkertown City, New Junk City. Yes, I know. Okay, there's been a lot of Overwatch today. Okay.
And we still have more!
And we still have more.
That's the best part, is that if you've watched from beginning to end today, you would already have your 8 hours of watch time for the drops to get all of your fantastic in-game goodies. And we still haven't even started this last match yet, so woohoo!
Yeah. Jumping into Samoa. Is it going to be a scrappy? Probably not, but it will be fun if it is. I want to see the take on the meta, especially on maps like this from Timeless and M80.
2U's on Sin Prism. I don't know anything about Happy. I believe MN3 is playing Valorant.
Again, I think it's been cool to see that evolve over the last couple of weeks.
2U is on Sin Prism though. SBG.
And then it was like, oh, Orisa and Zarya. Then Sigma on some
Ooh,
maps, as you
wait.
always
M80's gonna play Orisa? They're going with the Hawk Orisa.
I wouldn't be too surprised if I do
Okay.
see rolling out with Orisa.
First Orisa appearance in NA today.
Really good.
Oh, I thought Pelican was gonna play Tor for a second. I got so excited. Pelican back to Tracer jail. Interesting, they'd rather play Pelican than Spectra, because Spectra's got a pretty good Tracer.
From the Orisa, it's very hard to kind of lock her down.
Well, maybe Pelly's in NA and Spectra's not yet, or maybe they just prefer Pelly. I don't know. Interesting though.
For very easy rotations as well, Rose. You can already see Amazing forcing Timeless's hand, rotating them around the point, playing them like putty in their hands.
I mean, the Fortify is just really strong. You can withstand like those big rocket punches, any of those boops from the Lucio. Just feels really good.
Making a lot of
alongside that
space.
Sustainability.
That was a really bit. Just a bit of movement there from Hawk, just getting behind Icy and then
Stalemate. Not much happening so
the
far.
rest of the team, but yeah, we're just waiting for that first pick. Gotta be careful. UV hitting that regenerative burst as Hydra was
UV's building up a window kind of quick here though.
going super low. That was a very, very aggressive push.
80%.
Ultraviolet going low too, but willing to
Window
take
will
that
turn
duel
this.
across the map.
Take a look though at how the team is.
Doesn't even need it.
M80's gonna fly the first pick there on the chopper in the back, and that's gonna be M80's go button to go forward.
Oh yeah. I like the Ram just holding block as you move slower, of course, so you're just walking backwards to your swift
Ooh,
demise.
trade.
Although saying that, Hawk does end up going down as well. Nice couple of bullets there flung his way by a rocket. But Hydron takes 2. Should be all good. And especially with that window, there's no real chance for Timeless to kind of capitalize on that. That over-aggression from an 8. Can't walk into the window. And look at
Lastro not knowing about closing blinds. That episode was so funny.
A sure thing.
Chopper is switched
Uncoachable is gold
So at the
content.
very least, you can start to match some of that 1 potential that Hydron has, but not when you've got the overclock all ready to go.
Kitsune rush. There's the Suzu Hydron taking to the skies.
Ooh, Chopper, okay. Shutting down Hydron.
Chopper, you know, returns the favor. There's the Suzu on the ground. Does end up missing. In fact, that's going to force openings. Use that sound barrier to keep Icy alive. Marching forward is Icy in the front lines. Keeping Ultraviolet and let
Opener with a. Can you get 3? Give Opener 3.
There you
Ah,
go. So,
darn.
okay, no, who cares about the overclock? A chopper is gonna just take your head off. Fantastic.
It's a pretty big turn here.
Sojourn really already paying off here for Timeless.
And maybe doesn't have a Lucio for
Capture
this
point away
Ramatra
from
role.
M80, and now they get a chance to work up to their own ultimates. I'm looking at Icy's Annihilation. That feels like a very big ultimate to have in this fight, just to even be able to deal with something like the Terra Surge.
Nice stick. Oh, Suzu? Oh no, I'm not Suzu. I mean Immo. My bad, chat.
Pulse bomb is lobbed so far. I think we've seen so many.
Yeah, CJ's on Timeless. He played with these guys in the Flash Ops tournament. Looks like he wants to stick with them, which you love to see.
All right, that's a surefire win now for Timeless.
All right.
Good clean up too, pretty quick. Opener claiming 2 kills.
Timeless in the lead.
This has already been so back and forth, right? Like, Timeless already has 50% and counting.
Oh, Pele.
Pelican just can't
Oh
get
yeah,
back
same
to
Borf. We
spawn.
talked
It's gonna
about
be
that earlier in the
another
stream. It's
pick
so
coming through
true.
for Rocket and
Nice
Overclock.
variety, some spice as well for the players. Must be nice to actually use the skins that you have.
Got to work with and more now at this point. You got the overclock. You might even have another sound barrier online. M80 has the window to at least create some space, but all eyes are on Hawk right now with this Terra Surge.
It's a really dominant position for this window too. Timeless is going to have to back off.
Oh,
maybe try a different angle
Rocket,
of approach. Oh,
clean
good
with
kill
it.
by Rocket there, very delayed melee kill, but makes it work. As Icy does end up pulling this Annihilation. Hawk trying to think they can turn the fight around, just unable to do so. That Terror Surge locking you in place. You do
Opener
get the extra
played on
survivability,
Toronto.
And it was really just the last
And
ditch attempt to try
Washington,
keep this round
technically.
alive. Pelican is going to be able to get the touch here. Triple blink onto the point. Does end up backing up too. Here's the overtime. Someone's going to have to go for the retouch. But
Good start for Timeless. That's what I like to see.
Recall. Just overstayed his welcome a little bit. I think there you could see people chasing him, so it was kind of forced to get that touch, but wasn't able to in time. And Timeless take round 1. Okay.
A little slow to get going there, but Rocket, Chopper, both showing up in the ways that we expect it to. This is a DPS duo that has been already highlighted by so many of the.
A little surprising that Hawk. They don't want to play Hawk on Ram.
Next generation, and Rocket not only able to get some.
Remember Washington had closer before opener? Yeah, I swear they did that on purpose.
Take out Hydron of all players.
I just think it's funny that while he wasn't great on Washington,
to go toe to toe with.
he actually played a lot better once he left them. Like in contenders and then on Toronto after. Just a completely different player, way more impactful.
To be able to have these fights.
His confidence has improved as a player. Part of it is apparently the Washington players, like the older players, just bullied him though. They were not very nice.
Better hero, or his best heroes, I should say, not just better. He's pretty spectacular at everything he touches. Hawk on the Doomfist as well, so explosive. Getting to that back line, force CJ to use the Swift Step. Suzu, kill the Kiri, and then...
Okay, I like that Hawk's on Doom. I think that's a better look for them than Marissa.
From the rest of the team, especially when they go on Nemesis form.
Yeah, but now you have an opportunity here to play.
Openers all over the place.
I don't think Timeless really needs to do too much here, except to kind of let M80 sort of.
Oh yeah, Closer and Owl was just not good.
Where does Hawk?
Peli on Echo is also hella based. And then he gets sniped by a railgun. Well,
the space creation tools very much in favor of Timeless as they do end up capping, pushing forward. Pelican dead. They can get any nice picks here. We have a bit of extra time for them. But Pelican has not been able to, and Hydron, sorry, has not really been able to make their way into the fight and execute on a backline kill, or even just get a big cooldown out of Timeless. It's been tough for Hawk to kind of follow up, and you can tell it just by the ult charge. Speaking of ult charge,
yeah, when teams are closer, typically they just play better. When you got a good environment, it leads to good things most of the time. Not always, but a lot of the time.
Here we go.
There you go.
Forwards, splitting up of the team. Nice little vortex there, stops Hydron from really just sticking around. Speaking of sticks, he does land one, but it's actually Rocket that's in the kill feed with the pulse bomb.
Well, no, Vigilante, no, not quite.
Getting it on the back of Icy, that Nemesis form, tanking a lot of that damage, and that team kill going Timeless's way, as they're up to 50% already.
I think Pelican has a really hard go of things on this map in particular, because with the Echo, where are you flying?
I mean, I don't hate the Echo here. There's no Cass, it's not as brutal as playing a Soj.
And you're playing a lot of ground Echo for the most part, unless you're able to find an opening here, but this comp from M80 requires setup. And there's so much natural cover here for Timeless to play around as well.
Alright, Peli, do your thing. Why don't you?
It's a perfect setup for Pelican Rose. That duplication available. Oh, very scared of Chopper's railgun. Meteor strike into the back line. Hawk manages to get out of there. Receives that overhealth, but it instantly evaporates as everybody was looking at him as he plummeted from the sky. CJ ripping that rush too.
M80 has no answer right now. Timeless is playing clean. And then as I say that, of course, they finally get point.
Finds one kill, and there's the beam kill from Pelican, taken to the skies. Annihilating CJ, but Timeless are happy losing this fight. All they need to do is save ults. They know M80 have used their beat to secure this fight.
Yeah, honestly, you just save up your bank now.
One fight wonder here. 5% or 6%, sorry, I should say.
Pelican has to have the copy of the Sentry, or like Hydron's gonna win a sick pulse here.
As long as you can play
it's your only hope now.
Position, or you at least have that set up there from the Doomfist.
Gotta have an aggressive fight win if you're M80.
Like the focusing beam to take down those low health targets. But as you mentioned, Timeless, they have like the Soldier.
Yep, that's me. So that's ideal. That's what you want. Go quick.
Never mind, Hawk. Definitely really good punch.
Exactly what you needed. Not ideal that he's copy though. I don't love that. I don't love that. Probably didn't need it.
Get away from the Doomfist. I've always loved the Echo dupe voice lines. I think they're sick. Really nice stuff. And the duplication too, forcing the Ram, like a duped Ram.
Garrus, the most supportive person, Donghack on the rain, yeah.
Even though you have that reduced health pool from the copy.
Donghack was literally crying sometimes playing on with that team. They didn't treat him well, apparently. It's like a culture thing, you know, superiority. Because they're older than him. He's just a kid too. I mean, he was 17, like.
Almost a one clip there onto CJ.
It sucks. Peli warming up a little here.
Right now, distracting the rest of Timeless. You saw Opener a lot of the time. Actually gets the kill onto Hydron, but Opener a lot of the time there.
But now that's full. Now that they're down Hydron, they have to back off a little, I think.
From CJ and from Chopper.
No chance to turn this. Going to Cass is the smart move. Chopper's making a good choice, I think.
Force both of them out. Chopper, though, is now going to make a change over to the Cassidy as a last-ditch effort to try to get back in. It has a lot of pick potential, and this is one of Chopper's best heroes.
Straight in. Oh, headshot straight onto Hydron. Hydron not recalling though, and yeah, maybe you should have done. Opener with a little boop kill onto Hydron. They do end up trading. Meteor strike for Hawk, staying in the skies, returning some HP, but it is Pelican that is finding the kills from A80. A big
They have to give a point here. Just play patiently, though.
Point flip too. CJ and Opener are going to come back, but are they going to be able to save Icy? Opener's got the sound barrier. Are they going to be able to touch?
Aside from Pelican, are your favorite Echo players?
Names and numbers. Opener lands the two-man beat, but
Here's our Leave, Rascal, and Fled. I mean, yeah, those are pretty based ones.
96 to a 100
pretty based picks.
And they managed to take the round. Well, technically, yeah, I guess they got 99, but the statement still stands. Almost a complete.
Who's my favorite Echo aside from Pelican?
Well, perfectly timed kill onto Icy. Opener was not able to stay alive, get the sound barrier, and provide that to the rest of his team. And then Icy sat there alone on the point using Annihilation, and M80 disengaged, wait for the Annihilation to despair, and execute on Icy.
Lep had a really good boop there as well. So while CJ and Opener had an opportunity to come back in with the sound barrier,
I definitely was a big Rascal fan.
Lep was right there in the nick of
time. I loved the
Just
Rascal Echo.
Stop the round. Get that round win now, and we get a chance to go over to the third and final round of Samoa.
I low-key kind of enjoyed Yaki's Echo back in the day, like 2020.
One of Hawk's best heroes.
It's perfect for this point as well. We will probably be seeing a lot more of a Sigma, especially on these points that have very nice high ground for you to peer down on people capping. It's up to Timeless to really set the tempo here and try and run them down, but yeah, Icy.
Dante's Echo is sick, yeah.
Hawk's shield. Hawk took the shield back, put it up behind Icy, so he couldn't receive those offered the healing from CJ.
Another different look from M80. This time Sig. They're just playing all kinds of different tanks.
We'll have to keep an eye on Hawk because the reason why the Sigma is so good is the way that he cycles through.
I like the Sig here, though. I dig it.
Allows him to get away, just continue to walk that step back and just creating space for the team. It's just so fun to be able to watch him be able to pilot this hero and just see how he keeps Icy at bay as the Ramatra.
Well, they have taken the high ground.
Yeah, but just give up the space.
Somewhat, but look at the damage that Icy's receiving right now. Hasn't got a shield either. It's up in 1 second. Pops it up just in time. Receives the healing from CJ and Opener. CJ making a quick stop as well to the Moira.
Ooh, nice window.
The extra healing is ever so needed.
Fuck the Swiss Army knife indeed.
Now with this window being propped up on this high ground.
Yeah, but look at how much progress M80 already has. That's going to be almost 50% by the time that Timeless is able to get back into things. At least the Coalescence is going to be online soon, so it's a good space maker here for Timeless, but damage feels like it's been done here, and Hawk still has that grab.
Nice rock.
Oh, there's the cancel on the call. Not before, though. Pelican ends up going down to that one. CJ with a nice aim onto Pelican, who was trying to touch the point, trying to juggle it to make sure M80 got as much percentage.
It's so funny. I've been watching Hydron practice all this Tracer just for the meta to like change a little bit and for reinforcements to come in, and now he's just back on hit scan.
You come back in with a lot of ults too.
Yeah, like the flux, just use it to get people out of here. You also have the...
Speaking of Hydron, big shot on his former teammate.
Let's go, Hydron.
Hydron.
Let's go, Hydron.
Just turning Opener into sludge. Well, there's the lamp already gone down, and just a pile of bodies now litter the floor as Timeless is just laid waste to by M80. Very quick flip there, 60% in building now.
And this is just last fight by the time that Timeless comes back.
God, he's the quintessential double-edged sword.
Yeah, like just stall. Exactly.
Funny.
Like, Hawk can just play super far forward, get the flux up, just stop Timeless from being able to touch the point.
Yes, Borf. As of right now, they're the only ones.
Like a quick pick here from Hydron, just being able to take a head off there with a charged railgun shot.
Different rotation here from Timeless. Second time now that they've gone underground. Will allow Hawk to quickly rotate, and there's the flux. Managed to get
big kill by Chopper.
that's actually ringing the ears of Pelican as he does
Oh,
sniper from across the
get
map.
him, Chop.
The
Let's
window
go.
versus the overclock, and the overclock takes the W there. Hydron does end up coming up with the kill there, but time is fine.
Yeah, Hadi's been grinding. They're scrimming hard over there.
With their heals, CJ probably not going to need it, but was 10% away from that coalescence as now time has taken.
Costly fight for M80. So Timeless have a chance. They've got the only support on the board right now.
Timeless, though, if they have anything to say about it,
It's
they do
doable.
have that coalescence, as you mentioned. That's going to be on.
Just don't get rocked by Hawk again, Smile.
Back into things. So pop the coalescence early. Just keep M80 off of the point. It's a really good way for you to just try to get engaged, get a quick pick, and win the round.
Hydron making this way.
Good angle.
Point, pressuring a little bit. It is, but quite easily get run down. You've got to be a little bit careful at least.
Wow.
Speed boost is on.
Cole gets good value. You gotta get out of here. You gotta get out of here, M80. Nope. That's probably it. Oh no! Wait. If they can touch,
On the openers, now they've lost their speed.
can they get there?
But they have not got that speed boost from Leb.
Oh, Pelican got it. That's a big contest.
There in the nick of time, hits the recall too. A pulse bomb in the back pocket as he re-triggers the OT as M80 try and make their presence known on the point.
Ooh, Chopper though wants these railgun shots.
Already, the pulse bomb available from Pelican. He manages to throw it out, but
Oh no, they got it. Oof. All right, Timeless, map one.
M80 could do. I don't think there is. And just like that, Timeless take the first.
Wow. Good stuff. Good first map.
We were hoping that this would be the case, and now that we've taken a look at this very first map, it was a 2-1 in favor.
We got
of
ourselves a
Timeless.
series, boys.
This is going to be the 5-map series of the day. Kind of feels like it.
It is. Yes, I pondered the orb. There were 3 O's, yes, but this is the
one
map.
This is
that
the one.
a game that we were promised. Oh yes, yeah. Time is coming up really, really big, and I like the sweet adaptation there of going to the Moira. I'm surprised not seeing a little bit more Moira. It was definitely more meta like a week or so ago, and what I've been speaking with pro players and just like what I've seen is just the meta is evolving day in, day out. But it's good to see a quick flip back to the Moira because they really needed that extra healing coming out from the orb and from the spray because they're all just moving together as a clump, and then the coalescence too. It just destroys the Sigma. You can get the nice rock and Hawk is going to hit those, and he did cancel the coalescence, but not before it did its work. And the Sig just kind of falls over to that pressure. The healing and the damage coming out from Cole is just too much for their comp to really withstand. And yeah, Timeless end up taking this first map. M80, this was their map choice. This next one, sorry, in hybrid, going to King's Row next. Don't think we're going to see the Sigma. It's definitely going to just be more rush, way less of this poke style, and we'll find out. We are just going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Map number 2. We're going to jump into it after this.
If Hawk just went Ram, do you think M80 would have won? Probably. Friendly reminder, you don't have to tag me. I see your messages. Chat's moving, slower than it usually would for a co-stream. Because it's not OWL and not as many people are interested, so. Or people want drops plus work. That too. But you can get drops on YouTube as well, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. How are things going with my girlfriend? Really good. Really, really good. Still going strong. Happy as can be. Kind of looking to find a steady job relatively soon. So then I can work on getting her over here to live with me. Which would be pretty pog. Yeah, that's also an issue. People have to reconnect to teams. You gotta find your love again. No, I don't have two. I have just one, and I'm very happy with just my one. She is the one for me. I can say that with confidence. What will it take to say Ram is easy to play and do well on? I don't know if he's easy. I don't know if that's true. He's a really good hero, but I wouldn't say easy. Yeah, exactly, Keon. Like, the fact that we're away from franchising, it's a new experience for everyone. A lot of people have been supporting the same team for 6 years, as long as 6 years. Like, going away from that is not easy.
All right, Matt,
for me, it's not as bad, because, like, I stopped supporting a team 4 years ago. You know?
First map, though, Samoa. It was a 2-1 affair. Small substitutions as well for Timeless. No more Chopper.
Yes, it is possible, believe it or not.
Sunjun coming in.
Ooh, Sunjun is being subbed in.
Yeah, we've got Riker coming in on the
Sunjun and
well,
Rocket, so plus Riker. Lots of subs from Timeless.
In their match that they played against Obsidian yesterday, they
Do I have a favorite team so far in this new era? I decided to pick one from each region just for fun. Timeless is my NA team. I really like this team. I like their players a lot. I've decided as they're kind of like the up-and-comers that I'm going to support them. It's a new era for ATP enjoying teams again. I'm getting back into the swing of it after 3 years.
Is always nice.
What was it like playing with your team? Oh, so much fun. Even though we didn't even know what we were doing half the time, it was so fun.
A lot of very experienced Echo Tracer players, to be fair, on M80. Feels like every roster
supporting
right
SSG, but you're missing Admiral's memes after games. Fair.
It doesn't feel like
in the grand scheme of it, though, getting funny Astro is huge. Yes, that is the exact Sunjun. Yep. Substitute that played for profit on Seoul Dynasty.
Number 2.
He's been getting involved in NA Overwatch a lot. I saw him somewhere else. This is not the first time he's been an import.
It's going to be more poke style here from Hawk and the rest of the gang on
M80 going with poke again. Not too surprising.
Being able to play the Echo though, so that is something that's going to come out here on the defense as well. And
now they have Hydron Tracer and Pelican
I feel like it makes a
Echo.
lot of sense for a map like Kings Row. You got those angles to play around. Well, we're sad we don't have a Reinhardt meta right now. Sigma can sort of play both of those roles. You got the shield, you've got the angles that you can take with the orbs. No,
I keep tier list on which Overwatch heroes I can beat up. Jeez.
Whatever, man. Tanks have been eating for far too long. I just made 7 million tank players really mad.
I don't think, I'm pretty sure most of the cast would, no, not even most, all of the cast would beat me up. Because literally, you can, any character in the game can like break railings by punching them. I'm not capable of such a feat. I get snapped in half like a twig by any character in the game, guaranteed.
Just to heal himself back up, and Ultraviolet is there to bandage those wounds.
Wow.
Like, they can quite literally break objects and railings by punching. How I tried. Yeah. I've totally tried. Totally.
That's the game plan here for Timeless with the dive, is they want to just be able to take those angles. If EMEA is playing it correctly, they won't let them do that, or they'll play in like the stairwell, or just spread out enough that nobody can get dove on without being punished by a different angle from somebody else on EMEA.
Alright, Sunjun, no Genji.
I'm 5'9".
Now we play.
I think you have to believe. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Again, Mercy can also break objects and railings by, like, just punching them. Every character in the Overwatch universe is capable of that. Like, punching chairs across a room with one hand. Like, I can't do that.
Hawk is making it impossible to get high ground control, and as soon as he realizes no one's paying attention to him, yeah, just peeks his head over the side. A couple of spheres sent your way. Pretty rough stuff from Timeless right now.
Big pick by Sunjun.
Sniped out of midair with a railgun from Sunjun. And with their M80 down a player and down their speed, this is time to strike.
Timeless is time, haha.
Point though first.
Ooh, but duplicate though here for Pelican. And the Kitsune Rush as well.
I'm confident I can beat D-Mech Hammond. Well, that's just not a thing.
Ends his life. I mean, Ultraviolet wasn't really even an angle there to use that Suzu. And that should be point 8. Timeless set.
Is Hydron on fraud watch at all? We'll see. We'll see what happens when we get deeper into the tournament, if they choke or not with him.
Jumps the Orisa. Timeless sticking on this dive.
Hawk, back on Orisa.
How are you feeling about the Hawk Orisa right now? We did see
I actually am not a big fan of, like, on one hand, there's not going to be a lot of things that can stop him, but, like, they can avoid the bullying tactics of Orisa pretty hard with a mobile comp like this.
The Orisa is going to be impossible. It's going to be even harder for the Winston now, really, to get much. Although Hawk forcing to use pretty much every cooldown in his arsenal.
Do I think there's any legitimacy? Somewhat, yeah. I think it's fair. It's a fair criticism to have.
He wanted to be able to hold that archway, the Orisa, and Timeless did not give them a single inch of it. So that'll be a big push. And Hawk making his third swap already. Oh, no, Queen, Doomfist.
I can't really pin it all on him though, because Toronto,
Doomfist,
like,
please.
just
we love the Hawk Doomfist.
we're disappointing in general, right?
Play. Not only is he incredibly good at it with being able to work with that mobility that the Doomfist naturally provides, but now you have
okay, no Orisa. I like the Doom instead. I think that works better.
Here from Hawk.
And you're so far behind in terms of tempo though, especially with Sunjin ripping that over.
Man, Sun Jun is popping off. He looks good, man.
He expected that Railgun to maybe miss, but unfortunately, it did not. Sound barrier used from Lep, and that overhealth is long gone. Timeless.
Lep's just okay, pretty unproven.
MA team just had no word in this whatsoever. 0.71 meters to go. CJ.
The big kill though. Speaking of Lep.
Lep of all people, and here comes the re-engage. At least Hawk manages to get back to the rest of the the gang. Quick, sharp on the Doomfist, quite quick to roll out. A lot quicker than Orisa, that is for sure. So MAT do manage to hold on by the
Rack Attack is in this tournament. We'll see him play tomorrow. He's on Students of the Game.
Pulse bomb. You also had the sound barrier invested into that fight.
We'll see him play Dreamland tomorrow, Anyun's team.
All of those ultimates, and they've got 2 of their own.
Nice re-engage there by Opener.
Pelican is getting bullied by a Lucio. This is funny to watch.
Opener's just getting bopped around like a pinball in a pinball machine. Opener did not know where he was.
Where would you most like to see Tree go when he turns 17?
They do end up trading as Pelican.
Probably Luminosity. I feel like that's where he wants to be.
Stick to this payload and Ultraviolet 2 not needing to overextend.
Yeah, the Rack Attack Redemption arc. If his team wins their game tomorrow, they're in the NA main event.
For sure. Doomfist, that's exactly where he would love to be. Because just having those levels to play around, the payload makes really nice angles to be able to get those punches into the enemy team. So you definitely love to see that. And it's going to force Riker to switch off of the Winston here, opting for the Junker Queen this time around.
Ooh, a Queen swap.
Very interesting pick we've seen a couple of teams go for. I really love the opportunity to go for something like a knife and just disrupt somebody out of the defensive team.
They can pull Doom back in if they're not smart about their punch, but there's someone smart about their cooldowns. It's definitely Hawk. There's the Kitsune.
Rack's team, they have Infected. You might have heard of him. Pretty popular NA tank. They've got Cal Rack Attack backline. PGE, pretty exciting hit scan prospect. Scissors for the DPS. It's a pretty decent team. Underrated.
Using their ultimates to eke out every small advantage they can, and there's the slam into the ground. Sunjin's dead, and with 40 seconds to
Please rank these 3 Dooms: Dante, Hawk, and Smurf. Dante's would be my #1 out of those guys, I think. It's kind of up in the air for the other 2. I think Smurf and Hawk are comparable on Doom.
This is going to be a scrappy last fight, Rose, but Hawk's going to get back there first.
I'll go Smurf. I'll change it up and go Smurf. I feel like Hawk's the obvious #2, but I'll say Smurf. He's pretty decent at Doomfist when he gets the chance to play him.
Can Timeless even get there though? Like, do they have all the members of the team? Rocket's gonna have to go touch first.
This is dangerous for Timeless. They cannot be held here.
Make this pretty one-sided if he lands the shots, but M80 have got different ideas. Sound barrier comes out.
1 for 1.
The Soch stay alive, but not for long. Dashed up onto the high ground when taken care of by Ultraviolet. And now Hydron trying to make some damage. Stick spots Rocket with a recall, though, is going to be more than
If we're talking all-time rankings, Hawk would be above Smurf. I was kind of about the mindset you mean right now. What? Oh no. That's a big Queenal, but is there any follow-up? No.
Gets flung out a little bit wide, but it's all good. You got the clip already, so we're all chilling, Hydron. There's a rush.
Yeah, me too, Jogo. Fearless for sure.
M80 trying to make this
big beat to save Hawk.
Not a moment goes by before Lep unleashes it. A 5
Opener's low though.
Hawk trying to create space, separating the backline from the
Damn.
front. Can he actually take down Sonjin? Sonjin manages to get out of
M80 showing that Timeless still has something to learn. Pepe hands. Please, Timeless, don't go down like this. Not like this.
From point B. And M80 stopped them, what, 0.71 meters or something silly before that checkpoint gets unlocked.
Oh, that was so scrappy. That was so scrappy. There were so many times I'm like, Hawk is so low. But wait, let pass sound barrier. Oh my god. Look at Sunjoon getting a bunch of picks. But the Kitsune...
Sunjoon had a good start. Then they kind of just cooled off and that was it.
But it's good to see. I love it. M80,
well, all of us
really
watchers are enjoying.
Well, exactly, yeah. So as long as it's fun for everybody watching. M80, I really like the transition there from Hawk. Coming onto the Orisa, trying to hold the archway, back onto the Doomfist, a pick he's extremely
Any Spark players in this tourney? No.
Good because he has the Emerald weapon skin on the Doomfist, so that's how you know if someone's good.
That's how it works.
Exactly.
For sure.
Time is on defense though, Rose. Completely switching up here with Riker going on to the Ram.
Okay.
I mean,
so we saw the Winston and the
I think for sure Doucheway would come back.
And now we're going to see the Ramatra.
Outside of that, it's
so
pretty up in the air.
Ramatra on defense, I think what Riker brings to the table here is the versatility and just the depth of the hero pool so that you can play with multiple different modes. CJ is getting the emote in. I love that.
The less FM emote. Mad respect. Ooh.
We love that. Oh, that was close.
Nice little headshot.
Now Hawk's gonna play Diva. Hawk is just playing everything today.
Not mad about that whatsoever.
You love to see it. Get to see Hawk play again after not really playing for Atlanta that much. It's nice.
Just look at how much space. Exactly. It's not only is it a throwback, it's comfort. It's also already Hydron getting a pick. This is so much dive potential here for M80 to work with, and they want to push the gas. They don't have far for this cart to go.
Yeah, Riker right now receiving the most punishment, flung out by M80. He's trying to dodge out the way of Hydron. Hydron is just being such a nuisance, finally. Okay, Opener's there to play a bodyguard for the Ram, forcing the recall.
Man, they are chasing them deep.
As long as you're dealing with the front line, we can deal with your back line, says Pelican. They do end up trading the kill there, but there's 2 ticks, and I mean, right now, Riker's just getting rings run around him.
Yeah.
Hydron, they just have so much more
It's looking like a diff chat. I'm disappointed. I thought this game would be closer than this.
They're going to lose this one if they're not careful. And
I'm sad.
Supports without the heals, it was only a matter of time. 5 minutes and 15 seconds of the time bank as M80 unlocked that point.
Yeah, like you don't have the Lucio there, so it feels very difficult for you to actually find the openings you want with the mobility. And oh, what a stagger onto Seonjun as well, as Hawk just continues to push that envelope forward. And look at that cart. It's gonna get rolling. It does, again, not have too far to go. And M80 has so much.
It looks like the tide is turning, chat. That's what it looks like from my point of view right now. M80's figuring them out, and that makes me sad.
We've seen crazier things.
I'm hoping to be wrong, but M80's starting to pick up the tempo a little, and Timeless don't have much of an answer.
Alright, well, Suzu exists. Forgot about that one. My bad. Well, there's the Kitsune rush from Ultraviolet, like you said, keeping up that tempo, keeping up that pressure, and Riker just got bopped around there. Little pulse bomb, but no, once again, the Suzu saving Ultraviolet. Suzu's himself, pulse bomb goes by the wayside. Nice,
they got a couple kills, but they still have to back out.
I would be worried though if I was M80, you don't want to put too far forward that you run into the same issue that Timeless did, where they got this cart so close and then they just didn't have enough resources to clutch it out. So that's why you don't see Hawk
Now
pushing
both
too far
support
forward
ults,
until the rest
Timeless.
of the
Let's
team
make
is
some
there.
magic
Now
happen
it is
here.
time to start to use those ultimates. You've got this Kitsune rush here from CJ to help push M80 back, but M80 has so much fight in
Oh
them.
my god, not even a chance.
Sunjin's just dead. What?
Sticky bombs, headshot with a kunai. Okay, you're gonna have to pull the rush. You're gonna have to use everything else. Opener has got Sound Barrier. He's the difference maker here for Timeless. A Ramatra copy, and that's gotta be a free annihilation.
That's it.
Look at Riker's health bar. A two-man Sound Barrier from Opener. Only hits himself and CJ, and that's going to be about it. M80 making this one look easy. 2 meters to go, 1 meter, and you got 3 minutes left in the time bank.
Reverse sweep?
That
Any
was,
reverse
a
sweepers?
steamroll.
We did see the Diva Yeet. Hawk did
Sure.
deliver. The bomb did go forward. It just didn't get anybody. But
It wasn't a hopper bomb from 2020 NYXL homestand. That is
True, that's a throwback,
That.
Jaws.
Exactly, a poker bomb.
Ah.
Normally used for mech, sadly. Nothing crazy, nothing flashy.
I know.
But there you go. M80 with a spectacular finish on King's Row. Like, it weren't like speed running it or anything like that on their attack, but yeah, it was flawless. It really was. And this is kind of what you expect, especially when you kind of pick your map, pick your comfort. But the flexibility from M80 cannot be understated, especially with Hawk on the tank. I still think he's the best North American tank player that we have currently in the system. There's a lot of people that are going to be kind of challenging his name over the next
Yeah, Hoppa Diva 2020 Kings Row, NYXL against London Spitfire, that huge bomb.
take stock of that for a second, though, right? Because in North America, we've got
It's funny to think that not long after it went all downhill and everyone thought Hotbo was garbage, because he really was on New York. He was so bad on New York.
North America for so many different reasons, and so we are blessed.
And poor Mono had to play with him again on 2021, but at least he was better that year.
Show-stopping for group stages. We'll see who is able to advance further to show what they've got.
Hotbo demanded so many resources, it screwed them over.
3-1, at least the minimum right now. We're going to Colosseo as our next map. It was Timeless who did end up picking this one. I can imagine it's a little bit more rush. I don't think we're going to go back to the Sigma. But then
Don't remember. Maybe I can pull it up.
We'll see what Hawk wants to kind of throw Timeless's way. And we'll see if there's any substitutions going into this next one too. Because we saw Sunjin come in, we saw Riker come in for the tank, but we'll find that out after this break. So don't go anywhere. We've got Colosseo up next.
Alright, what about NYXL? London versus London. Fire 2020 opening day. Oh wait, hold on. I'm cooking, let him cook. I think I found it. This, Hotbug killing everything. Boom. Or this one. You had a lot of big moments on this map. Yeet. Poor Bernard. How did he kill 3 with that? Yeah, 2020 NYXL coaching staff was pretty bad. Which team has the best name and logo? Do you mean OWL or like OWCS? Krong was significantly better that year. My favorite logo in OWCS. I like Rock Esports. It's pretty clean.
Oh yes, M80 versus Timeless. They're all tied up right now as we go into Colosseo.
In case you're wondering,
Quick
it's this
substitution coming
one.
in for Timeless. We were talking about it just
Rocky
before we went to
Sports.
break. If
Pretty
we're
cool
seeing
logo.
it, we are indeed. Icy coming back in. Riker taking a step back. So
Icy back in the game. Sun Jun staying in. I like the Rocket Chopper DPS line more, even though Sun Jun had some moments.
Maybe Sojourn. We did see a little bit of trolling come through from Timeless yesterday when they were up 2-0 over Obsidian. We saw.
I don't know. It's weird what they did. It is really, really
I don't
weird.
think we're gonna see that this time around.
It's
But if
kind of
we do,
cringe to
then
look through someone's
Lightning does
Discord
strike
while they're
twice,
not
so
looking.
I don't know.
And then like purposely
But yeah, I
looking
don't
for
think so. I
slurs.
think
That is
Sojourn
very
makes a lot of sense
cringe.
here. You could also play the Ashe. Sunjun's been really good on
However,
the long range,
still is an
big
excuse
stand
what they
heroes,
did
but
at all.
With the Icy
And
substitution, feels like it's gonna
I
be more Ramatra, more
can't
Sigma,
believe they
but
do something
maybe
that's
it feels like they've
stupid.
got every answer in the book to what Timeless is gonna
Unacceptable
do.
to say those things, that's for sure.
Go into this, see what Timeless are playing. It's a bit, and then counter swap. But it's a bit more
Honestly,
difficult,
I'm just
which
mad
I'd say
about
is not
the
something you can put
timing of it all.
count on escort.
I'm mad that that account Owl Observer or whatever it's called decided to do it the day of. Like, you couldn't have leaked this information a bit earlier, even though you had it for like a long time. Why'd you have to wait until like the day of roster locks?
To go to Colosseo.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. Like, the only reason they're apologizing is because they got caught in reality.
The Valiant with Liar is his co-pilot support. Seeker, of course.
It's possible it was not just open, because those were old. Those screenshots were from 2022. There's no way that that would just be on the screen. Not messages from 2022. There's just no way.
It's also been around such a long time. And it's good to see on a team full of people that are going to be up there in terms of the greats, in terms of DPS. Chopper and Rocket, we spoke about them already as we go into this next map in just a moment.
Oh, Sun Jun got
in
subbed
fact,
out.
we're just getting a
Chopper and Rocket,
live
okay, based.
substitution. Okay, so Sunjun, speaking of Chopper, well, Chopper's coming in, actually. Sunjun is going to step away for this one, so, okay, there you go.
Okay, so definitely no Torbjorn, I think.
Yeah, it's unacceptable what they did, though. Make no doubt about
But
that.
Chopper coming back in, too. We saw like Cassidy come out.
Whoever
on,
leaked it, though, is also
Samoa in their
cringe for
series yesterday.
snooping
I think
around.
Chopper
That
as
is
well has just
cringe.
been one of those really stand-out DPS we've been highlighting already. But Chopper and Rocket just have so much synergy together as a DPS duo that it makes a lot of sense to try to have them both playing together at the same time. That was also the secret to success for them on the very first map of the day. So maybe a way to turn it around here as we look towards Colosseo.
NA production?
Yeah, we'll get into it in just a moment.
Why is it tied 1-1?
Honestly, great, because you're speaking about...
Was Kaluch Sig overrated? Last year, yes. 2022, no.
Or something.
Yeah, you've got the opposite of Rose.
I hate that.
He got diffed pretty hard. I mean, even in World Cup, he kind of didn't do that well either, right?
I think I have the...
His Sig
most
was definitely
historical
down in
C9
23,
calls.
that's for sure.
Some
They are
some
French, I
numbers
think
on
that's
that,
worse.
but
Oh,
it's
jeez.
like abysmal. It's an abysmal rate.
It's cringe on both sides. That's all I'll say, is it's cringe on both
But you
sides.
know what? Maybe not this
I
time
don't know why
around.
the
Please,
hell
it's already
OG
happened.
and Sam or whoever else it was using that language to begin with. It's just absurd.
Yeah, I see, like you very rightly predicted there. Just sticking on the Ram and Hawk on the Sig.
Be an idiot. Or don't be an idiot challenge impossible, apparently.
In fact, every single one of their DPS players can play Tracer at the highest level. So it's actually Pelican this time around with Hydrogen jumping over to the Sojourn.
And it's not even like they were, like,
the Sojourn on
a lot younger, you know? Like, this is 2022. This is very recent.
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes a very, very strong DPS to be able to contend with someone like that. And Chopper's
My
been able
favorite
to
tank
live
to
up
play,
that
not
hype.
named
Either
Ryan.
going toe-to-toe with the Sojourn versus Sojourn mirror, as we saw on Samoa, or just being able to get those picks.
That's kind of
before
changed
Hydrogen
throughout the
can.
years, to be
It's all
honest
gonna
with
come down to
you.
this neutral fight here, and we're getting a little
I'm
bit
sick
of
of seeing this
tussle
map,
here
same.
for Reedy to try to take the lead.
I enjoy playing Winston these days. I don't play tank often because it is a horrible, horrible experience. But I like playing Monkey.
10 seconds.
Mad respect from Hydron's skin as well, rocking the Hunter's skin. Mad respect. Icy in trouble. Already used the Nemesis form. Oh dear, there's the wrong.
I'm so disappointed. Like,
there you go. It's all good. We don't have to.
I was hoping at least one map would be taken. It's looking like this is going to be a 3-0.
There you go.
All right, and this is going to be the big problem here for Timeless. Oh, they're actually using the window of the high ground. Extra kills here is going to be
Like, I appreciate that, like, it's taking accountability for dumb things you did is what you have to do, but when it feels more so like it's because you got caught, it's, like, so hard to take it seriously.
To a pulse bomb, in fact, over rockets. Managed to insert himself into that seam fight quick, sharp, and yeah, M80 spreading themselves a little bit too thin.
Yeah, now they've all been taken down.
Oh
so
wait, you're
Timeless
right.
Gets an opportunity
I forgot.
to
Timeless. What am I saying, chat? Yeah, you're right. Timeless did take the first map. King's Row was such a blowout. I forgot that Timeless won the first map. God damn. I am all over the place.
Like CJ already has a Kitsune.
You're right, chat. That's me. That's on me. It's my bad.
Can try to maintain control.
No, King's Row was just so painful. I honestly forgot.
Beautifully.
Just picking the right time to strike. Finding a point where Hawk is maybe stepping a little bit too far forward, but they're giving him a lot of time here, and because they
they're where Joe go.
Flux, pretty much 5% away. That's a couple more spheres, but that's a good opening pick. Okay.
Snow from Boston Uprising, amongst a couple of others.
Kunai's out to aid Rocket in getting some kills, although not successful. He's at least going to push M80 back.
Okay, that's just uncalled for, Monkey. What the heck, man?
Does have to back up here because they don't want to overexpose themselves like they did before. But now is an opportunity for Hydron to start to strike back here with the overclock.
FTG is undefeated so far.
Overclock as Hydron does peek the headed chopper there, who went to the high ground but decided better of it. The Suzu and a pulse bomb landed on the ground as that road has been ripped straight under this bridge, and there's the Flux I was waiting for. Does catch one, it catches Icy, and an instant kill. Couldn't even reset there.
Oh yeah, Kip as well, true.
With his annihilation, it was 3% away, although not sure it really would have made a difference. Good fight win there from M80. Cost them a little bit in terms of ultimate economy, but they do burn time.
Kodak, yeah.
Those support ults are really big to get out, and Ultraviolet still has that window, so a nice way to just continue to push Timeless back, which is especially important when you look at Icy having that Annihilation up and running. That is a close quarters ultimate, so anything that you can do to help burst down such a tanky target is
yeah, Kib's time in OWL was very short-lived. Like, he was a part of Guangzhou, then he got traded, then never played again.
Up to the high ground too. Oh, chopper.
And it's mostly just because Nero turned 18 and they didn't want to play Kib anymore. They had no further use for him. Because back then Nero was like pretty good.
Not finding much there, Rocket. Nice play by Chopper though, I will say. Disruptor shot as everybody kind of clambers on the high ground, but yeah, instant window pop.
Yeah, this look is definitely better for Timeless though when they play Icy and then the Chopper Rocket DPS line.
Waiting for Timeless to close the gap. These long extended.
I'd take Falcons.
Yeah, like Hawk has that shield to play around. That's one of the things that makes this Sigma versus Ramattra matchup so interesting, is that Hawk can put that barrier down for one of those backlines DPS.
Oh,
and look at that.
Oh, across the map. Chopper, it doesn't matter. All good. Icy cleaned up. Jumps into the front.
Damage is already done though. I mean, M80, they took the lead. They got Timeless to commit a couple ults there.
And Annihilation.
Two big ults. I mean, Annihilation and Overclock. Yeah, that's nice to get those out.
With that, if you're M80, because that's a lot of very valuable.
I think Falcons is definitely the best team in Korea overall.
Is also not online quite yet, so you can still.
I do like WAC. They are an interesting dark horse compared to them.
And I think you'll be in a good spot.
But I would take Falcons in a series.
I don't know what
Chopper's not playing Tracer.
I was gonna ignore it for a second because I'm like, what is he doing over there?
Trying to find a cheeky angle on the backline, but yeah, you're kind of negative.
Now he's out of the fight.
Yeah, you'd expect the Tracer to be in that position, but yeah, maybe just charging up the railgun and getting a snipe on the back of someone's head, but it's quite annoying in this backline.
Chopper with this angle. I mean, it doesn't really do you any good when M80 kind of have the spawns.
Swapped positions. Hydron back onto the high ground though, paying Chopper a little visit. Is spotted too. There's the lab.
They are full committing to this.
Sound barrier in response from opener. Luckily, Hydron had the slide to get away just in
time.
As that ends up falling over to the Soju.
What happened with opener there?
That'll be M80 just recoiling.
Wow, like, you take a look at the overclock there, and I feel like it was a little bit poorly positioned, just being right in front of Chopper's face, but as I say that...
Better overall career, Twilight or Bird Ring? Wow, I mean...
close they are to the lead too.
I'd say Twilight probably, but they both had excellent careers.
He needs an overkill, maybe a kill tack to actually turn that one around. I was unlucky from CJ, didn't quite find the damage in the team and the help that he really required. Just like Timeless switching up their comps too. Icy just wanting to match the Sig at this point.
Sig mirror
has been more impactful from M80 in that Sigma versus Ramatra matchup, just specifically because of the shield. And so if Icy has one as well, now you also have CC with the accretion. Could just help out with some of those pesky flankers like Pelican or Hydron.
Pelican with a BAP in his sights. No lamp, no problem. Goodbye, rest of the team. This ends now for Chopper, but it's actually his team that ended. M80 taking the control of the bot once again. Look how close Timeless were as well. Only a couple of meters stood in their way of actually gaining the lead, but it is now M80 that are going to stretch their one further.
Oh, it's so close. It's so close here between these two teams. This bot,
which is that, I mean,
not before Timeless is
yes,
able to come back
but
here
also
and push them away.
OWCS has just started, so it's a bit unfair to judge this early. We're still in the group stage. We haven't even gotten to like the real competition yet.
A really nice way to be able to try to bully Timeless off of this bot and take back that meaningful progress. Oh, overclock too. Just line him up here for Hydron to shoot down.
Everybody's so scared of peeking. Using it as a warning, pretty much. Does let it loose around the corner. Clearly missed it. No kills in the kill feed, at least. Because, yeah, we've reset. It's just all on the poke wall. Here right now, Rose. M80 do have the lead, and they got 2 minutes to play with too. I see a shield there from Hawk, but it looks like he's in a little bit of trouble. Receiving a lot of healing coming from the sides, but there's the
oh, that rock almost hit him.
And the rock completely missed. Lamb comes out just in time to save Icy in the front line, who's built up a fair amount of his own flux.
Okay.
Sound barrier to march on forward. Timeless need to win this fight and the next one to surely gain the lead. Although
losing Icy there is so tragic, though.
Pelican takes down Icy, so is anybody's game right
lead
now.
though. They grabbed the lead.
Rocket's trying to chase him down, but what a rock from Hawk! A 180 spin onto Rocket to take care of the.
It's big though. That's big.
Wow, a huge pick there, but not before Timeless is actually able to sneak away with just a fraction of a meter to gain the lead.
A recontest is very, very doable here.
Just a minute left. That's quite big. Now M80,
especially with Hawk to the left, still coming back from spawn.
This is back to a neutral fight. Even maybe a little bit more in favor.
Neutral fight incoming.
Bridge.
Yeah, insane clutch there, Rose. Insane clutch.
What a steal.
59.
Yeah, the potential is there. It's just it's so early on. Gotta let the scene develop.
Flux, really early sound barrier, and Hydron trying to be the difference maker up on the high ground.
Burn CJ and a lamp, pretty big.
This is the chance for M80 to come back. 35 seconds to go as Hawk controls the bot.
I almost don't have Chopper needs to have a crazy ult here. Oh, they're gonna touch. Gotta touch.
Yeah, he's gonna do what you do best on this map. Just stand on that
ah,
bridge,
they lost it. Just play smart.
Spots the Sig, lands the pulse, a lamp just in time. CJ from downtown. They managed to take care of it, but they need to get this follow-up damage. Pelican just can't come up with the kill.
No, Chopper, no.
Away, and Chopper
oh, that's that map. All right. Well,
but it wasn't to be. That bot halted right there and then, right in front of Timeless's checkpoint, and they might have
actually technically not over. I thought that was it for sure, but not over.
Oh my goodness! Now it's going back.
There's actually this is very doable still.
as well. Now they got
oh, you gotta watch out for Hawk though with this ult. You can lift him right off.
To try to just pepper the resistance onto this bot before you're able to get your teammates back in form. But M80 is the one that has the grab flux. They can actually just CC everybody off right now with the lead.
Yeah, nice. He's back on the Doom too, and someone has to perma-touch that bot, like you said, Rose. Rocket wants
opener needs beat here.
Find a kill, but he's going to be pretty unable to do so.
Talk, go for it.
Surely it's over now. Hawk sees the freest flux of his life.
Oh, the pulse!
Just rush them down. A big tempo.
And there's the overtime spawns. Oh. Okay, this is it.
Everybody has to back up now because if M80 loses to anybody else, this is going to be game over for them in this map. Timeless, they've got the window.
Oh no! What? No!
C9.
Oh, come on!
Win on
Dude,
C9.
that's how you're gonna go
What a tempo
down?
play.
Oh my god. Well, match point, here we go.
Using the sound barrier to just run over Hawk? Rose, come on. Is it in the contract?
Was like,
Another C9.
was Tracer the one on bot there? Was there no one else on bot? Was there no one else on point? Was it just the solo Tracer? Like, what happened there?
Ridiculous.
Hydron gets a big pick and then that's just
I
it.
mean, Hawk had the flux. He could have just walked on forward, maybe got the flux C9 right, but...
That's what I figured. Rocket was the only one on point. That's what I figured.
And Rose has taken her leave.
Probably was not expecting to randomly get headshot by Hydron like that, to be fair, but maybe should have had someone else there.
I can't.
Well,
my heart can't take it.
It's just the curse, Rose. That's just what happens.
Josh is outside me up Rocket,
The hex
unfortunate.
has been placed on you. It's just not. Yeah. Exactly.
I need like a seance.
They had window too. Yeah, that was so doable. So sad.
You need Zach Bagan's coming here with his, you know.
I mean, at this point, at least it
saves range.
The biggest rivals for these two players, Lip and Smurf.
At least they have someone to play. This is so painful. What a fantastic series is this, though. I think Timeless playing it this close is definitely something a lot of people would not have expected. I mean, if you're just looking at the poll from the audience heading into this game, M80 was a clear favorite. I don't think many people had Timeless on their radar. We didn't expect him to show up.
And recently, Shy was a pretty... Oh yeah, Fitz. Fitz is definitely Lip's biggest rival, true. I was thinking Shy recently, but overall, definitely
Very much
Fitz.
expecting M80 to win, but I mean, that was Timeless's game right there. That really...
Smurf, though, it's a bit harder to say, because he's been around on a couple different teams. Rivalries constantly changing throughout the scene as
There's
well.
some nice screenshots of us freaking out. There you go.
Hey, they can run it
Don't
back.
worry. Well, they can
Don't
C9 on this next game mode.
You could unironically say Fearless. They got
there's
compared a
more
lot.
opportunities to do that on, you know, New Junk City.
Fearless and Smurf, like the 2020 era, like 2021, they got compared to each other a ton.
I think it's worse.
I think that's pretty
it's
fair to say
worse when you
Fearless.
look at a flashpoint map because of how fast it goes.
Because in a lot of people's eyes, those are like the two best main tanks ever as well, right? Like some people might say Fearless #1, some people might say Smurf.
This is major hopium. This might be major hopium here.
All right.
Oh my god.
New Junk
No,
City.
definitely fits Keon. Smurf was still on the shock in 2021.
Go the distance. Go to Shambali Monastery. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we'll jump into this game in just a moment.
Blood on Profit were compared a lot in the early days of their careers. Not so much after like 2020, I feel like, but
the position to take this one.
like 2020 and before,
Take
yes.
the mental damage. Like you as
This is M80's map pick as well.
Run
Interesting.
with the mental damage that you just did to your opponents. And
like it's so tough
rush them.
because M80 likes to play so many different compositions, so this could become a counter swapping game where they just have Hawk play like a bunch of different tanks depending on the scenario.
Ton of natural terrain.
Biggest underdog success story in the history of OWL. I mean, probably the Dragons, right?
Sticky situation. I don't know. What are your thoughts here?
Well, I mean, I think M80 just going to do the same thing, kind of counter.
Paris, like that 1 year.
Timeless. I think they have the flexibility there. I really like the Doomfist here, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a from M80 just kind of a rush style with Doom, or even the Zarya, to be fair too. And Timeless, I feel, because I don't believe we're getting any substitutions, maybe just go back to the Ram. I think the Ram has been working out pretty damn well for them, so just keep running that.
Boston was a pretty big underdog success story in
Has
2018.
been able to put up as much of a fight as they have.
2020 Valiant, 2020 Eternal.
Go in, get those annihilations, and when you are going over to a map type that is as scrappy as Flashpoint, I think that's where you could start to find your edge, is being able to get those punches and just trying to make some quick work of that front line. But it's all been up to M80 here to try to change the course. What do they do to counter pick in that situation? Flashpoint, it feels a little bit easier to be able to do that. It just has to happen quickly. And can you afford to make those changes when you know that your back is up against a timer wall and the ultimate economy can go absolutely haywire if you make a wrong move?
Yeah, definitely a fast game mode. That is for sure. I think with the pace that M80 is saying, they're very much able to kind of slow it down with the SIG and then speed it up with the Doomfist. But as we load in to our next map, 3-1's on the horizon for M80 right now. The whole of chat's going to be very correct. Well, 80% of the chat is going to be correct, but that 20%, you still got hope. Don't worry. They just need 2 maps back to back. All right, let's go. New Junk City, M80 versus Timeless. M80's map choice here.
Okay. Well, if it's M80's map choice,
Someone who
I'm
just
even more
clears on
excited
like
to see,
everything. He's
yeah,
so
but
good.
To be fair,
Except like
both Flashpoint
Doom
maps, I feel like play
and
so
Diva.
similarly that you're not really gonna see too much difference when it comes down to like some of the compositions you see. So I don't know. It's more of an aesthetic choice, don't you think, with what map you'd rather play?
Maybe a bit more breathing room for like
your
Rocket
favorite
and Chopper to go on some angles here. Maybe.
For Flashpoint?
Flashpoint, yeah.
Oh, Surabasa
or New
for
York
sure.
City.
Yeah.
Really?
Sure. Yeah, easily Surabasa. Yeah.
Yeah, I much prefer Surabasa. They need more Flashpoint maps.
On Surabasa.
Please, Blizzard, give us more Flashpoint and push maps,
I feel like
please.
half the time when you ask someone's favorite map, it's like very much just predicated on the if they've lost a ton.
So true, based Jaws. That is so true. That is literally exactly how I judge maps.
For sure. Well, maybe that's what M80 is feeling here. They've won a lot on this map, so therefore New Junk City is the way to go.
I mean, Hawk's running the Sigma here. I don't mind this whatsoever. Just I'm still kind of expecting them to run these fast comps, but more than happy to kind of play the poke style. And yeah, I am here for it. His Sig is exceptional.
Yeah, I think it's worked out for them as well, especially when we look at Colosseo. Icy felt forced into the position of switching over to the Sigma himself. So where does this barrier go? I think that you can play around with it just a little bit easier with the Sigma to push it forward.
Hawk just donk walking forward. Okay.
So many players had big fall-offs. It's hard to pick just one.
Jupiter was just cowering behind the giant bot. Yeah, exactly. Just rock. No thoughts either. CJ, can he get another kill? Surely not, right? Surely Timeless don't get another pick here. Although it's going to be pretty... As soon as...
Good stall here, at the very least for Timeless.
Icy down. There's the kill onto Rocket.
Okay, committing that, maybe not the best idea.
Control of the point as well, to be fair. They've already built themselves up a decent lead.
Gotta keep Icy on the point. Oh.
Very, very long fight. Feels like it should have been over.
Slime's a pretty big one for
And
sure.
Icy has had quite a few rotations of his Nemesis form too, but there you go. All right, M80 with the flip.
There you go. If you have control of the point already, I think you just continue to work up that percentage, and by the time that you're actually able to get back into things, you're like, okay, like every little bit of progress is going to count. But now when you look at the ultimate economy...
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. You stalled some percentage, but in return you're going up against 2 support ults. Hydron's gonna ult before you even engage in a fight on point.
Yeah, I really like stalling out, pushing them super far back.
I mean, yeah, that was like an easy 10% just from that ult.
Takes up so quickly, so they have to regain all this ground. Exactly, not fighting at the doors, not fighting.
Hoppa from 2019 to 2020 was like a pretty big fall off, but then he got better again. Kind of funny.
Annihilation though, opportunity here for Icy to try to make some space.
Already used Nemesis form though. Ideally, you just want to combo those together.
Yaki had a pretty significant fall off.
There's the annihilation, but oh no, he's bombed down to the ground.
No way.
Extend it. He's very, very close to actually just running out. Flux does hit Icy and just instantly eliminated. It will be Timeless flipping the point, but once again,
Nice stick, Rocket. Let's go. Force out sound barrier.
From left. Not sure Hawk was actually going to go
down on your own.
Bomb, but they made sure they guaranteed it. Chopper ripping the over.
Yes, sir.
There it is. Finally, that
Timeless DPS showing up.
After booped him away, and this is actually Timeless now coming up big. They lost Icy super early on, but now 85%. M80 might not have a chance to come back in. In fact, Hawk switched over to Doom to try.
They are going to try to get back into this one.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're going to get there. They have a contest.
There you go.
It's kind of sketchy, but yeah, the CJ
follow that up with a pick.
CJ Road on the other side.
Get out of there rather quickly. No, get chased down by Rocket.
All right.
That should be it. Surely. Nice flip from Timeless again. Really just playing.
Well played. Better ult from CJ that time.
There we go. Point number 1. Out to Timeless.
Yeah, Rocket and Chopper are so good.
Now we go over to
Big fans of them. That's part of why I picked Timeless to be my NA team.
already there. Timeless get to beat Amady to the punch, and they get to play this a bit more defensively, which means that Chopper on the Sojourn gets to get set up. That's huge. You have all these sightlines to play with now. And what if you just get that opening pick?
Yeah, this is what I kind of expected with the Doom. I mean, Hydron's gonna have to make some space and get some work done with this overclock. It's only 10% away as they try and just navigate their way around the point. Look for an opening with Hawk to try and get in and cause a little bit of disruption with the help of Pelican. Oh, Hydron sliding away. What a perfectly timed vortex there by
Chopper, they're heating up. Chopper and Rocket.
Chopper finds the first kill.
Come on now.
DPS for DPS, and there's a big ult advantage here for M80.
I felt that pulse killed him for sure.
This Kasune rush is going to be a death sentence for Icy. A lot of charge built off of his body too, as Hydron is just ripping his.
I appreciate that, Joko. I'm glad you've been a long-time fan. I appreciate your support, and I'm glad you like the content. Wonder if they separated what would happen. Yeah, it is weird to think about. They've been like staples, a staple as a duo for years now.
They were able to take the win there, and so now with Amady getting the flip, it's all about can you.
They just work good together.
Timeless, all of these
it feels like it's a pretty equal partnership where they both make crazy plays happen. It doesn't feel one-sided. They both carry the burden.
So
it's a good duo.
If you try to mitigate some of that value there from Hydron's overclock, a couple of different win conditions that Timeless can play for here, but I'm looking at the sound barrier.
Oh, there's the annihilation. It's going to be tough to really make this.
They have no block for this.
Does end up fading away, and here comes the re-engage. Sound barrier. Hydron hasn't got the slide. Only just came back up.
Oh, Hydron's not in that.
Later beat coming out from M80.
UV not in it either. That wasn't a good beat from left, but may not matter. We'll see.
It's just a scrap fest right now.
Okay.
Tried to make a play onto Chopper.
Proper stalker from NA.
A young superstar in the North American region, putting his namesake to one of the better Sojourns too we have in the region.
It's going
honestly, at first I thought I was gonna hate these changes, but I've been fine with them. It's really not that big of a deal. There's maybe certain annoyances about like certain heroes, but that's nothing new. It's really not nearly as bad of a change. Like for me, it's barely even noticeable. I thought this HP stuff would really make a difference, but for me it just hasn't.
It's what Timeless are really good at. This comp is very good at just sticking onto this point. You can see it right there. Timing that annihilation with the speed up from opener. Ultraviolet, yeah, I mean, there's just no way. Maybe you get a chance.
Oh my god, UV!
Oh my god, yes he will.
Sheesh!
Nasty from UV.
Speak and you shall receive, Josh. That was a great clip.
Yo, UV, chill.
We love it. All right, well, that's going to be another flash.
I do not like quick play hacked. I did not like that experience at all.
If history is going to repeat itself, it's going to be capture for Timeless first, and then a flashpoint.
Probably Byron, something like that.
Of course.
Insert any like elite DPS playing with scrubs here, like Saya player and Tavik. You know, something crazy like that.
If it's not the push bot, it's the accidental pulse into the rest of your team.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Like when Bernard to play with J-Mac, like crazy stuff like that.
Just sacrifice yourself. Please don't press the W key, whatever you do.
Do not move. Take out the keyboard. 20% in building here for M80.
Yeah, quick play hacked. I played a couple of games with that, and I've never been more sad in my life. Like, the only good news is if you're getting rolled, the roll gets to end quicker, but you don't even get a chance.
Hydron's just not really had a word to say at all. No, there's no way this time, Ultraviolet. Sorry, the support time.
Like, if it's a close game, it feels unfair.
It was a good effort. It was a good effort. Try to go for it. Get as many picks as you can, whatever ultimate charge you can. But Timeless now are going to be a bit on the back foot here as Amady had 55%. But it's another same old of who's going to be able to find that ultimate value. It's gonna be Kitsune Rush so early here.
Quick play hack. It was like a game mode that they experimented with where quick play like went a lot faster with the timer and like the objective and stuff. Like it capped like points captured like twice as fast. Like the payload moved faster. It was horrible.
Just forcing MAT all the way back. No more extra straggler kills, so that is a little
Yeah,
bit
meanwhile,
unfortunate, but
Timeless is playing very, very good
But Chopper can
on
now
this
do
map.
it again. Has the overclock, so
They like
same
these
type
scrappy
of
maps.
beat to just pop the overclock as soon as M80 start to walk onto
They
this
embrace the
flash
chaos.
Rocket too as the pulse bomb, so looking for a nice
Got 4
target
ults
there
coming up as
in
well.
the back, even just force out some cooldowns so that Chopper can have a bit of an easier time here with that overclock ult.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk is not at the best time at all on this Doomfist. Here comes OT. There's this stick. However, yeah, Suzu, and you still have all the extra armor too.
Oh,
Sound
nice.
comes in.
Lep had sound barrier as well. That's huge. That's the map. Wow. Let's go, Timeless. Map 5, baby. Yes, sir.
Hawk finds one kill onto CJ on the back of it, but that'll be Timeless.
At 5. Let's go, chat. Finally, a good game today.
I told you. I pondered the orb. No more 3-0s. The orb has been pondered. They never lie.
The orb has spoken. We have received no more 3 Overwatch in this house. We stand this match right now.
Timeless and M80, and this is the big flip around in terms of tempo. There was 2 different kind of comps that M80 were running there, which was the SIG, slow, poke style, and then they ran the Doom. Initially, it was to kind of get back to the point quickly, try and get that last touch to get the point.
S-score. What's the map that's being played, though? That could really decide how this one goes. Is it SIG-oriented or what?
And they were just playing M80 at their own game, setting the pace, and then able to just
Oh, Shambali. Wait, this is a Timeless pick. Wait, this is huge. This is huge. A good Ram map. This is massive for them. They might win the series. Shambali's like perfect for them.
And M80 feels like they're a little bit on the ropes.
Holy moly, they might actually do this.
In Timeless's favor.
Yeah, Timeless did a great job of just knowing when to disengage, be able to come back in, set the tempo. I was really impressed by their positioning as well on all of these flashpoints. And I think that they've practiced. They know what to do in scenarios like this. I think that's going to make them a very, very formidable force when looking even just already towards something like the main
A
event.
Timeless map pick goes so crazy here.
Well, Shambali is up next. It's Timeless's pick too, so you're feeling a little bit extra confident.
Yeah, you gotta be feeling good right now if you're Timeless.
I haven't seen too many map number 5s at all in North America and EMEA.
Hawk needs to remember how to play Ram. Yeah, they need it.
Map 5s here and there. Luminosity Gaming versus Citrus Nation, of course, yesterday.
Oh yeah, versus Sheer Cold and EMEA yesterday.
Exactly. It's gonna feel pretty foreign, I think, to M80, a team full of, again, just storied, historied players coming up against some of the young guns, Rocket and Chopper, who have had experience versus Overwatch League teams in the Pro-Am.
And the Flash Ops.
In Season 6. So, yeah, they're really standing tall right now, and the Sojin matchup, not used to it going someone that's not Hydron's way, is very much in Chopper's favor right now, and it's good to see someone stand up.
It's been awesome to be able to see all of this new talent that we've been able to start to highlight here in the Overwatch competitive scene. One of the many blessings that we have here from that open ecosystem. So I think Timeless has a lot of faces on the team that people will be very excited to see continue to compete, and they could close out the series. So what an upset that would be here. Only 20% of chat predicted that Timeless would win. Even on the desk, we said it would be M80.
The great wealth redistribution in the chat of 2024. I can't wait to see it. Yeah, and that's, of course, if Timeless end up taking this series, the 80-20 bet. Ooh, M80 fans a little bit worried right now, I'd imagine. Shambali Monastery. It's going to be our 5th and final map here, unless we get some crazy draw. Very, very unlikely to happen on Escort. It can happen, but not likely, that is for certain. So, here we go. We're going to jump in just a moment here, and honestly I think M80 they're just going to go back to the Sigma, I think, with Hawk. There's no substitutions either, so Timeless also...
Yeah, M80 can play a Sig here. Like, Sig can work on this map, but this is such a good Ram map, man.
I think that Timeless is also not only just comfortable with the players, but also the comp that they've been running. That Ramatra has looked so good, especially when knowing that in Shambhala Monastery, some of these corridors can just be a little bit
And
tighter.
Timeless has a chance to really set the tone here with an attack. Or, wait, no, they messed it up.
That's what we're
They're
gonna
on
see Timeless
defense.
rock out on the defense, and it's
Never
been
mind.
working out. Why fix it if it ain't broke?
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. I was a bit surprised to see a little bit less Cassidy here, but I think they both have their own merits, into that being Sojourn and Cass. And being able to charge off the Ram too is pretty nasty, because the Ram a lot of the time is just holding the block, and that's free charge. It's not getting negated. That charge is not getting negated by only shooting the shield. So yeah, it's
What will M80 play? Alright, will they play Ram? Is Hawk gonna play Ram? Alright, a Hawk Ramatra appearance. Different look from M80.
We're going with the Moira, they're going with the Ram.
All right, I'm excited to see this
Moira
pick.
versus Curie. It's the only difference here.
Moira can be really good, just being able to have
Moira Lucio can be very good with this comp, so we'll see what
extra
happens.
damage you get to do with something like the purple orbs there. Like that's going to be really helpful to try to pick up some of these kills that Pelican's going for.
That's a nice. Oh my god! Wow.
Look at that vortex as well.
Hawk.
Walking forward.
That vortex was disgusting. Oh my god. He got like 3 people in that.
That's what you really need, especially on this
Jeez.
point 2. You need a
I
very
see you,
quick
Hawk.
fight for N80. You cannot get stuck on this last corner here.
Yeah.
The overlook onto the point can be just so frustrating to deal with, and you can see Hawk kind of already stepping up. Although because Timeless all died around the same time and some of them were able to escape, they should be able to hold them now and just play the corner and just play the high ground if you're Chopper.
Yep, you're gonna see this drop down though from Timeless to try to play around this first corner. But look at Ultraviolet.
Icy
Surge,
facing
the Coalescence is
heavy
coming up
pressure.
mighty quick here, and that's a great engagement tool for M80 to work with.
Yeah, you just got to rip it. As soon as you get that Coalescence online, you just got to go for it. A lot of straight
Stalemate
lines here,
until
but
then.
Chopper once again taking down Hydron with a railgun to the face. And well, with the pulse bomb in
Man.
his hands, I'm not sure they even
Chopper
need
and
it at this
Rocket,
point. Oof, nice
when this
try
series has been on the line, they've hit some big
minutes
shots.
to go. And,
I'm so
feels like
proud
an
of those
all too familiar
guys.
sight on this map,
It's cool to see them getting a chance to do this in front
That's
of
exactly the
like a
problem that you
bigger
were talking
audience.
about, is just having
Timeless
that
getting to
corner.
show the
Where
world
do you
what they've
sail
got
now if you're
on
M80?
Wisp. They've
There's
been,
only
they were
a couple
waiting for this
avenues that you can go
opportunity.
with,
They
and
finally
watching
have
that
it
small
now that
window
Owl's
left does
gone.
not feel like a viable scenario. So your only choice is to have to go up this main corridor. But lucky for M80, they do have that Ultraviolet Coalescence online. So that's the engagement tool they want to play around here.
A lot of ultimates though for Timeless.
Rocket! Oh man! Double.
Well, that's one way to end a fight.
Okay, never mind.
Hydron left dead. Yeah, sayonara that push. 1 minute and
Rocket smells blood in the water. Minute and a half
one
left.
up with a bang.
Okay, they just gotta try again. M80 at this point still has 2 attempts to work with if they're fast enough, but the Coalescence...
Now though,
is gonna
M80's got
prolong
5
this
ults.
fight.
It's 5 ults versus
So where is
4.
this
Here we
value gonna
go.
come through from? Annihilations
Could
now
still go
have
their
that
way.
explosive potential. You also are looking at the overclocks here from Hydron and Chopper to try to get that advantage in the neutral.
Damage orb straight into that Coalescence. He's trying to Kamehameha them down.
Well,
but there's
American
just too much
Tornado
to
was kind of like a
reshoot
bit
through.
before their
Hydron
time.
Also with a decent line of sight here, but both sound barriers still yet to be used. Opens up with him, but a better beat from an 80. The later one almost always working out in the favor.
Woo, Chopper!
For the Lucio.
Oh, Hawk ulted there? Hawk, what are you
There's
doing?
just nothing stopping him right now on this Sojourn. M80 just
No way he
falling
got a
apart.
kill. That was a battle by Hawk. Yikes, dude.
And with 30 seconds
Choke.
these late deaths, this is disaster for M80.
M80 got... M80 used 4 ults, or 5 ults, and got nothing.
A big pulse bomb here will turn the tides either way.
If Pelly doesn't have the pulse bomb of his life, the series might be over, man.
Opportunity here, but playing from this attacking position.
Hawk fighting his
you
own
have to
demons,
use all
real.
of your cooldowns in order to actually get in and try to get on a target. After you got one shot at this one, if you're Pelican, you're waiting for those blinks, you're waiting for that weave, but oh my gosh, Timeless is just at everybody's.
Oh, it's an early recall burn.
That's so rough too. Pelican had to recall before he could get that pulse bomb off, so the pulse bomb is going to be a little bit more dangerous to plant now. Look like maybe Icy is the target. Waiting for that
Suzu down.
Form maybe goes down. They managed to get it off, but still the armor was there to mitigate a lot of that damage. And now the rush comes through.
That's it.
And they can just run over Hawk. There's nothing stopping Icy. Just
wow.
And the rest of the team are just going to fall over.
Point A hold by Timeless.
Timeless playing this perfectly. And
got a chance to do it, chat. This would be a nice little upset. Here we go. It's very easy to get fuller held on this map. Make no mistake.
This is M80 just not being able to find a footing at all.
But that's a great start.
That's going to be really, really tough to beat here. On the flip side of things, Timeless, they've been able to open up so many of those fights with the first pick, and how do you contend with that if you're M80? You have to play around all of this, all these buildings, all these walls, but it just feels like Timeless has been able to sneak into the back, like that sneaky pulse bomb. Like,
M80 do not look comfortable on this comp.
Have done differently in that scenario. It's like not their fault.
The amount of times I've gotten fuller health here in ranked. Yeah, it's possible.
Apart from the small,
it's definitely not over. Don't make no mistake.
Just not working out right now.
Too.
True Penguin, true. Real.
I think Moira's pretty damn viable at this current moment in time. The Suzu has also had a lot of
definitely not over.
The series. Just in general, Suzu will always be an ability that is going to be useful regardless of the meta, reducing the incoming damage to 0 from pulse bombs. Just your pulse bomb, boom, hit the Suzu on the ground, negating one of those large ultimates that massively turn round fights. And so it looks like M80, deciding better of the Moira, switching over to the Kiriko.
We saw how well that paid off for Timeless, where Pelican was not nearly able to find as much value there with the Tracer. Even when somebody was low, that Susan
they're going to play up on that high ground. They're not going to risk going for the aggro strat, which I think is understandable.
Oh my goodness. I just expected like Chopper's going to come out of nowhere with a pick.
A 2-fight game though, that's it. That's all you got. See if the vets can do it. Rocket kills Pelly! Right off the bat, Pelly's getting diffed out here.
Have to make a quick rotation through the mega health pack room. They can't lose anybody. They lose anybody.
Okay, they needed that. They needed that badly. Chopper overextends. They desperately needed that.
Good stabilization then. That buys them maybe some more time here for Pelican to be able to come back. The Tracer, not going to take too long to do that. But you have so much work cut out for you if you're M80. This is just the first of
It's an awkward place to hold, but you know, having the corner is nice.
Yeah, at least they get 2 chances. That is.
Man, they're hunting down Pelly. They're going after him. They forced recall, I think. There.
I mean, this is just a slap fight.
Or maybe a UV to shield them. I don't know.
Looking at each other.
It rigged of ego, because that's exactly what it was, Vulcan. It was ego.
Punch you, then you punch me, and then maybe our DPS can get in on this one.
Oh, just reset. Get out.
Thank you very much. Classic Shimbali Monastery getting bogged on first.
Now the question is, okay, no, that answers that. I thought M80 might try and hold a bit closer, but just because Rocket could maybe contest on payload, they're just gonna keep playing the corner.
As well, they've been able to get get a ton of damage down onto Timeless, and that overclock can also be very valuable here. But it's
Rocket,
making sure you don't use too much at once. That is a risk you run here, knowing that Timeless is such a tough
Hawk is so low! Oh, they needed that pulse! They got him!
So low, that pulse bomb goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Hawk dead, and here comes the push for Timeless. Just turning the gear up to 11. A sound barrier from Leb instantly matched.
Hawk's gotta go on to Doom. This is not looking good for M80. They gotta contest, they gotta touch. Hydron gets a big kill. Oh, but Icy! Rocket, they got it! Let's go! Timeless, baby, let's go! Nice. Timeless on the rise, baby.
Okay. We love
I wish
to
I picked
see
them
a
3-2 to
five-match
win,
series.
but hey, I'll take
Timeless
it.
Gets the upset after the Preds were 4M80. Timeless. They did
Wow.
not fall to the mental damage.
You got to give it up to
impressive part to me,
Rocket
honestly,
and
is that
Chopper. They
did
had a
not fall to the
great
mental
series.
They did not. What
They
a
were
great
like they
series
were
this
playing against
was.
Hydron and Pelican,
The
like
predictions
well-known
in
talents, and
shambles.
they didn't let it
And
face them. That is their
so
time.
80 players, because quite frankly,
Timeless
they were
are on to the main event in North
team on paper,
America.
right? Everyone had them picked as the favorite, but as we headed into just this first match, if we're looking at the highlights, Samoa, I mean, it was a back and forth, right? Timeless, they came out on top. M80 stepped it up big times on King's Row, looking extremely dominant, and that's where we
Yeah,
all
they won
thought,
Penguin.
now
They
have
did it.
this in the back.
Timeless won.
They can snowball off of that, and it continued on Colosseo.
That's a statement way to start off your OWCS
But then what
careers.
happened?
With a win
For real,
over,
like,
arguably in a lot of
very
people's eyes, the
impressed with Chopper
second
and
best
Rocket.
team
I
on
think those
paper
are
in
absolute,
NA.
outperforming the
That is
opposition. And the opposition,
so impressive.
Pelican guys, like to be able to get the better end of them.
Synergy is there. DPS were clutch. Love to see it. We got a new team on the rise, boys.
Open bracket doing what an open bracket should do.
Some new faces are hitting the scene.
Not from out of nothing, because
That's
they
so
have been
big for
around
the
it a
competitive
long time.
standpoint to have some new faces in here instead of the same old, same old. I love it.
Hydron, Ultraviolet Lab, they've been around for a long time.
I love this Timeless team, man.
Expect coming in, it's gonna
Awesome
be a
stuff from
one-sided,
them.
And the chat clearly agreed, right? Like 80% of them or something. Predicted M80 to win, and we all did as well. But it's really great seeing them come out the gate like this. Chopper came out swinging, and he was just a better Sojin state, better than Hydron, which is a rare feat.
It is. It really is. I think that was something that was not only surprising, but also was sort of warm welcoming in a sense, because when you take a look at this team at M80 and go, yeah, every single one of these players is a known quantity. Sometimes it is a little bit about that ultra spice or that maybe new talent that people
Yeah,
are
there
just not
definitely
paying
should be a
attention
tier
to
break
as
between
much, and
Toronto
going,
and the other
okay, but
teams.
what do
I
they bring
agree.
to the table? And I think Timeless was able
But
to
give it
show
up for
that.
Timeless,
Not that
chat.
they are not players that you would have seen.
I was
just watching
hyping them up a
Tier
lot, and I
2
mean, they even
Timeless.
surpassed my expectations with a win today. I couldn't be more pleased. I'm glad my hype for them is being justified with a performance like this.
I don't know. I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited.
Awesome stuff.
So am I.
My
That
new
was a
favorite
fantastic
team with a
match.
starting off with a
I am
W
so
against a
thrilled
good
that
team.
that
Feels
was,
good, man.
The match we get to
I know I
see.
picked the other team to win, but I do like to try and be realistic here.
Your
I'm glad I'm
crystal ball,
wrong,
whatever
though. I'm
sorcery
very,
you use,
very,
that
very
is
glad
right.
I'm wrong,
I'm all
because
about that.
upsets are fun. Underdogs are fun, chat. Always. I'm glad it was a 5-mapper, though. We needed some kind of good match.
20%, Timeless Heads, rise up. It's happening. It's happening. And this is going to be the big shake-up too. I think a lot of people predicted M80 as one of the more favorites. Of course, Dante in the interview was saying Toronto Defiant the ones to beat, and I very much think that's true.
Chopper
as well.
activated, indeed.
Solidifying their first place today, of course, but they are the one to beat. But M80, I expect a little bit more here, honestly.
Not the last of M80, though, chat. They'll probably be getting through the groups as well, in whatever their game is.
Is them underperforming, or is it rather?
I'd assume that's it. It's in a week from now, yeah.
I think it's the latter.
Definitely.
More
It's
games
definitely
tomorrow,
Timeless,
yes.
like, showing up and just showing, you know, this is what we're made of right now. And they had a couple of swaps here and there. And honestly, maybe that series.
There's
should have ended
more
sooner.
group stage
But they ended up
matches
sealing,
tomorrow,
of course,
chat.
on Coliseum.
Let me count it
Maybe
up
win that
for
last
you.
fight.
Between
It might have not
EMEA
even
and NA,
gone to the map number 5.
we
mental
have
fortitude coming out from the. I don't want to even call them new kids on the block because they've been playing for a long time
Two.
as well. Let's actually chat to them. We have Rocket joining us for a word. First of all, congratulations to you and the squad. This was a phenomenal series, an absolute nail biter.
Hey, it's Rocket.
Walk
I
me
think there's
through
like
what
6
was going on
games
in the
tomorrow.
comms. You guys were down 2-1. Opposition was a match point. How do you recover?
I think there's 6 games again.
I mean, I think a lot of it was just, you know, sticking to what we do personally, like as a team. A lot of teams go into matches and want to counter the other team, but I think our playstyle more favors us when we just play our own game, right? And so that's kind of what we did, right? We just, you know, listen
Very
to
well
Chopper, listen to
spoken.
me, and you know, just play for the Soj gap. But
Rocket's so happy. The Soj Gap
You
base.
come in thinking like, you know, obviously you're brimming with confidence right now, but coming into a lobby like that, you had an experience in Pro-Am where you went up against some Overwatch League teams. It wasn't really that one-sided, or sorry, it was pretty one-sided in terms of the Overwatch League teams winning, but right now with the kind of renaissance of a lot of the tier 2 players coming in,
We'll
how
see
confident
Vulcan.
were you going into this match? And what do you think of some of the opposition, some of the big dogs and the big teams that have signed up for this tournament?
I mean, I think definitely like Toronto and EMEA are like really strong. I think that we're very confident that we can, you know, clinch top 3 for NA. But you know,
Hell yeah.
Toronto's very far ahead. But I think we kind of knew going into EMEA, if we really just played well, play our game, like we should win that match. You know, even though they're, you know, experienced veteran talent, you know, we think the meta really favors us, and we have the flexibility and
Meta favors you right now, at
to
least.
Really, help back that up. So.
Who's
Well,
on
I think a big
Toronto?
difference maker that was
I don't know
so
if you're being
palpable in
serious
this
or not.
match was yourself, Rocket, as well as Chopper. You two are DPS players that all of the veterans are looking at right now as sort of the new up-and-coming stars for the DPS role. So, how do you feel about
Everyone in
having
chat is
those
saying
words
it
being
anyway, there
said
you go.
about you? Do you feel like they're right in that regard? And what do you feel like makes yourself and Chopper stand out to the rest of the field when it comes to DPS role?
I think you know, me and Chopper work very well together. We've played together for like, you know, over a year and a half at this point, and implementing Sunjun, our third DPS. Also, like us three just have insane synergy with each other. So it's like pretty easy, you know, once just going in. You know, we scrim a lot, we practice a lot, and you know, Chopper's been coming up for, you know, the past year. It's just a little
Sounds
bit, you
good
know,
looks.
It's hard when there's that OWL barrier. It kind of, you know, puts a cap on the talent.
It's true.
But you know, Chopper's been up, and you know, I think I've been up too. Sanjun's definitely up. You know, that guy played insane on Soul. I'm glad that he can come in and show off. But yeah, no, I think this DPS line is going to show great things this tournament for sure.
I like
I'm
the way
sure
Rocket
that you
presents
definitely,
or presents
you know,
himself.
rocked up
I've
and
never
made a lot
actually
of noise
seen or
here
heard
in
of
the
him
first match
before.
we
Like
got to see.
in
We
an
hope to
interview
see
like
much
this, I've
more
never
of
heard
you
him
in the squad.
talk.
Thank you so much.
I
Once
like
again,
how
congratulations
composed he
to
is. I
you
like
and
how
the team.
confident he looks. Well spoken. I'm a fan.
Of course. Pleasure to
Timeless
hear
has
from
made a fan out
Rocket
of me, I must
himself.
say.
What an explosive performance from him and Chopper, and honestly the entire squad. It was very
Likeable
much showing
team.
that they have that pre-existing synergy. They were on the same page. They knew their
Oh,
winning
hi, Mir.
conditions. And they
We're
played
just
to
finishing
it.
up. The
And
last
for
game
them
just
to
ended.
Keep, you know, the mental fortitude after going down against some of the greats of the sport. That should just tell us a lot about this team and what we can expect from them throughout the rest of the year. So congratulations to them and all the other teams which punched their tickets to the main event today in their winners matches. On the other side, of course, every squad that took an L, you know, they do get another shot. So we do get to see more from them, and I think there was a lot of players and teams which showed us a lot of promise. So let's see how they will fare in their elimination matches tomorrow. But before we looking ahead at what's to come tomorrow, let's take a trip down memory lane and check out an amazing place or an amazing...
I'm just gonna mute this real quick because I'm just about ready to tap out, chat. Today was interesting. I mean, I think it was expected most games were going to be blowout, but we had a fun one to end it, you know? We had 3-0 Overwatch all around, but then we had the GOAT game here. M80 versus Timeless was a banger. Really fun stuff. And then tomorrow, as I quickly put this up, there's going to be 6 more games tomorrow. There'll be an elimination match in the EMEA. This one, it's New Age versus a Square Tengu. This game's going on too. Quick Esports versus Flexo DX. And then London's playing. Space Station will be the other game. They're playing Ex Oblivione. Could be a really fun match. I think that'll be a good one. In North America, refresh the page. In North America, we'll have LFO versus BBPG, which is LFO. That's Seeker's team. They were known as WD-40 before, so they'll play. That'll be fun. That's an elimination match, so they have to win it or they're not making stage 1. That's next week. Dreamland's going to play Students of the Game, Rack Attack's team versus Anyun's team. That'll be pretty cool, too. I think that's it, right? 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. 6 games for tomorrow. That's funny, Vulcan. 6 games for tomorrow. I'm just about done, though, chat. I've been going for almost 9 hours. I'm exhausted, and I'm hungry, so I'm probably going to log off now. Stream VOD will be up literally right after I'm done or soon after. So you can look out for that if you missed anything and you want to catch up. I don't have to private these because OWL is no longer a thing. So yeah. Appreciate all of y'all for hanging out, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.